What is scarier than facing a guy who literally does not care about dying? Our main character is just some clueless kid who accidentally gets dragged straight into a brutal trial dungeon. Clear this place alive and you get insane, overpowered abilities. But for a guy who has never even been in a real fight, yeah, this is basically a suicide mission. Right when he is about to give up, he accidentally unlocks a weird system. But what kind of joke is this? The very first quest tells him to go die. See, this thing is an infinite respawn cheat. Die, and you immediately revive right on the spot. After dying and waking up 10,000 times, our boy Kang Hyun basically turns into a complete psychopath who does not care about life or death. Now let us get straight into this madness. It starts with a talking skeleton babbling about the undead. The undead, creatures who cannot die even after death. For immortals like us who broke free from the cycle of life and death, ruling an entire dimension is child's play. Taking over the dimension called Earth is just a matter of time, or at least, that is what we thought. Suddenly, one undead points his finger in absolute shock. How is this even possible? You are just a human. The monster is staring at a silhouette standing completely still inside a raging wall of fire. The undead screams out in utter shock, "How are you still alive?" A voice answers from the flames, "Who knows?" And his eyes flash with pure, unhinged madness. He growls every single word. As the fire fades, a horribly burned and twisted face is revealed. He screams out his next words at the monster. "Maybe I am just stronger than you." He throws a massive, brutal punch straight at the face of the terrified undead creature. To make sense of all this, we have to jump back 2 years ago to an apartment where an incredibly angry girl is screaming. "I cannot stand you anymore," she yells. Inside, she is completely drilling her brother. "I let you crash here because you said you were job hunting. But you waste every single waking hour drinking beer and playing video games," she snaps, telling him that if he keeps this up, he needs to move back with their parents. Our guy just stutters, trying to scrape together some pathetic excuse. "Come on, it is not like that. I was just..." Finally, he mumbles that he cannot just rely on his parents at his age. That dumb excuse instantly triggers his sister, who snaps back. "Oh, so relying on your younger sister is totally fine? Tomorrow is literally New Year. Get off your butt and find a part-time job or something." His face is completely flushed red from the alcohol. He just mumbles some weak reply and quickly slips back inside his own bedroom. "Fine, fine, we will talk tomorrow. My head is spinning right now." Behind his closed door, his sister is still screaming her lungs out. "Why do you do this every single time?" He lets out a heavy sigh, flops onto his bed, buries his face, and starts groaning. "You are so pathetic, Kang Hyun. Why are you living like this? The only decent thing you did in Seoul was a tiny internship at some big company. Maybe I should just find a job packing boxes or whatever." Hyun looks over and sees his computer screen glowing. I forgot to close the game before logging off." He keeps muttering to himself, totally exhausted. Man, real life would be so awesome if it was just a video game. I could actually land a pretty decent job that way. Warrior, mage, swordsman. He slowly drifts off to sleep. Suddenly, a robotic voice echoes out. A dimensional connection from Haken has been detected, activating Earth defense systems. While Kang Hyun sleeps like a baby, the connection to the Haken dimension is temporarily rejected. The tutorial will now begin on Earth. Suddenly, Kang Hyun snaps awake inside a completely white, empty void. He looks around, totally freaked out, wondering what the hell is going on. Glowing text floats right in front of his face. That robotic voice speaks again. Time until connection to Haken is complete. 4 years and 364 days. Countdown ticking down. A massive notification screen pops up. "Welcome Kang Hyun to the tutorial." The tutorial will consist of 8 stages. He reads the floating text out loud. 8 stages in total. Dying in here does not affect reality, and quitting halfway is absolutely not an option. If you fail, there are 0 retries. Clear the tutorial to awaken and receive your rewards. The kid is just completely speechless. He starts wondering if this is some game. Reminds him of that cringy RPG, "Welcome back, master." The thought alone makes him bury his face in pure embarrassment. This is definitely a crazy dream that only hardcore game addicts would have. "Mom, Dad, I am so sorry. I promise I will get a real job tomorrow," he whines, but his mood flips in an instant, and he suddenly gets super hyped up. Who even cares? It is just a dream. Maybe God is giving me a sign to play my heart out one last time. Then another alert rings. Entering stage 1. "We pray your courage will save the Earth." Hearing that, our boy gets a little confused. Wait, save what? The system interrupts. Stage 1. Prove your courage by conquering your absolute worst fear. Clear condition. Reach the end of the bridge. Fail condition. Death. Wait, what bridge? Before he can ask, His entire reality suddenly warps. A blinding red glow hits his face. He is standing in a giant cave, with boiling hot lava churning right beneath him. He is stuck on a narrow stone bridge along with a bunch of other terrified people. What on earth is this place? Hyun panics. Is that real lava? Why is it so hot? I would be totally losing my mind here too. What is happening? He thinks he was definitely just at home. What kind of stupid dream is this? It is so hot. Is this even a dream? A familiar voice screams his name right next to him. His sister is standing on the neighboring bridge. He gasps out in complete shock. Kang Hyun, why the hell are you showing up in my very first dream of the year? This is ridiculous. Hyun immediately snaps back. That is my line, she screams in panic. But is this actually a dream? Why was there some weird voice talking about saving Earth? Hyun gets dead serious. Listen, Kang Hyun, stop acting like this is your dream. This is my dream. She screams back. Is that really what matters right now? She analyzes it. How is this lava so hot if we are dreaming? Talking normally in a dream? Does that even make sense? Don't you feel like something is seriously wrong here? Hyun confidently tilts his chin and scoffs. Look, the brain is easily tricked. People always say you can't feel pain in dreams, but they are lying. Like, once, I dreamed I was peeing for real, only to wake up relieved that the blanket was totally dry. She looks at her idiot brother babbling in front of her and just can't take it anymore. What kind of nonsense are you spitting? You actually had the guts to tell your own sister something that embarrassing? He does not care at all and replies, whatever, I am out of here. She is confused. What? Where? He points at the quest board and replies, it says, go to the end of the bridge, can't you see? Well, this is my dream, so a basic NPC like you wouldn't get it. Aehyun gets super pissed and snaps back NPC. My face, I can see it too. Then she asks him, aren't you even scared of falling? He mocks her back. Are you stupid? This is a dream. If I die, I just wake up. But before he can even finish his sentence, someone plummets right in front of them, leaving him completely frozen. And check this out. Hyun watches this poor soul get swallowed alive by bubbling, agonizing lava. Finally, nothing is left but black smoke and the terrible smell of burnt flesh. They both freeze up. Aehyun speaks first, dripping with sarcasm. Look who just talked. She looks at her brother, who is shaking like a leaf but still trying to act tough. Okay, that scream sounded a bit too real, but I am not scared at all. His pathetic face makes her think, absolutely pathetic. She takes a deep breath, drops to her knees, and starts crawling. She warns him, don't do anything stupid. If you are going to move, don't walk. Crawling is way safer. He awkwardly scratches his head but still talks big. Oh, really? I am not scared, but fine, only because you said so. She is speechless, thinking he will never change. Below them, the lava keeps bubbling violently while up above. The players finally start their move. They set off across different bridges. Hyun and Ahyun are still crawling slowly and carefully. Suddenly, she breaks the silence. Hey, what do you think is actually happening to us? Any clues? He guesses it is just a hyper-realistic nightmare. She sighs, are you seriously still going with that? She shuts down his theory and keeps pushing, but seriously, you know that is not the point, right? Can a dream this ridiculously real even exist in real life? Something crazy is definitely happening, something we cannot even begin to imagine. If we die in here, what if in the real world we also? Hyun suddenly bursts out crying. She looks over to see his eyes full of tears as he shakes and whines, you jerk. I was trying so hard to ignore that. Why do you keep bringing it up? I am literally frozen in fear here, she thinks to herself. Totally disappointed, he is officially the most useless big brother on earth. He splays out on the bridge, letting out a loud groan and whining, let's rest a bit before moving on. I can't crawl anymore. My limbs are shaking like crazy. She asks, dumbfounded, so you are just gonna lie there? He turns to her with a cheeky grin. You know what? There is still a chance this is a dream, right? Maybe if I just stay like this, I will wake up. Once again, before he can finish, another system screen pops up. The time limit has expired. Difficulty level increased. Talk about perfect timing for a disaster. Loud, rumbling noises echo everywhere, signaling pure trouble. Terrified, they both scream out, what now? Everyone else senses the danger too. The bridge behind them is literally crumbling into pieces. Everyone starts freaking out. The bridge is collapsing. And then, they run for their lives. Move it. Now is not the time to stand around. Aehyun immediately bolts, leaving her brothers struggling to keep up. Hey, wait for me. With the bridge collapsing right on their heels, Hyun runs for his life, telling himself it is fine, I can do this. The bridge isn't too narrow. As long as I don't slip, I will make it. Just look straight ahead. Both of them sprint with every ounce of energy they have left. Hyun thinks excitedly, yes, almost there, awesome, it is nearly over. But then, he glances over at his sister's side and sees the bridge right above her collapsing. Ahyun notices it too, but has zero time to react. Summoning crazy strength, he pushes his body to the absolute limit. He successfully leaps onto Ahyun's bridge, and in a split second, lunges forward and shoves her ahead. They barely make it across before the bridge collapses completely. Every single bridge has vanished into the abyss, signaling the end of the trial. Suddenly, a blue system notification pops up in front of them. Level up! Congrats, you have cleared stage 1. They stare at the screen in pure confusion. You are temporarily awakened to receive your quest rewards. You will fully awaken once the tutorial ends. Hyun collapses onto his back, letting out a massive sigh of relief. He literally cannot even wiggle a single finger anymore. Hyun bombards him with questions. Temporary awakening? There is still more to this tutorial? He calls out to her, hey, aren't you gonna thank the guy who just saved your life? She snaps back quickly, yeah, thanks. She looks at the status window floating before her eyes. Name, Kang Hyun, level, 0.1, agility, 12, magic power, 13. Additional stats, 1, innate ability, calmness, resistance skills. She mutters in confusion, what on earth is all this? Level, physical stats, agility? Hearing this, he immediately thinks a status window. That is literally the #1 gift every gamer wants for his birthday. He struggles to sit up, desperate to see his own status. On his screen, his innate ability is listed as revival. Resistance skills? He tries to get a closer look, wishing he could see more. But suddenly, he finds himself bolting upright, right on his own familiar bed, letting out a sudden loud scream. Hyun gasps for air, trying to calm down, staring straight up at his bedroom ceiling. He mumbles, that was just a dream, right? Later, a text gets sent out, I had the craziest dream today. Then someone named Aparos replies, yeah, same. Others in the group chat start buzzing too. A guy named Acrobatic Monkey texts me too, lol. Rapid Gorilla chimes in, I fell in my dream and died. Happy Deer posts a meme of Spider-Man pointing at each other. Online forums are flooded. A post about lucid dreaming goes totally viral. Another user named Sel Hannum uploads a post, asking a weird question. My whole family had the exact same dream. Does dying in a dream mean something? Someone please explain. Even the news on TV starts covering it. Turns out our supreme leader somehow survived actual hell, and now everyone in Korea is spamming their bizarre experiences all over the internet. Someone posted that their mom used to yell at them for reading trash web novels, but now she is sitting right there, dead serious, hanging on every word. Guess a massive bookworm knows this game better than real experts. Let me know what you guys dreamt about. Even Reddit is blowing up with posts breaking down the hottest trading items for the upcoming tutorial. One guy literally dumped his life savings into random tutorial coins, and over on TikTok, the Save the World Challenge hashtag is trending like crazy. Exclusive group chats are opening up for anyone claiming they have innate abilities, all while some creepy robotic voice keeps announcing the countdown until our world connects to the Haken dimension. 4 years, 364 days, 15 hours, 4 minutes, 25 seconds. That morning, in a quiet apartment, a door flies open as Kang Hyun and Hyun both scream each other's names. She yells that she just had a nightmare about him walking on literal lava where she almost died. But it is not just a dream. Look at the status window. Our dreams were identical, she screams. Damn it, let me speak first. But Kang Hyun refuses to back down, firing back that she was the one who interrupted him first. Soon they both run out of breath, panting, right as both of their stomachs start growling like crazy. After a quiet beat, they decide they should probably grab some food first. Keywords from that creepy dream are already trending everywhere online. Hyun scrolls through her phone for updates while they eat in silence before she finally breaks the quiet. So it really was not just a dream, she says. It is not just Korea either, since everyone worldwide apparently had the exact same nightmare. Kang Hyun stares at his phone in absolute disbelief. He mutters, is this for real? He guesses dying in the game does not affect real life, especially since reports say 3 to 4 out of 10 people fell. But thankfully, nobody got hurt. Hyun shudders, remembering how vivid it felt. Falling must have hurt like hell, and she heard the people who fell are totally traumatized. Kang Hyun just keeps staring silently at his screen. She asks him if it is really okay for them to just sit here eating normally when everything is going crazy. Things out there look completely chaotic. He slowly chews his food, sets his chopsticks down, and sighs, asking what else they are supposed to do anyway. Other than eating a good meal, of course. He gets up, pulls back the window curtains, and asks if she is planning to just dive headfirst into that madness. Looking down, he sees people fighting over supplies in pure panic. One guy is screaming that a box is his, while others are just desperately looting. Another group is marching with signs, yelling at everyone to repent because Judgment Day is here. Meanwhile, thugs are taking advantage of the panic to smash and loot stores. Destroy everything, they shout, staring at this total breakdown of society. Ah Hyun deadpans, asking if this means they do not have to go to work anymore. He warns her that going outside right now is a one-way ticket to getting hurt. Then he asks if she remembers anything about connecting to that Haken dimension. She asks if he actually checked his status window. Apparently, they can see the countdown for their temporary awakening. She waves her hand and commands, "Check time." A screen pops up. Ah Hyun watches it, while Kang Hyun secretly wishes he could summon his own status window too. The holographic text reads, "Time remaining until connection is complete. 4 years, 364 days, 7 hours, 3 minutes, and 13 seconds. Kang Hyun sighs and says, "Well, at least, whatever this madness is, they still have almost 5 years left." He wonders if 5 years is actually enough time to prepare, considering how chaotic the world is. Things will eventually quiet down, so staying inside is their best bet. Ah Hyun stares at her brother, surprised by how much sense he is actually making. Aside from the crazy morning panic, nothing else major happens. By nightfall, most citizens go back to their normal routines, and Korea somehow completely stabilizes in a single day. And just like that, day 1 ends. While sleeping, Kang Hyun suddenly bolts awake to a glowing notification screen. He sits up calmly in a strange yet familiar space. The screen welcomes him to his personal tutorial. Kang Hyun scratches his head, remembering the system. When it asks if he wants the basic interface guide, he just sighs. "Skip it and show me my status window instead." It pops up, showing his name, level 1, physical power at 8, and agility at 9. Stamina is 8, mana is 14, with 1 bonus point. His ultimate skill is resurrection, but everything else is blank. He wonders if this is even good. He has nothing to compare it to, so he cannot really judge. Stroking his chin, he wonders if his high mana means he can use magic, but who knows? Look at this, a ridiculously overpowered word is glowing right there on his screen, resurrection. He grins, wondering what it actually does. This sounds like an absolute cheat code of a skill. Checking the details, it says he will resurrect 24 hours after dying. The description continues, he will keep coming back until Earth escapes its crisis. If there is no set spawn point, he revives at his last sleeping spot, but there is a penalty. He loses 1 level, and all stats drop by 50% for 24 hours. Luckily, the tutorial waives this penalty. Kang Hyun cheers, completely losing his mind. He laughs, realizing his life is not completely useless after all. When the system asks if he is ready for stage 2, he immediately hits yes. He confidently tells himself that stats do not even matter since he can just level up to raise them. With this crazy cheat skill, nothing can stop him. He is feeling on top of the world right now, totally clueless about the absolute nightmare that is about to drop on him. Deep inside a dark, gloomy dungeon, heavy panting and dripping blood fill the cold air with a metallic stench. Suddenly, a blood-soaked goblin lets out a savage roar. Kang Hyun swings his weapon without hesitating, but the beast dodges his strike. Turns out, this stage 2 trial is all about killing enemies to prove your worth. He swings his weapon again, thinking this would be just like fighting in a video game, but he is dead wrong. Blood splatters everywhere as he successfully bashes the goblin down. His hands are covered in warm blood, shaking violently as sheer panic starts taking over his mind. He managed to land a clean surprise attack with his club, but the sickening feeling of actually ending a living creature makes his entire body tremble. He actually killed it. Staring at the monster lying motionless in a pool of dark blood, he covers his mouth, fighting back the urge to throw up. Damn it, feels like I'm about to puke. He walks away, coping hard by telling himself he only won against that single goblin because of a lucky surprise attack. If not for that, I would be the corpse on the floor. Suddenly, Hyun spots a massive shadow with glowing eyes lurking in the corner. Shaking with pure terror, he instinctively backs up and guards. That goblin soldier just saw his dead buddy behind him, and now he is absolutely furious. He remembers with absolute horror. Wait, were there 2 of them from the start? Aren't goblins supposed to be trash-tier mobs for total beginners? This beast is twice as big and wields a giant sword over 1 meter long. One hit won't just knock him back, it'll shred him. It roars in pure rage. It swings that massive blade right at him. with his weak, unemployed, out-of-shape body, and only the useless wooden branch he chose as his starting weapon. It is only 70 centimeters long. The branch gets instantly blasted away by the insane force. He gets slashed deep in the shoulder, followed by a brutal, continuous rain of slashes. God knows how long it goes on. Hyun lies there, bloody and crying, barely able to think what the hell is happening. Why is this happening to me? His bloody, broken body is dragged across the dirt. He thinks through the pain, damn it, why won't it just kill me? When do I wake up from this nightmare? Seriously, someone save me. This is where things get really dark. How much blood do we even have? I never cared to know until I had to watch it bleed out of my own body. Pure terror takes over as I suffer through the agony. I rot there until I stop breathing, tortured mercilessly by 4 goblins. Back in reality, a blood-curdling scream jolts Hyun awake from her sleep. She kicks his door open and yells seriously, "Why are you screaming this early?" But then she looks over and sees Hyun. He is curled up on his bed, shivering and biting his nails. "No, please, those goblins, I'm so scared." A bit later, Hyun finally speaks. She asks, "Wait, so you actually died from losing too much blood?" Clutching a warm cup of water, a traumatized, shivering Hyun nods. "Yeah, first, they ripped off my toenails and crushed them. Since that was not enough fun for them, they started pulling out my teeth one by one, and..." Hyun immediately cuts him off, covering her ears. "Stop, you're gonna kill me with these details. But that's not even real. Wait, were you crying?" Hyun shivers in pure embarrassment before snapping back. "If you went through that, you'd understand. Even the legendary Guan Yu would cry and run home to his mommy." Hyun rolls her eyes and sighs. "All right, whatever." She asks him if he needs to go to the hospital or something. He looks confused. "Hospital?" "Yeah." She points to her phone, explaining that psychiatric ward admissions have literally doubled over the last 2 days. Apparently, a bunch of people are going through the exact same nightmare. Hyun just sighs in confusion. "I don't think I need that. Plus, I'm totally broke anyway." That completely silences her. Then, she shares some actual good news. "Since you died, the tutorial should be over for good now, right? People who die in stage 1 don't get pulled into stage 2. Hyun breathes a massive sigh of relief. "Finally, I might actually get some sleep tonight." Boom. The system voice blasts in his head. "Welcome to the tutorial, Kang Hyun. Stage 2 has encountered an error, transporting immediately. Your courage can save Earth." Look at his face, he's completely paralyzed seeing this pop up. Stage 2 is officially starting. Round 2 begins. He grits his teeth and screams, "What the hell is this, you bastards?" A wave of non-stop swearing explodes out of him. He just can't control his mouth. The cold, mechanical system completely ignores his rage and continues, "You do not have the right to revive. Since this is the tutorial, there is no reviving here." Exhausted from screaming, he slumps against a stone wall, completely dazed. "I fell asleep, only to wake up in this hell again after barely an hour. I thought I could escape this nightmare if I tried, but that is clearly a joke." He drags himself up. "Guess I have to play by their rules now, right? Plus, I'm starving." Hyun walks to a massive door and analyzes his options. "Last time, I picked that stupid branch because it seemed easy, but look how that went. Up close is way too terrifying. Maybe a bow? Or if I have to go melee, a spear is definitely better than a sword." He takes a deep breath and decides, "Okay." He hides behind a wall and aims a loaded crossbow at 2 goblins. Time to show these punks the elite shooting skills of a South Korean military reservist. He aims carefully. He fires. The arrow grazes one of them. Did I hit him? It barely leaves a tiny scratch on the goblin's cheek. It slowly turns around, glaring straight at him. Gritting his teeth, he jumps up with a spear and charges the 2 monsters. He screams at the top of his lungs, gripping the weapon tight. He drives the blade right through one of their chests. Yes, it worked. 1 down. Hyun spins around to face the second one, but suddenly freezes. The spear is stuck. Before he can react, the other goblin leaps into the air, swinging its weapon right at his face. Boom. He wakes up in reality. He clutches his chest, screaming and hyperventilating. Shaking like crazy, he mutters dead in 1 hit again. Next time, I have got to do better. Right on cue, the alert pops up. "Welcome to the tutorial, Kang Hyun. Stage 2 has glitched. Transport immediately. Your courage can save Earth." Round 3. He flips off the screen, shouting, "Save who? Save my ass." This whole thing is an absolute shit show. Tutorial Stage 2. Today's setup is a sword and shield. Wouldn't sticking to a weapon I know be smarter? No way. Sword is the play today. I literally spent hours studying tutorials on YouTube. Slapping his shield, he gets into stance and yells confidently, "All right, let's go, you bastards." but literally 2 minutes later he is screaming and sitting straight up in bed. Did those dirty dogs seriously just jump me? He sits there laughing like a psychopath, muttering, "Let's go again. I'm going to slaughter every single one of you." Looking completely possessed, he leaves Hyun standing by the door, absolutely speechless. Then, the annoying chime rings again. "Welcome to the tutorial, Kang Hyun, shut your mouth. Stage 2 has glitched. Transport immediately now. Your courage can save Earth." Save Earth, my ass. Tutorial Stage 2, Round 4. At first, I was just blindly flailing my sword. Why? Because according to my status window, the system literally drops a basic notification saying his stamina increased by 1 point, all because he pushed his body to the absolute limit. Bro is hyped that his stats went up, but then he collapses, totally exhausted, wondering if he has to swing a sword for 8 hours just to level up. He opens his status window. His name is Kang Hyun, Level 1, Title Empty, Strength 8, Agility 9, Stamina 8, Mana 14, Bonus Stats 1, Ultimate Skill Revival, Other Stats Empty. He spots that one extra bonus stat point and finally remembers he got it after clearing Stage 1. Actually, he totally forgot, but he's just trying to deny it. I was just way too tired, okay? It's not like my memory is trash. Anyway, he dumps that point straight into strength and charges right back in to fight those annoying goblins again. With 2 stats slightly buffed, he's ready to get some sweet revenge. But since he's completely drained from overtraining, he can't even land a decent hit. He gets taken out instantly. Waking up in his bed, he swears loud enough to wake the dead, then immediately queues up for another round of tutorials Stage 2. Round 5, +1 stamina. Round 6, +1 strength after 10 hours of training. Taking down those 2 goblins is slightly easier now, but his physical limits are still a massive problem. Fighting that last goblin without any actual combat skills is just way too much for him. Time for round 7. Look at this insane grind, he literally just swings his sword on repeat. Fortunately, the system finally pops up with a +1 to his stamina. Drenched in sweat, Hyun screams out and collapses on the ground, completely wiped out and struggling to catch his breath. Suddenly, another screen flashes. He unlocked basic swordsmanship F grade. Shaking, he opens his eyes wide to read the details of this brand new skill. It corrects his posture and saves energy when swinging, making every strike way more effective. The description says it's mostly used by local street thugs. Hey, beggars can't be choosers. Trembling all over, he clenches his fists and screams in pure joy that he actually did it. He grabs his sword with a crazy grin on his face, whispering that those trash goblins are absolutely dead meat today. Stage 2 has 5 goblins total, 2 guarding the entrance, and 3 hiding deeper in the forest. The first couple are actually a breeze now. He easily snipes the first one with his crossbow and slashes the second. But those last 3 in the forest, that's the real problem. He manages to handle the next 2 just like before, but that final goblin is the actual obstacle. Their weapons crash together, sending sparks flying everywhere as they go toe-to-toe. It swings its heavy axe down, but he blocks it with his shield. He realizes he can actually read its movements now, throwing continuous counterattacks while feeling amazed. His body is moving on pure instinct before he can even think. Clenching his fist, he swings hard, triggering that F-grade basic swordsmanship. This skill fixes his posture and balances his weight with every swing, making his moves way sharper. Even if it's a thug-level skill, it does the job. He delivers a clean, decisive thrust. The passive effect of his swordsmanship kicks in, allowing him to pull off a perfect reverse slash. The blade grazes the goblin's cheek, leaving a nasty scratch. But his arms are shaking. He's totally out of breath and running dangerously low on stamina. Fighting 4 goblins back-to-back has completely drained his energy. Suddenly, the monster swings its heavy axe with a deafening roar, putting him in a tight spot. At this range, his sword gets blown right out of his hand. The goblin immediately aims for his head, but Hyun just smirks and leans back to dodge it. The goblin looks totally shocked. Hyun grins wider, knowing this sadistic bastard loves to drag out fights, which is exactly why he didn't end him instantly. But hey, you should make sure your enemy is completely dead first. Rolling his ankle, he mutters that the monster is way too predictable. He drops low, kicking a huge cloud of dirt straight into the beast's eyes to blind it. Then, grabbing a massive rock, he targets its ankle to completely shut down its movement. He yells at it to take this, slamming the rock hard against its leg. The goblin screams in agony, swinging its weapon wildly in absolute panic. He slips right behind its back. The blinded goblin finally blinks its eyes open, only to see Hyun already midair, declaring himself the ultimate victor. Its eyes widen as the rock smashes into its face, blood spraying everywhere as it falls dead. He lets out a massive sigh, glad that annoying stage is over. He laughs wickedly, mocking how boring the monster was for basically throwing its life away. Just then, a screen pops up confirming he cleared stage 2. He gets 5 bonus stat points as a quest reward, along with a free weapon selection of his choice. Talk about a massive win. Hyun is absolutely thrilled as the system unlocks 2 new skills for him, basic shield and basic crossbow. Can you believe this guy? He jumps up shouting that he finally won, bragging about his ultimate power like he is some kind of god-tier being. He laughs like a maniac, trash-talking those fake human goblins. The next morning, Hyun is acting like a total gaming addict, mumbling to himself in the kitchen. What a glorious, energetic morning. If you're wondering who this handsome guy is, his name is Kang Hyun. He's standing in the kitchen, proudly talking to himself about his epic victory. He decides to cook breakfast to celebrate. Testing his soup, he aggressively praises himself, claiming the dish is absolutely perfect in every single way. Suddenly, a huge noise makes him almost choke on his soup. He opens the door, yelling out to ask what the hell is going on. But then, the system interface suddenly flashes with a global alert. The tutorial for Earth is officially complete, and all players can now use the system freely. Completely caught off guard, both of them gasp in confusion. Right then, the system activates dungeons worldwide, and they rush out to the balcony. They look up to see a massive, mysterious gate appearing right in the middle of the city, instantly drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Confused, they wonder if that's a real dungeon. As a crowd gathers to stare, the system announces that only awakened players are permitted to enter. These dungeons are popping up at famous spots all over the globe, and players must clear them before the designated timer runs out. The countdown to connect with the Haken dimension has begun 4 years, 357 days, 13 hours, 59 minutes, 51 seconds. As the world starts losing its mind, we decide to stay indoors while Hyun digs up some info on his computer. Looks like the tutorial isn't totally over yet. Lately, even 18-year-olds are being forced to clear these stages. So 18 is the bare minimum, Hyun says, while the comments go absolutely wild over this rushed dungeon decision. Sending these newly awakened tutorial survivors straight into dungeons? Bro clicks his tongue in pure disbelief. Whatever, not his problem, he mutters, scrolling down to find a comment about toggling the status window. Is this for real? He laughs, waving his hand to summon the screen like a total main character, but nothing happens. Just empty air and a look of pure disgust from his little sister, followed by a system pop-up. Access denied during tutorials. Bro just sighs, guess it's still way too early to flex his stats. 8 stages in total. While he was stuck repeating stage 2 7 times, everyone else apparently speedran the whole thing. No choice but to clear them all. He asks his sister if she has any info on stage 3. She keeps typing, totally ignoring him. Ever heard of patience? There is absolutely zero info out there, even for stage 2. Flexing his muscles, he asks if he should fight again, bragging that he's pretty strong now and won't get wrecked. He vows to clear stage 3 with absolute style this time. But guys, get ready for a total disaster. A literal monster is peeing right on him. Rage mode activated. He swears he will obliterate this trash creature. Stage 3's goal is building extreme patience. Mission is to slay the Goka leader, and failing means literal death. Pro tip, wait long enough and an opening will appear. Wearing a grassy camo suit, he wonders if this is a stealth mission, an assassination or something. Slay the Goka leader, he's never heard of that monster, so finding them is priority number 1. But first, he needs to check his loot from stage 2. Those system jerks didn't give him a single second. He quickly opens his status window. His name displays as Kang Hyun, but his title remains completely blank. Level 4. 10 strength, 10 agility, 11 stamina, 14 mana, 7 bonus points, and basic sword skills, plus a cheat revival skill, plus basic shield and crossbow skills. Hyun literally screams with joy because this is a massive upgrade. This is more like it. The details pop up for his F-rank shield skill, showing he can now block hits. If you train hard, neighborhood punks won't pick on you anymore. Next up is his basic F-rank crossbow skill. It boosts accuracy, though the description warns not to use it for murder. Bro starts analyzing his stats. Better dump points into strength and stamina, but maybe 2 points into agility just to be safe? He hesitates. Wait, didn't he have something else? The system asks if he wants to check his inventory. Oh, right. He opens the grid and spots a sword icon. Bro clicks it, pulls out a real weapon, and gasps. This is absolute gold, he cheers, holding a worn-out longsword. Easily the best item he's gotten so far. Gear check complete. Time to hunt down some Goka. He remembers Carlos Hathcock, born on May 25th, 1942. Died in 1999, a legendary Marine sniper who crawled over a kilometer to stealthily assassinate a hostile general, his absolute idol. After a whole day of spacing out, he wonders if he's been crawling for 10 hours. Hiding in the grass, he spots two masked guards on high alert. Should he just charge straight in? His pants are totally soaked with his own pee, the grass is itching like crazy, and bugs are crawling everywhere. Watch this next part, it is literally crazy. A massive Goka shadows him and pees directly on his head. Clenching his teeth, he forces himself to hold it in. Didn't the system say this stage requires maximum patience? The monster zips up and walks away. Shaking with pure rage, he repeats his patience mantra over and over, but his sanity completely snaps. Bro leaps up, charges the beast, and screams that he's going to slice its head off. His sword targets its groin with a cross slash, sending the Goka flying as blood splatters everywhere. Game over. Bro calmly remarks that he just removed something totally useless. Instantly, another nearby guard raises its weapon. It screeches to alert the entire tribe. Torches light up the night as a massive horde comes rushing out. He's completely surrounded in seconds. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, he smirks and says it's time to vent. "Bring it on, you trash," he roars. Immediately, a system notification announces the creation of a new skill. His wild laughter and battle cries echo through the dark, turning the battlefield into a bloody horror scene. Stage 3, Round 2. Hyun goes berserk, screaming to burn it all down as his new skill details appear. Lion's Roar lowers enemy stats and morale while clearing low-rank debuffs. Unleash your inner rage and strike absolute fear, and he instantly blows away all those nasty debuffs from round 1, a trick he picked up after literally crawling for 10 whole hours. He charges straight in and screams, "I am going to murder all you bastards." They are completely shivering at his crazy energy, but the Goka warriors are apparently out hunting. They only return at sunset. In other words, he gets to slice and dice with a massive smile, laughing that only the weakest small fry are left behind to guard the base. Hyun rushes the main tent and kicks the door down, screaming that he is finally here for the Goka boss. But suddenly, a strange purple light flashes right before his eyes. The chief sits on his throne while two mages on either side chant spells. The boss points his finger, and those two casters unleash their magic. Hyun gets hit, freezing his entire body. A notification pops up, warning him that he is struck by a low-level binding spell, making him grit his teeth in frustration. My body will not move. Seriously, a tutorial with actual magic? There has to be a way out of this. He desperately scrambles through his brain for a solution. Taking a deep breath, he activates his Lion Roar skill. He unleashes an absolute sonic boom of power, terrifying the boss as he closes the distance in just a few steps. He leaps high and raises his sword, mocking the boss by saying plans are great until you get sliced to pieces. Then his blade rips down in a shower of blood. 4 system windows pop up, congratulating him on beating Stage 3 and rewarding him with intermediate physical recovery. He even set a brand new speedrun record for the fastest clear. For breaking the record, he gets a temporary title Unyielding. The detailed screen pops up, describing this epic title that is only handed out to the absolute craziest rebels. It is awarded to rebels who push through this grueling test of patience in record time. But if someone else breaks his score, the title gets transferred to them. The buff gives +1 to all stats. Hyun realizes he cleared Stage 3 in just 2 days. Considering Stage 2 took him a whole week, this is a massive leap forward. With this insane growth rate, he reaches one obvious conclusion. Flipping on his massive ego, Hyun wonders, am I actually some kind of genius? Then he starts daydreaming. At this rate, he will probably clear Stage 4 in a few minutes. He starts picturing himself as a legendary warrior clad in glowing armor, standing proudly on the corpse of a slain dragon. Yep, that is the epic future he was manifesting for himself. Well, at least, that was a month ago. Flashback to 25 days ago. The morning news is playing in their apartment, announcing that a special task force was sent in. So far, 40% of the newly discovered dungeons have been cleared. Meanwhile, registered awakeners are continuing their raids, and the government is already planning rewards. But suddenly, a very familiar, blood-curdling scream echoes from his room, completely ruining the quiet morning vibe. Frying an egg, Hyun does not even flinch. She just sighs, turns off the stove, and complains that the neighbors are going to call the cops if he keeps yelling. She asks if he got shot in the head with an arrow today. Hyun stumbles out of his room looking like a zombie, muttering that he finally beat those bastards. Hyun squints in confusion, asking if he has finally lost his mind, but then she gasps, noticing his bruised face, and asks what on earth happened to him in his sleep. Hyun sighs helplessly at her brother's battered face, demanding to know why he has been acting so weird since morning. Hyun just grits his teeth in pure rage. He snaps that the stupid tutorial is driving him insane. Hyun just shrugs and tells him good luck, roasting him by saying he looks like a literal criminal. Hyun gets even madder, reminding her that he is the older sibling here. Then, Hyun casually asks how stage 4 is actually going, ignoring his angry complaints. Hyun explains that it is basically like a toxic group project. It forces him to show leadership skills. Let us take a look at what actually went down. Rewinding the clock, the system screen displays the details for stage 4. The main objective: prove your leadership by guiding your team to victory. Clear condition: destroy the dungeon core. Failure penalty: instant death. Once the core is shattered, an exit portal opens up automatically, but there is a catch. The tip strongly suggests leaving no teammate behind. Watching his team excitedly shake hands, Hyun explains the situation to his sister. He was ordered to lead this team to the core. It felt exactly like an RPG where his squad members behaved like scripted NPCs. They just stick blindly to their assigned roles. Hyun watched in complete disbelief as two of them started arguing aggressively. They bickered over whether to push forward or retreat, claiming they lacked supplies to risk it. Despite heavy protests from the two couples, they decided to march on. Eating her food, Hyun asks what happened next. Hyun continues, boasting that in the beginning, he actually did a fantastic job leading them. He proudly explains how he boosted morale with his battle cries while leading the charge, relying on his broken intermediate physical recovery skill. He notes that this recovery ability was unlocked right after clearing stage 3. The system panel pops up to show the skill details. Intermediate body reconstruction heals and regenerates physical damage using mana. Description: any injury, including cuts, deep burns, or frostbite, will heal automatically. This insane level of magic regeneration shows the absolute miracle of recovery, healing almost any damage to his body. Even broken bones mend within a single day. Chewing her food, Hyun asks if everything went smoothly then. She asks what took him a whole month. Having his sore spot stabbed, Hyun flares up with murderous aura radiating around him. Hyun is completely speechless. Gritting his teeth, Hyun snaps that the actual nightmare started that night. He practically screams in rage. Spitting food everywhere, he yells that those bastards were supposed to take shifts on guard duty. Instead, they plotted to escape together. When he caught them, they ambushed and killed him. He knew they were trash the second they started flirting in that sacred dungeon. Hyun yells at him to swallow his food first, calling him a crazy bastard. Hyun quickly realizes how gross he is being and shuts his mouth. Grabbing more food, Hyun explains that the exact same toxic characters and scenarios kept repeating under those brutal conditions. But finally, he cracked it. Using his big brain, he figured out a genius breakthrough. Hyun actually listens closely this time and asks him what his master plan was. Hyun casually drops his chopsticks, lets out a total psycho smirk, and boasts that they just need to trash these bugs and keep moving. Flashing back to stage 4 of his guide, Hyun quietly listens to those two idiots bickering. Going back now after coming this far is a total waste. If we walk away empty-handed now, we get 0 cash. Food is low. What happens if we cannot even find the core? The cash from magic stones is already enough. If we die, you are taking the blame, Hyun. Hearing this, Hyun just mutters under his breath. Suddenly, he roars, shocking the hell out of them. Those two turn around like, what is Hyun doing? While the blonde girl starts shaking all over. Covering her ears, she screams at him to shut up. But Hyun ignores her and points his sword right at the terrified blonde girl. Under her absolute terror, she collapses to the floor. Hyun raises his sword, threatening them to follow his lead because complaining or resisting means instant death. Complain and you die too. The blonde guy angrily barks that Hyun is completely insane, but a heavy fist violently cuts him off mid-sentence. Hyun delivers a savage punch, then keeps pounding his face. Every single time the guy tries to speak, he gets another brutal fist to the jaw. I literally told you not to complain, Hyun sighs. The blonde guy is beaten to a pulp. His girlfriend is crying, and Hyun just clicks his tongue. Blood splatters all over Hyun's face as he glares at them, warning them to just shut up and follow his lead because he actually knows the way. Keep acting up and you are totally done for. Right then, his status screen pops up, showing his name Hyun. Level 14, title Resilient Survivor, 17 strength, 15 agility, and 17 stamina, plus 15 magic power, ultimate skill rebirth, and basic skills in swordsmanship, shield defense, and crossbows, along with his angry roar and intermediate level body regeneration. Back in the fight, a skeleton monster swings its weapon right at him. Hyun easily blocks the blow, yanks the weapon out of its grip, and preps his counter. Striking with the hilt, he smashes the skeleton's skull. Watching it collapse face first, Hyun dusts off his clothes, declaring that is finally the last one. The green-haired guy gasps while the long-haired girl stares in pure disbelief. Everyone is completely frozen, looking around at how he wiped them all out. Smashed skeleton bones litter the floor with almost no monsters left. Hyun narrows his eyes at a floating core, wondering if he just has to smash this pillar. 3. He raises his blade. With a single heavy slash, Hyun shatters the pedestal, and a sweet system notification instantly pops up to congratulate him. You have completed Stage 4. Your quest rewards are the 1x2/skill, the mind-strengthening ring, and an instant level up. Looking at his haul from Stage 4, things are looking pretty sweet. His stats shot up exponentially, not to mention all the loot dropped by monsters. Among all the items, he still does not get what magic stones are for, but hoarding everything is smart since he might need them down the road. His new skill reward is called 1x2/. This awesome sword technique literally slices an enemy clean in half, even ignoring a decent amount of their physical defense. Then there is the mind-strengthening ring with 100 durability. It was originally handed out to elite royal guards of the mighty Handelic Empire. Even though it is just a standard issue item, it boasts an awesome track record of being awarded to the most legendary elite knights. This sweet ring grants complete immunity to all mental spells and status debuffs ranked A grade or below. He can choose to hide or show these accessories, which is pretty cool. But his biggest win from this run is something else entirely. Doing one-arm push-ups, Hyun pants heavily as he hits 300 reps. He is definitely getting way stronger in the real world too. Sitting on the floor to wipe off his sweat, Hyun realizes his home workouts are getting way less effective. Maybe it is finally time to hit a real gym. Suddenly, his phone buzzes, and you will not believe what pops up on his screen as he reaches over expecting a useless advertisement. A bright red emergency alert warns that a dungeon has ruptured nearby. The National Security Department is urging everyone in the area to stay locked safely inside. Screams echo everywhere as crazy goblins run completely wild, destroying city infrastructure and trashing buildings in their path. Innocent people are being mauled, left shaking in pools of blood while those creepy green goblins chase down terrified citizens. Right next to them, another goblin is chewing on someone. Suddenly, a system warning pops up saying the gate will open if the dungeon is not cleared. Looking down at the streets from his balcony, Hyun's eyes go wide with shock as he realizes this brutal dungeon outbreak is actually happening today. He suddenly remembers his sister Hyun went to work while he was training. Panic hits him hard as he realizes she is in serious danger. Dashing around his place, he desperately searches for anything to use as a weapon. Gritting his teeth, he curses because his home has absolutely nothing. How is there not even a cheap sword around here? But then he freezes, remembering a small fruit knife sitting in the sink with dirty dishes. While peaceful clouds drift across the beautiful blue sky, things down on the streets have turned into a literal living hell. As sounds of chaos echo through the city, Hyun takes a deep breath and stands before a pack of goblins armed with just a fruit knife. "Long time no see, you ugly freaks," he roars. A goblin screeches right back, and Hyun clicks his tongue, glaring forward as they prepare to clash. Unable to use his skills yet, but drawing their aggro was the whole point. Screaming wildly, the entire pack of goblins lunges straight at him. Smirking like a total madman, he laughs off their annoying screeches. But deep down, he knows there is no guarantee their levels match the tutorial database. Even so, his body moves on pure instinct. Hyun handles the fruit knife like a pro, instantly stabbing it straight through a goblin's skull. Reading their levels from their movements is easy. As the monster shivers and screeches in total agony, Hyun smirks and thanks it for coming first. Pulling the knife out, he promises to put this cheap blade to great use. Meanwhile, over at Hyun's office, terrified employees are desperately barricading the main entrance doors. To keep those goblins from breaking in, everyone is sweating bullets. Ah-Hyun is totally panicking too, staring at the door while clenching her teeth and looking down at her phone. Staring at the text message her brother Kang Hyun just sent, she thinks, what on earth is he even planning? All while those nasty goblin shrieks keep echoing right outside her ears. Those horrifying goblin screeches are getting louder, echoing right inside the room. Something heavy slams violently against the barricaded door. And then, a pair of legs calmly steps inside. Then, a raspy voice speaks up. I didn't actually mean to shatter the glass, you know. He laughs like a total psycho, completely drenched in monster blood. The guy looks way more terrifying than any goblin out there. Grinning like a lunatic, he raises his blood-soaked blade and yells, your big brother is finally here to save you. Ah Hyun. The entire room goes dead silent the moment he steps in. Ah Hyun's face flushes bright red as whispers erupt around her. What the hell is this? Who is this guy? Ah Hyun's brother? She stammers out, yeah, my brother. Suddenly, a bald old man starts shaking all over and yells out to get his attention. Kang Hyun just stares at him, totally curious. The old man is so mad his face turns red, screaming, I don't care who you are, how did you break our barricade? What if the monsters get in now? Ah Hyun gives her manager an apologetic look, while Kang Hyun just scratches his head with a goofy, apologetic smile. My bad, totally my fault. Sorry about that, I just couldn't control my own strength. He glances at the doorway where a pile of dead goblins lies and says you don't need to worry anymore. Everyone in the room is completely dumbfounded. Did he really solo all those monsters? Kang Hyun points behind him and asks, do you guys see that pile of weapons they dropped? Just go ahead and grab one. He turns around to leave, muttering, look, I don't know how long you guys can hold out here on your own, but as long as you don't panic, we can actually beat them. Seeing him walk away, Ah Hyun gasps in shock, wait, where are you going? Kang Hyun throws the giant blade over his shoulder as he walks off, replying to his sister on my way here, I spotted several more goblin packs. They're probably lurking on the upper floors, so we need to clear them out to get some solid sleep. A bit later, Ah Hyun is pouring bottled water over Kang Hyun's wounds. He looks up at her, frowning, hey, is it really okay to waste that much water? We have no clue how long we're going to be stuck here, so we seriously need to ration it. Ah Hyun snaps back, totally annoyed, just shut up. Your wounds need cleaning, and this is literally our only bottle of water. Sitting down next to her brother, she can't help but ask, why do you always act like this? And how are you even able to fight so much? Kang Hyun explains. Well, I haven't really learned how to dodge yet, so my combat is kind of trash. But my recovery is so insane I can just tank almost every single hit. Though since I can't use skills right now, it's pretty rough. Ah Hyun is completely speechless. Why do you love flexing so much? She warns him to watch his back. If you can't use your skills, that means you can't resurrect either, right? She figured hunting down every leftover monster was totally overkill. Kang Hyun just smirks, asking her if it didn't look completely badass anyway. Ah Hyun sighs, oh yeah, totally. Right up until you get absolutely wrecked and beaten like a dog. He's surprised by her words, but she leans in and whispers, actually, I think everyone looks at you differently now. Some older girls even asked me to introduce you. Got a type? He blushes, squinting his eyes in a daydream. Then Kang Hyun says, honestly, I just need a girl who won't mind me swearing like a sailor every morning. And that's literally it. Ah Hyun yells out what the actual hell. But as usual, the moment he closes his eyes and goes to sleep, Kang Hyun gets sucked right back into the tutorial. The system screen pops up, Stage 5. Level up your wisdom to overcome any challenge. Kang Hyun scratches his cheek. Oh right, totally forgot about this trial. But as he opens his eyes, he's stunned to find a bunch of gorgeous girls standing right there. They're all gossiping happily together. Wait, are you the succubus? Yeah, but don't you think the person talking the most right now is actually the most suspicious? Another pretty girl cuts in weight. What do you mean by that? Everyone chill out. Kang Hyun just watches them bicker, completely baffled by this bizarre situation. Suddenly, the system screen flashes, and let me tell you, the stakes are crazy. Clear condition, defeat the succubus disguised as a human, or you die. The succubus is hiding her true identity, and anyone who exposes her will be targeted first. Kang Hyun rubs his chin, thinking about how gorgeous she's supposed to be. Aren't succubi basically dream demons, the kind of monsters that slip into your dreams and drain your life force? They are famously gorgeous, after all. He looks around at all these absolute stunners. Every single girl here is drop-dead gorgeous, and everyone is fully aware that a deadly succubus is hiding among them. An unfamiliar voice suddenly snaps him out of his deep thoughts. Hey, Kang Hyun, what do you think? He jolts, blinking, wait, what? A black-haired girl smiles seductively at him about that succubus. Who do you think it is? Kang Hyun gulps, thinking, damn, up close, she is insanely pretty and smells incredible. Embarrassed, he scratches his head honestly. I have no idea, I'm just. He quickly darts his eyes over to the system panel as a notification pops up. The Ring of Iron Will is actively resisting hypnosis. The system displays the details Ring of Iron Will, durability 100 out of 100, special effect, grants the wearer total immunity to all mind-controlling magic and mental attacks of A rank and below. Description: a rare ring awarded to the royal guards of the Handalix Empire. It significantly boosts the physical stats of whoever wears it. Option: visible or invisible. As night falls, Kang Hyun's group decides to camp and light a campfire for warmth. He quietly stares into the blazing flames. Watching the fire crackle, Kang Hyun gets lost in his own thoughts again. Stage 1 was the fire ring, Stage 2 was fighting those nasty goblins, and Stage 3? I fought a beast that literally peed on my face after 10 hours of crawling. Then Stage 4 was that month-long team trial. He smirks. Finally, I get to enjoy some good stuff after living like a total dog. God, my bad for complaining earlier. I had no idea you set up a whole harem for me. Wait, I'm acting like a major creep right now. Kang Hyun quickly covers his mouth. I need to keep a poker face, because whoever exposes the succubus first will instantly become her main target. If she figures out I know her secret, my life is basically over. He gazes deeply into the fire, planning his next move. A succubus is definitely some crazy powerful monster that can pass as human, and they probably master magic too. Man, I should have just played as a regular NPC instead. He figures a male NPC would just get hypnotized by the succubus, so a female avatar is probably safer. Whatever, sleep first, think later. But when he opens his eyes, his blurry vision stares straight up. Kang Hyun blinks. This ceiling looks way too familiar. He bolts upright, yelling if this is Ah Hyun's office, right when some guy speaks up and asks if he is finally awake. The guy next to him says he was just about to wake him because the army is here. Kang Hyun totally ignores both of them. He does not say a word. He clenches his fists. His eyes turn white with pure rage. She definitely knows he figured it out. She might kill him in his sleep. Suddenly, something pulls at him. Kang Hyun snaps out of it. What is that noise? Down on the streets below, a massive convoy of military trucks is rolling in, packed with soldiers holding advanced gear. Jumping off the trucks, the soldiers open fire with everything they have got. A massive hail of bullets starts tearing through, wiping out most of those nasty goblins. Watching from the high window, Kang Hyun is totally stunned to see the military actually show up. But while he is just staring in disbelief, everyone else goes wild. The office workers cheer, shouting that they are finally safe. They knew those stupid monsters could never stand a single chance against real guns. Kang Hyun stays quiet before muttering that it is not over yet. Suddenly, a cold shiver runs down his spine. He freezes, staring down at the squad fighting on the street. What is that chill? Honestly, this is where things get genuinely terrifying. His gut is telling him something extremely dangerous is lurking right over there. Down there, a soldier rapidly swaps his magazine, complaining that there are way too many of them. The guy next to him just laughs mockingly. Didn't the army teach you anything? Just keep shooting. He yells back that it is not doing anything, but his buddy just screams at him to shut up. Focus and shoot those bastards, the soldier complains, swearing about why this had to happen right before his discharge. This is a job for the pros, not them. Then, he spots something bizarre up ahead. A giant red goblin is standing there. Before he can even process it, the beast swings its arm, sending a soldier's head flying. The red goblin instantly locks eyes on the military truck. A terrified soldier screams into his radio that their men are getting slaughtered, but his commander can't hear him over the noise. He screams it again. There is a red goblin. Just then, a bullet flies straight at the monster's head. But incredibly, it does not even leave a scratch. Its skin is just way too thick. The soldiers scream in pure terror as the red goblin charges straight toward their truck, catching up to them in a flash. They panic, yelling at the driver to step on the gas. Even as a hail of bullets rains down on the beast, it suddenly leaps high into the air. The squad looks up in absolute horror as the massive beast shadows them. A second later, blood splatters everywhere. Yep, looks like 2 more players just got disconnected from life. The driver loses control, and the military trucks slam hard into each other. The soldiers inside scream, totally confused about what the hell is even going on. Kang Hyun stares in shock at the red goblin. There is no mistaking it now. That horrible chill he felt earlier was coming from this monster. What is happening? What are they supposed to do? On that truck, the red goblin is literally slaughtering the entire squad all by itself. Kang Hyun watches helplessly as the red goblin wipes out the unit. After the massacre, the beast drops to its knees and glares straight up with bloodthirsty eyes. The crashed truck grinds to a halt, billows of black smoke filling the air. One soldier, head covered in blood, struggles to get up, groaning about what happened. The guy next to him gasps that Squad 3 just got hit. He screams for the radio operator to call for backup immediately. The radio operator, Corporal Ji-Hun, leans against the truck wall, clutching his head in absolute pain, groaning about how much it hurts. Why does his head hurt so bad? But then, another soldier looks up at the wall, spotting the red goblin, and gasps in horror. Ji-Hun frantically asks about the backup. The radio operator yells back that headquarters is sending some high-tier expert to help them out. Jae-Hoon is confused. Wait, just one guy? A civilian? Before he can think, the red goblin leaps onto their truck, driving him completely insane. He aims and fires, but it is pure despair. He pulls the trigger, but nothing happens. His gun is totally jammed. He screams in his head. But just as that beast lunges, check this out, Kang Hyun comes charging in out of nowhere, clutching a massive, heavy brick. He hurls the brick with insane force, smashing it straight into the goblin's ugly face and sending blood and teeth flying everywhere. The beast flies 10 meters back, crashing onto the pavement and lying completely still. Ji-Hoon just stares, his jaw hitting the floor. What on earth just happened? Kang Hyun leaps onto the truck, landing right in front of Jae-Hoon, and asks if he is all right. Staring at Kang Hyun's terrifying expression and hearing his deep, raspy voice ask if he is a soldier, Jae-Hoon's bloodshot eyes go wide with pure panic. He looks at Kang Hyun like he is some kind of demon. Screaming, Ji-Hoon scrambles backward, pointing his gun, and yells out, "Monster!" Kang Hyun quickly puts his hands up. "Damn it, put that gun away. Do I really not look human?" Ji-Hoon pants, asking if he is seriously human. Kang Hyun is totally speechless. "You are seriously asking me that twice?" Jae-Hoon blinks, staring at him. "Wait, is this guy the volunteer? He certainly looks pretty damn strong." He quickly stands up and bows deeply, apologizing for losing his cool. Kang Hyun just waves it off, saying it is totally fine since he almost died. Jae-Hoon sincerely thanks him for saving their lives, but Kang Hyun shrugged it off. "No need," he says. "I am definitely not some hero playing justice." Just then, the soldiers yell that the red goblin is crawling back up. Kang Hyun frowns, thinking that the bastard is clearly locking eyes with him. If this squad gets wiped out, those monsters will head straight for Ah Hyun's office. He grabs his weapon and leaps off the truck, warning Jae-Hoon not to shoot. "If you miss, you'll end up killing me instead." Then, Kang Hyun turns back, asking if they have anything useful, like pepper spray. Jae-Hoon replies that they pretty much have every single weapon imaginable. Kang Hyun smiles, telling him to hand one over right now, which leaves Jae-Hoon completely stunned. He scrambles to argue, but Kang Hyun just climbs over the railing and cuts him off completely. "Just put on the mask, I do not have time to explain," Kang Hyun snaps. "Also, make sure to do me one favor. No guns firing while I am in there. If you guys miss, I am dead." Jae-Hoon nods, his expression turning dead serious. "Got it," Ji-Hoon shouts to his squad. "Mask up and stay alert. Do not fire unless the monster gets too close. Never aim toward the center of the street." Kang Hyun watches all this from above, getting ready to make his move. After leaving the setup to Ji-Hoon, Kang Hyun slowly approaches the giant red goblin, muttering that everything is set to go. The red goblin glares, and Kang Hyun grits his teeth, muttering how much he hates them, while Ji-Hoon pulls the pin on the tear gas. He chucks the tear gas canister straight at the monster, which watches it explode, filling the entire street with blinding smoke. The red goblin screeches as the gas burns its eyes. Even Kang Hyun gets choked up, his face turning bright red, but he still lets out a smirk through the tears. Tears are streaming. Goblin or not, they all lose their minds when panicked. Kang Hyun leaps high, ready to smash. "Is this your first time feeling real pain?" He laughs like a maniac, noting that the beast has some pretty decent endurance. "Too bad I am way more used to pain than you are." He lunges forward, slashing hard at the red goblin's weapon. Step 1. Lose that weapon. Its sword flies 10 meters away as Kang Hyun lunges in, unleashing a barrage of rapid slashes, even though his body is still shaking from the gas. Watching the absolute madness from his military truck, Jae-Hoon stammers in pure shock, asking if this guy is actually an awakened hunter. A strange voice speaks up from right behind him. "What is actually going on here?" A gray-haired guy asks, wondering why he is not the only support around. Jae-Hoon just freezes, while this new gray-haired guy narrows his eyes. Wait, who even invited this dude to the fight? Kang Hyun's sword is completely trashed after clashing with the goblin. He pants heavily, rubbing his sore, exhausted arms. His eyes are totally bloodshot. Damn bastard. He stares at the red goblin as it cowers on the ground, blocking. "I knew it would be tough, but my attacks are barely doing any damage. If this keeps up, I am going to run out of stamina. He ponders, wondering if he should use some kind of tool, since slashing is the only thing he really knows. Suddenly, the gray-haired guy lunges in with highly precise slashes against the red goblin, landing perfectly balanced strikes. He targets key weak spots like the chest and muscle tissue. Kang Hyun's eyes widen, shocked by his speed, while the gray-haired guy looks back as the goblin stands up. The gray-haired guy grunts, feeling like he is trying to cut through solid rock rather than flesh. He quickly springs back up. He reassures himself that with another awakened hunter here, they can handle this. It is only an F-rank dungeon boss, after all. It is insanely strong, so it must have some other weakness, he yells. Hearing this, Kang Hyun just smirks at the mention of an F-rank. This guy seems to know a lot. He rushes toward the beast and the stranger, calling out that he does not care who he is. Do you have any ideas? Both of them charge at the monster together as the gray-haired guy quickly explains his situation. First off, I do not have much raw strength and my body is almost spent. Kang Hyun replies that he can already tell. He leaps high, aiming his blade right at the goblin's head, wondering what the guy plans to do once his strength runs out. The blade slams down. Crack! Its skin is way too tough, shattering the weapon into useless tiny pieces. No damage at all, damn it. Kang Hyun curses his broken sword, looking around frantically for anything nearby that he can use as a weapon. He spots the goblin's dropped weapon and runs to grab it, while the gray-haired guy keeps up his rapid attacks to distract the beast. I have speed but no finishing power, the stranger shouts. I will hold it down. You find its weak point and strike. Weapon in hand, Kang Hyun charges back in, sizing up his new ally even in the middle of this life-or-death situation. He is probably just showing off, but at least he knows how to protect himself. He circles the red goblin, looking for openings. Where should I hit? Are the joints going to be any softer? Kang Hyun wonders, rushing forward with a loud yell as he makes his decision. He jams the weapon right in. Splat! Blood flies everywhere, leaving the giant monster completely frozen in shock. The gray-haired guy's eyes go wide. Oh my god. He actually aimed straight for a glowing spot right in the butt. He literally shoved the axe head right into the goblin's backside, making the entire intense battlefield fall into a dead, awkward silence. Okay, I kind of feel bad for this guy, Kang Hyun thinks, holding that shaking axe handle and feeling the absolute worst sensation imaginable. A random question pops into his mind. Is the backside actually a fatal weak point? Well, there is only one way to find out. He grips the handle tight and shoves it even deeper, betting that this incredibly awkward spot will cause an instant, painful death for the beast. With that crazy thought in mind, he uses the axe to hoist the giant goblin completely off the ground. Channeling his inner beast with a loud yell, he slams its massive body down hard onto the street. Its eyes go wide as it groans in agony. Before the monster can even try to crawl back up, Kang Hyun rushes in to keep up the pressure. That hurts like hell, doesn't it? Staring at the foaming, dizzy beast, Kang Hyun just flashes a big, satisfying grin. Slamming his axe hard into that red goblin, fresh blood sprays everywhere, coating the street in red drops while Kang Hyun heavily pants from sheer exhaustion. The gray-haired guy silently watches Kang Hyun smash the red goblin, staring at his back as he slowly stands up, feeling totally blown away inside. How did he get this strong? Did he just spawn out of nowhere? Is he seriously guildless? Kang Hyun suddenly looks down at the monster. Look at that golden screen popping up right over the dead beast. The system actually explains that item info is locked during tutorials. Since he is still stuck in the tutorial, Kang Hyun quickly grabs 10 items, no clue what they do, but free loot is free loot. Not having an inventory is trash. He needs to beat this dumb tutorial fast. The gray-haired dude walks up, asking if he is maybe Kang. Kang Hyun instantly gets defensive, glancing at him and thinking that normally loot is split evenly, but this random dude just tried to jump in. He took this thing down completely solo, so it is definitely time to bolt. Grabbing all 10 items, Kang Hyun quickly dashes off, leaving behind a cheap excuse. I have got urgent stuff, so I am out this stinky thing. I mean, this awesome loot is all yours. The gray-haired dude stands there, totally stunned. No way he is stopping, only an absolute idiot would do that. Kang Hyun winks at the guy, leaving him in complete despair. The dude watches him vanish, then slowly pulls off his gas mask, showing his pale face and thin lips while wondering what is up with that guy. What a weirdo. Hours after wrecking the hobgoblin, sunset hits and things finally quiet down as they walk through streets that look like a total war zone. Holding a sword and looking around warily, Ah-hyun grips Kang Hyun's shirt tightly, terrified out of her mind as they navigate the ruined blocks. Only after night falls do they finally make it back to her apartment, where Ah-hyun squints her eyes at the scene right in front of them. Kang Hyun stands there completely clueless, staring at the absolute mess inside, while Ah-hyun sighs and asks if he seriously forgot to lock the door. He dumbly nods, yes, making Ah-hyun complain about how stupid she was to think he actually grew up. Later, fully cleaned up, he checks his phone. He complains about why she is always hating on his handsome face, while the screen shows some random haters talking trash about him in the comments. One user says he looks straight up like a dangerous criminal from a distance, followed by another reply laughing hysterically at the dude's wild look. Another comment says they would literally wet themselves if they ran into him, while someone else just drools over his insane muscles and lifting power. Kang Hyun looks completely crushed, asking if his face is really that terrifying, but Ah-hyun coldly reminds him that she told him so. Suddenly, he sits up on the bed and yells that they have got a major crisis, making Ah-hyun peek her head out to ask what is wrong. Kang Hyun just begs her to turn off the light, but she snaps back, saying no way, until she sighs and does it since he had a rough day. Waving her toothbrush, she strictly warns him not to start screaming early tomorrow because she is totally exhausted too. But Kang Hyun just winks back playfully. Don't sweat it. Tomorrow is going to be a breeze, and we will be chilling with beers. But Ah-hyun does not buy his hype. She remarks that his ego is about to get him killed, wishing him luck anyway, while Kang Hyun acts all hurt by her words. With the lights finally out, Kang Hyun lies in the dark trying to sleep, but his mind keeps racing back to what went down today. That gray-haired dude from earlier was pretty strong, making him wonder just how many tutorial stages that mysterious guy has actually managed to clear. He was almost eliminated back in stage 2 or 3, but pulling the blanket up, he tells himself to stop overthinking and just sleep. He is going to conquer stage 8 and become stronger than anyone, closing his eyes to enter the next tutorial match with some major hype. He is secretly hoping to see that beautiful succubus from yesterday again. Sure, she is a deadly monster, but she was seriously a total baddie. Getting all excited for a rematch, Kang Hyun rapidly shakes his head to clear his dirty thoughts before opening his eyes to start stage 5. But forget about waking up to a gorgeous girl, he opens his eyes only to find a hideous monster staring right back. Acting on pure survival instinct, Kang Hyun throws a heavy punch straight into its ugly face. What the hell is this thing doing here? The goblin drops to the floor completely knocked out, leaving Kang Hyun looking around in confusion at this weird cave full of monsters. Suddenly, the system screen flashes a notification with the quest goal: invade the goblin cave and successfully conquer the entire dungeon. Failure means instant death, and a quick tip reveals these cave goblins have terrible eyesight but have evolved insanely sharp hearing to hunt in the dark. But his loud shouting already alerted the horde, and now they are completely surrounding him while he stands frozen in absolute shock. Oh crap, this is bad. His teeth are literally chattering from pure anger as he screams out, wondering why the hell the tutorial keeps changing on him. Back in reality, Ah-hyun screams in frustration at his noise, while over at a PC cafe, a brutal fight breaks out, leaving a brown-haired guy bleeding. The poor dude gets punched straight into the wall by a white-haired guy around the same age who seems completely unhinged. Wiping his bloody nose, the beaten guy looks up in terror, shaking on the ground and wondering how someone who has not even finished the tutorial is this strong. Stomping his foot onto the defeated guy, the white-haired psycho just sneers that if you cannot fight, getting strong is totally pointless anyway. Pointing at a nearby monitor, he watches a leaked video of Kang Hyun's epic battle against the Red Goblin. The white-haired psycho stares at the screen with a creepy, obsessed look on his face, feeling completely thrilled about what is coming next. Looks like there are still plenty of interesting awakened out there. Then, the system pops up with the Phase 5, Round 3 tutorial. Clear condition: find and defeat the doppelganger hiding in the crowd eating people every night. Failure means death. Pro tip: use the knights. And mages can use their special skill once a day. Kang Hyun rubs his chin, deep in thought. A man-eating beast every night? Just gotta hunt it down. Wait, isn't this basically like hunting that boss in round 1? Kang Hyun looks around. Honestly, this feels way more like a game of Mafia, he mutters to himself. Use wisdom to overcome this? All right. Kang Hyun takes a massive breath, steels his chest, and lets out a roaring scream. Everyone, gather up. His sudden booming voice echoes across the area, instantly forcing everyone to turn and stare right at him. They all gawk at him. Kang Hyun clears his throat, coughing a bit. Suddenly, his eyes glow a dangerous red as he drops a heavy threat. Anyone who moves is the killer, but cut to the next morning, reality hits. A completely exhausted Kang Hyun drags himself out of bed, remembering how mafia actually works. Usually, the loudmouth gets killed first. He sits there blankly. Come to think of it, he has never won a single game of mafia in his entire life. Kang Hyun scratches his head in pure frustration. Maybe he should just grab some food. He is exhausted, never expecting to be trapped in this endless loop, making the same stupid mistake for a month and a half. Suddenly, his voice drops deep. Hey, you doing good? Hyun? He acts all mysterious, pushing up his glasses while holding some weird book. Your big bro here was born a total genius, you know? Hyun instantly scoffs, totally grossed out. Looking at the absolute scammer energy radiating off Kang Hyun, Hyun sighs in despair. Why do I have to deal with this garbage after a long day? I even tried to change my inner self. Kang Hyun wails dramatically, spitting everywhere as he rants. It has been 53 days, 53 whole days, you hear me? I died 53 times in that stupid Phase 5. I had to try something, he whines. The system says to use wisdom to get through it, but the quest changes every single time. Even a Mensa genius couldn't beat this. Hyun rolls her eyes, completely done with his drama. Sure, Mensa, right. Getting a brain transplant would be faster than waiting for you to grow some brain cells. Kang Hyun just blinks stupidly, leaving her utterly speechless. Oh, not that classic comeback again, you absolute idiot, she groans, walking toward the door. Instead of buying fancy suits, you should have spent that cash on soundproofing. That lady downstairs bought a subwoofer because of you. Anyway, back to the tutorial. The system flashes with the Phase 5 notification. Prove that your wisdom can conquer any obstacle. Kang Hyun blinks, looking around at the dark, damp stone walls. Wait, is this a dungeon? He glares at the screen. What kind of garbage quest did they cook up for me this time? Suddenly, he gasps, staring hard at the top of the board. Let's see what caught his eye. A massive, wicked grin spreads across Kang Hyun's face. He found it. The system pops up with the clear conditions. Clear the entire S-rank dungeon. Terran breeding ground. Failure means death. Quick tip. The poison-spitting Terran guarding the breeding ground is level 20. Find its weakness and build a proper strategy. Torchlight flickers against the dark cavern walls as Kang Hyun ventures deeper, coming face to face with the venomous Terran. He wonders why the dungeon clear condition is so incredibly simple this time. Without wasting a second, Kang Hyun charges as the beast starts spraying deadly acid. He thinks to himself, I finally found a solution so genius it would make Aristotle roll in his grave. Terran poison splatters all over him. What is this? A poison spider? Kang Hyun gasps, staring at his rotting arm. It is already turning pretty black. My arm is poisoned! Kang Hyun grips his sword with his other hand, swinging it with brute force. This pathetic spider is absolutely nothing to me. The beast screeches in agony. Kang Hyun lunges forward, sliding right underneath the Terran, his blade coated in monster blood. He smirks, whispering, that actually stung a bit. The system screen flashes. Hint. Clues to the poison, Terran weakness are hidden inside the breeding ground, but too late, a clean slash cuts right through it. Slashing with every ounce of his strength, he splits the Terran clean in two. The monster drops from above, blood spraying everywhere. Kang Hyun cheers. You knew he'd do this, right? Our guy has zero patience. A smug Kang Hyun chuckles. Who cares about weaknesses? As long as they die, it counts. I will just smash my way through. The system rings out. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared Phase 5. You have received the quest reward, Giant Strength. Kang Hyun chuckles arrogantly. Brains are honestly just for people with trash physical stats. The system displays his new skill, Giant Strength. Description: uses mana to boost your muscles, raising strength stats by 12 points for 10 minutes. His status board pops up next. Name: Kang Hyun. Title: The Resilient. Level: 25. Strength: 20 plus or minus 1. Agility: 119 plus or minus 1. Stamina: 19 plus or minus 1. Mana: 19 plus or minus 1. Additional stats: 0. Ultimate skill: Resurrection. Intermediate swordsmanship. Basic shield mastery. Basic crossbow mastery. Lion Roar. Intermediate regeneration. Split in 2. And his newest addition, Giant Strength. A few days later, on a peaceful morning, inside classroom 3-2 of a random school, students are chatting up a storm, their loud voices leaking right out into the hallway. One guy shouts out, Yo, Min-soo, give me a birthday punch. Min-soo clutches his head in absolute misery, staring at his phone. Later, man. I am completely wiped out after that garbage tutorial. His friend in the blue shirt nods. Oh, right, you turned 18. How was phase 1? Min-soo sighs. Horrible, just like they say. But I still cleared it. He slumps onto his desk, groaning. The real issue is what comes next. From phase 5 onward, there are 0 decent guides. The blue shirt guy tries to comfort him. Just clearing phase 4 puts you in the top 1% anyway. Then, he makes a guess. Maybe those top rankers keep all the valuable info locked down and tightly protected. Min-soo, however, keeps his eyes glued to his screen. Suddenly, Min-soo sits bolt upright. Whoa, look at this. Yesterday, someone cleared phase 7 and is already about to challenge phase 8. The blue shirt guy leans in, eyes wide with disbelief. Min-soo is reading this crazy post. Stage 4's theme is all about leadership, basically beating everyone into submission with raw power. Stage 5 says muscle brain is the highest form of intellect, so just pump your strength stat. Honestly, Min-soo thinks this is totally brainless. Stage 6 means destroying both allies and enemies, while 7 means only hitting foes. A guy in blue sneers, "What is this garbage? Smells like absolute bait." The comments are totally roasting him, saying he is too stupid to even troll correctly. One says, if you actually beat Stage 7, then I am a king. Then I must be the gorgeous Han Se-on. But back at Ah-yoon's apartment, the actual writer is none other than our boy, Kang Hyun. Reading those hateful comments drives him absolutely wild. He screams, "Why are these jerks hating when I literally shared my best tips with them?" His sister Ah-yeon glares at him, asking why he is screaming so loud. Hyun quickly panics. "No, listen, I literally leaked a top-tier strategy guide, but these idiots do not believe me." Ah-yeon just sighs and shakes her head, asking why he always gets so worked up over stupid internet drama. That gets him totally triggered. Hyun yells, "Just you wait. Once I clear stage 8, I will be the 3rd tutorial graduate in the entire country." Ah-yeon rolls her eyes as Hyun boasts about standing equal to Han Se-on of the Dangun Guild, or even the top union chairman Choi Dong-gu. Ah-yeon scoffs, "Equal my foot. How can you compare those absolute geniuses who cleared it on their first try to a slowpoke like you? You took 4 whole months to do it." Hyun turns red and snaps back, "Shut up. I cleared stages 6 and 7 in one single try." Sunset fades into a dark night. Soon, Hyun is right back in the tutorial space, ready to take on the next massive challenge. The system pops up with a message, "Welcome, Kang Hyun. You have successfully cleared the Stage 7 trial of the tutorial. Do you want to enter the final Stage 8? It also shows his Stage 6 reward, a B-rank longsword named Bill Gain. This B-rank longsword has 500 durability. It once belonged to a legendary mercenary named Bill Gain who carved his name on battlefields for 35 years. It started as a well-crafted blade, but after soaking up Bill Gain's own blood, it got infused with a terrifying dark energy. It has skills like Fury and level 4 enhancement. Next, it shows his Stage 7 reward, a B-rank armor set called Ronald. Worn by the nomadic knight Ronald from the Aloha Kingdom, this armor has 500 durability and some pretty wild special features. It literally regenerates broken parts on its own. Seeing this insane self-restoration skill, Hyun closes his eyes to make a plan. Clearing Stage 8 means using this gear in the real world. Plus, he needs to inspect that loot he got from the hobgoblin. The system welcomes him back. Hyun honestly does not expect to clear this final stage on his very first attempt, but as long as it takes under a week, he is fine. Now check this out, the Stage 8 screen suddenly shakes like crazy, flashing a weird question. Hyun mutters the word in confusion. Before he can think, a massive pressure crushes down. He looks up and gasps as the sky begins to crack. The air is literally shattering like glass. "What on earth is happening?" he screams, looking down just as the ground splits wide open and sends him plummeting into the dark. The floor collapses into an endless abyss. Hyun screams no as he plunges straight down, closing his eyes tight against the rushing wind. Everything turns blindingly white. When he finally opens his eyes, he is standing right in the middle of a bustling city street. As a girl walks directly toward him, Hyun stands there completely lost. He asks, "Where am I?" But she does not even slow down. He tries to dodge, but she walks right through his body. He spins around in shock. Wait, did she just pass through me? Am I a ghost? It is the first time he is seeing a modern city inside the tutorial. Is this actually Earth? Then, he notices a couple walking his way. Cold sweat drips down. No way, these people are not human. The couple passing right next to him have freaky lizard faces. 2 guys drinking coffee look the same. Even a mom crossing the street with her kid has that same monstrous face. Every single person in this crowd is a monster. Hyun watches in dead silence, but then, something weird catches his eye. While everyone else walks right through him, a random teenager is staring straight at him. Whoa, did we just make actual eye contact? Sweat pours down his face. This kid is staring like crazy. Can he actually see me? The boy's eyes are completely wide with terror. He realizes the kid is not looking at him at all. Hyun freezes as he turns around to see a massive army of beasts. Spiders and lizard dragons are storming the streets. The whole crowd completely loses their minds, screaming in some alien language as they flee. Screaming in a weird, alien language, the crowd scatters. Monsters flood the city. Hyun stares at the horde. Some are familiar, but others are completely new. Giant octopus beasts and mutated wolves are tearing through the streets. This is seriously on a whole different level. I mean, can you even imagine this? It is way worse than his previous dungeon break. This is a straight-up apocalypse. Boneheaded monsters and giant centipedes trash the city. Then, the system displays a massive countdown timer. It shows 4 years and 278 days left until the final dimension connection. Will Earth really look like this in 5 years? He stands frozen in absolute shock. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over him. Hyun slowly turns around to face it. A colossal titan with a glowing face and chest towers way over the massive skyscrapers. It slowly reaches its giant hand all the way down towards the ground. Its giant hand is about to crush the earth. Even the smaller beasts are running in panic, leaving Hyun completely stunned. He raises his hands in a desperate block, but the monster's massive hand slams straight through his body. Hyun squeezes his eyes shut, keeping his arms up to shield his face. A blinding white light washes over him, turning his entire world into a blank void. What even was that thing? Hyun wonders. Another monster? Suddenly, the system chimes in, asking how he feels. Weightless, he floats in a dark void of glittering dust and drifting clocks. He stares at a glowing shape and asks, "Who are you?" he asks. It has a human body but no face. "Are you a god?" The entity says no. "Basically, I am a dimensional administrator," it says. Hyun mutters the title. The figure spreads its arms wide. "Wait, a private chat with the administrator? Ask me anything, but this is also my chance to ask you some questions." Quiet for a second, Hyun thinks back to those horrifying monsters tearing the city apart earlier. He looks up and asks, "What exactly was that nightmare I just saw? Will Earth really end up looking like that in 5 years?" The administrator calmly replies that it all comes down to what he decides to do from this moment on. Taking a deep breath, Hyun asks the obvious, "I do not get it. If you are such a powerful, godly being, why do you not just stop this tragedy yourself?" Placing a hand on its chest, it tells Hyun that as an administrator, not a guardian angel, its only job is to maintain the balance of this universe. Giving you the status screen and the tutorial was already the absolute limit of my interference. Now, can I ask you a question? Hyun shrugs and says, sure. The administrator asks what beliefs have guided Kang Hyun and what exactly keeps him living. Crossing his arms, Hyun stays completely cool and fires back. What kind of deep, philosophical crap is that? Why ask that? The being replies that after watching humanity struggle, it simply got curious. Every living creature is fascinating, but humans are on a whole different level. Hyun laughs to himself, thinking about those words. For some reason, this entity is seriously ticking him off. "Well, I guess you haven't watched us nearly enough then," Hyun says. The administrator goes dead silent. Flashbacks of his boring, everyday life start popping up, from endless studying and military service to grinding away at some soul-sucking office desk. He points out that, at least in his circle, nobody spends their life overthinking deep nonsense like that. Ever since the day we are born, we are just struggling to grab a little piece of happiness and survive day by day. The administrator then asks, "Is there anything you want to protect, Kang Hyun?" Without a single doubt, Hyun beats his chest. "My annoying little sister and my parents," he says proudly. "I have got to protect my family." Then comes another question. "Have you ever wanted to be a hero?" Hyun sighs. What a dumb question. Honestly, after dying a few times, I definitely know my lane by now. That flashy, exhausting savior gig is not for me. The administrator notes that real heroes always have incredible natural talent. But as for you, well, you basically have zero talent. Hyun gets ticked off, wondering if this jerk is trying to pick a fight. But the figure folds its hands, calling itself a big fan. "Watching you tear through the tutorial was the most entertaining thing ever," it says. Hyun breaks out in a cold sweat, completely weirded out by this guy. Fun? Is this guy a total freak? Earth's entire future is literally on the line here. But wait, could it be? Waving his hand, Hyun asks if the 5th stage with the wisdom theme was actually a quest that changes over time. The administrator just stands there in silence. Our time is up, it says. But I had a blast, Kang Hyun. Suddenly, the system announces he cleared stage 8. Hyun blinks, completely shocked. Wait, what? Ignoring his protests, the admin warns that the tutorial was just the tip of the iceberg, and way tougher trials are waiting. Like it or not, Kang Hyun, I genuinely believe you will save the world and become a hero. Suddenly, Hyun plummets downward, still desperately screaming for the entity to wait. So stage 5 was all you're doing then? The admin ignores him, offering congratulations on graduating from the tutorial. Hyun screams out a curse as he falls. Hyun completely vanishes, leaving the silent administrator behind. I am putting my money on you, Kang Hyun, it whispers. Suddenly, a new notification pops up. You are the 62nd graduate of the tutorial. Title unlocked, tutorial graduate. Immediately, a flood of random, overlapping voices start echoing through his head. I knew that 5th stage mess was your fault, you absolute jerk. Hyun snaps awake, sitting straight up. His face is burning red. But nothing comes out because there is some random fabric stuffed deep down his throat. Pulling it out, he stares at it and realizes it is a literal dirty sock. He literally gags, asking what the hell is going on. His sister is sitting right next to the bed with her arms crossed, casually asking if he is finally awake. Hyun hurls the nasty sock away. Did you seriously have to use a dirty sock to gag me? She smirks, telling him to keep his mouth shut if he hates it so much. Judging by that dumb look, you failed again, right? How long is this slump going to last? Hyun lets out a smug, sneaky grin. He raises his hand, summoning a holographic screen, and proudly shouts status window right in his sister's face. See this? Feast your eyes on your brother's absolute peak power. He gloats, feeling like the ultimate chosen one. His sister deadpans that she sees absolutely nothing, then walks out. Whatever, now go make some actual money. I even made you a special congratulatory breakfast this morning. Hyun pouts, totally annoyed by her attitude. You could at least congratulate me, you cold monster. No wonder you do not have a boyfriend. Instantly, a massive ladle flies straight at his face. Down in the kitchen, 8 clean plates sit neatly. Calling out that she is heading out, his sister slams the front door behind her. Hyun sits back on the couch, resting his chin in his hand, staring deeply at the screen. The system shows the tutorial graduate title description. Awarded to anyone who beats all 8 stages, giving a boost of +2 to every single stat. He mutters that the title from stage 8 is actually pretty underwhelming. That tiny stat boost is kind of trash. But then, something catches his eye. The screen displays his name, Kang Hyun, level 28, strength 21 +2, agility 19 +2. Wait, can I seriously not stack these titles? The system notes that unselected titles only give half the effect. Hyun gasps, realizing it is true as his updated stats populate the screen. So, here are his stats. Name, Kang Hyun. Title, tutorial cleared. Level 28. Strength is 21 ± 2.5. Agility 19 ± 2.5. Stamina 20 ± 2.5. Mana 20 ± 2.5. Bonus stats, 0. Ultimate skill, Rebirth. Swordsmanship is intermediate level D. Basic shield skill F. Crossbow shield F. Lion roar C. Intermediate body regeneration B. Dual/E. And super strength B. He just smiles at his insane list of skills. Oh yeah, I should totally use this tutorial cleared title, Hyun says with a massive smirk. Heck yes, I have been waiting for this moment forever. He tears open the box to find a glowing booklet radiating intense raw energy. Grabbing it, he mutters, this is the mystery item from beating the hobgoblin boss. Hyun holds it up to inspect it and says, identify. Instantly, a screen pops up showing Magic Explosion Level E and its description. A skill book that teaches you Magic Explosion E, giving you the ability to fire a high-impact magic orb. This orb creates a devastating blast. Hyun gets dead serious, hugs the book to his face, giggles like a freak, and then suddenly jumps to his feet. Raising the book high, he laughs with pure joy. After 4 whole months of screaming in the tutorial, Kang Hyun has finally reached the peak. The peak of silent screaming, that is. The system asks if he wants to learn Magic Explosion E, and he happily says yes. Heck yes, sign me up. The screen confirms he learned Magic Explosion E, and the book in his hands completely dissolves. He stares at his bare palms. Seeing the book vanish, he smirks. Sick. All rewards collected. Clenching his fists, he wonders if he should go apply for the Awakened Training Academy now. But look over here in a peaceful city, a pretty girl is walking through the crowded streets. She introduces herself as the young Isan Miyang. She is a newly appointed civil servant. Holding a coffee cup with a bright smile, she says her very first assignment is at the Awakened Training Academy. That is where tutorial survivors go to get certified. She explains that their country's training system has evolved rapidly into one of the best out there. Miang smiles happily, saying that even though these guys are just rookies now, they are destined to become the future heroes of the world. Is it not amazing to watch the start of their grand journey? Well, that was her naive thought just a couple of hours ago, before entering the massive hall. The room is packed. Miang is trembling, her eyes tearing up as she stammers an apology. Standing right in front of her is Hyun, looking absolutely terrifying. Clutching his application and ID with shaking hands, Miang stutters that she needs to verify his official identification card first. See, Hyun looks super gentle and sweet in his ID photo, a total contrast to his current scary face. He scowls and snaps. "What did you say?" Miang instantly hides behind her paperwork. She is shaking like a leaf, crying out, "Why are you doing this to me?" Onlookers start whispering immediately, forcing Hyun to panic and wave his hands. He hears the crowd murmuring, asking what on earth is going on. One guy whispers to a girl, "Did that big scary dude just make her cry?" The girl asks if he is threatening her. Everyone stares at him with pure disgust, even pulling out phones to take photos. Flustered, Hyun tries to explain to Miang. "Wait, hold on, I did not do anything," he pleads. Suddenly, a calm voice calls out from behind, "Is there a problem here?" A well-dressed young man approaches them. Miang looks at him like he is her personal savior and whispers, "Instructor Yi Hyun." He looks around at the long line of people waiting. It seems things are moving a bit slow here. Is something wrong? He turns his gaze directly to Hyun, who stares right back, thinking to himself, "That guy looks so familiar." Meanwhile, Yi Hyun thinks his voice sounds incredibly recognizable. He asks Miang for the application, and she quickly hands it over. Scanning the file, Yi Hyun remarks that Kang Hyun looks completely different from his photo. Hyun frantically explains that his rugged appearance changed purely because of a specific skill. "But I swear I am the real deal. It is so unfair," he adds. "If you do not believe me, we can do a DNA test or fingerprint scan." Yi Hyun asks if he actually cleared up to stage 5. Hyun nods yes, but internally, he is glad he masked his true records. Just to keep a low profile, Yi Hyun points out that level 12 is pretty high, asking if he has ever raided an illegal dungeon. Hyun flinches, realizing that even after cutting his level stats in half, it is still too high. "Sweating bullets," he stammers. "I ran quite a few dungeons before the current laws were actually passed," he claims. Yi Hyun nods, then asks what that force skill listed on his application is all about. Hyun proudly explains that it temporarily doubles his physical strength. Yi Hyun thanks him for cooperating, but adds that there is just one more thing. Deep down, Hyun grumbles about all these questions. Yi Hyun notes that players get a skill at stage 3, an accessory at stage 4, and another skill at stage 5. He says he needs to verify all of those rewards. Thinking this guy is way too thorough, Hyun rolls up his sleeves, agreeing to show his stage 3 skill. Bending over, he bites hard into his own forearm, shocking Yi Hyun. As blood drips onto the floor, Hyun thrusts his bleeding arm right in front of him. Suddenly, faint sparks crackle over the wound, and the bite mark instantly heals up. Yi Hyun adjusts his glasses, recognizing it as a recovery skill. Hyun waves his other hand and shows off a ring on his finger, explaining that this is the stage 4 reward. As for stage 5, he reminds himself that he listed his ultimate skill as force instead of super strength. He tells Yi Hyun it is an active skill. It channels pure terror into nearby enemies using a mighty roar, he says. "Is it fine if I demonstrate it here?" Yi Hyun replies that it is perfectly fine. "Go ahead." In the crowded registration line, a blonde dude with face piercings stands with his arms crossed. Suddenly, his eyes dart over toward where Hyun and Yi Hyun are standing. "Wait, look closely." That guy suddenly freezes as he sees Hyun prepping his roar, instantly recognizing him as the legendary goblin slayer of Gyeonggudong. Realizing what is about to go down, he instantly covers both of his ears. This bizarre reaction leaves the guy standing right in front of him completely baffled. Hyun unleashes his skill, letting out a thunderous roar that terrifies the entire hall. Everyone covers their ears, screaming in confusion, while Yi Hyun grimaces and blocks his ears too. Hyun clears his throat while the other guy stares back, sweating buckets. Extending his hand, Hyun asks if that is quite enough. The guy quickly nods and says it is plenty. Tell Hyun to head to the first floor of the Gunmu building next door. A creepy blonde guy stares over with a wicked smirk. Hyun remembers thinking he would look way more handsome than this, but reality hits differently. He almost rejected the invitation earlier because he looks so different from his ID photo. But after causing a massive scene with his loud roar, everyone in the room is busy whispering. Is that him? Yup, he is the target of all the gossip. Meanwhile, Hyun is casually stuffing his face with meat. Looks like I made a pretty terrible first impression here, he thinks. Some guy even whispers that Hyun screamed at his girlfriend so hard she literally vanished. Hearing this, Hyun knows the rumors are getting wildly out of hand. Whatever, it does not matter. The creepy blonde guy behind him just stares silently. Suddenly, Instructor Kim Hyun steps up to the podium with his assistants. He clears his throat, thanking everyone for waiting. Standing at the podium with a mounted mic, Hyun adjusts the stand. His voice echoes clearly across the hall, introducing himself as Kim Hyun, the head instructor for this Seongnam branch of the Academy for Awakened Hunters. He welcomes everyone, and the whole room breaks into polite applause. Hyun immediately lays out the details: a 10-day training camp split between theory and practice. Lectures in the morning, practical training in the afternoon. Food and rooms are provided here. As long as nothing incredibly major happens, you will survive. You will finish the course and get your certificates. The trainees sit in complete silence as Hyun continues to speak. It has been almost 6 months since the world changed. With new dungeons and terrifying monsters popping up daily, battle tactics are constantly being developed and rewritten. He emphasizes that what they are about to learn might not be the correct answer. This immediately annoys Hyun. Wow, way to kill the mood right at the start, Hyun grumbles. Hyun continues, warning that some info might be totally wrong or become completely useless very soon. Because of that, I am only teaching you the absolute essentials to survive. He wraps up by showing the schedule. I look forward to working with you all, Hyun says, dismissing the class for a quick 10-minute break before they move on. Once the break hits, the room instantly fills with loud chatter. Everyone is mingling, but Hyun stays quiet. He just sits there staring blankly at the ceiling. Zero interest. This feels exactly like boring military training, and he has to endure this for 10 more days? Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over him. Hyun looks up to see a giant gym bro sticking his hand out, introducing himself as Suin. Still half asleep, Hyun just stares with a completely blank expression. A second later, his brain finally registers the guy, and he thinks, who is this massive gym pig? Hyun shakes his hand, introducing himself as Kang Hyun. But as Suin smirks, Hyun immediately feels the guy squeezing his hand with crazy force. The guy even pretends to be polite, saying they should look out for each other. Inwardly, Suin is gloating punks like Hyun need to learn their place right away. Honestly, the scene Hyun caused earlier made him feel so threatened his face flushed red. He refused to let this newbie overshadow him, so he decided to assert dominance first. I hated this kid the second he started that chaos, Suin thinks. But oh man, watch this. His eyes pop as Hyun squeezes back with terrifying, bone-crushing strength. Shaking, Suin curses inwardly. How is this weak punk still standing? Hyun stays totally silent as his system suddenly triggers his gigantic strength skill, a magic muscle-enhancing ability that boosts his raw power by 12 points for 10 whole minutes. Instantly, the muscles in Hyun's arms swell with monstrous force. Just a slight squeeze from Hyun feels like 10 tons of pure pressure crushing Suin's hand, twisting his muscles. In absolute panic, Suin realizes he is actually losing. How could he lose a contest of pure power when he dumped all his points into strength? Meanwhile, everyone in the room starts noticing the weird vibe. This is incredibly embarrassing. Everyone is staring, so Suin knows he cannot back down. He grits his teeth, pouring in every ounce. Veins bulge wildly across his bronze skin as he pushes his muscles past their absolute limit. Then boom, Suin's arm literally explodes, spraying blood everywhere. It is a total bloodbath. Suin is in shock, while Hyun stands there stunned. Even the onlookers get splattered. Everyone freezes in absolute horror. But would you look at that creepy blonde guy? He watches the bloody mess unfold with a twisted manic grin, looking like a total psychopath. Screams echo through the hallways as blood puddles on the floor. Soon, sirens wail outside as an ambulance pulls up. Meanwhile, inside the office, Hyun is desperately explaining himself. Look, I swear that giant gym bro started it, Hyun says. He came over to shake my hand first, and then his muscles just exploded while he was flexing. Hyun looks at him blankly, asking if Hyun really expects him to believe that. Frustrated, Hyun pulls at his hair, groaning at how insanely absurd this is. It is the absolute truth, Hyun insists. He explains that his unique skill, Power of the Strong, boosts his strength by 1.5 times, which is the only reason he did not get hurt. If you do not believe me, just check the security footage, Hyun tells him. But Hyun zeroes in on a key detail, asking if his unique skill is really called human power. Startled, Hyun quickly nods, confirming the name. Pushing up his glasses, Hyun notes that the database says it doubles his strength, not 1.5 times. Hyun just laughs it off. I guess I am just pretty bad at math and got confused, Hyun stammers. Hyun narrows his eyes, staring intensely as if trying to read him, before finally letting out a heavy sigh. Fine, just get back to class, the instructor says. Slumping back into his seat, Hyun lets out a massive sigh, completely exhausted by day one. Then, someone suddenly slides into the seat beside him. The guy offers a friendly hello. Glancing over, Hyun sees that weird blonde kid sitting politely with a bright smile, asking if he can sit there. Hyun groans inside. First a gym meathead, now some weird stalker punk, Hyun thinks. But out loud, he shrugs and says it is fine. The blonde guy immediately reaches out to shake hands. You do not need to be so formal with me, Hyun says. Though looking at this guy, Hyun secretly thinks he looks way older than he actually is. Seriously, he looks like an older uncle. Suddenly, the guy leans in close, eyes sparkling with pure excitement as he asks how Hyun pulled off that insane trick earlier. Honestly, making his arm explode like that was absolutely legendary, Seyoung says, begging to know what skill he used. Hyun sighs, realizing this kid is definitely another total weirdo, so he reluctantly explains that things did not go down like that, that Muscle Pig literally just exploded out of nowhere, right when Hyun walks in and cuts off the gossip. Time for period 2. Take your seats, Hyun says shortly while holding the remote. Since we are super late, I will keep this brief and 2 data tables pop onto the screen. Holding up 2 fingers, Hyun explains that dungeons are currently split into 2 types, normal ones and uncompleted ones. He explains that the normal type is way more common, and as they all know, the gate breaks after 4 weeks. A break means monsters pour out of the gate. Hyun and Seong sit quietly, listening to Hyun explain that an uncompleted dungeon is different. You cannot predict when it breaks. It could open way before or after 4 weeks, making constant guard duty mandatory before he moves to the next point. So how do we stop it? Well, we have 2 ways. The screen switches to show 2 crystals, 1 red gold and 1 deep purple as Hyun continues. First is clearing it by grabbing the core, specifically the 2 main ones. Otherwise, you replace normal cores periodically to delay the break. He also warns them to be extremely careful with the attack order, when suddenly a loud, mocking voice cuts in. Oh, really? A tough, big-eared guy at the back gets super cocky, shouting, what about killing monsters? You think I came here to listen to this useless theory? Hyun gets annoyed, turning around to complain. Great, another brainless musclehead. These meatheads and that pig from earlier are a total problem. An assistant warns the student that causing more trouble will get him kicked out, but Hyun calmly raises his hand, saying it is fine before facing him. Hey student, come on down here. The big-eared guy goes, huh? Hyun repeats that he should come down, and the guy just sneers back. Ha, so you actually have some pride, huh? The guy walks up to the stage, spreading his arms wide to provoke him. I am down here, now what? Hyun stands right in front of him, pulls out his phone, and sets a 1-minute timer. The tough guy is clueless as Hyun shows him the screen. He lays out a deal for the next minute. I will only dodge and block. If you can land even 1 hit, you graduate instantly. Then, Hyun's face goes dark as he issues a cold threat. If not, you're expelled. Wanna play? Hyun and Seong watch the whole bet. You can already guess what they are thinking. This gym bro number 2 is so cocky. What a total, annoying joke. But then they both smile like total psychopaths, thinking that this might actually be fun to watch, as Hyun officially announces the challenge. I will only dodge and block for 1 minute. A single scratch, and you graduate. But if you fail, you are expelled. What is your choice? The big-eared tough guy grits his teeth, asking who Hyun thinks he is. His inventory pops open, and he pulls out a sharp sword. He smiles cockily, asking if he's sure he won't regret this. An assistant frantically steps up, warning Hyun that the sword is very real. Hyun pushes up his glasses and says it's fine. With a dark face, he orders him to bring it on, as the giant growls. He lunges forward, sword coming down, but Hyun just lightly slips right past his blade. Too easy. He calmly tells him that telegraphing your moves is a joke. Surprise is the absolute foundation of any attack, even if you are not sneak attacking. Furious, the giant slashes horizontally, but Hyun literally teleports right behind his back, just like that. That buildup is way too slow. No real enemy is going to sit and wait. The guy goes wild, eyes burning as he spins around. He swings furiously at Hyun, but the teacher blurs into countless afterimages, leaving him utterly unable to tell real from fake. Slashes rain down, but not a single one connects. Hyun casually guides him while dodging, explaining that just swinging a sword is not enough. You have to read your opponent's every move without missing a single beat. The tough guy's face turns red as he screams in rage. "Shut up," he screams, completely losing his sanity and aiming a horizontal slash right at his head. Hyun ducks. Dodging effortlessly, he keeps lecturing that swinging with pure strength is never the best option. The bigger your swings, the bigger your openings. But watch this, he pulls his knee up and kicks that sword straight into the ceiling. The sword lodges deep into the concrete ceiling, leaving massive cracks. Weaponless and utterly exhausted, the giant turns pale and collapses. Hyun slowly lowers his leg, noting that fighting like that just wastes energy. He displays his phone screen showing 1 minute and 28 seconds. Then, he coldly announces that the minute is up. The whole class stands stunned, while Hyun recalls that head tilt dodge. He thinks back to a video of a professional boxer dodging a normal person's punch with just a simple slip of the head. Just by tilting the head, I've seen a video like that. Looking at Hyun easily suppress the big-eared tough guy, he secretly wonders. But doing that to an awakened? Could there really be such a massive gap between superhumans? Hyun narrows his eyes, analyzing the big guy's power, speed, and reaction time in that brief fight. Even with stat amplification, Hyun would struggle to keep up. Even with my stat boosts, keeping up in a one-on-one would be rough. Hyun closes his eyes, then snaps them wide open. A pure, mischievous smile spreads across his face, and Seong, sitting next to him, looks exactly the same as they both think. Who would actually win? Man, I really want a piece of that action. They both laugh as Hyun glances over at Seong's insanely hyped face. He looks even crazier, sticking his tongue out and laughing. Hyun thinks to himself, what is with this guy's face? Is he losing his mind? Hyun instantly regrets it, dark-faced as he promises himself that he is never sitting next to this freak again. Everyone probably thinks I am just another weakling. In the afternoon, we all gather in the yard. The training academy schedule is pretty wild. We have boring theory classes in the morning, then hands-on training in the afternoon. Yi-hyun points to a rack of heavy, old-school weapons. Today is all about weapon skills. He tells everyone to grab a weapon, start practicing. We train on our own first. Meanwhile, the assistant instructors walk around to correct our stance. Since they are short-staffed, one-on-one coaching is out of the question. Hyun grabs a rusty sword, completely over it. Suddenly, Yuseong struts over with a blade on his shoulder. Yo bro, weapon training is a total drag. Wanna spar instead? Hyun instantly perks up. He asks if the guy is actually good at fighting. Yi-hyun shuts them down from across the yard. Sparring is banned until day 6. Hyun scoffs. He looks up at the bright blue sky. Loud grunts and training sounds echo everywhere as the others diligently swing their swords. Hyun just stands there, watching them with a bored expression. Honestly, he did not expect much, but this is pathetic. Their average level is way lower than he thought. Hyun scratches his head in disbelief. He does not even need to practice, just stretch. Gripping the hilt tightly, Hyun effortlessly unleashes a few clean, sharp slashes. Yi-hyun was watching the others, but suddenly Hyun catches his eye. You've gotta love this part, he looks over, absolutely shocked by how fast Hyun is swinging. Even though Hyun acts like he is just playing around, every single slash is so incredibly sharp that it literally tears the air, leaving faint silver trails behind him. Suddenly, an assistant instructor calls him out. Seong uncrosses his arms and tells him that in his current stance, he is doing it all wrong. He says Hyun needs to close his feet and adjust the angle. He accuses him of trying to show off, leaving Hyun standing there completely speechless. Seong keeps rambling on, warning that once he enters a real dungeon, fancy sword tricks like that are going to be completely useless in actual combat. Hyun's eyes flash a dangerous crimson. Before anyone can react, he grabs the instructor's collar, pulling him close with a demonic glare and asks if he's really that good at fighting. Then he lets go, instantly switching back to his casual self while cleaning his ear out. He mutters a quick apology, suppressing his dark thoughts of making a massive scene. Right then, Yi-hyun steps in and calls out to assistant instructor Seong-in. Seong-han stops and turns around, totally surprised to see the head instructor. Yi-hyun suddenly claps his hands together and raises his voice to grab everyone's attention. He announces that they are starting mock battles between the students and assistants right now. Both Hyun and Seong-han stand there completely dumbfounded by the sudden news. Yi-hyun hands a sword over to Seong-han, telling him to fight exactly how he just lectured, while trainee Kang Hyun will defend. Hyun is told to just swing normally, with only one exchange allowed. Seong-han is completely baffled, and Hyun is just as confused, but Yi-hyun simply waves his hand to start. Both Hyun and Seong-han get into position while Yi-hyun starts the countdown. 1, 2, and the exact second he hits 3, they both charge forward at each other. Hyun's eyes light up with pure thrill as he slams his blade down. The insane pressure completely terrifies Seong-han as Hyun's sword suddenly flashes with a faint blue light. He swings once more, and check this out. The sheer force blows the instructor's sword clean out of his hands, sending it spinning into the sky. Seon loses his footing and crashes to the dirt, right before his own blade drops from the air, stabbing the ground inches away from his back. The entire class is staring in absolute shock, unable to look away. Yi-hyun takes this perfect opportunity to explain that their weapon training is meant to prepare them for actual, brutal combat. He calmly explains that training conditions your body to react instantly, but Kang Hyun just proved that we must never forget the most crucial element. The key is raw adaptability, so never assume what you are taught is the only right answer. Let's give these two a huge round of applause for that awesome demonstration. As the class erupts into applause, Hyun gets incredibly smug despite having no idea why he is being praised. Seong-han just sits on the ground, scratching his head in pure embarrassment. Yi-hyun walks over and offers a hand, apologizing to Seong-han for the rough match. Seong-han quickly grabs it and stammers that it is totally fine, since he actually learned a lot. Pulling him up as Seong-han dusts off his pants, the instructor apologizes again for the sudden setup. Then, Yi-hyun slowly turns his gaze over toward Hyun, who is currently chatting away with Yoo-seong. Adjusting his glasses, Yi-hyun mutters in a low, mysterious tone that he just wanted to test a few things. Meanwhile, Hyun decides to start keeping a daily log, which he proudly calls the precious training diary of Kang Hyun. He flips it open and starts writing his entry for day 1. Some big guy tried to pick a fight with me, so I taught him a lesson. His name is An Yu-song, and he keeps acting friendly, but honestly, he seems a bit annoying. The theory classes are boring as hell, and practical training is completely useless. Day 2 is basically the same, studying random tactics in the morning. In the afternoon, it's back to weapon training. An Yu-song seems way too hyped about it, so I should probably keep my distance from this guy. Yu-seong swings his sword so wildly that the instructor has to step in, warning him it's dangerous. On day 3, I asked Yu-seong a quick question. I asked how many tutorial stages he cleared, but he just smirked and said it was a total secret. This guy is still the only person talking to me. In the afternoon, we both grab swords, but the instructor just screams that we are doing it wrong. On day 4, Yu-song sits next to me, staring at my diary pages, which are covered in random doodles because of how bored I am. During the practice, I grabbed 2 swords, but the instructor snapped that we can only use 1 weapon. Day 5, I am so bored I just lie on the ground. The instructor asks what the hell I'm doing, and I just tell him I'm meditating. By day 6, I completely give up and faceplant, asking Yu-seong why he isn't causing trouble. He says, "Didn't you tell me earlier that we should just quietly get through this course?" I lift my head and give him a cold look. I tell him that even if he gets kicked out, it's not my problem. Yu-seong just chuckles, calling me a trash talker as usual, before telling me not to worry. He points out that today is day 6, which means we finally get to spar in the afternoon. Honestly, I have a feeling some pretty wild things are about to happen. Yu-seong's eyes curved with this creepy, twisted excitement, giving me a bad feeling. It was day 6 of training, afternoon sparring inside a small hall. The instructor's sword flew right out of his hand, clattering away as he hit the floor with a painful groan. I helped him up and, acting as referee, declared trainee Kang Hyun the winner. Next team, get ready to step up. The hall was buzzing. I sat back down, and Yu-seong leaned over with a smirk, saying I fought pretty damn well. He said he watched me take down the instructor, but I brushed it off. He laughed, asking why I was suddenly being so modest. I totally ignored him and kept watching the next matches. Honestly, my mind was totally elsewhere. What was I supposed to do next? This honestly felt like child's play. I crossed my arms, thinking the power levels here were pretty weak. I didn't know much about raw talent, but commoners definitely had their limits. Watching these boring fights was putting me to sleep. Sparring was scheduled until day 8, and I couldn't stand this boring routine. Suddenly, a trainee lunged at his opponent with a loud roar. The opponent panicked, raising his sword to block. Sitting in the crowd, I locked my eyes on the arena to see what happened next. The kid was terrified, closing his eyes as a blade stopped inches from his face. Instructor Hyun caught it barehanded just in time, calling the match. He declared Kim Chang-gu the winner, and the crowd clapped. Honestly, I had to admit the guy was pretty decent. If I had to fight, I'd rather take on Instructor Hyun. Right then, he called up the next team, and Yuseong stood right up. He told me he was up next, and I just nodded. But then, this insanely creepy smirk spread across his face. I caught his weird expression as he walked up to the stage, instantly remembering those creepy eyes of his that were filled with pure malice. He had said something interesting was about to happen. Honestly, my bad feelings are never wrong. This guy was definitely up to no good. I had a terrible gut feeling. But with the instructor standing right there, nothing too crazy could actually happen, right? Yu Seong stood with a mace, facing a girl holding a staff. Instructor Hyun stood between them, introducing his opponent as Lee Yuri. She was a mage allowed to use her own staff to make up for the tight space. Hyun warned Yu Seong that she had an advantage. He asked if Yu Seong was okay with that, and the guy just smirked, saying he had zero issues. Hyun then stared at his weapon. The instructor pointed out Yu Seong usually used a sword, wondering why he brought a mace. Yu Seong just winked, asking if there was a rule against it. Since it wasn't against any rules, the instructor let it go, stepping back and signaling for both of them to take their positions. The instructor started counting down to 3, and my anxiety spiked with every single beat. 1, 2, 3. Yuri immediately launched her magic, conjuring sharp floating stones. She sent the stones flying straight at him, but he just stood there with a smug grin, casually raising his heavy mace. He swatted the incoming stones away with lightning speed, his eyes flashing with absolute arrogance. Everyone in the crowd was completely stunned. I stared in total awe, seeing actual magic right in front of me for the very first time. This was absolutely unreal to watch. Wondering if I could learn magic too, I realized we never saw this during regular training. Was she getting special private lessons? Yuri glared, furious that her first strike failed. She gripped her staff tight, cursing under her breath. Purple energy swirled around the tip as she channeled all her power to summon a massive boulder. Hurling the massive rock straight at him, Yu Seong glanced sideways, and Instructor Hyun instantly realized something was horribly wrong. Yu Seong wound up and swung his mace high with a savage, psychotic grin, aiming a brutal blow right at the incoming boulder. The magical energy flared. My heart stopped. No way was that crazy bastard actually about to pull something. He spun his weapon, catching the massive stone in a terrifying vortex. I realized he was actively bending the spell's trajectory, aiming it right at the instructor's face. Targeting the instructor, the rock redirected straight at Hyun, forcing him to dive out of the way. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yu Seong rushed straight for Yuri while the instructor was completely distracted. Hyun could only watch in absolute horror as he charged. He swung his mace straight down at Yuri's head. The instructor screamed out in panic, but blood already sprayed everywhere. Hyun stood frozen in shock, and I was just as stunned. Yuri lay at Yu Seong's feet in a pool of blood. Her finger was broken backward at a horrific angle, but Yu Seong just cheered, his face covered in blood and his cheeks flushed with absolute ecstasy. It was sickening. I quickly wrote down in my diary for day 6, this bastard is way crazier than I ever imagined. The assistant, Han, immediately screamed for the medical team, and Min Hyuk was ordered to call the emergency hotline right away. Everyone was panicking. You could hear the raw panic in his voice as he told the emergency operator she had a severely fractured right arm, begging them to hurry the hell up. He tried to keep her conscious, telling her to hang on. Meanwhile, Yu Seong stood there covered in blood, staring down like a demon wanting to rip her apart. Pointing his sword, Hyun roared, asking if he knew what the hell he just did. Yu Seong only smirked and raised his hands in surrender. He casually claimed his hand just slipped, arguing that accidents happen in training all the time. The instructor gritted his teeth, absolutely furious. Hyun snapped back, asking if he looked like an idiot. But the bastard just gave a playful wink, showing zero remorse. I glared at him with pure hatred. Shaking with anger, I had to force myself to keep it together. Instructor Hyun finally announced a 20-minute break to clear the hall. Be back in your seats by 3. He points right at Yusong and tells him to follow him for a quick second. Yusong immediately nods like a good little student. Yes, sir. Standing in the crowd, Hyun stays quiet but his mind is racing. He looks down at Yi Hyun's dagger, thinking to himself that dagger. He flashes back to that guy in protective gear holding those exact 2 freaky daggers, but despite that crazy first day incident, their training just goes on like nothing ever happened. For the next 2 days, the vibe stays super tense. Yu Seong is still training, but he is totally on everyone's radar now. The instructors and assistants are keeping a massive eye on him. His wins look way too easy, and they even keep a healer on standby right next to him just in case. Word on the street is those healers cost a fortune. Anyway, day 8 wraps up without any crazy drama. Yi-hyun sits there thinking, no, I was totally ready to let this slide. Inside the instructor's office, Yi-hyun cheerfully calls out the training is almost over, so let's start practicing with real swords. Hyun stands before Yi-hyun, who just keeps his head down. Man, graduation is only 2 days away. Go by so peacefully, can you? Yi-hyun keeps plotting, telling Hyun that he is completely exhausted and shouldn't just barge into the instructor's room like that. Hyun frowns, thinking this whole thing is kind of a joke. He asks if this childish game isn't a bit boring. Yi-hyun just facepalms, looking totally exhausted as he walks over. Yi-hyun tells him straight up, look, Yi-hyun, are you not itching for a fight? You are supposed to be reviewing paperwork here, and honestly, we have totally met before, right? 3. Yi-hyun stays silent. Out on the training field, Yi-hyun finally admits, so you were that trainee, Kang Hyun. Thanks. Hyun shrugs, but inside, he is low-key panicking, hoping Yi-hyun did not notice, where he actually hid that item. Yi-hyun then speaks up, hey, trainee Kang Hyun, you cleared stage 5, right? That is one seriously impressive sword you got there. Is not that the stage 6 reward? Hyun plays dumb, saying he found it. But Yi-hyun calls it a cheap excuse. Yi-hyun smirks, realizing this kid is not going to talk. He tells him that if he is keeping secrets, then it is only fair to show his own hands. And check this out, Yi-hyun suddenly pulls out a crazy weapon he found during his conquest, swinging his dagger and catching Hyun completely off guard. Yi-hyun admits he thought Hyun was just raw power, but his speed is actually wild. Hyun smirks, saying that relying on just one stat is a one-way ticket to being weak. Since I have a recovery skill, you better go all out. Yi-hyun nods, saying he won't hold back, and the two clash as their weapons spark like crazy. He is shocked by the insane power. Can Hyun block everything? Hyun just laughs, hell yeah, I can. Now this is what a real spar should feel like. Yi-hyun realizes this kid's recovery skill is just as cracked and broken as his own. If that is the case, he needs to hit even harder. Yi-hyun plans to launch an unavoidable strike, but suddenly realizes, wait, why can I not pierce through? Hyun blocks the blade with his bare collarbone, laughing. Gotcha. Yi-hyun's glasses fly off as he hits the dirt. Staring at the ceiling, Yi-hyun admits defeat. Chilling with sodas later, he says Kang Hyun is a total beast. Hyun shrugs and says Yi-hyun was pretty tough too. Taking a sip of his drink, he points out that technically, this spar is actually a draw. They agreed not to use active skills, but Hyun slipped up. Yi-hyun laughs, looks like I win then. He warns that a foul like that could get him disqualified. Hyun snaps back, that is totally unfair. How do I turn off a passive skill? Yi-hyun stands up, he laughs, and goes, thanks man, I actually feel a lot better now. Go rest up, because tomorrow we have a major dungeon conquest practice. Right outside Dungeon 4, a warning sign blocks the entrance. This place is strictly Academy property. Yeah, trespassers will straight up get prosecuted. But check it, some shady dude in a black cloak is slowly creeping toward the gate. This place is a training ground for Academy rookies. Now, a massive crowd is standing right before the giant portal. Everyone is sweating bullets because this is an S-class dungeon called the Forest of Gaiga. Yi-hyun starts explaining, warning everyone about the main monster waiting inside. These things are way stronger than normal F-class trash. But there are two big reasons why the school still uses this crazy place for practice. First, it is a battlefield map. Sure, there are traps, but the monsters are the real threat. Second, Gaigas do not hunt in packs, so you can bait them and smash them one by one. Once we step inside, I will explain the details. Talk about a pretty awkward pep talk. Hyun is genuinely shocked because this is his first actual dungeon. His tutorial started in a totally different place. Can you imagine how crazy that is? Since he has never done this, floating through the portal feels completely wild, and when he opens his eyes, the scenery is different. A massive tropical rainforest appears before their eyes, leaving everyone totally speechless. Like, wow, so this is a dungeon, a whole different world. Hyun wonders if they can just walk back through the portal to go home. Yuseong shrugs, telling him they will explain that boring stuff in class. Yuseong says he can leave, but Hyun snaps back, fine, stop talking to me. I do not want people thinking I am crazy. He whines that Hyun was the one who started talking first anyway. Meanwhile, instructor Yi-hyun steps up to explain that the assistant is baiting a Gaiga first as a demo. After that, everyone will hunt them in squads of 5. Yi-hyun calls his assistant up to give some quick tips. The assistant says they need to find an open area to make fighting easier. While they walk, he explains how the Gaiga is actually a bird-type monster. These beasts stand over 2 meters tall and look almost like giant, angry ostriches. They are insanely fast, and their savage beaks are strong enough to literally crush steel armor like paper. One hit can be fatal, so be careful. The plan is to surround it and bind its legs, but suddenly, an emergency system alarm starts blaring. Wait, look at this. The system suddenly alerts them that the core is gone, the exit gate is open, and the entire dungeon is about to completely collapse. The crowd starts panicking, pushing each other. Yi-hyun yells for them to chill out and exit the portal safely, one by one. We need to leave before this place crumbles. There is still time, so stick to the line, but the crowd is still freaking out. Hold on. Did the announcement not say the core was already destroyed? Does that not mean the dungeon is finished? Yi-hyun quickly counts heads, wondering who could have possibly done this. Like, who on earth cleared this place? Suddenly, a panicked soldier runs up, screaming that the dungeon is doing something impossible. Call for backup immediately. All trainees, get out right now. It is a dungeon break. Yi-hyun screams at the top of his lungs. Hyun is totally lost, asking what is happening. Yi-hyun turns to him, saying, Trainee Kang Hyun, you are right on time. We have got a dungeon break. I need you guys to help hold the front line. Hyun is just standing there, completely clueless. Wait, what even is a dungeon break? If you destroy the core without slaying the boss, all the remaining monsters will flood through the portal as it crumbles. That is a dungeon break. Did you skip theory class? Hyun stammers that he totally knew it. Yi-hyun laughs, saying he was only testing to see if the kid actually remembered. Stop playing around. There is zero time to joke. The Gaigas are coming, and I need to lead the rest of the trainees. So just stay put. Yi-hyun charges forward, yelling, Oh crap, this is it! Kang Hyun, I am leaving this spot to you. Hyun panics, yelling, Wait up, I did not even get the full explanation. Meanwhile, Yi-hyun screams for everyone to group up into squads of 5. Follow my orders or you will straight up die. Hyun lets out a dry laugh as a Gaiga charges. Wait, does he seriously expect me to fight them alone? Did I hear that right? Whatever, let's just do this. Hyun grits his teeth and charges, while Yoo-seong suddenly leaps in right beside him. You? Hyun is totally surprised. Yoo-seong laughs like a madman. Crushing monsters is the best, and you cannot have all the fun alone. Well, having an absolute psycho on your team is kind of reassuring. Hyun grips his sword and yells for Yoo-seong to cover his ears. He activates the skill Roar of the Lion, screaming at the top of his lungs. A system alert pops up. All enemy stats have completely tanked. The trainees are stunned. Wait, did these birds suddenly get weaker? What was that loud noise? Yi-hyun looks back, wondering if it was Hyun. That is definitely trainee Kang Hyun's crazy debuff skill. With backup on the way, Yi-hyun smiles, thinking that this whole situation is actually going way smoother than expected. Hyun unleashes a massive magical explosion. He wonders why he can trigger a skill that normal people cannot. Yoo-seong's jaw drops, asking him if that was straight-up magic. Hyun just gives a mysterious smirk. This, just some skill I unlocked earlier. Yoo-seong asks if it was from the tutorial, but Hyun keeps it a secret. But more importantly, look over there. Hyun points ahead as a massive, mutated Gaiga boss spawns. Crap, the backup team is still nowhere to be seen. Yi-hyun is sweating. Sure, Kang Hyun has fought a boss before, but this one is completely on another level. This is a huge disaster. Even for those two powerhouse rookies, this is officially their first time clashing with a real, high-tier monster. Hyung, let me have this one. Let your little bro get the kill. Yoo-seong laughs like a maniac, but Hyun growls no way. It is mine. Tomorrow is graduation day. Byung-chun asks if there was some crazy incident during the dungeon training today, right? Yi-hyun answers that yes, terrorists broke into the dungeon and deliberately triggered a dungeon break. The man adds that reports confirm it was the work of dungeon terrorists. It has been a month already, Seon says with a slight smirk. She asks if any standout trainees caught his eye. Yi-hyun checks his report and replies yes, there are 2 of them. He continues, saying they are the ones who took down the mutation-causing boss. Seon looks surprised. One is a trainee with monstrous physical strength, speed, and reflexes total monster tier. But his biggest edge is his insane recovery rate. He's tough, and his reckless disregard for injury creates wildly unpredictable tactics. Yi-hyun adds that the other one is a completely different type. Should I call him a genius? He was born with elite combat instincts, razor-sharp reflexes, and hyper-efficient techniques. Seon muses quietly, skipping the last part. It is rare for Kim Ye-hyun to praise anyone this much. Has he offered recruitment yet? Yi-hyun replies that while he serves as an instructor, that would be a violation. Seon notes he is still as rigid as ever. He chucklingly replies that matching the boss's vibe is normal, guildmaster. Seon looks at him. As the master of the Dagon Guild, she tells him that being an instructor is fine, but he should— That is actually my first time seeing this guy. I have seen Kim Yi-hyun so much that I thought he was the big boss, but now a man in dark glasses is bowing deeply to him. Welcome in, young master. Seeing this crazy luxury car and the massive bodyguard, Hyun is completely stunned. Man, Yoo-seong, were you literally born with a golden spoon in your mouth? Yoo-seong pops the door open, telling him to hop in so he can drive him home, and Hyun happily accepts. Pretty sweet. I have been in rides like this before. Suddenly, Hyun spins around in shock. Kim Yi-hyun is standing there, asking if he came over just to say his goodbyes. Never thought you were the emotional type, Yi-hyun teases. Hyun denies it, but whatever. The instructor explains that the rewards for clearing yesterday's insane dungeon outbreak will be sent to both of them soon. We will be hitting you up really soon, and that goes for An Yoo-seong too. So peace out. He turns to walk away, but Hyun immediately shouts after him. Hold up. Did you seriously come all this way just to say that? Show some love, you cold bastard. Yi-hyun sighs lazily, telling him that he is already strong and will only get crazier. I am positive we will cross paths in a dungeon soon, but do not ever forget the heavy duties that come with being an awakened hunter. Because now, Kang Hyun is officially an awakened hunter. Staring at his shiny new license, he brags to his sister, see that, Hyun, your brother has got insane potential. Hyun just lies on the couch scrolling through her phone, totally blowing him off. Hyun snaps back, no more disrespect. Starting tomorrow, he is going to dominate. He vows to clear every single dungeon out there, but then he pauses, wondering how he even finds them. Do they just pop up when you search on normal maps? Hyun, still lazying on the sofa, tells him there is a special app for hunters called Radar. She says pretty much everything he needs should be right in there. Hyun gasps, asking if she is some kind of genius. She just rolls her eyes, saying it is all over social media. He used to play online games, so how is he getting dumber? Scrolling the web, Hyun sees dungeon maps and monster intel. They are even recruiting raid party members online. But look at this, Gekka Forest is listed as a deadly S-rank dungeon. He still wants to go solo. Insane, right? He needs to stack serious cash to flex to his mom. Checking his schedule, he knows even the lowest tier dungeon clear payout is pretty solid. Clearing an S-rank dungeon bags around 20 million won. Plus, mana stones are a hot new energy source, and monster drops sell for some pretty crazy money too. Top-tier hunters pull in insane monthly figures. Meanwhile, back home, Hyun's dad asks his wife if she has heard what their son has been up to lately. The dad heard the kid got some special hunter license last month. Shocked, the mom replies that he literally just sent her 10 million won as allowance money. What? Did they buy some beat-up old car? The dad laughs, realizing the kid is already making way more cash than him, but the mom is still worried. She is terrified because she hears about hunters getting crippled or killed all the time. The dad just tells her to let him handle his own business. It beats being unemployed at his age anyway. Besides, the news says they raid in teams, and Hyun is not the type to take crazy, uncalculated risks. He is sure the kid can watch his own back since he has been sharp since childhood. But right now, inside a dungeon, a brutal battle is raging. Hyun hypes himself up. Bring it on, you monsters. Outside, his luxury Bentley sits parked by the curb as his phone rings off the hook. His mom keeps blowing up his phone, but he is not picking up. Eating some fruit, the dad tells her the kid is probably asleep, so they should just call tomorrow instead. She agrees, saying she will head back after washing the dishes, telling him to tidy up. She reminds him to tell their son about the news tomorrow. The mom is super anxious about that crazy supermarket incident. The dad tells her to drop it. The government will handle everything anyway. She asks how long they are supposed to wait. If Kang Hyun actually has a raid team, she would rather call him because things are getting dangerous. After a bloody showdown, the system announces the dungeon core is destroyed. The exit gate pops open, and Hyun walks out of the dungeon completely exhausted. He is determined to stick to E-rank dungeons for now, thinking it is way safer to keep things cautious for a while. He is still not sure if his resurrection cheat skill even works in the real world. Popping his car open, he decides his first stop is heading home to sleep. Then tomorrow, he will grab some beef with Hyun. Checking his phone, he gasps. 36 missed calls from his sister? Suddenly, his phone starts ringing again. The phone rings and she panics, saying there's real trouble. Hyun's parents look completely pale as the TV behind them starts broadcasting breaking news about a dungeon outbreak right in the city of Hangre. On screen, the anchor reports the government is doing everything they can to secure a quick solution regarding this massive dungeon gate opening right in the middle of Hangray. With a massive dungeon active, the entire city of Hangray is locked down as the military teams up with civilian awakening groups. They sealed off the entire area of Hangray to stop further damage, but things are looking pretty grim for the citizens trapped inside. In response, the Dan Gun Guild announces they are heading out to help. Hyun looks at her brother with total worry, asking if he's seriously going in there completely alone. Hyun chuckles to reassure her, telling her not to worry because she knows exactly who he is. Tying his shoes, he confidently adds that he might look basic, but he's still a top-tier Guide Academy graduate who can handle this easily. Hyun stays quiet, her eyes filled with deep worry for her big brother. She tells him to stay safe and not overdo it. Hyun just smiles. "Don't sweat it, kid. Go inside and rest," he says, promising he will bring their parents back soon. He drives off with one goal in mind, but his car gets stopped at a military checkpoint ahead. They order him to turn back, but Hyun calmly replies that he's an awakened user, asking why he can't go inside. He flashes his registration card. The guard checks it over, noting he's just an unaffiliated solo user before asking his superior for a final decision. The commander tells them to let him through since all awakened are allowed. But the guard warns that they won't be responsible for whatever happens next. Hyun salutes, thanking him, then asks if he's actually just a civil servant rather than a soldier. Speeding away and leaving the guards behind, Hyun checks his phone. At least 5 separate dungeons have already been confirmed to be wide open. There's even an E-rank dungeon in the mix. He hopes his parents are holding on, praying he makes it in time with no monsters blocking his path. But suddenly, a massive boar T-bones his car, flipping it completely. He barely crawls out. Talk about absolute trash luck, he screams at the stupid beast, asking how it dared to wreck the sweet ride he literally just got today. Drawing his sword with pure rage, he vows to avenge his Bentley. "Bring it on, you fat porker." Gritting his teeth, he realizes this thing is pretty huge. Suddenly, a whole horde of goblins swarms him, making him wonder if he burned their kingdom in a past life. Because the second he tries to ignore them, they just pop up to cause more trouble. He tells himself to focus, there's zero time to waste here. Hey, they say forgiveness is the best revenge, so he yells to the monsters that he's out of here. He bolts into the woods like absolute lightning, leaving the furious wild boar screaming behind. Let the goblins fight each other instead. His sweet Bentley is already ruined anyway, so there's no point wasting any precious energy on these weaklings. Running barefoot in the pitch-black forest, he pants heavily, refusing to waste a single second. Checking his GPS, he mutters that running barefoot all night is pure torture, especially since he has to save his battery. That means no flashlight. He regrets taking this sketchy shortcut instead of the main road, but suddenly, a wild beast leaps out of nowhere to attack him. He realizes these things can turn completely invisible. No sleeping on the job tonight. Dodging their strikes, he keeps sprinting through the dark, cold forest. Suddenly, he stops. A wolf pack surrounds him. Drawing his sword, he leaps into a wild/fest. Finally, Hyun wipes them all out. Panting heavily, he climbs up a tree to rest. Before he knows it, the morning sun starts peeking through the branches. Sleeping on a hard branch after fighting all night is brutal, but he takes what he can get. Time to move. Meanwhile, his parents are huddled against a wall, his mother frantically checking her phone. Still no reply from their son. She whispers to her husband, who quickly gestures for her to keep quiet. She asks if letting Hyun come was really a good idea. His father asks if they can't reach him at all, and she explains the signal towers must be down. He secretly wonders if they'll actually make it out. That massive orc from yesterday was supposed to be manageable, but rumor says it's a crazy S-rank tier monster. His father starts panicking. Can their son really handle this? Can Hyun really beat this beast and wipe out the orcs? His dad suddenly starts laughing like a maniac. Those orcs are just a warm-up for our boy. Our beloved son is on his way. Meanwhile, Hyun is laughing his head off, totally bragging about his epic solo victories. He boasts about clearing an F-rank dungeon all by himself. Standing over a pile of dead orcs, he confidently declares that fighting these guys is too easy. A deep growl echoes. A squad of heavy orcs marches closer, but he casually thinks this is nothing. But wait, look at his face. His eyes go wide as 3 absolutely massive elite orc warriors suddenly step out of the shadows. Hyun panics as reality hits him. This is actually an E-rank dungeon, not F-rank. Running to the building, he yells out that he's here to save his parents. He yells for them to stay quiet. Inside, his father gasps in absolute shock. Is that really Hyun? His mother can't believe her ears either. They both scramble to the window, and seeing their son down below, his father worriedly asks what's going on. He asks what happened these past months. Suddenly, a swarm of monsters attacks, and Hyun starts parrying. Gritting his teeth, he pushes back with everything he's got. Hyun unleashes a devastating counterattack, raining down a storm of slashes on his foes. Without flinching, he drops one orc, but another roars in pure fury, charging straight at him. Suddenly, a massive explosion blasts him back. The orc warrior actually knows magic, its eyes glowing with a creepy, menacing light as the dust settles. Hyun is heavily injured, barely dragging himself off the ground as blood drips onto the dirt. Feeling completely drained, he looks up in absolute despair, cursing his luck. Hundreds, no, thousands of orc warriors keep rushing in, completely surrounding Hyun. Then, an orc general steps up, massive and way more terrifying than the rest of them. It growls to threaten him, but Hyun just laughs. "Huh, you the leader?" he scoffs, panting heavily while calling the monster ugly as hell. Exhausted, he desperately tries to save his remaining mana to recover, but time is running out. Suddenly, a loud system notification flashes Lion's Roar activated. He lets out a furious roar and charges with zero fear. But with no strength left, he gets brutally blasted back, his body completely covered in fresh blood. Agonizing pain shoots through him as the orc general lands a massive punch right to his face. Right then, Hyun realizes this giant bastard is just playing with him. The beast keeps attacking, leaving no room for a counter. Beaten to a pulp, Hyun lies there unable to move, wondering if his mana is completely drained. His body refuses to heal as he lies motionless on the dirt. Despair creeps in at this rate. He doesn't even know if he will ever respawn again. Gritting his teeth, Hyun forces his trembling hand to grip his sword. Running away isn't an option, not when his family is right behind him. You can't help but root for this guy. With a wild shout, he lunges back into the fight, refusing to stay down. Stumbling forward, he refuses to quit. That's when Hyun spots his parents hiding inside the house, and he screams out for his mother in pure panic. The orcs start scaling the walls, aiming right for them. His father watches in horror, shaking as the monsters close in on their hiding spot. His mother panics, looking for her boy. Gathering his last bit of strength, Hyun screams, "Get away from them, you absolute mutts!" He charges desperately toward his parents. But the orc general intercepts him with brutal, crushing blows. Crashing hard, Hyun screams out one last time for them to stay away before collapsing onto the ground. Staring weakly toward the house where his parents are, his vision starts to fade. Everything goes black. Meanwhile, a female guildmaster finally arrives at the scene. Having just wiped out the remaining monsters, Guildmaster Seon asks about the survivors while her squad members start reporting on the situation. They are prioritizing the wounded and securing the evacuation route. Seon lets out a heavy sigh, staring at the sheer level of destruction around them. She realizes someone gathered the orcs here, keeping the surrounding areas safe. Seon whispers to herself, "Was it you? Did you hold them off until we got here?" A squad member solemnly delivers the bad news the kid didn't make it. Saddened, Seon orders them to carefully retrieve his body, but looking down, she gasps. "Wait, what?" Hyun's body is completely gone. Panic sets in as she wonders where the corpse could have vanished to. And here is the twist. Suddenly, Hyun's brown eyes snap open as he sits up in a tree, utterly confused about how he's still breathing. Resurrection ability activated 24 hours after death. The system description says he will keep reviving until Earth's crisis ends. If no respawn point is set, there's a catch. You revive at your last sleeping spot. Penalty level decreased by 1, and all stats cut by 50% for 24 hours. Hyun mutters, "My last spot?" Outside, a blood-soaked demon prowls around. Inside, a terrified chubby guy clutches a wooden stick, desperately trying to defend himself. Behind him, a young girl shivers in absolute terror. Gritting his teeth, Hyun clenches his fists, realizing it has already been 24 hours since he died. Grabbing his massive blade, Hyun leaps high into the air. He needs to get back to his family immediately. With a heavy thud, he lands on the ground. Sweating bullets, he realizes his body feels incredibly heavy. Is this the resurrection penalty? Shaking it off, Hyun bolts forward. "Pavlov Aduase, let them be okay," he prays as he runs. As the sun dips below the horizon, darkness quickly wraps around the world. Standing outside an old house, Hyun sighs. After a brutal 5-hour run with a heavy body, this ruined hometown is his welcome. Pushing the door open, he finds nothing but rubble. Hanging his head, he explains that after wandering through the night, He reached a military base and begged an officer to borrow a phone. Finally making the call, he got the devastating news his father lost an arm and his mother is still lying unconscious. 2 months pass by. On the television, a news reporter announces that the Dagon Guild is preparing to raid a D-rank dungeon in the G2 plains. A C-rank gate popped up nearby. But as Hyun gears up to go, his sister blocks him. She warns him that he has already died 3 times this week, but he calmly replies that he is fine. As he shuts the door, she screams after him. "It is not your fault, so stop blaming yourself." After he leaves, the doorknob rattles. It is his sister, Anchi, stepping out to watch him go as her system notification screen flickers. Elsewhere, a chaotic fight is raging. A leveling notification pops up for a guy named Yuseong, who raises his hand in smug triumph. "Oh yeah, I leveled up. Wow, another level up already? Congrats, my friend. You are seriously the absolute star player of our entire squad right now." Yuseong scoffs inwardly, thinking he is the one who cleared stage 5. Soon, he won't have to carry these useless losers anymore. Next month, I will hit level 35 and join the elite Dagon Guild, he plots. But since I am such a nice guy, he flashes a fake smile, telling them they will catch up soon. But suddenly, something catches Yuseong's eye, making him freeze in his tracks. What is that? A figure suddenly bursts out from the dungeon entrance. It is Hyun, looking dead serious with his massive blade in hand. As he charges past them, the crowd panics. "Hey, run! Who enters a dungeon solo?" Yuseong's jaw drops in utter shock as he yells out to stop him. They scream that the dungeon boss is too dangerous. A teammate frantically asks if they should follow him. "Should we follow him?" Yuseong quickly shakes his head, stating they cannot just leave the guy behind. "Move out. Follow him now." A massive swarm of monsters and their soldiers flood the area. Standing alone before the horde, Hyun prepares for a brutal fight. A system alert pops up. Activating one's secret technique will boost all of his stats by 40% of his total magic power, but it will slowly drain his body. This technique belonged to one, a battle maniac who spent his entire life fighting. He was a B-rank hunter who chased insane battles to push himself to the absolute limit, successfully tapping into devastating levels of power. He did it by literally breaking his own body. Suddenly, a massive aura erupts around Hyun as a pack of vicious Ankia monsters closes in on him. Hyun swings his blade, slicing the beasts in half. Smirking confidently, he triggers a magic explosion, blasting the rest of the Ankia monsters to pieces. When Yuseong and his squad arrive, they are completely frozen by the horrific sight of dead monsters and blood splattered everywhere. His jaw literally drops in shock. I mean, wouldn't yours? In front of Hyun, a glowing blue orb floats. Raising his bloody arm, he remembers gaining one secret yesterday. It goes perfectly with his physical regeneration. Clenching his bloody fist, he realizes things would have been bad if he did not have his recovery skill. If his regeneration wasn't high tier, this fight would have been a nightmare. Just then, the system alerts him that his intermediate recovery skill is active. It uses mana to instantly heal any bodily damage. Even extreme injuries like lost limbs, severe burns, or frostbite are patched up in seconds using raw magic power. This intermediate skill is practically a miracle, healing shattered bones in under a single day. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, asking if he is okay. Yuseong walks up and asks if he is all right. Hyun shrugs it off, saying he is fine, but Yuseong looks at him like he just noticed something weird. Someone grabs the glowing power orb, revealing it is just a standard dungeon core. Hyun turns around to face them. "If there is nothing else, I am out of here, so back off." One of them shouts, "Hey, you are seriously not harvesting the mana stones from these corpses?" Hyun answers coldly, "No need, I am leaving." As Hyun walks off, the group starts buzzing sweet. "How much cash are we going to make from this pile?" Hyun closes his eyes, deep in thought. No time to waste, thinking I just need to get stronger. Yuseong turns back to look at him, completely suspicious, as a bright flame flares up in the dark. Someone asks, "Who was that guy anyway?" Another dude snaps back, "Who cares? We just made a crazy amount of money, and that is the only thing that matters." A girl in the party protests, but Yuseong tells her to drop it. There are all kinds of weirdos out there, but today, we walked away with a massive fortune. It is all thanks to him, the bald guy says. Then he adds, "Wait, maybe he is that rumored player who wants to clear dungeons completely solo." Yuseong scoffs no freaking way. Even if the rumors are real, this is not some F-rank dungeon. It is an E-rank, Yuseong says, mocking the idea. Clearing an E-rank solo is something even Han Se-on or Choi Dong-woo cannot do. But as they check their system windows together, they freeze in total shock. A system notification pops up: the dungeon core has been seized, and the exit portal is now open. Nearby, the Antia monsters lie dead in a pool of blood. A golden book glows with glowing energy. The system says it is the Antia Armor skill book, which grants the Antia shell defensive ability to the user upon activation. It literally hardens your skin. Hyun stares intensely, thinking that the secret of one and physical recovery have completely drained his mana. He cannot activate this yet. The system warns that spamming skills does not make you stronger. Meanwhile, Bingen's greatsword has a durability of 500 out of 500. This sword belonged to the legendary mercenary Bingen, carving his fame across 35 years of bloody warfare. Honestly, it started as just a totally basic blade, but after years at Bingen's side, it drank massive amounts of blood, absorbing a gloomy aura and the gladiator skill to dramatically boost physical strength. With the gladiator trait infused in Bingen's greatsword, another notification shows it boosts strength and stamina by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. However, during activation, it lowers judgment. Your logic drops, and there are other nasty side effects, so use it carefully. No matter how overpowered a skill is, it is useless if you trigger it at the wrong moment. Sitting on the carcass of the dead Antia monster, Hyun thinks that no matter how insane things get inside a dungeon, a hunter must never lose his cool. If I had lost my cool back there, I would be dead. He shakes his head. No regrets, though. Right now, there is only one thing left for me to do, and that is getting stronger at any cost. Holding the glowing golden skill book, he vows to master it, while a massive crowd of reporters waits outside the dungeon. A male reporter shoves his microphone forward, saying there are rumors of a solo hunter clearing dungeons alone, and that very player is supposed to be here today. Yuseong quickly waves his hands. Oh, no, it is not us. He points his finger. There he is, look. Hyun emerges from the portal, looking exhausted as he lets out a deep sigh. This is pure chaos, guys. Blinding camera flashes hit his face as greedy reporters swarm him instantly, shouting that they are from KTC. Are you the rumored solo hunter everyone is talking about? Pavlov Adjuace, look over here. If you have not joined a guild yet, you should hear us out. Hyun completely ignores them and pushes past. Rumors or not, I do not care. Get out of my face, you are all blocking my way. An annoyed reporter snaps at him. Hey, what is your problem? Did you just bump into me? Furious, Hyun glares back and yells, so what if I did? The guy starts sweating in pure terror. Sorry about that, the reporter stammers, instantly backing down. Hyun walks away without another word, leaving the press crowd whispering behind his back. Did you see that? It felt like he was about to murder me. Is he some thug? I bet he has a criminal record, they mutter, as Hyun walks down an alley. Pulling out his keys, Hyun unlocks his car door, sighing in frustration. What an absolute waste of time, he mutters. Those people are nothing but a headache. This sleek red car is actually his second vehicle, a Bentley Continental. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Hey, Kang Hyun. He turns around, asking who the hell they are. A well-dressed man in a suit smiles warmly. There is no need to be so defensive, Kang Hyun. I came here today to offer you some real help. He hands over a business card with a polite grin. Hyun looks it over, muttering the name written on it, Seong Yoon-ho, from the Awakened Alliance. We have had our eyes on you for quite some time, the man continues. Join us, and we will back you up with all the resources you need. Hyun stays quiet. The man calmly adds, You do not have to decide right now. Just call me whenever you are ready. Take all the time you need. With a deep bow, the man bids him farewell. Left alone in silence, Hyun stares at the card, whispering This is the Awakened Alliance. Unlike money-hungry guilds, this alliance was built to protect the rights and welfare of independent hunters. It is a completely different kind of beast. Sitting at a convenience store, shoving instant noodles down his throat, Hyun ponders. He had never heard of a support group like this before. Man, this is crazy. The guy said I could call him whenever. Nearby, a little girl points at him, screaming, Look, Mommy, a monster. Hyun ignores her, devouring 3 whole bowls of noodles. He scrolls through his phone. My biggest issue right now is mana. Almost all of my energy is drained by the secret art of Quan, and healing my body leaves me with absolutely 0 spare mana. Staring intently at the screen, he realizes he cannot even fully use the Antia shell he just got. I cannot even pull off a decent offensive skill right now. It is incredibly frustrating. Searching through the item shop, he notes he still needs a few more pieces. Clicking on the auction tab, Hyun rests his chin on his hand, sighing. Nothing useful here at all. He scrolls down to check the gear stat bonuses. I can equip up to 4 accessory items, Anything cheap that boosts my stats by 1 or 2 points will do, but I really need something better than my current trash gear. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Wait, what is this? The next morning, we find ourselves at a massive, empty field. In Hannam City, there is an E-rank dungeon known as Goblin Village. Online rumors say if you can take out the magic users lurking inside, there is a very high chance they will drop a ring. These rings boost your magic stats by 1 or 2 points, and sometimes you can even score a rare 4-stat ring. Walking to the entrance, Hyun knows the boss is a goblin archmage. Defeating it guarantees a ring with even crazier stats. This place is basically a hidden gem, known only to a selective few who have done their homework. Hunters used to quietly gather here to make some quick cash, but lately a few jerks just took over the whole place. They locked down the zone without permission, treating it like their private property, and the government doesn't even care as long as the gate doesn't collapse. So officials completely turn a blind eye. The guy who posted this rant is basically praying that some major guild reads it and comes over to sweep these scumbags out for good. Reading through the comments, Hyun silently approaches a sketchy, patched-up gate and yells out at the top of his lungs, "Is nobody even guarding this place?" He figured there would be sentries, but peeking through the gaps, he decides it doesn't even matter. Using his glitch skill, he easily phases straight through the solid barrier. Spotting something ahead, he realizes some people actually made it inside. Right there are 2 punks and a girl, with the smoking guy smirking. Well, what do we have here? That is some pretty sweet armor you got there. Must have cost a fortune, right? The second guy lounging by a tree chimes in, laughing that they just hit the jackpot today. The girl gives him a creepy stare, claiming she dreamed of a gold pig last night, so they are definitely getting loaded. The smoker gets up, walking right into Hyun's face. He asks if Hyun missed the rumors about this zone belonging to their best guild. Hyun just frowns, making the girl pipe up with an even nastier tone. She tells him that entering without permission means paying a toll, and if he hands over all his gear, they might let him walk. Suddenly, something blurs right past her face. Boom! The smoker gets sent flying, foaming at the mouth, while Hyun just holds his punch. You should have seen the girl scream. She screams, calling him a crazy bastard, while the second guy charges with his sword. Hyun casually blocks the blade barehanded, veins bulging with pure, terrifying power. That guy gets flattened instantly, too. Hyun smirks. I like guys like you. Want to know why? Because beating up scumbags like you doesn't make me feel guilty at all. Suddenly, a magic blast hits Hyun square in the back, exploding with wild energy. He slowly turns around in total silence. Staring at her own shaking hands, the girl panics, wondering how he survived a direct hit from her long-range magic explosion. Shaking with pure terror, she begs the crazy bastard to stop. Hyun walks up with a wicked grin, thanking her for helping him figure out a pretty cool new trick. He grabs her hand, locking fingers with her, and promises to share some really good news in return. With an absolutely terrifying expression, he looks down at her. He asks if this requires more power, right before her bones crush and she drops, screaming about her bleeding hand. Hyun just shrugs, saying it was actually super easy. Narrowing his eyes, Hyun looks back at a new group and asks who the hell they are. The leader, absolutely fuming, glares right back at him. "How dare you touch the best guild," he screams, raising his sword. "You are dead." Hyun just yawns. "Oh, is that so?" Unleashing that terrifying killer glare again, he confesses that he actually really needed some local tour guides, so their timing is honestly just perfect. The tutorial completely changed my life in this dungeon, a brutal world where everything is decided by pure power, violence, and cold hard cash. He remembers how just last year, he was nothing but a pathetic loser, but now, he is living the absolute dream. Plus, securing an exclusive position in the guild made him feel completely unstoppable, like a tiger with wings. The leader points his blade right at him. He declares that inside the dungeon, he has absolutely nothing to fear. The thug keeps talking trash, warning him he is dead, but Hyun just throws a heavy punch. The punch connects, giving the leader a nasty black eye and a bloody nose. As the guy stumbles back wondering what the hell just happened, Hyun mockingly sighs at his slow reflexes. The leader can't believe they got wrecked by a single guy. Pulling out his massive blade, Hyun points it at them, yelling that they have exactly 5 seconds to line up. "Get your asses over here right now." Licking his blade with a psycho smile, he announces that recruitment for the exclusive Kang Guild officially starts right this second. Putting his arm around Seong-gu, Hyun proudly announces that after a very thorough beating, the lowest-ranking member of the best guild has passed. Kim Seong-gu is officially hired. He tells the crowd to clap, but they just freeze. Hyun instantly presses his blade against a guy's neck, forcing him to clap immediately. Another thug asks about their own fate. Wiping his mouth with a smirk, Hyun asks if they are planning to reform and live normal, honest lives from now on. They nod frantically, promising to turn over a new leaf and stop doing bad things, but Hyun just answers them with a massive, devastating punch. You thought I would buy that crap? No way. He beats them bloody, laughing at their pathetic lies. He screams that murderers like them are obviously lying, cursing them out as total, pathetic trash. Standing nearby, Seonggu looks like he wants to speak, his bloody arm shaking like crazy. With his face splattered in fresh blood, Hyun throws his arm around Seonggu and tells him to move out. Shaking with fear, Seonggu quickly agrees as the sun begins to set. Seonggu mentions that while not all dungeons are identical, some of them are actually way bigger than entire cities. Looking around the massive area, Hyun finally asks a question. This place is huge, so are you planning to just walk us in circles? Seonggu quickly calls back, explaining that he is only trying to avoid the monster-infested paths. Hyun sighs at the wasted effort, pointing his sword forward and telling him to head straight toward the monsters because he is getting pretty bored. Seonggu asks if he is serious, looking back to confirm if they should really head toward the beasts. Hyun snaps back, asking if he is insane since it is almost night. Confused, Seonggu asks what they should do instead. Hyun tells him to forget it and focus on dinner first, asking if he brought any food. Seonggu nervously nods. They light a campfire to rest. Is it ready yet, Seonggu? He nervously answers that it is almost done. Seonggu nervously wonders why this psycho carries so many swords. Meanwhile, Hyun stares in surprise at the ramen cooked inside a bucket, asking if he always eats like this. Seeing Hyun hold the burning bucket bare-handed, Seonggu panics. Is that not hot? Hyun calmly says it is fine, passing it over. Telling him to eat, Seonggu quickly thanks him while secretly crying inside that he did all the cooking. An awkward silence settles over them as they dig into the ramen. Breaking the silence, Hyun suddenly asks Seonggu how old he actually is. Seonggu replies that he is 25, making Hyun ask what he did before becoming a hunter. So you are a college student? Seonggu politely nods, yes. Hyun wonders why the heck he isn't in school and what he is doing here. Seonggu pauses before answering. I need cash. Tuition keeps going up, and balancing part-time jobs while maintaining a scholarship is basically impossible. Seonggu adds that things actually got way worse. My dad's business went belly up, our finances crashed completely, and my mom went into total shock. Then Hyun calls him out, making him freeze up instantly. Are you trying to sell me a sob story? You want to die? Seonggu defensively snaps back, you asked, so I only told you because of that. Hyun barks at him to stop whining and eat his noodles. We need to be ready. Seonggu quickly obeys, finishes up, and tosses the bowl away. They douse the fire and go to sleep. Slowly, Seonggu opens his eyes and sits up quietly, staring at Hyun's sleeping bag. This is his chance to kill him. Sweating bullets, Seonggu remembers how Hyun absolutely destroyed his guild. He violently shakes his head. No way, I can't kill this monster. It's way better to just run. But as he tries to sneak away, a freezing voice suddenly calls out, Seonggu. The voice from the sleeping bag asks where he's off to. Seonggu forces a nervous laugh. Oh, just gonna handle some quick errands. Hyun tells him to get over here. Seonggu obeys. Hyun warns him, run and you die. Seonggu nods nervously, but Hyun adds that he is not joking around. I'm totally serious. You will actually die. Dead silence fills the air. Seonggu quickly points ahead, saying what you see over there is the spot. That's goblin territory, the very center of the dungeon. Hyun raises his hand, replying, oh, damn, I can actually feel some insane magic concentration over there. Tilting his head, Seonggu asks if he can really sense it. Hyun mocks him, wait, you can't? Talk about pathetic. Seonggu can only laugh awkwardly. Calm down, just stay calm. He tells himself he won't get mocked much longer. This monster is going to die soon anyway. But here's the catch. Inside the Goblin Village dungeon, all the monsters gather at the center. However, if they start patrolling around the outer areas, our elite guild team got completely jumped by those guards. Seonggu flashes a wicked smirk. Right now, things look different. We haven't hit any patrols yet, meaning their whole army is packed inside their territory. Seonggu laughs internally, let's see if you can actually survive. Survive an entire E-rank dungeon raid. Hyun flashes a terrifying grin, hyped up perfect, killing goblins is literally my specialty. Seonggu whispers to himself, we'll see. The moment he steps inside, a horde of monsters rushes out. Hyun is fully hyped, yelling, let's do this. Suddenly, a backpack gets thrown directly at him. Hyun glares back. Seong-gu is already bolting, screaming, "I'm out of here, you absolute maniac. Meeting you was pure bad luck. Let's never meet again." Hyun stands stunned facing the monster swarm, his expression turning downright demonic. Remember his threat? Run and you die. After running until his lungs burn, Seong-gu collapses. Seong-gu rests against a tree, panting like crazy. He chuckles confidently, "Fine. No matter how insanely overpowered that guy is, there is no way he wins." The system alerts. Core cleared. Gate open. Seong-gu stares at the screen in total disbelief, completely unable to process the message. He keeps reading, utterly dazed. Am I dreaming? This is an E-class goblin village, a dungeon where literally every single monster gathers together. They gather around the main core, completely ignoring everything else. The system alerts keep flashing. Main core cleared. Escape gate opened. Seong-gu is completely paralyzed with absolute shock. He can't believe his own eyes. How did that maniac solo clear a whole dungeon like that? How does anyone survive against such overwhelming power? Did he use fire to burn them all to ashes? Wait, I knew he was strong, but I have no idea what his actual power is. Is it super strength or insane durability? Sure, both of those are pretty important, but the thing you actually need is something else. Is a flawless defense and an unwavering mind. If you can shrug off their attacks and charge straight through their ranks, to reach the boss directly, victory is basically guaranteed. Seong-gu trembles violently, his face turning completely pale as he stares at the swirling dimensional portal. It was a deadly plan where one slip-up meant instant death. I thought he was just a dumb brute, but who is he really? Meanwhile, back to Hyun. Hyun is currently tangled in thorny vines, but he couldn't care less. He throws a heavy punch straight into a goblin's face. Amazingly, his arm is completely fine. Even when the beast tries to bite down with razor-sharp teeth, Hyun just grins, called it, raw muscle power is always supreme. With the boss, Goblin, finally defeated. Hyun snatches up a magic stone and the Goblin Mage's ring. Durability is 50 out of 50, and the item description says it belongs to a mage. Boosting magic power. It adds 4 points to his magic stat and increases mana recovery speed by 10%. Hyun inspects the ring with a grin. Sweet. Goal achieved. He steps toward the portal, muttering time to find Seong-gu and finish him off. But the second he steps back into reality, things get weird. He runs into a whole crowd of armed hunters waiting for him. Hyun instantly reads the room, sighing, "Great, what is it this time? Since you couldn't handle me alone, you brought your entire squad to jump me?" He scans the crowd, spotting Seong-gu hiding way behind the giant bodyguards. There is our boy Seong-gu, hyped up and ready for violence. Hyun rolls up his sleeves and challenges them. 30 of you step up first. But someone suddenly interrupts, claiming there is a massive misunderstanding here. Hyun blinks in surprise as the guy smiles, adding, "We are not here to fight, just to talk. It seems one of our guild members was pretty rude to you." The man politely introduces himself as Young Woo Hyun, the guild master of Best Guild. He asks for Hyun's name, but Hyun just fires back coldly, "What if I don't feel like telling you?" The guild master freezes up. Before the guy can even recover, Hyun cuts him off completely. "Look, stop beating around the bush and get to the point. This is getting annoying." Seeing how blunt Hyun is, the leader pulls his hand back. He smirks confidently, deciding to just lay his cards on the table with a bold offer. "Join my best guild. I will personally guarantee all the support and fame you could ever want, including a top spot in our management team." He secretly thinks to himself, "I have to recruit this absolute monster at all costs. With him on our front lines, our guild will easily reach the top." Hyun just looks at him sideways with total disdain, lets out a heavy sigh, and flatly tells him, "Not interested, period." Hyun doesn't even sweat the rejection. He just chuckles, saying he knew it wouldn't be that easy, before reaching into his coat to carefully slide a shiny business card right in front of Hyun, telling him to think it over carefully. Hyun takes the glossy card, staring down at it in deep thought for a silent moment, but then, right under the guy's expectant eyes, he rips it to shreds, shocking everyone. Hyun throws the scraps right back, scoffing that even if he's a trash guy, he still doesn't roll with low-life gangsters. Who do they think they are? Just third-rate thugs bragging about recruiting people like they own the place. Hyun smirks, pushing him further. "What? Mad already? Let's settle this right here." Although Hyun is visibly pissed by his mouth, he tries to stay cool. He grinds his teeth through a fake smile, saying he only came to chat today, so they should talk later. Hyun just spits in absolute disgust. "Get lost. There is no next time. Meeting you guys is pure bad luck. Why do you keep swarming like cockroaches? Watching Hyun walk away, Woo finally breathes. Woo thinks that crazy bastard is impressive, but that lingering murderous aura makes him freeze. And trust me, things are about to get way worse. He is driving, looking completely drained. Hyun realizes there are easily over 100 enemies, and with his current mana reserves, taking them all on at once would put him in an early grave. Plus, he hasn't even dealt with Seung-gu yet, all thanks to that bastard Jung Woo-hyun. But then his eyes light up with pure determination. He's going to wipe them out soon, every last one of those damn parasites. Meanwhile, back with Hyun's crew, after some brutal interrogation, one of his thugs angrily reports that everything the president heard is true. Kim Seung-gu claimed he was the guide for that target. Hyun asks Woo if that is true, but before the stuttering kid can even deny it, Hyun casually signals his men to draw their swords. Woo turns pale as a ghost, sobbing and begging them to spare his miserable life, promising to do absolutely anything. Hyun coldly asks the kid if he still wants to keep breathing. Woo desperately cries out yes, promising anything. But the next second, a massive geyser of warm blood erupts. Woo's tear-filled eyes widen in shock as Hyun drives a blade straight through his chest, snarling, "Why does a pathetic piece of trash like you even deserve to live?" Hyun kicks him hard, sending him flying. Choking on his own blood, Woo gasps out for the president before his broken body gets thrown backward, straight into an open dungeon portal, which instantly slams shut. The crew watches without blinking. Hyun barks for the vice president, who quickly steps up. He orders him to dig up every single detail on their target. The vice president smirked, saying he already sent a middle-aged tracker to tail him. At this moment, Hyun finally lets his dark side loose, laughing like a maniac and muttering under his breath, "How dare you reject my offer? You must think you're pretty hot stuff to act that arrogant. But let's see if you keep that same energy when something terrible happens to your family." He laughs, realizing if you can't tame a wild beast, you just have to choke them by their weakness. Let's see how long that smug attitude actually lasts. Meanwhile, we see a bright BBQ restaurant sign as fresh red meat sizzles on the grill. Hyun smirks and asks how an unemployed college student can afford high-grade beef so often, wondering if he finally scored a job. Hyun casually replies that he's got some cash to burn, and eating is a basic human right. Hyun reaches out, telling him to let her do the grilling. He gladly hands over the tongs. Hyun asks if she just came from the hospital, wondering if mom's any better. She smiles, saying the doctor gave some great news. Mom might wake up really soon. He exhales in relief. Glad to hear it. Hyun beams, pointing out that he actually smiled, which hasn't happened in forever. Lately, he's been way too serious and tense, looking almost scary. Hyun defends himself, claiming he always smiles, but his sister isn't buying it. She giggles, saying that creepy smirk doesn't count. Suddenly, a sharp pain hits Hyun's gut, and he gasps that he needs the restroom immediately. She complains that the meat is already perfectly cooked. Hyun groans that it's an absolute emergency, muttering that she has no idea how hard dungeon bathrooms are. Hyun hushes him, warning him to watch his mouth in public before telling him to just go. Cut to the restaurant's men's room. Washing his hands, Hyun mutters that this digestive battle was as exhausting as clearing a high-level raid. Suddenly, he senses someone. A sharply dressed guy is standing by their table, talking to Hyun. Hyun walks up, demanding to know what's going on, making the stranger quickly bow. The guy bolts. Hyun flashes his signature creepy grin, asking if someone was trying to pick her up, but she sighs, saying he was actually looking for him. Hyun points to himself in shock. Hyun hands him a folded note, explaining the stranger left it for him, leaving Hyun highly suspicious. Why run away instead of talking face to face? Usually, fans come to thank him, but as Hyun opens this note, something inside makes his blood run completely cold. It is a warning letter from Hyun, the best guild president. Later, standing right outside their apartment, Hyun sighs that she should have grabbed some snacks. She asks if he wants a beer, but Hyun is totally spaced out, muttering no. She shrugs, opening the door to go drink by herself. But wait! He snaps out of it, insisting she stay home while he goes. She stares in total shock. Cut to him walking under the streetlights. The clerk's cheerful voice fades behind him as Hyun walks down the quiet street, his mind racing with pure anger. What is that bastard's sick game? How dare they target his sister? Hyun wonders if he should stop raiding dungeons altogether just to guard his home. But Hyun still has to live her life. They probably won't dare attack her in broad daylight. Suddenly, his phone vibrates violently in his hand. Hyun answers with a tense hello. A familiar voice on the other end asks if he is home. He replies that he is out grabbing groceries. The voice delivers the shock of a lifetime. His mom has finally woken up. Hyun gasps, desperately demanding to know how she is doing, asking if there are any side effects. The caller reassures him she is stable, though doctors want to keep her for observation. Hyun exhales, whispering that it is great news. The voice on the phone keeps going. Yo, Hyun, some friend of yours just dropped by to see your mom. Hyun is totally stunned. A friend of mine? No way, man. Who would actually visit my mom? The voice on the line says he called himself Jung Yui Hyun. Oh, and he also told me to give you his best. Is he your neighbor? How come I have never seen him before? Hearing this, Hyun gets so freaking mad, his face literally twists in pure rage. The next morning, Mi Jang bows and says her hellos. Her friend asks why she is so late today. While they chat, someone passes by with a quick greeting. Mi Jang spots Seonga, who pulls something from her bag. Here, grab this coffee. Mi Jang beams at her, saying she does not need the whole bottle, but thanks her tons anyway. It is just a bottle of water, no big deal. Seeing you guys accept it makes me happy. Seonga bows, says goodbye, and walks off, leaving the classmate totally confused. Why is she wearing armor, though? Sure, she is a bit weird, but she is super nice. Mi Jang cracks open the bottle, totally agreeing. Everyone has their own vibe. Seonga is literally my savior angel. Her classmate shrugs, saying, speaking of which, you sure meet a lot of bizarre folks. Mi Jang flinches. Yeah, tell me about it. They are way too weird. One casual spar and they instantly break their opponent's arm. They were oozing pure bloodlust the second they signed the contract. She sighs, saying she even dreams about them. One guy literally looked like a straight-up orc. Suddenly, Hyun uses a skill to flash right behind her, making her spin around. And check this out, he tries to hypnotize her with his dark stare, but she is completely unfazed. His eyes look incredibly creepy, making her scream in absolute terror. Hyun steps closer, calling out to her, but the two girls lose it, shouting for the police. He raises his hand to calm them down, but they keep screaming. He drops a name that catches Mi Jang's attention, Kim Ji-hyun. Do you know where he is? He mutters, I have to find that guy to protect my family. Then, a voice pipes up from someone with teary eyes. If you are looking for instructor Kim Ji-hyun inside this massive building, he is actually not here right now. Meanwhile, inside a meeting room, a voice echoes. Yi-hyun presents some heavy stats, showing that the difficulty levels of recently appeared dungeons are constantly spiking. So, the key priority right now is finding people who can. Suddenly, there is a loud knock. He opens the door, asking what is going on. Can't you see I am in a meeting? The panicked subordinate stutters, Vice President, there is an insanely strong guy causing absolute chaos down in the lobby. He says he wants to see you. Yi-hyun is stunned. Cut to the Dan Gun headquarters, where Yi-hyun sits right across from Hyun. I did say we would cross paths again, but I definitely did not expect it to be like this. Yi-hyun sighs, looking at Hyun's incredibly impatient face. What brings you here anyway, Kang Hyun? Hyun cuts straight to the chase. Kim Ji-hyun, I want to hire you. Yi-hyun calmly takes a sip of water, proposing they get straight to the point. Hyun is down for that. So, Yi-hyun asks for the exact details, as Hyun's face visibly tenses up with worry. The Beth Guild is gunning for my family, Hyun explains. That is why I need someone to guard them while I go wipe those bastards out. Yi-hyun repeats, protect? What exactly is going down here? He gently sets his glass down, adding, we already know how notoriously dirty the Beth Guild plays. But honestly, in our current position, we have zero justification to go out and destroy them, or even protect your family for you. Hyun's eyes flare with absolute madness. Just protect my family, and I will destroy them myself. That is a win-win for both of us, is it not? Yi-hyun chuckles. You never change, always refusing to back down. Then he asks, why me, though? It does not seem like you picked me just because I am with Dan Gun. Hyun answers flatly, you are literally the strongest awakened player I have ever met. Yi-hyun suggests, what about An Yu-sung then? Remembering that guy is a total weirdo, Hyun snaps back. You want my family staying with that absolute creep? I do not even have his number anyway. He gets dead serious, guard them for just 1 week. I will pay you handsomely. But Yi-hyun just picks up his water glass again, saying, I do not want to brag, but I have already made plenty of cash. Probably way more than you think, Kang Hyun. Plus, I am the vice leader of Dan Gun. If you want my help, you will have to offer me something other than cash. Now watch him absolutely lose his mind. Not money? Hyun panics, blushing as he asks if he wants his body instead. Yi-hyun deadpans. Are you seriously here to negotiate? He sighs in complete defeat. Talking to you any longer is just going to give me a massive headache, so let me make a suggestion first. It is not some huge favor or anything, but if this works out, please meet our president. He sees Hyun still acting pretty pathetic, so he practically begs just once. Even just one quick meeting is enough. I still need to get the green light, but under these terms, our guild can officially back you up, Kang Hyun. A bit later, Yi-hyun reports back 5 bodyguards are already stationed right inside and outside your family home, just like I ordered. And I made up a solid excuse to plant another 5 guards at your little sister's office too. Sitting in the car, Hyun is pretty impressed. Yi-hyun nods, seriously, it's always best to be thorough. But are you really going to be fine all by yourself? The Beth Guild is quite massive, and as they pull up close, Hyun casually looks out the window, though compared to your company, this place looks kind of small. Yi-hyun warns him that the size of an office building does not determine a guild's actual power, especially when they own a crazy number of dungeons, and I am absolutely positive they are plotting something dirty. Hearing this, Hyun rubs his chin in deep thought. Then Yi-hyun drops a major warning. Kang Hyun, you said you reached out to me the second you got that letter, right? Which means those guys. They have probably gathered all their heavy hitters already. Honestly, they might be setting up a nasty ambush for you right now. Hyun did not even think twice before agreeing to the plan. He asked where they should meet, and then boom, back to reality. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he says that family safety is his absolute #1 priority. Even if those punks pull an ambush, he is totally down. He thanks Ji-hyun for protecting his family. He pulls out his phone and hands it over, telling him to keep it safe. The guy is totally lost, asking why him, as Hyun boldly steps out of the car. Hyun tells him to just go home and park. Ji-hyun quickly asks if he is dead-ass serious. Kang Hyun gently replies that he shouldn't assume the worst is going to go down right now. I cannot give you details, but I will return safe tomorrow. Peace out. He just stares blankly as Hyun walks off. As Hyun fades into the distance, Hyun is already waiting for him at the best guild. The arrogant clown smugly welcomes Kang Hyun, flexing the massive crowd of thugs backing him up. We have been waiting forever for you. Hyun just smirks and asks straight up why he brought this whole crowd of losers. Are you welcoming me or trying to challenge me? Hyun just squints with a fake, creepy smile and says that is not the case at all. Kang Hyun, you are family to the best guild, so we are all here to welcome you. From now on. But before the guy can even finish his trash talk, Hyun bursts out laughing so hard he is literally shaking. Family? Did you seriously say family? He smirks and yells that if G stands for family, then the G for you stands for get absolutely wrecked. Suddenly, crazy lightning energy explodes from his body, and the system instantly registers the signal, activating Lion Roar and Magic Explosion. Hyun lets out a massive roar, his muscles instantly swelling up with raw power. He slams both hands onto the ground, unleashing a crazy shockwave that blows right back at him. Hyun's men totally panic, screaming that this is freaking insane. Check this out. Hyun does not stop as his energy erupts even wilder, leaving Hyun screaming in absolute panic as the ground starts cracking. He struggles to stand against the fierce wind, cursing this absolute psycho. What happens if the ground collapses? But Hyun just keeps pushing. Hyun has to activate his Iron Net skill, but Hyun instantly pulls out his massive blade. I knew it, you bastard, he yells, prepping his Crescent Moon skill. With giant strength, he unleashes a slash that tears through the air. The sharp blade slices right through the iron shield, shredding it to absolute pieces. Footing gone, Hyun's thugs fall down. He is out of his mind. The guys on the edge scream. Back up, they yell. But it is too late, and countless thugs fall straight into the pit. Soon, only total destruction remains, with concrete and bodies scattered everywhere. Rocks move, and Hyun breaks free to stand up. He shakes his head, muttering that the effect is pretty decent. It turns out the secret item he used was the anti-R skin, which hardens the user's body upon activation. Just as he recovers, a familiar voice suddenly calls out from behind him. Kang Hyun. Hyun leaps down with his fake smile, telling him it is not too late to think things through. We can still be awesome partners, you know. Hyun completely loses his temper, yelling back about what kind of partner crap he is barking about when he crossed the line first. Shockingly, the guy actually bows, apologizing for targeting his family but begging him to reconsider while trying to tempt him with a massive deal. If we team up, we can easily overthrow Dangun. Hanselian is just all talk with no real power, and we can easily crush them. Do you even realize how insanely powerful our alliance would be? Hyun just snaps back, calling him a pathetic clown who only knows how to talk trash. Hyun laughs out loud, bragging that there are over 200 guild members in this building alone, and easily double that nationwide. He acts totally sincere, claiming they only need one crucial piece, a strong leader to represent them. Hyun kept yapping about how their leader had to be some peerless, god-tier powerhouse to guide their members, saying that would push Best Guild onto the global stage. Meanwhile, Hyun just cleared his throat and spat a giant glob of spit right onto his face. The scene froze. Hyun smirked, bro, listening to your trash talk. Felt like listening to some lame elementary school presentation. Hyun wiped his cheek, saw the slimy spit, and completely lost his mind, screaming out, I knew it. He glared with pure disgust. How could a bottom feeder like you ever understand my noble dream? Hyun sneered, calling him a pathetic, low-class peasant. How could you ever grasp my grand ambition? Hyun just shrugged, totally unbothered, and yelled up to the lackeys, Yo, did you hear that? He called me a peasant. Laughing out loud, he asked him, We are in the 21st century. Who talks like that? What are you, some Joseon noble gangster leader? Hyun's face turned red with rage as he spat, You trash. Let us see how long you run that mouth. Get him. Suddenly, his goons lunged forward. They started spamming their skills, mana seals, mind poison, and sensory disruption. Everyone attacked at once. But check this out, as all that magic rained down on him, Hyun's system popped up, instantly activating Wrathful Lion's roar and clearing his debuffs. With his mind fortified against abnormal states, he let out a massive, earth-shaking roar. The system immediately pushed a new update. Every single enemy just got their stats massively nerfed. Looking at his pale, terrified goons, Hyun clicked his tongue. You bunch of useless idiots. He screamed, Stop trying to crowd control him. Just kill him. As they rushed back in, Hyun grinned perfect. But Hyun just sneered, activating his transformation. Let us see if your magic actually works. He activated his Antia skin, triggering a massive explosion that blew the entire squad backward. His goons charged straight into the thick smoke, desperate to finish him off with zero fear. But out of nowhere, a massive shockwave of energy blasted them right back. Unleashing clean, lethal sword strikes, Hyun moved like a god of death, carving right through them. Hyun gritted his teeth in fury as Hyun took a massive breath and let out another devastating roar. The entire Best Guild office completely blew up, leaving nothing behind but a charred, smoking pile of black ash. Hyun stared at the bloody bodies scattered around, their mouths still frozen open in shock. Even so, he kept a tight grip on his sword. But behind them, a whole new wave of hunters stepped up. Hyun was shaking in his boots, forcing a nervous laugh. You okay there, Kang Hyun? He pointed right at his face. Now you are a murderer too, just like us. Hyun only gave him a cold, dead-eyed stare. Cut the crap. If you want to play the guilt card, save it. You try to kill, you get killed. Hyun snorted. Acting tough won't save you now. The ground under Hyun cracked as Hyun mocked him. You are totally exhausted, aren't you? Right on cue, countless slimy tentacles erupted from the earth, wrapping tightly around him before he could even react. As Hyun gasped in shock, a hostile swordsman sneaked up right behind him. Before Hyun could even make a sound, the cold blade ran through him, its shiny surface reflecting his bloody, battered face. Hyun's lackey easily pierced his chest. Damn, Hyun thought I cannot survive this blow. Meanwhile, Hyun started cheering them on. Nice job, Vice Leader. Let me finish him off. The Vice Leader quickly pulled the sword out, nodding respectfully. Surviving a wound like that? Your strength is actually insane. Honestly, I would gladly trade my whole trash guild just to recruit you. He stepped right up. But an untamable beast is just useless garbage. Any last words, kid? Hyun just smirked and spat out the most random curse ever. I hope you find hair in every single bowl of soup you eat. Triggered, Hyun grabbed his head, snarling, Oh, you want a painful death? Hyun's head flashed with a bright golden light as a wave of pure agony surged from his hand straight into his soul. Hyun turned away and casually lit a cigarette while Hyun's body slowly burned to a crisp behind him. Blowing out some smoke, he turned and questioned his goon. How's the situation looking? The goon reported that over 30 were dead, with at least 50 more severely injured. Hyun gritted his teeth. Damn it. What a massive loss over just one guy. He waved his hand, ordering them to strip his corpse of gear. It looks pretty high tier, so let us salvage what we can. But suddenly, his lackey started stuttering in pure panic. Guildmaster. He screamed his body. It just vanished. Meanwhile, in some random building, a system alert popped up. You have successfully revived. Level decreased by 1. All stats are halved for 24 hours. The door swung open, and Hyun stared at him in disbelief, pouting seriously. I thought we finally had some peace. You died again, didn't you? Hyun just casually shrugged. I'm starving. What is there to eat? Suddenly, she shrieked, Hey, take your damn shoes off. Oh, my bad. She kept nagging him. I told you to strip your armor after reviving. Now go clean the floor yourself. Hyun sighed, fine, sorry. Wash the sheets too, she screamed. 2 days later, outside a canyon dungeon owned by the Best Guild, two gatekeepers were just chilling and chatting away. One sighed, so boring. Why is this place a ghost town lately? The blonde guy shrugged, apparently. Nasty rumors about us are all over the net. Picking his ear, the other snorted, what a bunch of cowards, crying over lost gear. We literally take their lives too. Suddenly, he heard a sound. He hissed to his partner, yo, someone's coming. The blonde guy gasped as a masked figure slowly emerged from the distance, walking right toward them. He stared at them with a completely blank expression. The three of them just stood there in awkward silence until the guards gave each other a look. Who is this clown? Hyun realized that throwing himself into danger like a brainless idiot was just suicide. Sure, he had infinite lives, but that did not mean it was smart. He could not keep taking those brutal revival nerfs forever. He needed a real plan. Step by step, his revenge campaign against Best Guild begins right now, knocking them out one by one, he thinks. Right now, Kang Hyun has a Best Guild thug lifted high by the throat, leaving the guy choking and coughing for dear life. The thug begs, stammering out a sorry. Kang Hyun just tightens his grip, asking what he is actually apologizing for. When the guy stutters that he doesn't know, Kang Hyun squeezes even harder. Then do not apologize, you trash. With that, he slams the guy hard onto the dirt. The thug gasps for air, staring up at him with pretty terrified eyes. Kang Hyun pulls out a pen, telling him to write down where their other dungeons are. Do it, and I might spare your life. The guy quickly grabs the pen, nodding desperately. But check this out, while the guy is busy writing, Kang Hyun gets serious, asking how they managed to dodge the cops for so long without getting caught. Did you bribe the cops? The guy timidly nods, saying it is pretty much that. They also specifically target dungeons with absolutely no security cameras nearby. Kang Hyun nods, getting the picture. A moment later, the thug obediently hands over the paper, shaking as he says he has written down every single thing he knows. Kang Hyun takes the paper and skims it, gently patting the guy's head. Good boy. But a second later, his hand starts glowing, catching the thug completely off guard. A blue flame erupts, completely incinerating the guy's head. Kang Hyun stands up and dusts himself off, muttering that he won't be exposed either. Just wait, you bastards, he warns. A much worse monster is coming for you all. Meanwhile, the news is flooded with headlines about captured monsters escaping, calling it an absolute tragedy for a famous guild. It is basically a dungeon break, and public fear over civilian casualties is skyrocketing. Yet, the guild keeps claiming they are only researching these monsters for the future of humanity. Yi-hyun reads this and slams his desk in pure rage. Damn it. Sitting alone in his office, he can't hide his anger. That backup excuse was supposed to be a last resort. Now they are forced to use it just to cover up some crazy guy's rampage. Suddenly, the door flies open and his panicked secretary rushes in, shouting that things are bad, before getting smacked in the head. Turns out, it was a heavy glass ashtray. Yi-hyun glares at him, asking how he dares to barge in when he is already in a terrible mood. The secretary bows, stammering apologies. That guy has appeared again, he gasps. This makes Yi-hyun's face darken even more. Yes, he growls. Which guy are you talking about? The lunatic who keeps targeting our dungeons. The secretary nods, confirming he has hit 7 locations and killed over 100 members. Yi-hyun's face turns red with fury. Damn it. Who is this guy? Sending more people now just increases the body count. He orders everyone into the dungeons immediately. No shifts, sleep in rotation, just secure the perimeters. Got it? Now get out of my sight. Bleeding from his forehead, the secretary maintains his professional posture, bowing politely before closing the door behind him. Yi-hyun leans back, lost in deep thought. He pieces the timeline together. 5 days ago, Kang Hyun launched his attack, and his corpse mysteriously vanished without a trace. Just 2 days later, this psychopath started raiding our dungeons. His eyes narrow. He had his suspicions before, but with all this evidence lining up, it is blindingly obvious. Kang Hyun has a partner helping him. Tapping his desk, he figures they must have used some weird skill to extract the body. Without any intel, planning a counterattack is going to be pretty tough. Staring at his phone, Yi-hyun sighs. He hates doing this, but he has no choice. He dials a number, listening to the rings. A playful voice picks up, teasingly calling him a hero of justice. Yi-hyun cuts straight to the point, saying he needs help, which only makes the other guy burst out laughing. The caller mocks him, laughing that the mighty leader of the Beth Guild actually needs a hand. He guesses it is because his guild has been getting absolutely destroyed lately. Yi-hyun grinds his teeth in frustration. Finally, the guy stops teasing and asks what is in it for him, boasting that he is already way richer than Yi-hyun. Yi-hyun offers him a real fight. The guy sounds surprised. Yi-hyun plays his card, asking if he wants to miss out on a pretty legendary battle. There's only one target, and he is definitely no joke. You will love it. The blonde guy on the other end smirks, agreeing to check things out since it sounds fun. The guy sports flashy blonde hair and a lip piercing. Later that night, in front of a dungeon gate, two guards stand watch. The blonde guy is already there, waiting. He asks the guard next to him for his name. The guy politely introduces himself as Kim Yu, but the blonde shrugs, admitting he does not really care about names. Just call me Yi-hyun's subordinate, Kim Yu says, stretching his arms. So, when is this powerhouse showing up? Are you absolutely sure he is going to come to this dungeon? His tone turns pretty threatening. If I wait here for nothing, you're dead. Kim Yu swallows hard, completely terrified by his aura but keeping his mouth shut. And here is where it gets crazy. Approaching footsteps echo in the dark as Kang Hyun steps into view, making the blonde guy grin with absolute excitement. His eyes are practically sparkling. This is insane. For the first time ever, my sixth sense is going absolutely crazy. Usually, it is just some vague hunch, but right now, it is screaming in my head. Reaching into his inventory, he pulls out a massive halberd and grips it tight, thinking he must run if he wants to live. He feels like he's facing a literal monster. Kang Hyun looks up and notices how tense the guy is, asking in surprise what the hell Woo Seong is doing here. Recognizing the voice, Woo Seong freezes in shock. He stammers out his name, utterly confused as to why his old friend Kang Hyun is standing right there. A wild smirk spreads across his face. Don't tell me you're the phantom killer raiding these places. He swings his weapon onto his shoulder, laughing that Kang Hyun always finds the most interesting ways to cause trouble. Kang Hyun connects the dots. This guy has some serious backing and is pretty rich. Could the person secretly funding the entire Beth Guild actually be? He points his sword directly at Woo Seong, demandingly asking if he is also secretly working for those scumbags in the Beth Guild. Woo Seong just sighs, saying he is pretty offended to be lumped in with those low-life trashes. What do you take me for? Unconvinced, Kang Hyun demands to know why he is here. Woo Seong grins, asking if he knows the guildmaster, Yi Hyun. The blonde's face lights up with twisted amusement. An arrogant jerk like him actually begged me for help. Pretty hilarious, right? Kang Hyun just stares blankly, then shrugs and walks right past him. I have nothing to say, so just stay out of my way. He casually waves, telling him they should grab food sometime, though he immediately realizes they don't even have each other's numbers. What a random invite, he thinks. But as his back is turned, he fails to notice Woo Seong suddenly lunging forward with a deadly strike. The halberd swings straight for his head. Luckily, Kang Hyun spins around just in time to block it, his eyes widening in pure shock. Seong smirks, telling Hyun he'll be pretty sad if he leaves. Before a shocked Hyun can even process this, Seong starts a sentence, but before he can finish, boom, they crash into each other and Hyun spits out. We might know each other, but I am not holding back, so get lost, you dog. Seong is totally wiped out and sweating like crazy, yet his eyes are literally glowing with pure excitement. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Bring it on. Right then, the system instantly updates with the giant's raw power. The secret wave technique. Hyun's sword flashes as he grips the hilt, thrusting straight at him. Seong slips away easily, but the sharp tip still manages to leave a nasty, long cut right across his face. Seong barely blinks, laughing and asking how much of a monster Hyun's become while launching a counterattack. Pretty good, he says. Even in this bloody, chaotic brawl with cuts all over his body, the guy is still grinning like a psycho. Hyun just frowns. This annoying fight is seriously delaying his plans. He grinds his teeth, needing to wrap this up fast. But with every blow they trade, his own eyes start lighting up with hype. Honestly, how long has it actually been since he had a fight this damn fun? Seong instantly catches that look. See, you're loving this too. And this fight right now, but before he can even finish, the other gatekeeper blindly charges in, screaming for them to die. They both look over, completely stunned by this delusional idiot hoping to score some big promotion. A second later, oh man, look at this. Seong literally chops his head off in one clean swing, spraying blood everywhere as the body drops. Seong just sighs, his face twisting in pure rage. I was having fun here. You piece of trash. Don't interrupt. Behind him, Hyun thinks, So they are not even allies, but he just kills his own people that easily? Seong lets out another heavy sigh and casually tosses his weapon back into his inventory. Mood ruined. I seriously wanted to go all out against you, he grumbles, but there is no point in fighting now anyway. Besides, I do not want you to hate me. Hyun mutters to himself, too late, I've hated your guts for ages. Seong then asks him if he even knows what kind of guy Jung-yoon actually is, but Hyun just shrugs. No clue. So Seong explains that Jung-yoon is some rich chairman's secret illegitimate kid, which is exactly why those local trash bags act so damn untouchable. Hyun scoffed, what is this, some cheap 8 o'clock drama? He grits his teeth, asking, so what? Is he supposed to back off just because the guy has daddy's money? If I was scared, I wouldn't have started this mess anyway. Stop wasting my time, go home and get some sleep. But Seong just runs up and throws an arm around him. Whoa, let me finish talking, Seong says, suddenly looking serious. Whatever you're planning, let me in on it. I seriously want to see that rich prick lose his mind too. The next morning, over at the Best Guild headquarters, Hyun is clutching his head and screaming. The dude literally smashes his keyboard because 3 of their dungeons got stolen. To make things worse, they completely lost contact with Yu Seong. Hyun violently slams the desk, yelling at his useless garbage crew, while his secretary stands there looking totally unbothered, calmly listening to him throw a tantrum about how everyone is a useless, brainless idiot. Finally running out of breath, Hyun barks an order to summon every single guild member. Tell them to be here by 8 a.m. tomorrow, sharp. The secretary admits she has no idea how many will even show up, making him snap that sick or not, they must assemble. Do you not understand plain English? But the secretary calmly drops some bad news. Tons of members have already quit the guild lately, and others have completely ghosted them. Hyun literally makes a throat-cutting gesture, telling her to just kidnap their parents and threaten them. If they do not listen, we will force them to. The secretary tries to talk some sense into him. Look, the guild's vibe is already terrible right now, with so many members leaving left and right. If we start threatening our own members, it is going to blow up in our faces. Hyun is red with rage when his phone suddenly rings. Damn it, why now of all times? The screen shows a completely random, unknown number. Hyun picks it up, totally confused by the voice on the other end, muttering that maybe things will be easier than expected. Meanwhile, check this out, the forums are flooded with people asking what's up with Best Guild. All their dungeons are completely cleared, like they just abandoned them. Another comment says they checked it out with their guildmates yesterday. Every single dungeon was wide open and completely empty, making it the easiest farming day ever. Everyone walked away with 300 grand. So awesome. What are those greedy guys even doing? One user replies that their insider friend says someone is actively targeting best members. People immediately ask for some proof, calling it fake news. But hey, even if it is fake, it still feels incredibly good to hear. Haha. Meanwhile, Seong stands behind Hyun, reading the comments and laughing. Wow, that worked like a charm. We just need to keep hitting their dungeons for a week. Hyun keeps walking, replying, yeah, exactly. It is almost over anyway. Seong asks him with mixed feelings, how are you actually going to end this? Hyun looks thoughtful for a second, then turns around. I guess it is fine to tell you. Hyun leans in and whispers something directly into his ear. We cannot hear it, but Seong's face instantly turns completely reluctant. Whoa, are you even sane right now? Hyun then sends an official letter. If you want to save your precious guild, meet me tomorrow at 6 p.m. at Mount So. Signed by Seong, Thon, and Yu Seong, Jonghui, and Subin. P.S. Demon Blade. Hyun instantly crushes the paper, his face twisting in absolute rage. Arrogant piece of trash. So you want to fight, huh? He rounds up a massive crowd of his guys. Fine. Today I am going to see that smug, arrogant face of yours myself. Then I will snap your bones and peel your skin off. But his guys in the back are just whispering nervously. Crap, I never wanted to show up here. If we do not go, who knows what he will do to us. Let us just keep our heads down and stay out of trouble. Hyun overhears this, cursing himself for bringing these useless cowards. He secretly plots to lure him in. The scene quickly cuts back to that strange call he got earlier. The voice on the other end says, you look pretty exhausted lately, Jung-yoon. The guy is completely dazed, wondering whose voice this is. The caller chuckles, yep, it is really me. I am calling to offer you a little hand here. Since it looks like you are struggling hard, Hyun thinks to himself, cut the crap. Since I had no other options, I had to rely on trash like an Yu Seong, and now this guy randomly reaches out to me. Still, he fakes a laugh, saying, perfect timing, man. If you help me out here, I will make sure it is worth your while, and my dad can back us up too. But suddenly, the voice on the line completely shifts. Wait, what? Hyun stammers. You think you are calling the shots? Guess you do not get the vibe here. I changed my mind, so you are on your own. Hyun panics and asks why the sudden change, but the guy just sneers. Go run back to your arrogant daddy, he mocks. Remembering this now only makes Hyun boil with pure rage. That trash is even worse than in Yu Seong. He burns the letter in his hand to ashes, muttering about how long those arrogant fools think they can look down on him. Do Jun sighs, realizing what is up. Best Guild has summoned everyone, which means Jung Hyun is finally cornered and out of options. The guy sitting across from him asks if they are really leaving them hanging, since they are allies. Do Jun says absolutely nothing, just casually sipping his tea like a boss. He puts the cup down and sneers that helping those losers is a total waste of time anyway. But if he dies, Chairman Young Song-soo is going to lose his mind. He will not let this slide. Suddenly, Do-jun glares, and a burst of light beams instantly shoots toward the blonde guy sitting across from him. The light wraps around his neck, making him gasp. Do-jun snaps, asking if they seriously think he needs to rely on some old geezer to survive. The blonde guy quickly begs for forgiveness, admitting he was wrong. Only then does Do-jun take a breath and finally let him go. Rubbing his neck and coughing, the guy nods. Do-jun orders him to keep doing his job and dig into their new funding source, and he quickly obeys. Inside the dungeon, Hyun leads the way and asks for the time. His deputy says it is 6:03. Hyun growls, pissed that their backup is nowhere to be seen. Did they lose? He turns around, warning his crew to get ready for a fight, since they have no idea how many enemies are out there, or if they are walking into an ambush. The squad yells in agreement. Suddenly, one of them points toward a massive cloud of dust, making Hyun freeze in confusion as he looks. It is Hyun, charging right at them with a whole horde of monsters. He is laughing like a maniac, eyes glowing red, leaving Hyun shaking. Wait, is that a clone? No, he is definitely alive. Hyun waves playfully while running straight at him, shouting that it has been a while and that he brought a special little gift for them. He opens his hand to reveal this incredibly cute baby monster. The guild members instantly fall in love, their eyes turning into absolute hearts. Is that a baby Disrufin? It is so adorable. But then Hyun winds up and chucks the tiny creature right at them, yelling to catch. The guys scream, calling him a psycho. How could he throw something so precious? One guy literally drops his weapon, tracking the baby monster in the air, and screams that he will catch it. The poor little thing is terrified, but 3 seconds later, it lands safely in his arms. The guy sighs in relief, whispering that everything is okay now. Daddy will protect you, he says, making everyone else super jealous because they want to hug it too. They immediately start trash-talking Hyun for being so heartless. How could he be such a cold-blooded monster? But Hyun snaps, screaming at them to shut their useless mouths as his anger boils over. He spots the sack of baby monsters on Hyun's hip and calls him a maniac. Seeing the giant beast raging behind him, Hyun realizes he stole a Disrufin baby. The Disrufins are completely out of control and charging straight for them. Hyun even chucks the whole bag of babies at them, yelling for them to enjoy the gift. The cute little babies spill out, and the brainless henchmen are so mesmerized they just stand there watching cute babies rain from the sky. Meanwhile, Hyun leaps high into the air. Lightning crackles around his body as he swings his weapon. Right behind him, the monsters charge with their razor-sharp jaws wide open. Hyun is forced to trigger his defense shield, but when he looks past the dust, Hyun is already slipping away, calling out a sarcastic thanks for the hard work. He gnashes his teeth, totally trapped. The second he drops his guard, a massive monster lunges right at his throat. Curse it. Hyun rages, watching Hyun slip away while they struggle with the Disrufins. Fighting these things is already a nightmare because of their stealth skills. Now that Hyun is messing with them too, their formation is completely trashed. His face darkens, and he screams at everyone to fall back and escape the dungeon. The lackeys instantly scramble. Run! One guy mutters how lucky he was to be in the back, begging everyone to move faster. Another even says he's quitting this crazy guild tomorrow. But then check this out. Seong suddenly blocks the exit with a deadly smile, and the whole squad freezes in pure shock. Swinging his blood-drenched mace through the air, Seong eagerly charges in, taking them down one by one. The hunters scream for help as they get absolutely pulverized. Hyun watches from behind, his mind racing. Did Yu Seong betray them? Since when? They are screwed, but there has to be a way out as he watches his men get brutally beaten. His mind scrambles for a solution while staring at Hyun. Clenching his fist so hard he shakes with rage, Hyun realizes he has only one desperate option left: Flame erupts from Hyun's clenched hands as he prepares to unleash his ultimate lethal strike, while another of his men gets blasted to the ground, spitting blood. Hyun is also in the thick of it, swinging his sword to fend off attackers. He sighs in frustration, complaining that these pests just do not know when to die. Just as Hyun complains, someone screams his name. It is Hyun, glowing with intense energy as he charges straight at him, yelling that even if this is the end, he is taking Hyun down with him. Caught off guard, Hyun cannot dodge in time as Hyun's flaming fist slams right into his face in a suicidal kamikaze attack. A massive explosion erupts. Hyun stands back, catching his breath while watching the smoke, confident that his high-output flame skill must have finished him off. It nearly cost him his own life, but there is no way the kid survived that. Or so he thought. Suddenly, Hyun's face pales as a hand reaches out from the flames. The hand grips Hyun's head. Hyun's skin begins to burn and peel, and he screams in absolute agony, unable to believe his eyes as his face melts. Hyun asks if that weak move was really all he had, calling him an idiot. Terrified, Hyun musters his remaining strength and desperately shoves Hyun away. Hyun stumbles back, coughing up blood, but Hyun immediately retaliates, landing a brutal kick that sends Hyun flying backward through the air. Hyun screams in pain as he crashes to the ground. Hyun looms over him, warning him to sit tight and watch, because he is next on the chopping block. Do not think you are getting off easy. I am going to make you watch every single one of your pathetic lackeys draw their very last breath first. Watch closely. Hyun just charges straight into the chaos, leaving Hyun laughing helplessly as he realizes his massive mistake of messing with the wrong guy. The more he thinks about it, the wilder he laughs. A moment later, the entire ground is covered in completely battered and defeated bodies. As Hyun keeps laughing like a psycho, Hyun and Yusung stand right in front of him. Yusung casually asks what is so funny, but Hyun tells him to just let the guy be. Maybe he is having a sweet dream. Hyun just keeps repeating that everything is over, completely losing his mind as he starts talking to himself. Wait, over? No way. I cannot accept this, and I definitely cannot die like this. My dad, I was just an illegitimate, unwanted child to him. A bastard child, a half-sibling, a total outsider. My siblings never cared about me. They only looked down on me my entire life. I was forcefully dragged into stupid family power struggles I did not even care about. They controlled me, even though my pitying dad provided everything. But that just gave them another reason to target me. Then, the world suddenly changed, and the tutorial phase finally began. Dungeons appeared, the awakened rose, and the world went back to pure, primitive power. Right then, I had a strong feeling. This was my golden chance to totally turn the tables. But right mid-sentence, Hyun's eyes pop open in absolute shock, and the next second, he is crashing down onto the dirt. Hyun clean slices Hyun's head off. Staring at it, Hyun sighs, complaining that these villains never shut their mouths. Yuseong playfully teases him, saying he should at least listen to some last words. Hyun just snaps back, asking why he should even care about that garbage. Whatever, you did some heavy lifting anyway, and it was pretty fun to watch. Yoonhyun then looks at Hyun, asking how it feels. How does it feel to finally settle a massive, long-standing grudge? Hyun scratches his chin, looking dead serious, but responds with a totally confused face, unsure what to say. Honestly, I have no clue. Yoonhyun, totally expecting that answer, adds that finishing a revenge quest usually just leaves you feeling completely empty inside, right? Hyun totally disagrees, saying that since the guy who deserved to die is finally dead, it feels exactly like cleaning out a massive, annoying chunk of earwax. Nothing major, but incredibly relieving. Yuseong just stares at him. Seeing Hyun take this comparison so dead seriously, he stops him, begging him to quit the gross examples. Hyun shrugs it off and takes a few steps forward. He asks if they should sell the dropped gear and split the cash, but Yoonhyun says he does not need it. Bending down to pick up the sword, Hyun mutters, "Is that so? You really do not need it?" Yuseong's words leave him deep in thought. To be honest, he never really cared about money before. The hidden quest rewards always kept his pockets pretty full. It was more than enough to get by. But now, he gets it. He cannot protect everything in this world by relying only on his own physical raw power and a tiny stash of cash. Time to start hoarding some serious cash. Plus, he needs to build his own faction. As night falls, the two of them stand right outside the dark dungeon gates. Yusing tells him it is finally over. Hyun knows that, obviously, but his mind is clearly elsewhere as his eyebrows stay tightly knit. After a quiet pause, Hyun speaks up. "Hey Yusung, what if I start a guild?" Yuseong immediately cuts him off. asking if he wants to join. Hyun sighs, knowing the guy totally missed the point. I am not done talking yet, he clarifies. Yu Seong looks absolutely thrilled, asking what kind of guild it would be. It is bound to be epic, my gut is telling me so. Hyun instantly splashes cold water on his hype, teasing, what gut feeling are you even talking about? I never even said I would let you join. Yu Seong laughs it off, saying, oh come on, you were totally trying to recruit me just now. Hyun still refuses to admit it. Honestly, nobody could have guessed a tiny guild started by two dudes as a joke would turn into the most famous group in all of Korea. Famous for all the worst reasons, obviously. Inside the chairman office, an angry scream echoes, was this not supposed to go differently? You said you would take responsibility and handle Yi Hyun. You broke our deal. Shouting like a madman is Young Sang-soo, the Hansok chairman, chewing out Min Jun. Min Jun slowly turns with a cold smirk, replying quite calmly, breached? You must be joking, old man, because I have absolutely no clue what you are talking about. Still boiling with rage, Chairman Young demands to know how he can keep playing dumb. It has been a whole week since his own son went completely missing, and all his guild members lost contact. But Minjun just cuts him off, asking what he wants to do about it. The old man is stunned. Minjun arrogantly throws his feet onto the table, muttering, I literally carried a useless, incompetent trash to the top spot of that guild. I delivered what you paid for. End of story. The old man is utterly speechless, unable to argue. Losing his mind, he orders his guards to kill him on the spot. Weapons drawn, the guards immediately rush in to surround Minjun. Minjun just sits there, completely unfazed. He winks, and a second later, sharp threads manifest out of thin air, instantly wrapping around the guards. The guards cannot even struggle. In a split second, they are totally neutralized. Minjun looks over at the shaking old man, calling his name. We had a solid deal, and I delivered my end of it, so why try to double-cross me? Minjun slowly steps closer, looming over the terrified chairman. Choked by the suffocating pressure, the old man starts shaking, utterly speechless. Minjun whispers a dark warning. If you ever pull this stunt again, I will end you. Got it? Scared out of his mind, the old man nods in pure terror. Minjun flashes a fake smile and snaps his fingers, releasing the gasping guards. He turns on his heel with a sigh, tossing one last remark. Glad we are on the same page. Just wire the cash by tonight. I am seriously dying to know who actually took down Yi Hyun. Meanwhile, the sudden, total collapse of the major guild spawned endless rumors and urban legends across the entire hunter community. The media had a field day with it, but with new guilds and overpowered hunters spawning daily, people slowly moved on. Soon the best guild was completely forgotten. Meanwhile, at a private restaurant, Yu Seong raises a glass, celebrating that their tracks are totally clean. No loose ends. None. I dealt with the troublemakers, we leveled up, and I already sold off all the looted gear. We even get to eat this amazing food, so why the long face? Yu Seong lists all these wins to cheer him up, but Hyun just shivers while eating, muttering back. Our new title is where things get hilarious. Meet the Ruthless Family Destroyer, awarded for brutally wiping out monster families without any mercy. It gives a flat +2 stat boost, but it also comes with a pretty wild secondary effect that ruins everything. It spikes hostility, making random people fear you instinctively. Hyun slams his hands down, groaning in absolute despair. Even unequipped titles still carry half their passive stats. The system window confirms that unequipped titles still apply at 50% power. Hyun snaps, yelling that he is already stressed out, and this stupid title makes everyone misjudge him. Yusong just chuckles, saying there is no misunderstanding. You are naturally a menace anyway, so what is the difference? Don't stress it. Suddenly, Hyun's phone starts ringing. It is instructor Yi Hyun. Picking up, the man on the other end sighs. I told you not to call me that. Remember your promise? Hyun has absolutely zero memory of any promise. Yi Hyun groans, totally defeated, before telling him to come meet their guildmaster right away. It is pretty urgent, so when are you free? The next day, they are riding the elevator up to the 12th floor of the Dangun Guild headquarters. Hyun nervously asks if it is cool to bring Yu Seong along. Yi Hyun calmly responds that the guildmaster already gave the green light. Yu Seong turns to Hyun with a smirk, telling him not to worry since he already knows Seo Yeon. Hyun squinted, highly doubting his words. Hearing you call her that feels so weird. How do you two even know each other? Yu Seong explains they met at a fancy social gala. A social gala? Must be nice being a rich guildmaster who also aced the tutorial. Seriously, this world is completely unfair. Led down the hall, they stop outside the VIP parlor. Hyun gently knocks, and a sweet voice from inside tells them to enter. Stepping inside, they find an incredibly beautiful woman waiting for them. She stands up gracefully, offering a hand to welcome them both. Welcome. I am Han Seo-yeon, the Dangun Guildmaster. Hyun shakes her hand, introducing himself simply. She smiles, saying she has heard plenty. Leaving the room to give them some privacy, Hyun slips out, and Seyeon warmly gestures for the two of them to take a seat. Sitting down, Hyun immediately thanks Seyoon for her help. He has no idea how to repay her. Seyoon just smiles warmly. It was no big deal, so he shouldn't worry about it. Hyun likes keeping things clear. He cuts straight to the chase, saying he hates being in debt and asking why she called him here. Seyoon does not beat around the bush either. She admits she wanted to chat first, but since he is being blunt, she drops the politeness. She asks if Hyun wants to join the Dangun Guild. Without even hesitating, Hyun flat out says no. Realizing she cannot easily convince him, Seyoon asks why he is so against joining their guild, the top guild in the country. Hyun gives a simple reply, he just does not feel like it. This dead-honest answer leaves them in awkward silence, while Yuseong sitting nearby starts teasing them about the cold rejection. He jokes that this guy is way too sharp, might cut someone. Hyun is confused and asks what he means. Seyoon just chuckles, saying she actually appreciates his brutal honesty. It makes it easier for her to give up. Hyun is glad to hear that. He seriously tells Seyoon that, regardless of this, he will definitely repay her favor in another way. He tells her to call him whenever she needs backup. Knowing Hyun feels bad about rejecting her, Seyoon tells him not to sweat it. They are bound by fate anyway. She adds that having connections with a powerhouse like him is always a win, so she will keep in touch. Hyun still feels a bit guilty. He asks, half joking, if the #1 guild in the entire country really needs his help. But hey, if there is anything he can do, he will back them up. Seyoon ignores his question and throws a heavy one back at him. How long does he think this current peace will last? That single word peace really makes Hyun pause. Wait, did she actually see that terrifying 8th stage preview from the tutorial? Peaceful? No way, not with dungeons popping up and criminals running wild. Compared to that nightmare, the world right now is pretty peaceful. After thinking for a second, Hyun lazily puts his hands behind his head and gives his answer. He says he has no idea, and it is not his problem to solve anyway. The only real thing he can do is keep getting stronger to protect himself. Plus, there is still a 5-year countdown for that Arcade Dimension thing, right? Seyoon drops a different number 3 years. Some nations will definitely fall by then. She warns him that they do not have much time left. Hyun is pretty skeptical and asks her how she can be so sure about that timeline. Seyoon says she cannot share details, but there is a divine entity who knows everything, and someone on her side can actually communicate with them. Hyun frowns, analyzing this. Is she talking about the administrator? Someone who can actually talk to the administrator? Seyoon keeps pressing him, asking if he has not felt it too. Dungeon difficulty is spiking, but the growth of awakens is somehow stalling out. It is like they are hitting a massive wall they cannot climb. Hyun argues that he has not felt that way at all, but Yuseong is not letting him off that easily. He asks why Hyun said that hunters get stronger by taking reckless risks. He points out that hunting with guns is totally useless. Caught off guard, Hyun quickly brushes it off, pretending he did not know why hunters avoid using guns. Crossbows are different because they can actually be upgraded. Seyoon notes that there seem to be a lot of interesting theories floating around. She believes a strong, fearless person like Hyun is exactly what they need to fix this mess. He could literally become a hero. Hyun gets a little embarrassed by the praise. He says he is no good guy, and she already knows that. He was the one who wiped out those defeated guys. But Seyoon tells him not to worry about trash like them. Hyun is a bit confused by her coldness as Seyoon keeps going. She says those people are useless for humanity's survival anyway. They do not deserve to be protected when the stakes are this high. One powerhouse like Hyun is worth way more than hundreds of those trash. The ones saving the world are not heroes, they are just the strong. A bit later, Hyun walks in. Seyoon asks if he saw them out. He confirms he watched them get into their car safely before heading back. Hyun asks for her thoughts on meeting him in person. Seyoon leans back, admitting that honestly, he exceeded her expectations quite a bit. Even though it was brief, she noticed his eyes flinch when she mentioned the administrator. He is definitely someone who graduated from the tutorial. Now, D-rank and E-rank dungeons might only be 1 letter apart, but the gap is absolutely massive. The monsters are stronger, there are way more of them, and the variety is insane, especially in a D-rank dungeon like the Dian's Lab. The variety of monsters there is off the charts. And guess who just stepped into a D-rank dungeon? Hyun. He starts sizing the place up. Usually, the normal monsters and the boss are the same type, making things pretty easy. But here, the sheer number of monsters is incredibly annoying, and their weaknesses and attacks are totally different. Suddenly, something huge looms right in front of him. Hyun gasps in surprise, asking what the hell this is. A giant beast stands there, but instead of running, Hyun smirks, noting its massive size. It looks like an ogre body with a goblin head stuck on it. Hyun points at it and casually asks if it wants to join his guild. He mentions he has a bet with Yusung on who can find a member first. But the monster responds by raising its massive hammer. It swings the giant weapon high and slams it right where Hyun is standing. The ground explodes, sending shattered rocks and debris flying everywhere. Hyun dodges it instantly. Finding this pretty entertaining, he looks up at the beast and gives it a grin. He tells it that if it says no, fine besides, it doesn't qualify anyway. The beast roars, spitting some nasty fluid at him. Hyun charges energy into his palm, blasting the gross liquid away so it doesn't touch him. Taking the chance, he leaps behind the monster's back. Looking up, he notices the wall where the fluid landed is literally melting. He realizes it must be some kind of corrosive acid. I love his confidence here, he tells the beast its skin is thick. But since he fights with his brain, he will always win. He thinks stealing its hammer would be awesome. As soon as he speaks, the monster roars in pure rage, and the sound is so loud it echoes all the way outside the dungeon. The thugs standing outside ask each other if they heard that crazy screaming. One of them shrugs it off. He says it is just some hunter raiding, so they should focus on the prey in front of them as they surround a helpless girl. And guess what they sure are? Right then, a thug points his sword at a girl named Sangha. Surrounded, she calmly looks for an escape route. Inside the dungeon, the crew is looking around. One guy laughs. This is exactly why I love dungeons. Meanwhile, a spearman keeps hearing strange roars echoing. He looks up and asks his leader boss, "Did you hear that?" But the sword-carrying leader stays totally chill, claiming he did not hear a single thing. He tells his subordinate to ignore the noise and focus on the hunt. But suddenly, Hyun appears out of thin air, dragging a giant monster hammer. He is totally out of breath, panting hard. His sudden arrival instantly grabs everyone's attention, and they all just stare at him in shock. Dragging that massive hammer, Hyun looks at the gang and pants out, "Man, you guys stink. It is the exact smell of low-class trash. Just a bunch of low-level thugs begging for a beating, right?" Hyun laughs out loud, leaving the entire group totally confused and questioning him. They whisper, "What is that guy holding behind his back?" "A hammer." Hyun doesn't waste. The raw impact cracks the ceiling, making the thugs back up. One of them chuckles in confusion, trying to mock him. Is this guy insane? Why is he swinging a hammer in such a tight space? But before he can finish, Hyun swings the giant weapon again. The thugs just watch as Hyun smashes the floor right under his own feet. After two massive swings, Hyun finally stops to catch his breath and speaks up. He grunts, "Man, this hammer is way too heavy. Definitely not going to work as a main weapon. I will just store it for now." Hyun pops it right into his system inventory, leaving the thugs staring like idiots. Then, one guy bursts out laughing. "Just showing off your strength, huh? I thought you were actually tough, but you clearly don't know who you are dealing with." He pivots to launch an attack. He yells out, "You should not have put down your weapon. Now die." Hyun does not even flinch, waiting and countering with a savage backhand. The guy takes a brutal hit to the face, collapsing instantly before a second blow even lands. The rest of the crew freezes in absolute terror. Hyun is not done yet. He grabs the thug by his hair, drags him up, and sneers, "All right, you trashy criminals. Hand over everything you are carrying right now." He snatches a knife from the guy and presses it right against his throat. The other thugs draw their weapons, watching in disbelief. They view Hyun as a complete madman. Even with weapons ready, they are pretty terrified to actually charge in. But that hesitation does not last long. They quickly rally, shouting to swarm him together since he is completely outnumbered. Watch closely, because this next move is wild. Seeing them charge, Hyun pulls his hostage's hair and yells, "Hey, don't you see I have a hostage? Guess this kid is done with life." Hyun looks down at his captive and asks for his name. Shaking, the guy stammers out Kim Gusik. Hyun grins, "All right, Gusik it is." He squeezes brutally, making Gusik scream in pain while his buddies freeze. Hyun literally uses Gusik as a human club. Amidst agonizing screams, he uses Gusik's head to beat the living daylights out of his buddies, knocking their leader flat. Hyun laughs, loving the impact. "Come on, everyone, charge at once. I will take you all on with my brand new human weapon." The remaining thugs are shaking in pure horror, screaming for him to stop. But Hyun shows zero mercy and keeps swinging his human club. Screams echo throughout the entire dungeon while Sangha stands on the outside, her eyes wide with absolute shock, missing nothing. Finally, Hyun finishes cleaning house. He looks down at the pile of bodies, thinking, is this really a D-rank raid team? Took longer than expected. Suddenly, a soft voice calls out. Sangha bows deeply, thanking him from the bottom of her heart. Thank you for saving me. Hyun shrugs it off, saying it was nothing. Honestly, I just wanted to beat them up. Looking up, Sangha continues, my name is Shin Sangha. Can I please get your name? Hyun scratches his head, feeling a bit awkward. Oh, my name is Kang Hyun. Sangha instantly addresses him formally, asking how she can get strong like him. She asks with total sincerity. Caught off guard, Hyun is stunned. Inside, he realizes this is the historic moment where Korea's 3 worst troublemakers finally gather, though only time will tell how that plays out. Coming back to reality, Hyun gets serious and repeats Sangha's question right back to her. You want to know how to get stronger? Just work hard. This simple answer leaves Sangha completely baffled. Just working hard is enough? Because But before she can finish, Hyun cuts her off. Not all efforts are created equal. Literally, grind until you die, those words are locked in Sangha's head. But Hyun feels kinda weird about it. He scratches his head, thinking, hearing advice from a guy who literally cheated death once is pretty weird, honestly. Not wasting any time, Hyun tells Sangha to stay safe and starts heading out. Spare them or kill them. It's your call. Hyun suddenly stops at the turn. Is she really fine going solo? Sangha says no, flat out. Hyun is super confused. Shouldn't she be begging for help right now? Feeling kinda awkward, he finally speaks up. I'd love to help, but I've got this stage to clear first. But check this out, Sangha just asks to tag along, completely catching him off guard. He scratches his head, explaining that she shouldn't have taken that whole die to succeed talk seriously. If she actually dies, but Sangha quickly cuts him off. Trust me, I know my place. I will just mine crystals and stay completely out of your way. Plus, you keep every single one of them. Hyun warns it's pretty dangerous, but Sangha insists she can handle herself. Seeing she's totally serious, Hyun just lets it go. Fine, tag along. The ground is literally covered in monster corpses as Hyun leads the way, clearing a path. Suddenly, Sangha tells him he's doing great. Now she's mining. Sangha pulls her sword and starts working. Watching her hustle, Hyun finally relaxes. Looks like she can actually watch her own back like she promised. Not sure if she has some stealth skill, but the second a fight breaks out, she immediately dips to the rear. She fires support arrows without getting in my way, and even loots all these annoying magic stones for me. Honestly, this whole dungeon run just got a lot easier. Still, Hyun warns Sangha to play it safe. Judging by the insane energy radiating up ahead, the boss is waiting for them right now. It is incredibly dangerous. But Sangha is locked in. She is riding with him till the end, right when the system alerts them. The dungeon core has been destroyed and the exit gate is open. Hyun is pretty shocked, wondering if someone else beat them to the punch and cleared the place already. Wait. Hyun frowns, his eyes widening. He can still feel the boss's dark energy lingering. He spins around, sensing that something is seriously messed up here. He gasps in pure shock, a space crack. By the next morning, the news is blowing up. Korea just suffered its first ever D-class dungeon crack incident. Dozens of soul dungeons burst open at once, triggering a massive monster wave. This is a total disaster, guys. The biggest break since the Spider Army lockdown. This is the 3rd breakout nationwide, but it is way different from the others. Experts are already calling it a planned, deliberate act of terror. A frantic messenger rushes in to find the Alliance chief. Inside the office, a tall guy turns around and asks if the reports are finally in. This is Choi Dong-woo, the big boss of the Hunter Alliance. He looks at his assistant and asks about the dungeon crack. Is everything ready to go? The assistant hesitates, nervously reporting that according to the latest updates, one of the compromised zones is actually a D-class dungeon. Dong-woo demands the location. The assistant says it is the Dean's lab over in Suwon Gyeonggi-do. Hearing this, Dong-woo grinds his teeth, wondering why it had to be there. That dungeon was too complex, so they delayed clearing it, and now this mess happens. Dong-woo asks if there are any major guilds nearby. The assistant mentions the Hanjin Guild, but apparently, their main force is currently away on business. Since they are out, Dong-woo orders them to immediately assemble 50 elite hunters. They are heading straight to Suwon, while the other squads secure the remaining dungeons. Over at the Dan-gun Guild, Si-yeon asks Lee-hyun for an outside update. Lee-hyun reports that Alliance Chief Dong-woo is personally heading out to handle the Dean's lab. He is bringing his elite squad, but Sion knows that will take way too long. She asks if there are any local guilds who can hold the line. Ihyun thinks for a second, saying that besides Hanjian, only small mid-tier guilds are left. But apparently, there is one wild card out there. Word is, a single hunter is shredding through monsters at an insane speed. Seon is stunned, asking if he is seriously alone. Ihyun smirks, describing a massive guy with a giant greatsword and a face so terrifying he looks like a monster himself. Hearing this, Seon immediately knows who it is. Her anxiety completely vanishes. Seyun smiles with relief, realizing they do not need to worry about that sector anymore. Outside, Hyun is standing in a literal mountain of monster corpses. The crowd is losing their minds, whispering if this crazy guy seriously cleared the whole wave solo, that is a real hunter. One guy steps up to thank him, but Hyun just glares and tells him to beat it. Turning his back with a freezing glare, Hyun repeats the warning, "Leave now, or you are next on his hit list." Right then, the crack starts ripping open again. Realizing the real threat is still lurking, Hyun turns and roars at the crowd. The boss is coming, and if they stay, they are dead meat. The hunters just freeze. A silver-haired hunter grits his teeth and steps forward, arguing that they are licensed hunters too, and even a little backup could make a big difference here. Hyun cuts him off with a dark glare. "How many chimeras did you actually take down back there?" The guy stammers in confusion. Hyun snaps back that if they cannot even handle one, they are just dead weight. "Go fall back and help evacuate the civilians." The silver-haired hunter is left completely speechless, totally lost. The other hunters whisper among themselves, wondering what is up with this guy and why he is acting so hostile. Who does he think he is talking to them like that? But then, one hunter looks over at Hyun and instantly pales, feeling a terrifying pressure radiating off him. Red energy flares around Hyun as he barely holds back his rage. Terrified, the hunter whispers to his squad that they need to leave immediately. His buddy quickly nods, sensing the danger, and they all start backing away. As the crowd finally clears out, Hyun lets out a breath and powers down. Sangha quietly calls out to him, pointing a finger at herself. She hesitates, blushing a bit, not quite sure how to phrase what she wants to say. Hyun cuts in, asking if she is ready. Sangha blinks, totally caught off guard that he is actually trusting her. He tells her to hide and support him with cover fire. "Can you actually do it?" Sangha finally snaps out of it, just as giant feet start creeping out of that unstable spatial crack. Oh man, look at this. An entire army of deformed demons crawls out, dripping with pitch-black energy. Even Hyun takes a step back, muttering, "What the hell?" He wonders if these are the four heavenly kings, but quickly shakes his head. His eyes narrow as he studies their massive, threatening forms. These guys are easily on par with Aurora, whom he just barely defeated, and the ones bringing up the rear are even bigger, towering over the vanguard. Their raw power is on another level, sending waves of heavy pressure with every single breath they take. Hyun grits his teeth, realizing the big boss is here. Once the entire demonic army steps through, the spatial crack slowly shrinks and snaps shut. The monster leader looks around, checking out the modern cityscape. He comments on the strange human architecture, leaving Hyun completely stunned. A talking monster? The boss sneers down at him, asking if he plans to fight alone. The boss mocks him, asking if a mere human thinks he can win solo. Hyun's smirk is pure arrogance. He pulls out his massive warhammer and slams it down. His eyes flash with a deadly light as he promises to smash the monster's head into puzzle pieces. The boss is genuinely taken aback by his sheer nerve. "Arrogant human," the boss sneers, "but your body looks useful. I will personally take it." Before the demon can even finish that threat, Hyun coldly cuts him off, telling him to shut up. He suggests a fair duel, ordering the boss to bench his useless minions so they can throw down like real men. A few seconds of dead silence pass before the boss speaks. "I refuse." Hyun just spits on the ground. "Like I expected anything else," he muttered, gripping his giant hammer with both hands and spinning it. He mockingly tells them to bring it on, then immediately charges right at them. The monsters growl, their bodies glowing as they eagerly rush in to join the chaotic brawl. Hyun raises his massive hammer high, takes a massive breath, and lets out a deafening roar right at the horde. That triggers his secret skill. The wrathful lion soul is now active. The monsters suddenly freeze, their heads ringing. Seizing the moment, Hyun leaps high into the air. With wild, crazed eyes, he targets the closest beast with pure excitement. "Let's start with you." A split second later, his hammer smashes directly into its skull, his eyes bloodshot as he yells, "Die." He swings again, crushing another monster skull. The entire street echoes with the brutal, heavy thuds of his hammer pulverizing bone. Watching from above, the boss looks on as his minions get absolutely wrecked. The boss lets out a soft murmur, quite surprised. I can't feel any magic from him. Is that just pure physical strength? He mutters to himself, thinking it would be a real shame if he dies. With that thought, he reaches out, whispering, I will control you and make you my slave. Meanwhile, Hyun dives deeper into the horde, smashing everything in his path with insane fury. The monster's heavy armor cracks under his blows, shattering completely to reveal a bloody skull beneath. Crushing the beast, Hyun takes a quick step back to catch his breath. Watching the giant beast collapse, he lands heavily on the pavement, his muscles trembling from the strain. Damn, that thing was heavy, he gasps, while the boss slowly reaches out. With an arrogant smirk, the boss points a finger straight at him. It triggers a mind control spell, unleashing a sinister red mist that wraps around Hyun. Instantly, his head begins to spin. His eyes go wide with shock. The boss chuckles darkly, take this. He's completely confident that with this spell, the kid will fall entirely under his absolute control. Right now, Hyun seems totally brainwashed. His eyes go completely blank, and his body freezes up. The boss waves him over with a sickening grin. Welcome, my brand new slave. Now, bow down and show your loyalty. But suddenly, white light flashes in Hyun's eyes, his lips twitching as he mumbles something. His arm slowly rises. The boss instantly senses that something is way off. Sure enough, Hyun bursts into a loud laugh, flips the boss off, and screams out, You bastard! Honestly, this is why we love this guy. He used a special ring to block all mind control. The street goes dead silent as the boss mutters, so that's it. He shielded himself with an item. I really wanted to capture him completely intact, but what a shame. The boss stops mid-sentence, his face turning cold and ruthless. Instead, he commands another monster to ambush him. It lunges with blinding speed. Hyun doesn't even have a split second to dodge the attack. He has to rely on his Antia skin skill to shield his face. Boom. The beast's massive fist slams directly into his cheek with bone-shattering force. The impact sends him flying backward. He crashes straight through a roadside shop front, triggering a massive, dusty explosion that shakes the whole street. As the monsters slowly surround his crash site, a random arrow suddenly flies out of nowhere, piercing straight through the beast from earlier. Even the boss is caught off guard. It wonders if he actually has backup, but brushes it off. Sure enough, the monster that got shot through the skull doesn't seem bothered at all, taking 0 damage. Instead, it actively scans the area to pinpoint the shooter. Hyun mutters under his breath, perfect timing, Sung. Hearing this, the boss starts feeling a bit uneasy. Suddenly, Hyun sits right up and launches a surprise counterattack. He rushes the beast, both hands tightly gripping his heavy hammer again. He closes the distance in a flash, muttering that this is the perfect blind spot to strike. His face twists into a look of absolute, crazed excitement. Another arrow pierces the monster's head while its guard is down. Seizing the golden window, Hyun swings his hammer horizontally, aiming straight for its skull. The beast collapses instantly, its head completely pulverized. But suddenly, a chain-like projectile shoots toward him. Hyun's sharp instincts immediately detect the dirty trick, yet he's too slow to dodge, and the chain impales him straight through the chest. Coughing up a torrent of blood, he drops his heavy hammer to the ground. He grabs the monster's arm. Before the shocked beast can even react, he executes a brutal shoulder throw, slamming its body violently onto the hard stone floor. Hyun quickly opens his inventory, pulling out a new weapon. Sword in hand, he lunges forward with everything he has. The moment it spins around, it's met with his crazed, grinning face and a razor-sharp blade. A wet slash echoes, spraying dark blood everywhere. Staring at his dripping blade, the boss looks completely stunned. Right now, Hyun looks like an absolute king, standing proudly over a pile of dead monsters. He wipes the warm blood off his cheek, letting out a dark, eerie laugh. Only one of you left, right? Glaring up at the floating boss, he mockingly calls him Baldy. The boss stares back with furious eyes, spitting out, You barely have any mana left. How dare you challenge me? Hyun curses inwardly, he noticed. He knows his magic is almost fully drained, and his body's passive healing has already reached its absolute limit. He sighs, looking at how high the boss is. There's no way he can fight in midair. Looking down at his shaking knees, he realizes he can't jump or float anymore. If only he could tap into his giant strength. Suddenly, his heart spasms violently. He gasps in sudden pain, clutching his chest as his entire body arches over. His foot slips on the blood pool, sending him crashing down. He stares at his leg. What the hell? The boss sneers, finally realized it. Hyun recalls getting impaled through the chest. The boss gloats that the strike was no ordinary hit, saying it was hard enough to bypass his tough defense. Since I finally bypassed your skin, of course I poisoned the tip. Hyun's face goes pale with shock. Seeing him stubbornly struggle to stand, the boss speaks up. You have zero chance of winning. I'll give you the antidote if you surrender right now and become my loyal pet, but Hyun just spits back, screw you. A powerful aura erupts around his body. What did I tell you? I'm gonna crush your skull into a 3D model. Suddenly, his eyes flare up with an intense, fiery red light. Pushing his physical body to its absolute limits, he channels all his remaining mana to burn out the poison. Gripping his sword, he relies on his very last option. It's the Great Sword of Bin Yen, with durability at 500 out of 500. This blade traveled with the warrior for 35 years across countless battlefields. Originally just an ordinary weapon, it absorbed raw demonic energy and blood over decades, unlocking a berserk state that heavily boosts his overall defense and physical endurance. The berserk skill boosts his strength and stamina by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. However, his judgment will cloud, triggering severe physical side effects after use. Feeling that wild energy exploding from his body and creeping closer, Hyun just grins. Bring it on, you bastard. If you want to die, I'll drag you straight to hell. Out of nowhere, a voice cuts in. That's enough. A guy approaches from behind, saying he's done a pretty incredible job, even though he doesn't know his name. Donggu looks down at him and speaks. From now on, our alliance handles this mess. Hyun can only stare in disbelief. Oh, look at this guy. That's Donggu, the alliance president, holding a massive spear and facing down the boss without a single shred of fear. Donggu glances back, warning him that his wounds are pretty severe, so he should rest. Hyun is totally stunned. Wait, what? I'm not, but he can't even finish his sentence. His head spins again, completely draining his energy. Dropping to his knees, he grits his teeth. Damn it. I almost had him before collapsing onto the floor in pure frustration, staring blankly at the sky. His epic entrance? Totally wasted. Sometime later, inside a hospital room, Hyun suddenly snaps awake, his eyes flying wide open. Hyun notices him waking up and glances over, asking if he's alive. He scratches his head, complaining about seeing her annoying face first thing, but she snaps back instantly. She sighs, muttering about what a total waste of cash this is. Hyun complains if that's how she talks to her recovering brother, before suddenly freezing. Wait, what about the dungeon? Did the berserker make it? Hyun admits she doesn't know details, but everything was settled. She adds that she was crazy worried, rushing over the second she heard he was hospitalized. And there she saw a guy she'd only ever seen on television, the legendary president of the alliance. Hyun pauses, trying to recall the details written on that card. President Seong Jon-ho. Hyun tilts his head back. No way he's feeling indebted to this guy, so he just turns and speaks to his sister again. She gets dead serious, asking what if he actually died. Hyun looks down. She's totally right, and he knows it. He sighs, muttering that it's not like he wants to die, especially with his level dropping and his mood being completely trashed. But right after saying that, he suddenly notices something is off. And get this, he looks closer and sees Hyun's face flushing bright red, leaving him totally stunned as she shyly turns away to avoid his gaze. He just snorts, saying he will do his best with the alliance. Meanwhile, in the president's office, the secretary asks Donggu about that awakened guy, Kang Hyun. Is he an acquaintance of yours? She asks. Donggu types away, replying with a simple no, making the secretary curious since she heard reports of him reaching out first. Then why did you go in person and even pay his bills? She asks. Donggu just laughs, saying he did it because he witnessed the birth of a real hero. If not, then when would he ever get the honor of helping him? He remembers Hyun's wild, desperate fight, ready to throw away his own life. No hesitation at all. The treating physician at the hospital tells Hyun his test results are completely normal. Awakened folks seriously recover at a crazy speed. As the doctor pockets his hands and leaves, Hyun sighs that he should have been discharged yesterday, making his younger sister Hyun immediately start nagging him. Why are you always complaining? She asks, since that guild is covering all the bills anyway. Hyun shoots back, asking if she knows how much cash he loses taking a day off. Just then, a nurse's voice echoes nearby. We have no patient here under the name Kang Hyun, sir. Hyun looks over at the counter, totally confused. Wait, what? Go on inside first, Hyun. Over at the front desk, a sharp-looking guy in a slick suit keeps asking if she's absolutely sure. The nurse nods. That's correct. And if they already checked out, we can't look up their info. The guy lets out a heavy, disappointed sigh. Man, I'm too late. Hyun walks right up and asks who he is. The guy gasps in surprise. Oh, you're actually Hyun. Hyun nods. I'm Kang Hyun. I heard you calling my name. He digs around in his pocket, asking Hyun to wait just a second. He politely pulls out a clean business card, introducing himself as Shin Taijin. Hyun reads the card, pretty surprised. The Safe Journey Association? Special Ability Management Division? Seriously? Wondering what government suits want with him, they head to a barbecue joint where a prime slab of beef is sizzling on the grill, looking incredibly delicious. You know our boy isn't turning down free food. He asks if this pricey place is really okay, but Taejin tells him not to sweat it. He digs in, joking that this must be where his tax money goes. Since Taejin stays quiet, Hyun cuts straight to the chase and asks if they want him to join the government. Taejin quickly clarifies that they aren't forcing him. It is just an offer. Hyun looks pretty skeptical. What's so great about being a government cubicle worker? Hyun asks. Taejin explains they are far from average desk workers, built specifically to handle the country's chaotic future. That's where the Special Ability Management team comes in. He emphasizes that the government finally realized trying to forcefully control superpowered individuals is completely impossible. With their numbers growing, fighting them makes absolutely zero sense and brings no benefits. So, they had to change their entire playbook. Instead of clashing, they chose to build mutual support, offering maximum help. Hyun just silently watches the guy butcher the grilling process. Hyun nods like he gets it, though inside he's screaming about how terribly this guy is cooking the meat. He asks, "What do I actually get if I join?" Taejin points right at him. The biggest perk? Obviously, pure cash. We'll provide enough funding so you never have to worry about money during your active days. He adds that if anything ever threatens his safety, the state will take care of his family for life with top-tier benefits. They will receive treatment equivalent to actual national heroes. Hyun stays sharp though, admitting the terms sound pretty sweet, but there's obviously a catch with a ton of heavy work, right? Taejin nods, not denying it, but promises they won't make any unreasonable demands. He tells him to just keep living his normal life, and they'll only call him in when they desperately need his backup. Hyun crosses his arms, thinking it is not a bad deal. Taejin then casually mentions that Choi Dong-woo from the Awakened Alliance and Hansen's guildmaster, along with John from the Dangun Guild, are already on board. Hyun is surprised. Even those big shots are cooperating here? Guess it's worth a shot. Later, outside the restaurant. The sun slowly sets over Gyeonggi-do Suwon, near the old Dien's research zone. Hyun walks down an empty street, wondering if his ride is still okay. He hopes his car survived that insane mess since he left it nearby. Suddenly, a girl's voice calls out his name, catching him off guard. Hyun turns around, pretty surprised to see a girl standing there. "Are you Shin Sunga?" he asks. She introduces herself and it finally clicks for him. He looks suspiciously at the bag in her hands. Sunga shows him the energy stones inside, apologizing for being late since he collapsed and got rushed to the hospital. She literally shoves the bag of energy stones into his hands. He asks why she waited here to return them when she didn't even know if he would ever show up again. Sunga nods, dead serious. Hyun scratches his head, thinking she's way too uptight, and tells her to just keep them. But she flatly refuses. "I promised you," she says. Not wanting to argue, he just takes the bag and heads off, thanking her for the kind gesture. Sunga stands there in silence, watching him walk away. Suddenly, she shouts out his name. When Hyun turns around, he sees her bowing deeply. Asking him to take her in as a disciple, she catches him completely off guard. Hyun stands there speechless. What? Then, as night falls, a mysterious door appears. Let's see what is happening in the deeper zones. Inside an F-rank dungeon, a wounded boss monster hides in the dark, coughing and muttering about how a human managed to corner him. He clutches his bleeding shoulder wound in pure frustration. Suddenly, a mysterious voice breaks the silence, mockingly noting that this is where the boss was hiding. A man steps out of the dark, sighing that this look doesn't suit a D-rank boss at all. He even knows the monster's name, calling him Lich Diens. Diens growls, asking who he is. The man tells him to relax, promising he is not an enemy and is actually here to set him free. The boss looks stunned as the man extends his hand, proposing a shady deal to work together. Meanwhile, inside a high-end restaurant, Sunga sits waiting. Sunga sits straight. She introduces herself to Yoon. Yoon stares blankly at her before speaking in his usual mocking tone. He assumes Hyun has zero friends. Hyun snaps immediately, demanding to know what the hell he means by that, looking completely annoyed. Hyun claims he totally has a couple of friends, though he immediately trails off and gets quiet. He quickly tries to change the subject. He coughs, reminding him that he won the bet, so it's time to buy dinner like promised. Yoon sighs, saying he always pays anyway, before speaking up again. Admitting defeat, Yoon points out that the girl still needs to pass a test to join their guild. He suggests heading to a dungeon right away. Sunga is a bit surprised, but agrees she has no problem with it. Hyun just rolls his eyes, knowing the guy is only doing this to go hunting. At the D-rank Harpy Cliff dungeon, a furious harpy screeches in rage, looking down at Hyun's group standing over a pile of its dead kind. Sangha pulls back her bowstring, and the second she lets go, the arrow flies like crazy, pinning the monster dead. As she walks over to rifle through the corpse, Hyun calls her out. You don't need to loot it so thoroughly, you know, especially if it is a hassle for you. Sangha just shrugs, saying she likes doing it. Yoojung cuts in, dude, that is literally free money. You shouldn't waste it since you are still broke anyway. Hyun fires back, hey, who says I am broke? Collecting 10 cores gets you a much better deal, you know? And what about you? Why aren't you grabbing any cores? He snaps at him, calling him an annoying little punk. Hyun casually replies, because I already have a mountain of cash. Suddenly, Hyun lets out a sharp grunt, looking around. He asks, hey Yoojung, you feel that too? The guy looks completely lost, blabbing, huh, feel what? He quickly gets on guard, his eyes turning razor sharp as he senses it. Seeing this, Sangha curiously asks, what is wrong with you two? Hyun stays quiet, just closing his eyes. Look at this. Opening his eyes, Hyun clenches his fist and throws a devastating punch into thin air, immediately smashing into a very solid invisible shield. The punch exposes him, sending him flying backward onto the ground. Staring down at the dude passed out with his eyes rolled back, Hyun asks, what on earth is this? Yoojung is seriously impressed by that stealth skill, muttering, usually my senses are top tier, but I did not even notice him sneaking up that close. Since there was zero bloodlust, it looks like he was not actually targeting us. But Hyun frowns, saying, I bet he was not up to any good either. Something smells fishy here. Yoojung guesses he might just be a random passerby with stealth skills. And if that is the case, then this whole thing is technically an unprovoked attack on our part. Hyun immediately counters, sneakily creeping behind someone in a dungeon is clearly shady business. The punk deserved every bit of that beatdown, no question about it. With a dead serious face, he adds, plus I have a bad gut feeling about this. The scene cuts to the day he signs his contract. Rio hands it over, saying, here is the finalized contract. Pavlova Dwase, keep it safe. Hyun nods, for sure, just hit me up if anything happens. Rio hesitates and says, sorry, but there is something I should warn you about. He looks at Hyun, asking, have you heard about the string of dungeon terrorist attacks happening lately? Hyun rubs his chin, thinking it over. Oh that? You mean those guys deliberately trying to trigger dungeon breaks? Rio nods. Exactly, and we finally caught the tail of the group behind it. Now we are hunting down the mastermind. Soon, a massive raid will go down under direct government command. Suddenly, a man named Tajil speaks up. Tajil looks at him and says, I need your help, Kang Hyun. Cutting back to the present, a bucket of water gets splashed right onto the blonde guy's face. The dude grashes his teeth in pure rage, yelling, what the hell is this? Hyun smirks. Awake already? Looking around in panic, the tied-up guy screams, who are you? What are you doing? 3 seconds later, a nasty, rancid smell hits his nose, making him pale. Trust me, you do not want to know what this foul stench is. Hyun casually says, my bad about that. We were going to wake you up with regular water, but we are running pretty low on drinking water. He points at Happy standing nearby, so we just used Happy's bladder instead. The blonde kid freezes in shock, staring at the monster's fur on the ground. He screams, what? As the blinding sun beats down on the rugged rocks, the blonde terrorist sits there with that nasty fluid dripping all over his face. Gasping for breath, sweat dripping down his face, he whimpers, you absolute psycho. Who in their right mind pours monster piss on someone? He shrieks in absolute fury, leaving the three of them totally unfazed. Hyun gets serious, cold as ice, and says, now it is time to talk. Crouching down right in front of the blonde teenager, Hyun glares at him. His eyes are wide, dripping with pure, terrifying bloodlust. He speaks in a dark, creepy whisper, asking, it was you, right? The dungeon terrorist? The kid starts sweating bullets. Hearing this, the guy suddenly cracks a sly, wicked grin. He seems completely unhinged as he scoffs out, terrorist? Is that what they call us? The blonde kid widens his eyes, laughing mockingly with a twisted expression on his face. You guys literally do not have a single clue. You know absolutely nothing about the noble goal behind our actions. Hyun just sighs, cleaning out his ear with a finger, totally bored. Yeah, whatever noble goal, I do not care. Spill everything you know right now, and I will let you walk. Suddenly, a horrific shriek echoes, tearing through the quiet sunset as the sun dips below the mountains. Yi-hyun rushes over in a panic, asking, "What happened?" "Hyun, did you actually catch the terrorists?" Hyun nods. "Yep, here he is." By now, the blonde punk is beaten black and blue, his face completely swollen. Covered in blood, he trembles and begs, "Please, just arrest me already." Yi-hyun looks confused, asking how he got so messed up. Hyun just shrugs indifferently. "No idea, probably got roughed up by Happy." Heavy footsteps echo as two guards approach. Yi-hyun places a hand on his chest, confidently speaking up. "We will take it from here, thanks for the help." Suddenly, Yoon-yeon pops up behind Hyun, waving his hand. "Well, look who it is, government bro." Yoon-yeon politely bows and says, "Yes, hello there." Yoon asks in confusion, "Wait, you two know each other?" Yoon-yeon explains to him. Yoon-yeon was also a prime target for recruitment, but he instantly rejected the offer. Yoo-jong snorts smugly. "Working for the government is zero fun anyway." Hyun chuckles inwardly, thinking, "Man, you really never miss a chance to complain, do you?" Yi-hyun sighs, and they all turn their gaze toward him. Yi-hyun adds, "It is getting late, and we have got outsiders here. Let us discuss the details tomorrow." Night falls, covering the sky in pitch-black darkness without a single star. Inside a high-rise building, steam rises from a hot cup of coffee. A man's deep voice echoes. The terrorist's name is Jung Yeon. Yi-hyun sits down, looking exhausted, and explains, "His unique skill is complete invisibility. He is likely a high-ranking member." Hyun, holding his coffee, murmurs, "Oh, right." But secretly, Hyun thinks, "Well, I actually heard about this already." Yi-hyun says seriously, "Thanks to this lead, we have successfully located their base. As I mentioned, we plan to launch a massive raid. It is scheduled for 2 weeks from now." Hyun blinks, repeating, "2 weeks? Why the hell does it take 2 whole weeks? Can't we just strike now?" Yi-hyun explains, "You heard the news about China clearing a C-rank gate, right? The very first C-rank dungeon in the world cleared just a few days ago." Hyun nods. "Yeah, pretty sure I saw that on the news." Yi-hyun closes his eyes. The danger level of these dungeons grows exponentially. He looks up and says gravely, "About 1,200 hunters were deployed for that raid, and more than half of them died." Hyun hears this and gets totally thrown off. Yi-hyun keeps explaining that since Hyun soloed a D-rank dungeon, he of all people should get it. Apparently, just going up one single rank means you need twice as many people. Hyun tenses up, his brow furrowed as his brain starts working overtime. Finally, getting a rank up is great, but doubling the head count. Hyun crosses his arms, completely lost because he always runs solo and has zero clue about team mechanics. According to Yi-hyun, China went with the human wave tactic, but that was their biggest mistake. Sure, they had massive numbers, but their average power was trash. So he adds that they are handpicking an elite squad to raid a C-rank gate popping up in Gangnam's Venendis forest. Imagine 2 armed guards just standing in front of a giant portal. Hyun processes this, thinks for a second, and waves his hand to ask a question. "Do we even need to raid this thing? China already took the first clear title, and as long as we smash the core regularly, the dungeon won't open anyway. What's the point of hunting it now?" Yi-hyun answers fast, admitting Hyun's analysis of the whole mess is surprisingly spot on, though he looks totally helpless saying it. Hyun repeats his words in disbelief. Yi-hyun takes a slow sip of coffee, sets the cup down gently, and then suddenly snaps, "Who do you think I am?" The real problem is, we have never successfully cleared a normal core. His voice echoes through the room at this rate. The dungeon breaks open in just 2 weeks. Look at that countdown timer on screen. Just 12 days, 9 hours, 26 minutes left. Yi-hyun warns that absolute chaos is coming. Monster that can shred hundreds of high-tier hunters are about to run wild in the middle of crowded Seoul. Hyun freezes in pure shock. Yi-hyun adds, "Of course, we are preparing as thoroughly as possible, but experts literally believe the collateral damage from this will surpass the nightmare of the first dungeon outbreak." Hyun rests his chin on his hand. "This sounds like an emergency. Since you are wasting precious time talking to me, you want me in, right?" Yi-hyun nods slightly. "Yeah, but the bureaucracy is weird. Going solo on this raid is a flat-out no-go. It is strictly prohibited." He looks straight at Hyun with desperate, pleading eyes, "So I need a massive favor, Hyun. Can you start a guild?" Yi-hyun is sweating. "Look, I know you are a lone wolf, but please, do it just once for the country. Plus, Hyun promises to handle the boring paperwork and throw crazy funding his way. Hyun just sits there in silence. He rubs his temples and sighs, playing along by saying he will do them a favor. But inside, Hyun is smirking he wanted a guild anyway. This is a total freebie. He is basically throwing a party in his head. Good karma is real, guys. Cut to a cozy little coffee shop. Hyun crosses his arms and drops the bomb. All right, let's pick a guild name right now. Yuseong and Sangha just stare at him, completely blank. Yuseong asks, wait, you mean right now? But we literally only have 3 members in this group. Hyun just smirks, saying that Tiny Problem is already long gone. Roa, that government guy we met yesterday, that is how. Outside, the streets are absolutely chaotic with bustling pedestrians and luxury cars rushing past. As the cars roll by, you can tell this C-rank dungeon tactic is a big deal. The guy chuckles sounds like fun. Sangha chimes in, saying it is just like him, manipulating the government from the shadows. Hyun rolls his eyes, telling her it is not even like that. Sangha tells him he can be honest since she is just a guild member now. But Hyun shrugs he is just telling the plain truth. Anyway, time to do the paperwork. He rubs his chin and clears his throat, telling them this is a massive step for their future. It determines how their guild grows. Since they already discussed the terms, he gives a big thumbs up rule number 1. We do not get dragged into useless fights. Seeing Yuseong staring at him, Hyun asks what his deal is. Why are you staring? You of all people need to remember that rule. Then he holds up 2 fingers, rule 2. We always pay back what we get. Yuseong asks if that includes both kindness and cold vengeance. Hyun nods exactly. He hates being a cheap, ungrateful jerk. Being a greedy bastard is even worse. Finally, rule 3, we get stronger than absolutely everyone else. He asks if they have any objections. Yuseong grins and says it sounds solid, though that first rule is a bit ironic. Sangha agrees, promising to engrave those 3 rules in her heart. Hyun takes another sip of coffee. Nice. Now, any ideas for the guild name? Yuseong immediately suggests the Madman Guild. Hyun instantly shuts him down, telling him to stop joking and get serious. Yuseong shrugs and throws out another idea. How about lunatic? Hyun thinks it actually sounds decent and asks what it means. When Yuseong happily explains it just means crazy people, Hyun gets annoyed. Why does everything have to be so unhinged? Hyun turns to Sangha, asking if she has any normal suggestions for a name. Sangha rests her chin, thinking hard. She opens her eyes with a straight face and suggests Hyun and his healthy friends. Hyun sighs. This girl is completely useless. He leans back with a heavy sigh, clicks his pen, and decides to write down his own ideas to save time. Yuseong giggles, warning him that being the oldest doesn't guarantee a good name. Hyun drops the pen and slides the paper over to them. They both stare at his handwriting. Yuseong rubs his chin, letting out an impressed gasp. Both of them agree it actually looks pretty clean. Now we cut to a dim, classy bar lined with crazy expensive liquor bottles. A deep voice echoes through the room, reporting that Yongshik was arrested. A girl in a crisp uniform named Minju nods, confirming the news to a very handsome man. The guy swills a glass of expensive wine. In his mind, he pictures that rogue terrorist Yongshik. Yongshik was never a top-tier fighter, but his unique plundering skill is incredibly rare and almost impossible to replace. It seems his plan to mess up his opponent's calculation has completely failed. He demands to know exactly who did it, and she quickly apologizes. The man demands to know who actually managed to capture Yongshik, and the girl wastes no time giving him a name. The investigation points directly to a guy named Kang Hyun. The man takes a slow sip of wine, mulling over that name and remembering what happened back in April. Back then, he faced a mutant caracal at the academy, single-handedly shutting down a massive, chaotic outbreak that everyone else in the world found completely impossible to control. Even over at the Dion's research lab, the guy grits his teeth, muttering about what a massive pain Kang Hyun is before gently setting his wine glass down. He then asks about the progress on the stimulants, but the girl calmly tells him they need more time because of some unexpected delays. Specifically, they are falling behind on keeping the test subjects under control. He casually wipes his mouth, dryly noting that their progress sounds pretty terrible. He demands they speed up the process at all costs, his eyes glowing crimson with a dark energy as he gives her a chilling warning. She can either get it done or become the next test subject herself. Terrified, she quickly agrees just as a massive flood of raid notifications starts popping up. The official strategy for the C-rank Banan Forest dungeon raid is finally out, revealing the entire tactical layout and the guilds participating in the operation. With the strike team roster public, netizens are instantly losing their minds over the tiny head count. Many complain that even if these hunters are elites, this squad is way too small, especially compared to how massive other countries make theirs. The official introduction of the participating guilds begins, starting with the famous Dangoon Guild, which instantly sends the chat into an absolute frenzy. Just as expected, comments flood in saying the country would be nothing without Dangoon, and that most other guilds are just useless filler. Netizens are calling the other guilds incompetent while simping hard for Siyun. Next up is the Awakened Alliance, and the chat immediately goes wild again. Fans are gushing over how handsome Donggu is, screaming they want to save him, mixed with even more chaotic praise for the gorgeous Siyun. The third group is the Aeon Guild, but the online crowd is immediately turned off, complaining that they look completely unlikable. Some roast the guildmaster for looking weak, others accuse them of being jealous, while the rest just keep spamming about Siyun being pretty. Fourth on the list is the Immortal Guild, meaning all the top-tier powerhouses are officially here. Fifth is the Guardians, who actually look pretty decent. Finally, the sixth guild is the Black Knights. Their leader is decked out in full battle armor. It looks a bit ridiculous, but the chat agrees he still looks pretty badass. People wonder if they are a rookie guild and quickly search them up, finding out they were indeed established just a short while ago. They wonder what the guild name even means. But wait, here is where it gets good. A voice suddenly calls out, announcing they are late. Heavy footsteps echo across the floor, and a robot duck chimes in as Kang Hyun and his crew finally arrive, with him casually raising a hand in greeting. He confidently introduces himself as Kang Hyun, leader of the Badass Guild, asking everyone to take care of him. Showing up late to their very first meeting was a bold move. People would later call this the first real disaster for Korean guilds, marking the official birth of what they call the Dungeon Society era. 6 months ago, a massive disaster triggered by the shared dream of 7 billion people changed the world forever. Since then, countless guilds have risen and fallen every single day, and right now, a totally helpless voice sighs in the room. Taegil, the Special Awakened team captain, is staring at them with a twitching eye, completely dumbfounded, asking if they seriously named their guild the Eight Evils. Kang Hyun just calmly sips his hot tea, looking incredibly smug as he asks Taegil if he seriously doesn't know what the name actually means. He proudly explains it basically means badass, like extremely cool, and asks if Taegil doesn't know English. Taegil just takes a deep breath, pointing out there are plenty of other words for cool. He asks one more time, desperately hoping Kang Hyun will change his mind about it, but the guy is completely dead set on keeping it. Since Kang Hyun thinks it sounds amazing, Taejil just gives up. He moves on to the main point, reminding him about the strategy meeting next Monday at 11 a.m. It is for the C-rank Banan Forest dungeon raid. Taegil promises to send over the details later, warning him not to show up late this time. Kang Hyun lazily promises to try, leaving Taegil utterly speechless that he even has to try for that. As time flies, the crazy Dungeon Society era marches on. Now check this out. In a world where hundreds die daily, Monday finally arrives, and Do-song is anxiously checking his phone every 30 seconds. He asks Sunga if Kang Hyun mentioned anything about running late, casually calling her big sister, which instantly catches her a bit off guard because of the sudden age gap. Do-song grins, pointing out he is only 20, so calling her big sister is totally fine. Sunga thinks about it and decides to roll with it. Just then, Kang Hyun finally strolls up to meet them. Do-song and Sunga listen with completely flat stares as he casually blames his lateness on a sudden, catastrophic bathroom emergency that left him running for his life. He asks if they waited long, but Do-song is just staring him down, completely baffled by the cartoon penguin wearing a Totoro hat printed on his shirt. Do-song asks what the hell that ridiculous shirt is. Kang Hyun gets defensive, stepping closer to them and proudly pointing at his chest to explain the character. He claims it's the absolute hottest trend among young people right now, but Do-song just blinks in pure, unadulterated disbelief. Kang Hyun explains that because netizens keep trash-talking his public image online and calling him a literal criminal, he needs to fix his reputation. He is trying to build a friendlier vibe, which makes Do-song's eye twitch as he asks if he honestly thinks this cartoon shirt is going to work. Do-song looks at the tight shirt being stretched to its absolute limit by Kang Hyun's massive muscles, joking that the cartoon character looks like it is crying. It is probably begging to be put out of its misery, and any kid seeing this would be traumatized. Hearing this, Kang Hyun freezes, suddenly remembering something. He mutters about that random kid who started crying in the parking lot the other day, making Do-song realize he actually scared a child. Meanwhile, over at the Ministry of Safety, inside the meeting room, Myung-do is quickly losing his patience, sternly pointing out that the major strategy meeting was supposed to start at 11 sharp. The leader of the Immortal Guild, Han Myung-do, grumbles that they are already late, but Jung-gun calmly sits opposite, reminding him they are just waiting for 2 more teams. Resting his chin, the Black Knight leader Lee Si-gun mutters that the Fire Dragon Guild is always late, and Guardian Guild Master Park Si-gun totally agrees. But this time, there are way more troublemakers around. Choi Dong-gu of the Ability Alliance just stays quiet, and Seo-jun of the Daewoo Guild does the exact same thing. Up on the stage, Taegyu sighs while looking down at all these top-tier guild leaders. Frowning, he tells them that he is going to make a quick phone call. Slamming the meeting room door shut, he steps outside. The phone rings and rings, but nobody picks up, just that annoying voice mailbox greeting on loop. Frustrated, he sweeps his hair back. Why the hell is he not picking up? His finger flies through his contacts, quickly scrolling down to Song. This time, it only rings once before someone picks up. Taegyu gets straight to the point, saying he is team leader Shin Taegyu, and Song just casually answers. Through the phone, Taegyu hears someone telling another person to stop living like that. He is totally confused, but Song is already trying to hang up, saying he has gotta go because things are getting fun. Taegyu snaps out of it and quickly explains that he is from the Special Awakened Management Team. Song just gasps, calling him the government guy. Song is pretty weird, but he still plays nice, apologizing because he thought it was a scam call. Taegyu ignores the attitude and asks his question. He asks if Song knows about today's meeting, and where Kang Hyun is. Song just casually replies that a total clown show is about to start down here. Taegyu instantly gets a bad feeling. Honestly, you can't make this stuff up. Song tells him to come watch Kang Hyun pick a massive fight. He panics, yelling out in shock. Downstairs, Kang Hyun is grabbing some guy by the collar, looking ready to murder him as he asks if he wants to fight. Kang Hyun's eyes narrow as he growls at the unlucky guy in his grip, who actually happens to be Park Ho-jun, the Fire Dragon Guild leader. Ho-jun is incredibly arrogant about his high status. He wonders who this punk is, trying to fight the leader of the second best guild in Korea. He looks at the angry maniac in front of him, thinking he is completely insane. But flashback to a few minutes ago, inside the elevator, the 8 Evils trio is going up. Kang Hyun checks the buttons, and Sung-ah tells him it is floor 11. He nods and presses 11, then hits the closed door button. The 3 of them stand quietly, just waiting for the elevator to finally start moving. Right before the doors shut, a hand suddenly blocks them. It is 3 guys from the Fire Dragon Guild, with Ho-jun giving a fake, friendly smile. He asks to squeeze in, so Kang Hyun politely steps aside. Ho-jun notices the button for floor 11 is already lit up and gets curious. He asks if they are going to 11 for the strategy meeting too. Kang Hyun nods, so Ho-jun holds out his hand for a polite greeting. He introduces himself as Park Ho-jun, the Fire Dragon leader. Kang Hyun politely shakes back and tells him his name is Kang Hyun. He adds that he is the 8 Evils leader. Kang Hyun secretly hates this small talk, especially since he is already late from a bathroom break. But as the last Fire Dragon member steps inside, the elevator suddenly starts beeping loudly, triggering the annoying automatic overload warning on the speaker. It tells the last person to step off. All 6 of them look up at the blinking light, and Kang Hyun stares at their heavy armor. He judges the 2 guys with Ho-jun, wondering why on earth they are wearing full armor when they are not even going into a dungeon yet. Kang Hyun thinks they will step out, so he waves his hand. But Ho-jun just smiles cheekily and gestures for Kang Hyun to get off instead. He says he is glad to hear that, then asks if Kang Hyun's group can step off so they can go first. Sung-ah and Song just freeze. The temperature around Kang Hyun instantly drops to sub-zero. Seriously, the tension here is unreal. Watch his face as this clown keeps bragging. He says they play a key role in the raid, so the main guild going up first makes sense. Kang Hyun crosses his arms and stares him down. Kang Hyun bluntly asks if low-tier guilds should yield. Ho-jun plays dumb, but then quickly smirks and says that is actually pretty accurate. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun is literally counting on his fingers. He mutters that he will break his legs first, then punch his teeth straight out. Veins pop all over his face as he smiles, asking if the guy wants to die. And just like that, we are back to the present. Taegyu sighs at Kang Hyun. Having successfully stopped the brawl, he dragged all 6 of them inside. He asks if he really tried to fight over that. Taegyu reminds him it is an important meeting. Kang Hyun just rubs his head, joking that he gets sick if he does not beat someone up. Ho-jun slams the table in absolute rage. Taegyu quickly clears his throat from the podium, begging everyone to calm down so they can finally start. Suddenly, Myung-do raises his hand. Pointing at the 8 Evils, he suggests letting the newcomers introduce themselves first since they are going to the dungeon together. Taegyu agrees, thinking it is a pretty fair point. He turns his gaze toward the back of the room, looking straight at Kang Hyun. He asks Kang Hyun to introduce himself. Kang Hyun just whispers to Do-song, saying it feels like these guys are actually trying to play nice with him. He keeps it brief, saying he is 28. But before he can finish, Ho-jun cuts in with an arrogant smirk, clearly looking down on him. Ignoring him, Kang Hyun proudly declares he is the leader of the Eight Evils, founded just a few days ago, pointing to his 2 members. He says they only have 3 members total. Across the room, Ho-jun scoffs in disbelief, asking him if he is actually being serious right now. He criticizes them, saying this is a serious strategy meeting. He asks if having only 3 people join the raid is some kind of sick joke. Before he can ramble about their new guild, Kang Hyun cuts him off, calling out this annoying guy in red for talking way too much. He says he only came because he was summoned. Ho-jun slams his hands down, but Myung-do just crosses his arms and bursts out laughing. He praises Kang Hyun, saying he likes his style because a true guild leader needs real guts. Hearing this, Ho-jun's face twists with pure frustration. Dong-gu finally speaks up, calmly reminding them that this meeting is already running late and is definitely not the place to start a fight. Ho-jun finally gets the hint that he is being a major pain. Aggravated but quiet, he sits back down, while nearby, Kang Hyun suddenly overhears something. Do-song whispers over, covering his mouth like a total sneak. Yo, you see that empty seat right next to me? That spot over there? The guy he is pointing out is Si-hun, who is staring intensely at the main screen. Kang Hyun shrugs and asks, wait, you mean the leader of that sanitation guild or whatever? It is the Guardian Guild, bro, Do-song snaps back. Kang Hyun just nods half-heartedly, totally suspicious of his friend, and asks, okay, but what about him? Do-song opens his system panel with a creepy smirk. Just wait, he whispers, suddenly pulling out a strange key that leaves Kang Hyun completely stunned. I am taking him down right now. Kang Hyun reacts in a flash, snatching Do-song's wrist in a death grip. The crazy kid looks down. What is your deal, bro? Let go. What the hell are you planning? Kang Hyun panics, but then he suddenly stops mid-sentence and frowns. Wait a second, how did I manage to forget this? Do-song's unhinged, bloodthirsty face flashes in his mind. This kid has been a complete lunatic since day one. Sensing the chaotic vibe, Taegil steps in and barks out. Hey, put the weapons down right now. Meanwhile, Seo-jun and Kim-hun turn to look, and Ho-jun immediately seizes the chance to stir up even more drama. Called it! Did you really think these trash bags would not ruin the meeting? Se-hun's assistant panics, summoning his sword and blocking his boss with his own body. What the hell is going on? Are you trying to start a war? The guy is totally ready to rumble, completely oblivious to the creepy noises coming from behind him. Guildmaster, let me handle these. He glances back, calling out to his boss again, but Se-hun is just sitting there like a statue. Pure silence. But it does not last for long. Se-hun starts grinding his teeth like a maniac. Veins pop all over his body, his eyes turn blood red, and he grabs his head, roaring like a feral beast. The assistant panics. He kicks his chair back, screaming. Seo-jun draws his blade too. What is wrong with him? Se-hun keeps growling. A creepy crimson aura explodes around him as he slams the table and stands up. He is mumbling some bizarre gibberish that absolutely nobody can make out. Dong-gu grips his weapon tight, wondering why the Northern Guildmaster is acting up. Right behind him, Junho also readies his sword for action. Back to Se-hun's assistant. He creeps forward to check on his leader, but man, this poor guy has no idea these are his final seconds. Are you all right, sir? Se-hun's blood-red eyes lock onto him. He curls his fingers, leaving only his index and middle fingers extended like a blade. In a blinding flash, those 2 fingers pierce straight through the assistant's throat. The poor guy's eyes bulge as crimson fluid starts spraying everywhere. To make it even more brutal, Se-hun rips his hand sideways, tearing the throat open and letting a waterfall of blood fountain right in front of him. This all went down in a flash. Less than 3 minutes after Do-song started acting up, the assistant is dead on the floor of the conference room. Kang Hyun turns pale. What the hell is this? Do-song just smirked, telling him to shut up and watch. Do-song's bloodlust is peaking. Yanking his hand away, he aims his weapon right at Se-hun and dives in, screaming, "Die!" But Se-hun is totally gone, roaring as he lands a devastating punch straight to his gut. The blow is so brutal that Do-song coughs up stomach acid, crashing hard right back next to Kang Hyun. His worried friend quickly asks if he is still alive. Do-song just wipes his chin and smirks like a kid complaining to his older brother. Man, that freak is insanely tough, is not he, Kang Hyun? Kang Hyun nods, yeah, but he picked the absolute worst place to go wild. Look around, every single guild leader and vice leader is ready to rumble. Even Jong-gun leaps onto the table from across the room, while Seo-jun, Myung-do, Dong-gu, and Kim-hoon are all burning with absolute battle rage. Up on the table, Jong-hoon readies his charge. Over on the other side, Ho-jun does not jump over like him but still unleashes his flames. Even though Si-hoon is completely out of his mind, he instinctively hesitates against this crowd. Kang Hyun quickly shoves Do-song behind his back. Now it is Kang Hyun standing right in front of the beast, with the other fighters flanking behind. Grinning, he asks, "Hey, mind if I take the first swing?" Before they can even answer, he lunges forward with crazy speed. Outside the building, the chaotic sounds of brutal impacts shake the entire neighborhood. Look at this mess. The soundproof walls are totally trashed, the meeting tables are completely shattered, and the only thing left standing is the projector screen. As for the crazy Si-hun, he is lying unconscious on the floor, his once handsome face beaten so bad he looks like a swollen dumpling. Kim-hun stares in shock, asking if he is dead. Myung-do shoulders his massive sword, muttering that keeping the guy alive was flat out impossible. Sung-a nods, admitting he was way stronger than expected. Another guild member sighs, asking, what the hell actually happened to him anyway? It is obvious he was out of his mind. Kang Hyun stays quiet, completely ignoring the gossip as he glances over at Do-song with a brand new perspective. How did he know? I am pretty proud of my mana sensitivity, but even I did not feel a single weird thing until the actual fight broke out. The more he overthinks, the crazier his theories get. Is this some broken special skill? Can this lunatic actually predict the future or sense incoming danger? Suddenly, a random memory flashes in his mind, something he totally brushed off before. Kang Hyun gets chills down his spine as he puts it together. If Do-song can genuinely sense danger ahead of time, then all of his reckless, flat-out insane stunts must actually have a real method to the madness. He shivers, thinking back to that one traumatic incident. Don't tell me that time was also. But Do-song's stretching suddenly snaps him back to reality. The kid's got that creepy, bloodthirsty look on his face again, muttering about how good it feels to finally throw down. Kang Hyun immediately facepalms. Whatever. Kang Hyun looks at him with pure disgust, not even trying to hide it. The dude has always been a complete freak from day one. Once the chaos dies down, Taegil steps up to apologize for the technical difficulties. He manages to quickly reschedule everything on the fly. The meeting is moved online for the afternoon. Walking down the hallway, Kang Hyun lets out a massive yawn, muttering to himself as he leaves. I tried my absolute best to head out early, but got canceled on. Do-song, it is 11 a.m. That is literally not morning anymore, bro. Kang Hyun just grins. Oh really, haha. Behind them, Taegil rushes up, asking if Kang Hyun has a minute. I wanted to wait until after the meeting, but now is better. Kang Hyun turns around. What is it? Taegil brings up his old offer. Remember when we talked about government funding for the 8 evils? Kang Hyun nods, totally shameless. Yeah, probably because I live such a righteous life. That is why I get these perks, right? Taegil rolls his eyes. Anyway, the new office is completely clean and ready to go. You can move in starting today. Want to check it out? Kang Hyun's eyes instantly light up. An office? Heck yes. Let us go see it right now. Inside a massive skyscraper downtown, we scroll past the building directory. From floor 66 down to floor 60 is the main hub. There is an observatory, high-end apartments, standard offices, and right there on floor 8 is the 8 Evils Guild with a cool lounge. We also have a financial center, medical clinic, museum, mall, and lobby. Parking goes down to basement 6. The elevator doors open. Do-song is totally chill, but the others are completely stunned. Jaws drop. It is a massive, sparkling, clean office floor packed with beastly gaming rigs rocking the latest graphics cards. Would you look at that? But somehow, it still feels empty. Kang Hyun spots the super fancy coffee machine, absolutely loving it. That double-door fridge is insanely modern. Kang Hyun is overwhelmed. How can 3 people use all of this? Let us hire more. Do-song gets excited about customizing the place. Kang Hyun chimes in. Yeah, let us get a massive sofa and a giant television. Kang Hyun suggests adding a bathroom and bedroom. Like, is that even allowed? He opens the fridge anyway, saying it is probably fine. Kang Hyun swings it open, hyping up how they will pack it with beer. Do-song sighs, reminding him this is an office. Kang Hyun asks if he hates fun. Do-song quickly shakes his head. Then Sung-ah chimes in, pointing directly at the computers. The meeting is about to start. Kang Hyun facepalms. Right, the video call is at 2, right? He boots up the system and logs in. He squints, asking if there is even internet. Do-song peeks over, saying it would suck if there is not. Sung Ah asks to leave. A moment later, Taegil's voice crackles through the speaker, apologizing for the delay. His serious face pops up on screen. He thanks the guild leaders for returning. Hovering holograms fill his office. Let us resume. Any questions? Jun asks the big one everyone wants to hear. What happened to Guildmaster Park Se-hun? Tae-gil delivers a completely robotic reply, stating that it is still under investigation. They will share details when they can. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun scratches his chin, asking if this guildmaster is actually famous. Sung-ah slips back in, mentioning they are ranked 5th nationwide. She knows her stuff. Just hearing their name is enough. Their sole purpose is protecting humanity. Park Se-hun is actually my hero. She looks down. I do not get why this happened. Do-song chuckles, asking what she even knows. Kang Hyun snaps at him to shut up. From the screen, Tae-gil cuts in. He warns them to mute their mic if they are going to fool around. Kang Hyun remembers they are live and behaves. Tae-gil sighs in defeat for the millionth time. Clearing his throat, he announces they are officially starting. Within 5 days, we raid. They will execute a raid on the C-rank dungeon, Venandi Forest. It is a massive zone, and scouts report it is crawling with all kinds of monsters. Goblins, orcs. A massive horde has gathered. Myungdo strokes his chin. Just goblins and orcs. Is that it? What does Venandi mean? Tae-gil shakes his head. No clue. Probably the boss. Soo-jun narrows his eyes. A boss? Tae-gil warns them that even standard monsters are not to be underestimated. His voice turns sharp, demanding their full focus. The beasts in this forest are on a totally different level. Let me break it down so it makes absolute sense. Normal monsters are like a basic militia, but the creatures lurking in Venandi Forest are more like a highly trained, elite military unit. Literally, they are highly disciplined. Tae-gil carefully lays out every single detail. Each monster has insane individual skills, and they work together perfectly. They use tight squad formations. Dong-gu crosses his arms, murmuring that this will not be easy. Tae-gil suggests they team up instead of going solo. But immediately, the pushback starts. Myungdo says no way, followed by Ho-jun. Jun claims his guild handles their own business. Dong-gu just laughs. Knew it. It always goes down like this. Seo-jun sighs. Tae-gil facepalms in sheer frustration. But wait, here comes the best part. He spots Kang Hyun casually chugging beer on screen. Tae-gil completely loses it. He yells through the screen, asking Kang Hyun what he is drinking. Kang Hyun looks down at his can, and his own face suddenly turns pale. Kang Hyun panics. Wait, where did this come from? Do-song sighs, asking when he bought it. Sung-ah suddenly walks in holding a massive bag. She casually says she ran to the store because he wanted the fridge stocked. They happily eat dried squid, while Tae-gil sits there petrified. But what is Venandi? He looks totally drained. Can this raid actually succeed with a team that completely ignores the rules? Tae-gil has absolutely no hope left. Despite the chaotic meeting, everything wraps up smoothly. The next morning on the 13th floor, inside the new Eight Evil's office, Kang Hyun is drinking beer, Do-song is gaming, and Sung-ah is peeling apples. Suddenly, a sharply dressed newbie in a suit walks in. Bowing 90 degrees, he says his name is Han Chae-moon. He is beaming with eager newbie energy. Kang Hyun just blankly stares. Who even are you? He is chewing on some dried squid. Government reps already dropped the news yesterday about hiring a rookie for paperwork. Kang Hyun is just now remembering this? Right. She hands over a paper. I even got his resume right here, she says. Kang Hyun steps closer, reading out the name. Jamun, 27 years old, 169.7 centimeters tall. Weight is weight. Why is this even on here? He keeps reading you graduated from a top-tier school. His expression is pure fanboy meeting an idol. What the hell in Jae-moon eyes? Kang Hyun is literally glowing. He looks even more like a criminal in person than in his photos. Super cool. Jae-moon is scanning every single detail of his face. The guy's an awakened nerd. And while he is lost in fanboy heaven, Kang Hyun is still talking. Even seeing you up close, I still cannot quite tell what kind of guy you are. He scratches his head. But Shin Tae-gil must have thought it through before picking you. Kang Hyun holds out a hand. All right, I am counting on you. Starting salary is 1,000 a month. Sound good? To Jae-moon, that hand is practically radiating holy light. Insurance and stuff? Just ask Tae-gil about that. I do not handle those parts. Jae-moon stares right at it, shaking with sheer joy as he answers yes, loud and clear. A little later, all four of them are sitting down in the guest area, and Jae-moon is seriously losing his mind. He is still totally blushing after finally meeting his absolute idol. It is just way too real. Chaemun keeps darting his eyes between Do-seong and Sung-ah, thinking these guys look so incredibly cool. No one notices Sung-ah fidgeting like she has a massive secret. She takes a deep breath, gets some courage, and says, Kang Hyun, I have something really important to tell you. Sung-ah slowly leads him in, asking if their guild is going to expand. Kang Hyun nods yes. I was thinking we should design some matching guild uniforms. Sung-ah tries to sell it, insisting it is a huge deal, and Chaemun's eyes immediately light up. His eyes shine. Matching uniforms. Kang Hyun rubs his chin, muttering, wait, really? Inside, the guy is absolutely screaming for her to stop. Sung-ah slowly unzips the backpack next to her, pulling out a leather jacket to show off. It has a cloaked skull printed on it with their guild name styled underneath. She boasts, look, I already got this whole thing ready. Look at his face. The second Kang Hyun sees it, his smile completely dies and he roasts the logo. What even is that thing? Why does it have a skull on it anyway? She insists it looks cool, like some badass underworld biker club. Do-seong, chewing squid while playing on his phone, mutters, hey, that was actually my idea. He stares. So you were in on this too. Kang Hyun holds his head, waving his hands in panic. Dude, you already look terrifying. This will just make people run away. No way. Throw it out right now. Suddenly, 2 streams of tears run down Sung-ah's face, leaving her totally drenched. Kang Hyun flinches, realizing, oh no, she is actually crying. She covers her face, turning away to sob about putting so much effort into it. But it is all a fake act. She is just pretending to cry for sympathy. Sung-ah explains that the moment she got the idea, she went looking for a top-tier designer, finding one with a pinned masterpiece ad online. Their page clearly stated design fees start at 1 million won, no negotiation. Their chat starts with the seller repeating, hello, starting cost is 1 million won. She asks if that is too expensive just for a design, but the seller snaps back, asking if she is insulting his brainchild. A few days later, Sung-ah heads straight to the shop to see the final product. The owner hands it over excitedly, yelling, kid, you just hit the jackpot with this masterpiece. She honestly admits she has no clue, making the owner even more hyped than her. He screams, listen to me, kid. Our shop has history. We have been making guild uniforms for 100 years, passed down through generations. And crazy enough, she actually believes him, even though 100 years is way before the tutorial even began. She immediately shakes his hand, saying, all right, I am putting all my trust in you. The owner proudly beats his chest, telling her to leave it all to him. He even offers her a totally fake special discount, saying it is usually 500 apiece, but he will do 1,300 for all 3. Behind him, the sign is peeling, showing a seafood shop label. You already know what happened. She got completely scammed. Buying this useless jacket, Sung-ah transfers the cash immediately, staring at it like it is gold. She hugs it close, absolutely convinced that Kang Hyun is going to love it. But cut back to reality. She slams the jacket onto the chair. Before Kang Hyun can even say wait, she covers her face and runs off to the restroom, leaving pure silence behind. You can literally hear the bleeps from Do-seong's phone game. Chaemun looks totally lost, pointing his fingers at Kang Hyun like he is some heartless villain. She worked so hard on that jacket, but Kang Hyun just stutters, asking why they are blaming him. Do-seong throws fuel on the fire, calling his response absolutely pathetic. As the orange sunset glows over the building, Kang Hyun's voice echoes inside the elevator, announcing they have a brand new member joining the guild today. He suggests a welcome dinner, but as the elevator doors slide open, we see all 3 of them actually wearing those incredibly tacky, childish jackets. He asks if she seriously likes this, and she beams, saying she absolutely loves it. Kang Hyun lets out a massive sigh while Do-seong just chuckles. Shaking it off, he wonders where the ride he asked Tae-woo to prepare is parked. But the second he spots the car, his eyes widen in pure shock. His eyes go wider than if he just saw a high-tier dungeon boss. He stands completely frozen, staring at his 3rd Bentley, which is covered in skull stickers. It has the exact same tacky design from their jackets slapped all over the hood and doors. He screams, what is this? Who did this? Do-seong raises his hand like a proud kid, admitting he hired some workers to wrap the car overnight. Veins instantly start popping all over Kang Hyun's face. He glares, pointing and screaming that he does not care if they sell it or smash it. They need to find his original car right now. Sung-ah just giggles. I think it looks cool, but Kang Hyun loses his mind and yells back, cool, my foot. Toss that garbage before I lose it. Seriously, this guy is begging for a beating today. Wow, what a jerk. Chae-moon finally realizes joining this group was a massive mistake. Like, what kind of crazy guild did I just sign up for? His face turns pale because this is way different from what he imagined. What did he get himself into? They keep bickering until the sky turns purple. Only then do they hop into their flashy neon ride. It totally stands out among the boring cars on the road. And of course, Kang Hyun is still complaining. Seriously, if you do not get rid of this eyesore, I will personally trash it. Dusong pops his head up. Do you want to fight? Kang Hyun instantly regrets opening his mouth. Suddenly, Chae-moon slams on the brakes. They were so busy arguing they missed everything. Now they realize they are stuck in a massive traffic jam. Kang Hyun looks over and snaps, "What is going on? Why is traffic so bad?" Chae-moon grips the wheel, staring ahead. "No clue," he says, leaning out. "Looks like there is some kind of street brawl happening up front." Hearing that, Kang Hyun looks over too. He does not hesitate to open the door and step right into the absolute chaos. What on earth is going on? Right then, a body flies straight at Kang Hyun. Luckily, he reacts fast and blocks the impact with his car door. The collision leaves a nasty scratch right under Kang Hyun's eye as dust and smoke erupt around them. From inside the car, Dusong screams in pure panic. "What is this?" He leaps out of the car. "Hey, are you okay, brother?" Kang Hyun actually feels a bit touched. "So you actually care about me?" But Dusong completely ignores him, running straight past to hug the dented car door and weep over his precious masterpiece. "My artistic soul was poured into this door." Kang Hyun just stands there, totally dumbfounded. This idiot only cares about the car, not him. The dude who got thrown crawls back up, shouting curses at them. He thought it was just a random collision, but when he actually looks up, oh boy, Dusong's angry face looks 10 times scarier through the cracked glass. "I am going to end you." Next thing you know, the guy is screaming in agony. Over at the brawl, someone is yelling, "Touch us again and see what happens." That is Hae-sung's vice leader, Dongwon. He taunts them, saying they have zero skills and only rely on dumb muscle. Meanwhile, over in the Youngjin Guild, a worried member asks vice leader Shin Hung if their captain is going to be okay after that. He got thrown pretty far, after all. But Shin Hung is super confident he is the strongest guy in our guild, so he is definitely fine. Get ready, because here comes the squad we have all been waiting for, stepping right out of the smoke with Kang Hyun leading the way. Kang Hyun is dragging their thrashed captain by his hair. He marches right up to the crowd and throws the guy straight into the air. The unlucky captain faceplants hard right in front of his own men. Kang Hyun steps up and stomps on his head, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Is this guy your friend?" The captain is bruised up like a puffed-out blowfish. Shin Hung takes a step back, instantly on guard. "Who on earth are you?" His voice cracks from pure terror. Like, what is even going on? Kang Hyun's eyes turn dead cold. "So it is you guys from that Jungjin Guild causing trouble." As he speaks, he grinds his shoe right into the blowfish's face. "I heard all about your little turf war, fighting in the middle of the street like a bunch of toddlers." Kang Hyun is absolutely fuming. "Because of you idiots, I still have not had my beef." One of the guild members recognizes him, that is Kang Hyun. Nobody can stop him. He nervously looks over at Dusong and Sung, gulping hard. Are these the rumored absolute monsters from that legendary guild? The more he realizes, the harder he shakes. He takes a few steps back. Just looking at their stance is terrifying. Back to Kang Hyun, who suddenly demands 500 million. Shin Hung is totally lost. "Wait, what?" Kang Hyun just points behind him. "Because of your stupid fight, our ride is wrecked. Plus I got injured." Shin Hung immediately tries to argue back. "What kind of nonsense is this?" Kang Hyun thrusts his hand right in Shin Hung's face, making him flinch. But he just holds it there. Add mental damages, and that is 500 million. Behind him, Dusong shows his scratched hand, whining about his own losses. "Mine is at least 500 million too." Kang Hyun nods. "Exactly. So pay up. That is 1 billion in total. You just knew this idiot was going to try something stupid, right?" Shin Hung laughs, pulls his sword, and lunges straight at Kang Hyun with insane speed die. But before he can even touch him, Shin Hung eats a massive punch. That other guild member who recognized Kang Hyun is now crying his eyes out. Some pathetic guys are left hanging off the guardrails. The sword Shin Hung was holding is now stabbed deep into the pavement. And seconds later, its owner gets tossed right next to it, face swollen like a pig. Kang Hyun looks at them. "We done here?" Just as they are about to leave, Dongwon calls out from behind, bowing deeply with his team. "Thank you so much. We were really cornered, so thank goodness you helped us." Kang Hyun just waves his hand. "Whatever. I did not do it out of charity." He gives them a cold glare. "By the way, you guys are from Hae-sung, right?" Honestly, I do not like you guys either. What were you even thinking, starting a massive street brawl? But what really ticked Kang Hyun off was simple. Because of you idiots, I still have not had my beef. Dongwon looks up. Beef? His quick brain immediately puts two and two together and makes an offer. I will treat you to a premium beef place over 100,000 won per person. Kang Hoon's angry face vanishes instantly. He throws his arm around Dongwon. From now on, our two guilds are absolute best buds. Later, inside a high-rise building, a woman named Sharon gazes out at the streets with a cold, scheming smile. Hae-sung cleaned up nicely. She smirks, radiating a chill. Maybe I should send them a little warning? Meanwhile, the Youngjin guild leader. Back at the BBQ restaurant, Dongwon expresses his gratitude again. Thanks again, buddy. Finally, they have some time to relax. Let me introduce myself properly. I am Dong Khan of the Hesun Guild. Truly honored to meet you, Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun just stuffs a massive slab of beef into his mouth and grunts, "Oh right, Hesun. I know that very well," Dusong chimed in, correcting him like a spell checker. "Hey dude, the name is Hesun." Kang Hyun just grunts a quick "oh," showing he got it. Dong Khan has no idea how to keep the conversation going, so he tells them to eat up while he grills. But Kang Hyun gets dead serious and asks, "You sure about your grilling skills?" Dong Khan freezes. Absolutely. Kang Hyun is dead serious about random things, saying he absolutely hates goblins, Dusong, and terrible cooks. Hearing his own name on that hate list, Dusong glances over, completely shocked. "Excuse me, what?" Kang Hyun snaps, asking if he thinks he's a better griller. Seeing the literal fire in the guy's eyes, Dong Khan immediately pulls his hand back in terror. "Oh no, I'm totally fine eating." A little while later, after chugging several bottles of barley smoothies and some Coke, they are both feeling pretty good. Kang Hyun chugs down another full glass of beer, slams it down with a satisfied sigh, and finally gets straight to business. "That was a great meal, thanks to you. So tell me straight, what do you want from me?" Dong Khan is completely thrown off by the direct question. Kang Hyun eyes the ridiculously long receipt on the table, knowing this feast is way too extra for a simple thank you. "So what is it?" Dong Khan hesitates, having a massive inner battle, before taking a deep breath and deciding to come clean about their desperate situation. "It's hard to ask, but can you help our Hesun guild?" Here's the deal with these two guilds. Chaejon is the leader of the rival Jungjin guild, and our Hesun guild is run by my older brother. We actually had a solid agreement to share and manage this area in perfect balance. But out of nowhere, a week ago, the Jungjin guild suddenly invaded our dungeon. Dong Khan hangs his head low, looking completely defeated. His voice drops to a low whisper. It's totally bizarre because both sides were always equal in strength, with a strict agreement never to cross borders. Yet suddenly, they started throwing serious provocations and crazy pressure at us, until today our crew finally snapped. Kang Hyun shrugs, "So that's why you guys were brawling in the middle of the street." Dong Khan admits it with a red face, while Dusong chimes in with another dumb idea. "Is this an all-out war now? Dude, let us in on the action." Kang Hyun immediately shuts him down. "Shut your mouth. Are you insane?" Meanwhile, Chae-muon quietly sips his soda, thinking to himself, "A full-blown guild war and a shift in the balance of power? That's a massive deal." Of course, Dusong is getting way too hyped up over his own wild theories. The clash between Jungjin and Hesun is none of Kang Hyun's business. He doesn't let morals guide him, calmly stating, "I understand your situation, but we have zero reason to get involved, right? Even if we did just share a meal." Hearing this, Dong Khan bows even lower in desperation. His entire guild is on the brink of absolute ruin. If this keeps up, we will definitely lose. Our Hessen guild is basically sitting ducks right now. The Jungjin guild is growing freakishly strong out of nowhere. And check this out, Dong Khan suddenly leans in, whispering that there is a wild rumor going around. He looks around to make sure nobody is eavesdropping. Rumor has it that a mysterious substance is circulating inside the Jungjin guild. "What kind of substance?" Kang Hyun asks, intrigued. Dong Khan whispers that it supposedly boosts an awakened hunter's power. Kang Hyun starts putting the pieces together. Kang Hyun turns to Sunga and asks when they are scheduled to enter the C-rank dungeon. She answers right away in 2 days. He thinks it over for a brief moment, then gives his final answer, "All right, we will help you out." Dong Khan's face lights up with pure joy. Kang Hyun clarifies he can't jump in immediately because they are busy. "We will help right after we clear our dungeon." Dong Khan quickly waves his hands, saying there is absolutely no rush. Just knowing you will help is more than enough. But they have absolutely no idea that outside the restaurant window, a sketchy figure is spying on them, snapping sneaky photos of them. Meanwhile, inside, Kang Hyun just keeps happily stuffing his face. Let's keep drinking then. Dongkan nods eagerly, of course, as much as you want. That stalker's phone has already captured plenty of photos. The next day, social media is absolutely blowing up with those photos. The shots from behind clearly show the bizarre, ridiculous coat that Sung painstakingly designed. The captions mock them, saying the local freaks have finally spawned, and laughing at how scary they look. Below the post, a flood of negative comments starts rolling in. People are asking if that's their whole squad, or if it's a creep shot. Someone else complains about the blurry quality, while others just wonder if they are eating pork or beef. Scrolling further down under the viral post, there is a clear shot of all 5 of them eating dinner last night, along with a picture of their weird ride. That is literally their car, completely missing a door. I mean, talk about a bad look. Dusong shoves his phone in Kang Hyun's face to show him. It looks like someone sneakily photographed our dinner party. Dusong shows Sunga, laughing that this is actually free promo. People pay millions for this kind of marketing. Kang Hyun lets out a loud curse. But right then, Taegil's deeply annoyed voice interrupts them. Please stop fooling around and pay attention. He clears his throat to start his briefing over. Standing before the gathered guilds, Taegil announces that they are officially beginning the raid on Vanandi Forest. Clad in heavy armor and wielding weapons, the hunters look dead serious. Speaking as the government representative, he declares he won't give empty speeches asking them to sacrifice for peace or country. It is rare to hear Taegil speak with such intense gravity. So please, just come back alive. His heavy, heartfelt words instantly surge through the crowd, boosting everyone's spirits. Return with wealth, glory, and seize absolutely everything. As the guild banners flutter in the wind, familiar faces stand in formation, burning with unstoppable battle hype. When the signal finally sounds, they march into the dungeon step by step. Once the very last hunter crosses, the heavy stone gate slowly grinds shut. The courtyard that was packed just moments ago is now silent. Only Taegil remains, bowing deeply as he whispers his hopes for their victory. Inside, the hunters curiously scan their foreign surroundings. So this is the C-rank dungeon, the hunting forest. Dongku suddenly claps his hands to gather everyone's attention. Listen up, everyone. Please gather around for a quick second, he announces in a remarkably calm voice. I am not the official leader of this raid, but please let me organize the formations, if you do not mind. Dongku continues seriously, stating that every guild will operate independently inside this dungeon, just like we agreed on beforehand. However, as you all should know by now, the monsters lurking in this forest are highly organized. Donggu is preparing for the absolute worst because nobody ever knows when or where danger is going to jump them. So, if anyone starts feeling anxious, Donggu pulls out a small signal gun with 3 different colored rounds. He explains what each bullet color means. Do not hesitate to shoot it for help. Red flare means absolute emergency. Green flare means they found the escape route, and the purple one warns everyone that they have run straight into the boss. Everyone needs to follow this rule. Once a signal goes up, nearby teams have to group up fast. Myeongdu has zero interest in chatting any longer. All right then, let's move out. Hyojun crosses his arms, muttering that they already covered this in prep, and telling Donggu he's acting way too much like a try-hard boss. Donggu doesn't let the diss get to him. Fine then, good luck out there, everyone. Du Song turns around, telling them to pick up the pace, and Kang Hyun nods to get moving. But right as he turns, Donggu calls out his name. Hey, Kang Hyun. Donggu offers him an invitation. Aren't you joining up with our team? Kang Hyun repeats, join you? Donggu reasons that even though he knows they are super talented, absolutely nothing is guaranteed inside a dungeon. Looking at the guy, Kang Hyun realizes that despite his weird vibe, he is actually decent. But our boy is still salty about what happened earlier. Yeah, he is still mad about having his kill stolen, but he does owe the guy. He scratches his head and gives in. Fine, guess we're teaming up today. Kang Hyun reaches out for a handshake, saying he is down to cooperate. Donggu quickly grabs it, saying same here. A bit later, Dusong grumbles. Hey, didn't we make this guild just to hang out? Just look at what we're doing right now. The 3 of them are basically tailing Donggu's squad. Why are they tagging along with outsiders? Kang Hyun explains seriously that since this is Dusong's first dungeon raid, they must always stay on guard for trouble. Sung-ah completely agrees, saying Kang Hyun is totally right. But Dusong is clearly not feeling this cautious vibe, mockingly calling him brother. You've got some serious nerve, man. What a total letdown. Honestly, if this was their first meeting, Kang Hyun would have punched his lights out, but now he just chuckles. Kang Hyun calls him out, are you trying to pick another fight, you annoying punk? Dusong sighs, realizing he is busted. Right ahead of them, two guys from Donggu's guild are whispering. Look at those clowns. Do they think dungeons are a playground? The blonde guy replies that they are probably just clueless newbies, so whatever. Isn't he just trying to act cool like those internet posers? But that's exactly when things get dangerous. Messing around, Dusong actually overhears their trash talk. Comparing weaklings like them to the alliance leader is just embarrassing. Kang Hyun quickly steps in to block him. Hey, and Dusong, hold it right there. Stop picking fights on your own. Dusong brushes him off, relax. I know when to stop. You think I'm some bloodthirsty psycho or what? Kang Hyun stares straight down at his hands. What on earth is that in your hand, and when did you even pull it out? Dusong looks down. He is holding his weapon, looking genuinely surprised. Shrugging, he puts it back in his inventory, claiming he didn't even notice. Then, he changes the subject. Why do you suddenly look so pale? Kang Hyun blinks. What, I always look like this. But deep down, he secretly understands exactly why Dusong feels that way. Honestly, Kang Hyun was thinking that punching those jerks would feel pretty satisfying too. Suddenly, those two gossips from earlier run backward in terror. Check this out, right as the sirens scream enemy attack, our boy is actually smiling. Talk about perfect timing. Donggu barks out orders enemy ambush, get ready to fight. It is a pack of goblin infantry. They charge in, violently tearing through everything. Even though the guild is fully geared with shields and heavy armor, there are just too many of them. Attacks slash through the air. These beasts are way smarter and faster, moving nothing like the regular goblins they usually face. Donggu keeps his cool and keeps commanding. Team 1, defense formation. Team 2, get ready to rotate and back up. The guild members yell back in sync. Donggu stays focused on directing the front lines. Team 3, cover. Team 4, fire. Kang Hyun is impressed they really live up to the rumors as he looks at the feral goblins charging them. One wrong move and this whole squad gets wiped off the map. Luckily, Dusong's beloved mace is finally roaring to life exactly how he wanted. Drops of red syrup drip onto the grass as a creepy laugh echoes. That terrifying face of his shows up once again as Dusong gets completely hyped up. It is hunting time. Kang Hyun just stands there, watching him act like an absolute psycho. This guy is mentally unstable, no doubt about it. Suddenly, a goblin rushes up from behind to blindside Kang Hyun, who couldn't care less. He pulls his weapon from his inventory, reminding himself of what he hates most in this world. Number 1 is in Dusong, and number 2 is bad teamwork. Kang Hyun swings his blade, cleaving the surrounding goblins while checking the third name on his list. An unlucky goblin tries to flee, but Kang Hyun grabs its entire face with a massive grip. Boom! An explosion rips through the air using explosion magic. Just a second ago, he was judging Dusong, but look at them now, blowing up monsters together. How satisfying is that? Smashing goblins away is absolute therapy. The two are acting like competitive little kids. That is my 10th kill. Oh yeah? Watch me get to 20. Meanwhile, Sung Ah has nothing to do, just watching them play from a safe corner. The two trash talkers from earlier look on in absolute horror. These guys are complete psychos. We should absolutely never mess with these guys again. Pale with sheer terror, they look at each other, knowing they are totally doomed. Soon, night falls under a blood-red moon. With syrup splattered everywhere, Donggu sits by the campfire, laughing happily. He heaps praise on them, saying he heard some crazy rumors about Kang Hyun and how his teammates are absolute beasts as well. Kang Hyun shrugs, you could say that. He looks over at the two trash talkers from this morning, who are currently doing planks as punishment. Donggu apologizes for his members being disrespectful, but Kang Hyun lets it slide since they already got punished anyway. Donggu scoops some soup and asks why they don't keep teaming up tomorrow, but Kang Hyun politely declines the offer. We appreciate it, but tomorrow we are splitting up. Donggu hands him a plate heaped with food, asking if it is because of the bet. Kang Hyun grabs the plate and nods pretty much. Earlier, right at the dungeon gate, Hyojun cockily called him over, demanding some answers. Want to bet? Kang Hyun is pretty confused. Hossein lays down a challenge to see who contributes more during this raid. Or to be exact, whoever lands the killing blow on the boss wins. Hossein keeps rambling on, and Kang Hyun is seriously holding back from just shutting him up. Are you completely insane, you psycho? Kang Hyun looks at the guard guild members. Is this your sick, twisted way of flexing? Is your conscience totally warped? Kang Hyun spits it out, you are just a funny little clown. Hossein realizes his taunting is not working at all. So check this out, Hossein pulls out a mysterious sphere. He says, if by some miracle Kang Hyun wins, he will hand it over. Suddenly, the item info pops up. It is a question mark rank Easter egg with 10 out of 10 durability. The description says a prank-loving jerk made it, and it triggers when destroyed. Kang Hyun stares at it. A prank-loving jerk? He immediately thinks of that woman. This has got to be something related to the admin. Hossein tries hard to bait him, saying Kang Hyun must know what this means. Kang Hyun frowns. How does this punk even know about this? Then it hits him. Does this guy know he survived the tutorial stage? Kang Hyun acts completely clueless, playing his usual dumb card and saying he has no idea. Is that some kind of monster catching ball? Hossein growls at him to shut his mouth, then bluntly says he knows Kang Hyun joined the special squad. The Special Ability Management Team. Kang Hyun laughs internally. Looks like major info gets leaked inside their circle. He watches Hossein put the orb back in storage. More importantly, this idiot is also on the management team. Kang Hyun laughs out loud and agrees to the bet. What are the terms? Do I have to kneel or what? Hossein shakes his head. No, that would be unfair. He already has this planned out. 1 whole year. He demands Kang Hyun join their guild for a year and take his orders like a regular member. In exchange, he promises decent treatment. That sounds way too easy. If that is all, you are not trying to scam me, right? Hossein puts his fist out, offering a fist bump. I do not play dirty. He insists they keep this competition fair and square, calling it his golden rule. Kang Hyun just scoffs in disgust. Fair? He is betting against 3 guys. Pretending to be confused, Kang Hyun opens his hand, showing paper to beat Hossein's fist bump rock. How utterly shameless. Hossein grinds his teeth in pure rage at this jerk. Kang Hyun agrees to the bet. Let's see what happens next morning. As the sun rises over the mountains, Donggu asks one more time if he is really okay. Kang Hyun stretches, saying he is totally fine. We still have the emergency flare if anything happens. Do-song yawns while folding his sleeping bag. Donggu just laughs, saying those flares are probably useless. You saw it yourself. Those top guilds are incredibly selfish. He walks over, patting Kang Hyun on the shoulder to say goodbye and wish him luck. Both groups head in opposite directions. He wishes him luck in another part of the dungeon. Suddenly, angry shouting echoes through the forest. How many times does this have to happen? Hossein scowls deeply. He asks for status, and a guild member trembles, reporting 3 injured and 2 dead. The guy's voice shakes as he explains the wounded are getting treatment but cannot fight back. Hossein grabs a stray arrow from a tree and snaps it. Do not tell me those were Venandi. They are these pointy-faced green creatures that act and move exactly like full-grown humans. I cannot believe that is just their species, not even the boss. Hossein shakes with rage. Those arrogant monsters treat them like mere insects. How do we break this pincer attack? The member thinks it is a stupid question, as their only hope is finding the nest. Others scream out in panic. We keep getting ambushed and cannot escape. Trapped in a corner, Hossein roars back, asking how on earth they are supposed to do that. What should we do? The member pales and bows, apologizing. Hossein seems ready to give up. At this rate, it is all or nothing. Now check out this absolute disaster. Since they are hiding in the trees, Hossein's eyes go wild, and he makes a totally brain-dead decision to level the forest. Burn down the whole forest? The member reacts instantly, warning that if they are careless, the entire guild is in deep trouble too. Hossein looks completely insane. Is there any other choice? The member tries everything, suggesting they use a flare to call for backup, but Hossein immediately snaps. You idiot, do you really think anyone will come? Even in this mess, he cares more about his pride and guild reputation. What about our status? Did you think about that? He stubbornly insists they must handle it themselves right here. Hossein pulls his weapon from storage, telling the mages to get ready. His wild eyes lock in with pure determination as he thrusts his staff forward. We move when the wind shifts. Meanwhile, back with Kang Hyun's group, they run into Venandi scouts. He stares at them, wondering what these idiots are doing. The monsters do not charge, so our trio just stands there in a silent staring contest. They are not attacking, just watching. Do-song translates. Looks like they are warning us that one more step and they will strike. Kang Hyun asks how he knows. Do-song shrugs, blaming it on instinct. Instinct? What good is that? Fine, let us count to 3 and run. But their idea of running is charging straight at the monsters. 1, 2, 3. Amazingly, the 3 Venandi jump backward. They swiftly retreat into the trees, completely catching Kang Hyun off guard. He screeches to a halt and looks up in confusion. Sung-ah guesses they lost their nerve because of Kang Hyun's sheer presence, while Do-song teases him. Maybe they are just terrified of your face, bro. Kang Hyun glares, telling him to shut up. He is lost. Do we chase them? Sung-ah readies her bow. It might be a trap. Dusong chimes in, suggesting they stick to the main path. Since these hiding monsters finally showed themselves, that must mean their nest is nearby. Dusong promises that his gut says there are plenty of surprises waiting ahead. Sung-ah agrees. Yeah, her gut feeling is usually spot on, but the three of them did not realize they let their guard down. Suddenly, an arrow slams right into Kang Hyun's shoulder. The surprise Dusong mentioned? Huge trouble. He looks up and screams at the monsters, telling those useless creatures to move faster. Damn, this is so annoying. Some Vanandi is aiming at us while everyone is screaming. Yo, Kang, you really think fooling enemies in battle is that easy? Hyun grits his teeth in frustration. One slip up and the rest will swarm us. They realize it is a total trap. Bro, do you think we are just out here sightseeing? Dusong scratches his ear, totally bored. These guys are seriously just annoying pests. None of them are even strong. Low-key a snooze fest, he guesses. Are they trying to drain our stamina? Kang Hyun rips the arrow out of his shoulder, but looking at it, he knows they are in deep trouble. He turns back to ask if they have anything sharp. Kang Hyun just snaps the arrow in half. Easy solution, right? A crazy, bloodthirsty grin appears on his face. Let us grab a hostage. Kang Hyun's battle hype goes off the charts. I do not care if their claws get totally shattered, or if I have to skin them alive to see if they can keep acting tough. Somehow, Kang Hyun already snatched one up. Vanandi, holding it tight. Freeze! If you guys do not listen to me right now, this punk is dead. The other two just stare in utter shock, then look at each other. Instantly, a wave of arrows rains down on them as Kang Hyun runs, yelling, "What the hell, that did not work on them at all?" Dusong groans, "Told you so." But Hyun fires back, "Bro, you literally agreed to it too." Still salty, he mutters, "I only said it would be fun to try." Kang Hyun calls him a complete idiot as an arrow pierces his thigh. Those heartless bastards. They find a thick bush to hide in as Sung-ah pulls the arrow out of Kang Hyun, muttering, "They actually killed their own guy. You seriously cannot reason with these monsters." Dusong is like, "See? I told you so. Why would they care?" But Hyun is not giving up that easily. "Anyway, I need to cook up another plan. We cannot just camp here forever." Suddenly, Kang Hyun spots a bright red flare shooting into the sky. "Wait, what? That is a flare!" She warns him that a red signal means absolute, extreme danger. Look at him peeking out. What do we do now? Should we check it out? He nods. Yeah, let us move. We are not getting anything done here. Turns out, goblins have completely surrounded the area where the flare came from. Hearing their battle horns, the monsters charge in waves. The unlucky targets are the Guardian Guild, with one member barely holding on while calling his vice leader. There are way too many of them. Shiquan is terrified, but he forces himself to stay cool, shouting for everyone to hold the line just a bit longer. Reinforcements are on the way. Han Shiquan is the vice leader of the Guardian Guild, but while his team is busy fighting, he knows the harsh truth. He has been in this game long enough to know that nobody is coming to save them. Panicking, Shiquan wonders where things went wrong, replaying his memories. It all started when their leader began acting super weird. Regret is useless now. They should have walked away from this raid. He clenches his fist in rage. Just because they wanted to protect their reputation? No. Who is he kidding? Shiquan looks at his dead comrades. This was all because of his own greed. I dragged my whole guild into a death trap. While drowning in guilt, heavy footsteps snap him back. But it is definitely not the rescue squad. Instead, it is the footsteps of orcs. Shiquan turns pale as a ghost. Watch this. This is where hope completely dies. But facing a wave of orcs? No chance. Shiquan completely gives up as a giant blade swings down to slice him in half. An arrow rips through the air from the opposite side, landing a perfect headshot on the goblin. As it drops, a massive shadow appears. This huge, gorilla-like shadow drops right out of the sky. He just stares in absolute shock. That absolute beast is none other than Kang Hyun. He is fully locked and loaded, ready to unleash absolute chaos. Kang Hyun dives headfirst straight into the sea of goblins below. Let's go. Lion's Wrath is activated. All enemy stealth and camouflage skills are instantly disabled as the system alerts keep spamming. Hyun's secret is activated. Giant Strength is activated. He pulls out his insane weapon Use Giant Hammer, D rank, with durability at 994. The weapon once wielded by Yu, the strongest orc of them all. Kang Hyun shoulders the massive hammer and slams it straight down on the crowd. Hyun swings his blood-soaked hammer, bashing an orc sideways. His eyes gleam with pure excitement as the monster gets beaten to a pulp, while Shiquan is left jaw-dropped and completely speechless. It is not just Kang Hyun fighting either. Sung-ah is raining down arrows, and Dusong from the 8S Guild. How could he miss out on this epic brawl? What a total mess. She officially announces that backup from the 8S Guild is here to help. He never expected them of all people to rescue them. Staring at the wreckage, Shiquan wonders how this guy can take on 3 orcs at once. Is he really just an awakened like us? Even so, there is still no hope. This guy is on a completely different level. But Shiquan looks at the swarming orcs in despair. With only 3 extra players, how are they supposed to turn this around? Right then, an ally runs over. Vice leader, look over there. He points to the east. Nan Yun and the entire Danwu Guild have arrived. Shiquan is completely shocked. Wait, Nan Yun? Seoran quickly raises her hand to command her forces, charging into the fray without a second thought. The normal goblins are wiped out in a flash. The members of the Guardian Guild start cheering like crazy, shouting, "We survived! We are actually alive! We survived!" After that, only the sounds of hammers, swords, and arrows fill the air. It takes about half an hour, and for things to finally quiet down. Kang Hyun sighs in relief. What a chaotic mess. Sung-ah praises him for a job well done. He looks over at Seo-ran discussing with Kim Hoon. The Danwu Guild has been in the dungeon for a hot minute, yet their numbers have not dropped at all. Out in the freezing, dead wilderness, Kang Hoon's steady voice rings out, saying, "We are heading straight for the core." Kim Hoon immediately speaks up from beside him. "But we do not even know where the core is." Seiron suggests splitting up to search, but he just casually points in a certain direction and says, "The core is right over there. My gut says it is not even that far away." His casual words leave her completely stunned and speechless. Sensing the core energy and seeing Sister John looking completely lost, Kang Hoon asks blankly if they seriously cannot feel that massive power. Still keeping his cool, he quickly explains that based on his experience, they should reach that spot sometime after midnight. Then her voice rings out. If that is true, John tells the shocked officer that heading straight there is indeed their best option. With her approval, Kang Hoon gets hyped up to leave immediately. But right then, the officer's anxious voice cuts through the excitement. "Wait, hold on." Forcing a pretty strained smile, the stressed officer stammers out that leaving right now is just too much since they barely survived that massive battle. John listens intently, knowing they still have no idea how those Venandi monsters will move next, just like everyone saw earlier. She suddenly interrupts with absolute confidence. "Those beasts are highly intelligent, so we cannot give them any time to regroup." The officer hesitates, arguing they should at least take a quick breather, desperately trying to convince everyone that they are completely exhausted. Everyone is wiped out, but Kang Hoon immediately brushes that hesitation aside, saying his guild has a top-tier healer who can instantly cure their fatigue. Realizing he cannot stop them, the officer can only whisper out to everyone as he looks around at the grim scene. It is a heavy silence, thick with exhaustion and grief, as if everything is sinking into the quiet of these lifeless bodies. Clenching his fists tight as his raw emotions boil over, his pale face turns dark as he snaps that while these elites might feel totally fine, the officer yells that his own crew has reached their absolute limit. But Kang Hoon just shrugs it off, claiming he cannot hear a thing in this stuffy place. "You are Officer Han, right? Why so tense?" Then, without a single shred of pity, he bluntly asks what he actually means by that. "Did you seriously expect us to waste our valuable time escorting you guys out?" Han turns pale in pure terror, pleading with him not to say such harsh things. Kang Hoon quickly cuts him off, telling him to snap out of it because this is a deadly dungeon where the weak simply die first. The officer flinches as Kang Hoon drops a hard truth. "You weaklings almost died and only survived because of us, so do not think we came to save you." Frowning with a dead serious expression, Kang Hoon tells him straight that they only came here to find a real solution. "If you are just going to stand there being completely useless, why did you even come?" These brutal questions stab right into his chest. Han tries to stammer out a weak excuse, but with nothing left to say, he just lets out a heavy sigh under Kang Hoon's piercing glare. Standing up slowly, Kang Hoon softens his tone just a tiny bit, telling them to at least eat some food before they head out. "All this talking has made me pretty hungry." Soon, night falls, and under a blood-red moon filled with savage roars, Kang Hoon and his team are fighting a brutal battle. Slaying them left and right, they do not notice a savage Venandi archer in the shadows, letting loose a deadly rain of arrows. Kang Hoon shouts that time is running out. "Do not fight everyone, just focus on clearing a path forward." Dusong and Sung-ah fight with everything they have, while Officer Han also jumps in, desperately slashing at the monsters. Suddenly, a wild wind sweeps by. But wait, check this out. A sudden, heavy pressure rolls over the whole area as Kang Hoon senses an incredibly dominant presence approaching. It stands out among 10,000 monsters, shining as bright as the sun. Right then, a loud voice shouts that they finally found it. Staring in absolute disbelief, Kang Hyun mutters that they actually located the target, while John yells to fire every single signal flare they have. Following her orders, they raise a heavy launcher, shooting countless colorful flares high into the night sky. Down in the chaotic battle, the arriving members of the Imoto Myeongdo Guild growl in frustration, cursing that they are a step too late. Heavily armored warriors crash onto the battlefield, shouting that the Black Knights have arrived to assist alongside the Alliance of Awakened. Donggu is right there with them, calling out excitedly that he knew his brother Kang Hyun was still alive, sending waves of relief through the exhausted team. With powerful reinforcements joining the fray, the battlefield turns into a chaotic war zone. But suddenly, Kang Hyun spots something highly unusual, because look at what just landed on the battlefield. A massive, heavily armored foot stomps down, radiating a dense, suffocating wave of pure killing intent. The system screen instantly pops up, showing the title Great Warrior of Vanandi, as someone asks in terror if that giant beast is the boss. Without hesitating for a second, Kang Hyun leaps straight into the air in a blur of smoke, quickly storing his broadsword back into his inventory system. He quickly reaches back into his inventory to search for a different weapon, pulling out a giant warhammer with a fierce shout for the monster to die. The terrifying beast can only stare in shock, unable to react before Kang Hyun mercilessly slams the massive weapon straight onto its skull. Dark blood splatters everywhere as the massive monster stumbles and crashes down, while Kang Hyun lands gracefully, glancing back with a highly satisfied, confident smile. The boss lies completely motionless. He is done. Kang Hyun casually sighs and asks why this thing was so weak. Looking around at the brutal clash between the hunters and the monsters, Kang Hyun realizes that the real difficulty of this dungeon is somewhat different. Comes from the insane monster numbers and their high intelligence, while the boss itself is actually pretty weak. Grinning, he prepares to claim his loot. The system notification pops up to show his reward, a D-rank Great Vanandi Warrior Sword with 99 durability. It is a well-balanced weapon once used by their elite warrior, but reading the description, he cannot help but feel a bit disappointed. Is there seriously only a bow and a sword? Looking into the distance, he figures he has no use for bows, and a giant sword like that is just too heavy. Right then, a sharp dagger suddenly plunges straight into the dying boss to finish it off for good. As the blade slides out with a soft whisper, Donggu steps forward with a knowing smirk, declaring that the battle is finally over. Staring at the bloody ruins, he silently laments that they lost far too many people today, though at least some of them made it out alive. We should honestly be glad we did not get completely wiped out. Rest in peace, guys. Prayers finished, Donggu snaps back to reality. Time to grab the 10 loot items, split them up, and figure out our next move. Hearing his plan, the rest of the crew gets hyped. No complaints here, same. But while everyone is celebrating, Sung-ah spots something weird. Wait, what is that? A massive sea of fire is swallowing the mountain ridges. Seriously, look at this sheer madness. Myeongdae panics, while Seojun stands frozen in disbelief. Both of them are completely paralyzed because right next to the Vanandi army, a monstrous fire tornado is ripping through the battlefield. It is heading right for them, mixed with screams for help. He frowns, shouting that this is insane, while Donggu mutters in total despair. That guy is out of his mind. Staring at this literal death wave, one guy freezes in terror, screaming they need to run right now. Suddenly, he spots the blazing energy core right behind him. Hearing the man scream, a wild, reckless idea instantly pops into his head. Screaming that he is going to smash the core, the guy gets grabbed by Kim Hyun, who desperately warns him to stop. He warns that breaking the core now will trigger a massive explosion. But the guy stubbornly snaps back, asking what the hell he is talking about. We already beat the boss. Standing in the burning chaos, the crowd brainlessly agrees, saying even if they break the core, it is fine. The monsters are not coming through the gate anyway, so get out of the way. Kim Hyun desperately tries to calm them down before disaster strikes. He pleads with them, warning that this situation is completely different. Reports show that when monsters get utterly terrified, things go south. They will panic and try to escape right through the gate. Kim Hyun stresses that if they do not act, everything goes to hell. Every single beast will break out. But the stubborn idiot just barks back. Who cares? We are all going to die here anyway. He says he has to save himself first. The crowd starts chanting along, yelling that he is right and they must smash the core. At least a few of us should make it out alive, right? Seojun sighs, telling them to wait, as a defensive line suddenly forms, holding their shields tight in the heavy silence. they stand firm. Instantly, they form a solid wall of defense, trapping the guy completely. "What is this?" he yells. "Are you threatening your own teammates?" But she shuts him down, telling him to listen up real close. With a stone-cold voice, she tells him that they are the only ones who can stop this. Outside this gate is Central Seoul. She warns them of the brutal truth. If they do not hold the line right here, an absolute catastrophe is going to happen. But the guy loses his mind and charges right at her. He screams that talk is cheap as he lunges with pure hostility. He swings his blade, yelling at her to get lost. She does not even flinch, just sighs at how annoying this kid is. She thinks to herself that this is such a pain. But before she can even react, the angry guy gets totally wrecked midair. Kang Hyun shuts him down with a devastating midair strike. Landing casually, he asks if they just need to defend the core, leaving Seo-jun completely speechless. Since the beasts are fleeing the fire, they probably won't focus on us. He just listens to her explanation, looking completely bored. If it is just defending the core, they might actually stand a chance. But Kang Hyun just smiles, telling her that is more than enough. He looks insanely confident, telling them to just handle the stragglers that slip past him. Seo-jun can only gasp in absolute shock. While they are still frozen, Kang Hyun casually summons his weapon from the system. He grips his massive blade, showing off with a heavy swing. Wait, no way. Dong-gu looks at him like he has lost his mind, stammering to ask if he really plans to fight them off. "All by yourself? I will help." But before he can even finish his sentence, Kang Hyun completely cuts him off, leaving him stunned, telling him to back off. Just watch this guy power up. Dong-gu looks at Kang Hyun, who is overflowing with insane power, and hears him laugh. He says they will only get in his way. His muscles literally swell up as the system activates 3 of his secret skills. A glowing bronze armor begins to wrap around his face. With his hidden skills fully unlocked, the look in Kang Hyun's eyes changes. They burn with absolute determination. As this crazy energy surges through his body, his voice drops to a chilling, demonic whisper. Time to get serious. The system screen flashes, showing his berserk mode is active, just as that massive firestorm comes roaring in. Sunga watches in sheer panic, calling out his name, but Kang Hyun just throws a casual wave, telling her he is not going to die. She whips around asking if he is just acting on raw instinct again. He just gives her a smug grin, saying who knows. On the battlefield, Kang Hyun goes wild beast mode, tearing through everything. In a flash, he launches himself forward like a literal rocket. Unleashing a terrifying, massive slash, he wipes out 10 monsters in a single blow. Seeing this unreal power, Dong-gu is completely stunned. Both Myung-dae and Shikwon stare with their mouths wide open, utterly speechless. He actually stopped that entire wave by himself. Then, Kang Hyun shouts out to the group. Seeing some monsters slipping past him, he warns the team that they are heading right for them. Seo-jun snaps back to reality and wastes no time. She yells at the top of her lungs for everyone to get ready to fight. They have to clean up the rest. A monster leaps straight at Shikwon, but Dong-gu steps in, fighting hard to cut them down. He chucks his spear straight into the beast's vital spot, saving Zikwon just in time. Over on the side, Sung-ah gets to work. With her bow, she fires shot after shot. Her arrow pierces straight through a monster's head, sharp and deadly, just like her fierce gaze. Sunga is about to charge in and end them. Just like that, another Venandi gets completely wrecked by her, with her arrow flying straight into its vital spot, taking it out before it can even close its eyes. Completely done for, the beast slowly falls to the ground while Dusong shouts in pure excitement. Shouting "nice shot," Dusong steps up to deliver the final strike with his brutal spiked mace. "Die," he roars, as he slams a massive, crushing blow straight onto its skull. Blood splatters everywhere, instantly painting his face in a crazy sea of deep red. He is totally hyped. Dusong is getting so emotional his voice is literally shaking from the rush, but right then, a sneaky goblin crawls low on the ground. It draws its bow and lets an arrow fly. Someone screams a frantic warning, but in a split second, that deadly projectile pierces straight through Sung-ah's heart. Dusong completely panics, screaming out for his sister, while Kang Hyun stands there frozen in absolute shock. Oh no, a savage goblin opens its mouth wide like it is about to swallow Kang Hyun whole. Suddenly, it slashes its claws right across his arm. His severed arm drops to the ground in a bloody mess. Kang Hyun's face goes dark with pure rage. Out of mana or not, getting beaten by a measly goblin? Absolute joke. But guess what? In the blink of an eye, a brand new arm regenerates using his insane power. The goblin instantly backs off, terrified. Now, Kang Hyun looks like a straight-up bloodthirsty beast. With glowing red eyes, he roars that it has been a long time since he tasted something this fresh and delicious. He unleashes a brutal, decisive counterattack. Crimson blood splatters everywhere as Kang Hyun tears the monster apart. The goblin is instantly vaporized into thin air. Suddenly, a loud, agonizing scream snaps him back to reality as Sung-ae struggles in danger. She is in deep trouble, but before her attacker can even touch her, its head flies off. Kang Hyun rushed over at lightning speed to save her, decisively ending its life in a terrifying flash. But right behind him, another Venandi arrogantly charges in with a spear in its hand. The spear drives straight through his vital spot. Blood drips from Kang Hyun's mouth as he lets out a tired sigh. Using my last bit of mana to play hero, and look where it got me. What a total joke, he mutters to the baffled monster. He chuckles, muttering that if he shields his head, he loses an arm, and if he shields his arms, his chest gets impaled instead. Finally, the silver armor on his hand begins to fade away. Oh well, whatever. He sighs, not like I ever cared about keeping this body intact anyway. A system notification pops up. Stealth mode has been disabled. Now, his hand flares with raw, glowing energy, pointing right at the terrifying Venandi. Honestly, ending it like this is much better. In a split second, a massive, blinding explosion erupts, vaporizing the Venandi and goblins into dust. Unleashing that much mana takes a heavy toll. Kang Hyun's flesh burns away, leaving his face completely unrecognizable in a gruesome sight. It is a total horror show, yet he calmly asks if Sung-ae is okay. She stares in absolute shock as his skin slowly regenerates, totally unfazed. He tells her it is fine and they can talk later. Hearing the heavy footsteps of approaching monsters, Sunga complains under her breath. We do not have time for this. Kang Hyun cuts her off. Then, softening his voice, he asks if her legs are still working fine. Then get out of here first. He quickly adds that he is not asking her to run away, but to report to the guild leader. Sunga stands frozen as he tells her to evacuate immediately once she sees the signal. What? She asks in total shock. What about you? Seeing her panic, he just smiles confidently and asks if he looks like someone about to die. That heroic grin immediately reassures her. Sunga nods and dashes away with absolute determination, promising to follow his orders to the letter. Once she is gone, Kang Hyun focuses his spiritual energy and charges straight into the monster horde. Without a second thought, he unleashes a devastating, razor-sharp slash, tearing through the goblins just to buy a little more time. Now, Kang Hyun prepares to unleash his most terrifying skill. An earth-shattering blast erupts as his mana explodes outward. Through the thick smoke, only a faint, shadowy silhouette remains standing on the battlefield. Take a look at this carnage. Bloody remains of goblins and Venandi lie scattered all over. Kang Hyun peers through the smoke, staring straight into a raging vortex of fire. His battered, muscular body stands proud before the flames, while the glowing red dungeon core hovers high above him. We have to destroy the core, Dusong screams in panic as the roaring flames close in on them. Despite the danger, So-hyun hesitates, looking back toward the flames. Kang Hyun is still out there, she mutters. Sunga runs up to them, gasping for breath. President Han So-hyun, she yells. Kang Hyun sent a message telling us that when we see the signal, we must lead everyone out immediately. Before So-hyun can even react, a blinding light illuminates the entire cavern. When and how did he do that? The shock leaves her completely frozen, just as a system alert rings in her ears. The main dungeon core has been destroyed, and the exit portal opens right behind So-hyun. The system alerts them that the path is clear, leaving everyone speechless. What in the world is happening? Standing right in the middle of that roaring furnace of flames, So-hyun stares in disbelief as Kang Hyun calmly waves his hand, telling them to get out. So-hyun finally lets out a sigh of relief. Understanding his plan, she turns around and commands everyone to move out. Everyone, evacuate the dungeon now. But Sunga tries to run back into the fire, forcing Dusong to grab her and ask where she is going while injured. Are you completely crazy? Sunga hesitates, but Dusong cuts her off, insisting that Kang Hyun already made his stance clear. He is going to be fine, and going in there will only hold him back. Dusong urges her to trust him. His words strike a chord, and she reluctantly agrees to leave. Back in the real world, standing right outside the dungeon gate, she and Dusong wait anxiously for the final survivor. Myung-do looks incredibly tense, while So-hyun grips her hands, quietly praying for Kang Hyun to make it out. Right then, Sung-ae's eyes pop with pure shock because this bloody, coal-black foot is slowly stepping out from the shadows. Bit by bit, His massive frame comes into view and holy crap, that spear is still sticking straight out of his chest as he stands there. Everyone starts screaming out for Kang Hyun, but the split second Sung-ah sees him, her happy face completely freezes up. Her face goes dead pale like she just witnessed a literal horror movie. Even Do-song is standing there with his jaw dropped. No way. Kang Hyun is totally covered in blood and dust, standing stiff as a statue. Seo-ran mutters in absolute disbelief. Is he really standing? Her mouth drops wide open. Wait, did he seriously pass out while standing straight up? Meanwhile, Do-song just calmly strolls over and lightly taps Kang Hyun right on the head. That tiny touch literally sends him crashing to the ground. Sung-ah completely loses it and screams, "What did you do?" But Do-song just shrugs. He is like, "I knew it, my gut never lies." Sung-ae starts scolding him, but looking at his battered friend, Do-song actually chuckles. He is like, "Kang Hyun is straight up legendary." Meanwhile, Myung-doo is absolutely losing his mind, throwing a massive punch right into Ho-jeon's face while screaming out at the absolute scumbag. He keeps screaming that they almost got wiped out because of him. Are you insane? Did you completely lose your mind or what? The guy just stutters back that he had no other choice. Hearing that makes Myung-doo even madder. No choice? You gotta be kidding me. Myung-doo gets right in his face, glaring daggers, asking how he even calls himself a guild master. Meanwhile, everyone is freaking out as Kang Hyun starts to wake up. They ask if he is still conscious. Even though his body is totally wrecked, he jokes around and apologizes for dropping in on their messy drama. His next words instantly make Ho-jeon flinch. "Hand that over, you jerk." But right after saying it, his mind starts spinning like a crazy hallucination. He is completely zoning out. But check this out, when he finally opens his eyes, Do-song is grinning right in his face, totally hyped that he is awake. He slowly sits up in his hospital bed, groaning about how much it hurts. Suddenly, Sung-ae's eyes fill with tears as she cries out his name. She literally flies in and hugs him tight. He is super confused, struggling and begging her to hold on because his body is still totally sore. While he is complaining about the pain, she just keeps sobbing his name. That day, Korea's first C-rank dungeon, the Banati Forest, was finally cleared. It was a brutal victory. They lost the Shield Guild Master and nearly 50% of their team, pushing the entire raid squad to the absolute edge. Now the Gwarong Guild is the absolute center of drama. Everyone online is losing it, asking if Ho-jeon has seriously gone completely out of his mind. Rumors from the raid team say they almost got wiped out. Like, what on earth did these guild members do to get thrashed that hard? People are saying some rookie totally wrecked them. Apparently, the top damage dealer soloed floor 4, but the healer has some major self-esteem issues. Other guild masters are totally baffled. People think the healer wanted all the glory and ruined the Banati raid. What a trash move, absolute clown behavior right there. There is always that one toxic teammate who ruins everything. Some user says their cousin is in Gwarong and won't even answer any texts now. If they did this for clout, the leader needs his license revoked. Both guilds are definitely getting kicked right out of Korea top 10 list. So who even is in the top 10 now? The story of Kang Hyun saving everyone is literally making the Gwarong Guild shake in their boots. Totally shaking. I did not know this, but apparently that Samak Guild only has 3 members and they still managed to make the top 10 list. That is wild. Of course, not everyone is cheering, probably because of his rough past image and the massive army of haters he has. They say Kang Hyun is trash compared to Han Soo-jun, and everyone is jumping on it. The comments are flooded with pure hate. Scrolling by slowly, but seeing Sung-ae staring blankly at her phone, Do-song decides to finally speak up and break the silence. He asks if she is reading comments again, wondering if she ever gets tired of it. Meanwhile, some troll online is dragging Han Se-ran into the mess. Why even bring Seo-ran into this? Sung-ae tells him that some people have no manners, so she is just teaching them a lesson. Do-song just rolls his eyes and tells her she is being way too nosy. Then, acting super chill, he hands her a cold can of soda. He smiles and tells her to drink up, but Sung-ah immediately passes on that. Suddenly, Do-song pivots to a completely different topic. He complains about how long Kang Hyun is taking to get discharged because he is totally bored. Sung-ah admits she is actually pretty worried about him. He tells her not to worry since it is just a basic checkup. Plus, the guy is a literal healing monster who probably recovered on day 1. Seriously, if you cut him in half, he would probably just split into 2 functioning clones. Sung-ae nods, thinking that actually makes sense. While she is still talking, Do-song suddenly slams his soda can right down on the table. He whines about being super bored with absolutely nothing to do. Sung-ah calmly tells him that having some downtime is actually great. Out of nowhere, He looks her dead in the eye and asks if she wants to throw some actual knives around to kill this mind-numbing boredom. She agrees it sounds like fun. So they start playing around in the office right in front of Chaemoon, who looks dead tired with massive eye bags. He mutters under his breath, calling them jerks and asking if helping out would literally kill them. He looks at his messy desk in pure despair. Between sponsorships, ads, and dungeon raid requests, he hasn't slept in days. He screams out, asking why the work just keeps piling up like this. He is losing his mind from overwork. But wait, look closely at this. He suddenly realizes something is seriously, majorly off here. Footsteps slowly approach, and there is Kang Hyun, looking absolutely great. He casually asks how everyone has been doing, and Do-song immediately pipes up. "Oh, you're back," Sung-ae blurts out as Kang Hyun suddenly rolls his eyes, scans the room, clicks his tongue, and speaks. "Man, this place goes totally wild without me around," Kang Hyun says, then casually greets his stressed-out office worker. "Hey, Jae-moon, long time no see. Can we talk like friends now?" The guy immediately gets hyped, saying, "Yes, just call me Jae-moon," so our leader doesn't hold back at all. "All right, Jae-moon." But then Kang Hyun drops a total bombshell. It completely destroys Jae-moon's hard work, like cold water to the face. "Clean this messy desk up. It's distracting me." He tries to comfort himself, thinking, well, that is pretty fair. I did turn this desk into a garbage dump, so I deserve that lecture. But then Jae-moon glares at the massive mess on the other side, grumbling silently. "Look who's talking. If you want to criticize, start over there first." He flashes a creepy, terrifying smile back at Kang Hyun, thinking, damn it, I should just quit right now. But seeing that pale, hate-filled face of his, it actually sends shivers down Kang Hyun's spine, so he quickly turns away. Fine, I'll clean it when I have time, but silently wonders, what the hell was that? Note to self, do not mess with that guy. Anyway, Kang Hyun suddenly speaks up. "Oh right, Sung-ae," and she blankly responds, "Yes, master?" He says he almost forgot to give her this, handing over a bow, and Sung-ae gasps in shock. "Is this from the forest boss Ben Natty?" Then the system screen pops up. Chief Ben Natty's bow, C rank, durability 98 out of 100, described as a weapon once used by the hunter chief Ben Natty himself. It is lightweight, easy to handle, and highly elastic, featuring a special bonus skill called Magic Arrow, making her look deeply touched as she asks, "Are you seriously giving this to me?" He flatly replies, "You fit this weapon best," and his words leave Sung-ae absolutely speechless. Overwhelmed with pure happiness, since it uses mana but needs no physical arrows, she instantly bows deeply to show her immense gratitude. "Thank you so much, Kang Hyun." Meanwhile, Ju-song watches with highly eager eyes, asking excitedly, "What about me? Do I get nothing?" But our leader brutally shuts him down. Giving him a friendly finger, he asks, "You really think so? What makes you so special?" And Ju-song immediately fires back. "That is so brutal. I was genuinely worried about you." But Kang Hyun retorts, "I bet you just went out drinking beer," making him sheepishly confess, "Okay, you caught me." Right as they keep bickering, the doorbell suddenly rings, and here's where things get a bit weird. Is someone actually here? Then a voice on the intercom slowly speaks. "Excuse me, officer, is this the office of the Eight Evils Guild?" And he instantly replies, "Yes, it is. Who are you?" The voice turns serious. "I am Officer Han Seol from the Guardians. Remember me." But Kang Hyun casually shuts him down anyway. "No, I have absolutely no idea who you are," the officer gasps in pure shock. "What?" And our leader just sighs, "Man, why do weirdos keep showing up here?" Ju-song chimed in, "Is this a door-to-door salesman?" And Sung-ae adds, "Maybe it is a religious cult recruiter." And yes, the poor officer heard every single word. He can only whisper, "What?" standing there completely frozen in disbelief, thinking, does he really not remember me at all, under the quiet sky? His voice drops low, "You forgot me," as he stands there looking incredibly lonely, cold, and totally abandoned. "We even went on a raid together," he thinks with deep disappointment. "He even scolded me back then." So with a highly serious face, he sits down to introduce himself once again. "I am Han Seol, acting leader of the Guardian Guild." Meanwhile, Kang Hyun cracks open a drink, totally unfazed by the guest sitting right inside his home. "Yeah, nice to meet you. I am Kang Hyun, leader of the Eight Evils. This is not our first meeting, is it?" he says, handing over a can. "Want a drink?" But Han Seol politely declines. "No thanks, I do not drink in broad daylight," while Kang Hyun silently wonders, what is wrong with this guy? Han Seol stares at the massive pile of empty cans on the floor, completely speechless, watching him chug down a whole beer right in front of his face. drinking at the office in broad daylight, while nearby, two guild members are in a fierce competition as Jusong scratches his head with a cheeky laugh. You are pretty good at this, sis, and Sung-ah proudly boasts, watch and learn, kid, leaving Han Seol even more utterly baffled by their antics. What on earth are those guys doing? But Kang Hyun cuts his thoughts short, not giving him time to inspect the guild any further. Anyway, why did you come here? My guild has been pretty busy lately, though Jae-mun is actually the only one working. Hearing that, Jae-mun glares in pure rage, grumbling, yeah, because I am literally the only one doing anything here. Then Han Seol bows his head. First, I want to thank you. Because of you, I survived. And watch Kang Hun's face here, he just stares blankly as a hazy memory flashes in his mind. We were at our absolute limits, so I begged you to carry me out of there. Suddenly, the memory finally clicks, and Kang Hyun shouts, "Oh, I remember now!" But his words immediately deal a highly emotional, critical blow to the poor officer. You were that guy who kept crying and whining to go home. Han Seol hates to admit it, but reluctantly nods, yes, that was indeed me. So Kang Hyun gets a bit more welcoming, saying, long time no see, but why did you come today? Han Seol hesitates, but before he can even open his mouth, the doorbell aggressively rings again, and Kang Hyun glares toward the entrance, letting out a heavy, annoyed sigh. What is it now? He complains, staying glued to his seat. Why are there so many guests today? Jae-mun, go check the door, while Jae-mun is completely swamped. With hair messy from stress, he reluctantly replies, all right, even though he is totally screaming in rage inside. What is this? He thinks, walking to the door. He grumbles with jealousy. Those other guys are literally closer, why call me? But the face appearing on the screen instantly makes his anger vanish. Jae-mun's irritation cools down instantly as he stands frozen, calling out to the back, boss, you really need to come and see this for yourself. His hands are shaking in pure terror. The person outside is covered in blood and brutal injuries, standing there on the very brink of death. Dongjeon is rushed inside to get immediate medical treatment and bandages, weakly saying to everyone in the room, thank you, Kang Hyun. Resting his chin on his hand, Kang Hyun thinks deeply for a moment, still looking quite unsure. Wait, are you that guy who treated me to beef before? And Dongjeon smiles, looking slightly better. Oh, you remember me. I am Cho Dong-kan, vice leader of Hisun. Kang Hyun welcomes the newcomer with a grin. Obviously, I remember. You bought me beef. Their little reunion hurts Shiquan right in the feels. He is apparently worth less than a plate of beef, but nobody cares about his deep emotional damage. While the officer is busy crying over beef, Kang Hyun turns to Dong-kan. So what brings you here anyway? Why are you not in a hospital? He pushes himself up with a heavy request. Dong-kan looks at the guild leader, leaving Kang Hyun totally stunned. Please, save my older brother. After resting a bit, the crew gathers around a table loaded with snacks, staring at the guy who just dragged himself here. Kang Hyun speaks up first. So you were saying your brother got kidnapped? Dong-kan hangs his head, confirming his brother Cho Sung-chan is Hisun's leader. He explains how they built Hisun together, but Kang Hyun quickly cuts off the boring backstory. Whatever, let's not get bogged down in useless details. You said the kidnappers are from the Trung Chi Guild, right? Sunga glares at her leader, correcting him that they are actually called the Jung Jin Guild. Kang Hyun stubbornly insists it is the same difference. He still holds a massive grudge against those car-wrecking punks. Do they even deserve a proper name? Honestly, no. Realizing he is getting a bit off track, Kang Hyun quickly shifts the focus back to Dong-kan. Now watch this, here is where the real drama starts. He clenches his fists, holding back his rage as he speaks. Some time ago, we had an all-out war with Young Jin over banned substances. I mentioned this before, right? They are using some kind of sketchy drug to boost their power. It pumps up their supernatural abilities. He shudders, recalling how his guild got absolutely obliterated when those roided-up freaks ambushed them. We were helpless. Dozens of our members got brutally injured, and 10 people actually died. His voice cracks with pure, helpless rage. That alone completely trashed Hisun, but then those scumbags went and kidnapped my brother, our boss. Kang Hyun immediately butts in with his big mouth. Wait, where were the cops? The silent officer finally speaks up to explain the harsh reality. Dungeons are basically entirely lawless zones. Basically, the cops look the other way when it comes to awakened people. Dusong nods casually, knowing the unwritten rule is never interfere with dungeon business. Kang Hyun still does not get it. Why go to such extremes? Did someone insult their mothers? His dumb question leaves everyone speechless, and Dong-kan admits they were never even close. We definitely did not have some crazy blood feud. But thinking back to their wild madness, One thing is certain ever since they started popping those pills. They have turned into total bloodthirsty beasts. Kang Hyun rubs his nose, muttering that they made a promise and this drug is indeed super fishy. He makes a snap decision. All right, we move out right now. Hearing him agree to help, Dong Khan is absolutely thrilled, thanking him repeatedly. Seriously, thank you. The squad piles into the basement elevator. Dusong is looking pretty hyped for this mission, claiming they need to avenge their beloved Bobby. Kang Hyun turns around with a completely blank stare. Who on earth is Bobby? Dusong smiles patiently, referring to none other than their newly upgraded ride. Our official guild car parked downstairs. Kang Hyun facepalms hard. I literally told you to scrap that junk, and you went and named it? Oh man. Dusong puts his hands behind his head. Walking with Kang Hyun is cool, but Kang Hyun is totally ignoring him. Keep dreaming. Kang Hyun suddenly stops in his tracks, glaring suspiciously at the officer. Why have you been tagging along with us this whole time? He stands there looking super awkward, his mind racing to find a solid excuse. To reach his goal, he absolutely must stick with these guys. Clearing his throat, he desperately tries to look professional. He quickly makes up a fancy excuse. Well, you see, our Guardian Association exists solely to protect humanity. The officer proudly pats himself on the back. It sounds pretty convincing, so he keeps going. Knowing the crimes of the Young Jin Guild, I simply cannot stand by. But Kang Hyun just stares back blankly. Is this trick not working? He desperately doubles down. Besides, that suspicious drug makes people way stronger and insanely aggressive, right? He holds on to that point, making up even more lies. Our association president actually mentioned it during our last big meeting. The officer raises his voice to sound convincing. This must be connected. Kang Hyun actually looks convinced. The officer cannot believe his random lie worked so well, but Kang Hyun genuinely buys it, thinking it sounds pretty logical. Meanwhile, check out what is happening over at the Jung Jin Guild. A manager reports that they have contacted the 8 Aces, making Chai Ji-won sneer. The manager explains that Kang Hyun once interfered in their battle, so it must be related. Hearing that name, Chai Ji-won instantly gets interested. Kang Hyun, she mutters, swirling a glass of red wine. Right, Kang Hyun. She vividly remembers how that punk utterly trashed her guild, and just hearing his name makes her boil with rage. It shatters. The wine glass cracks in her grip, spilling red wine all over. Let's crush that absolute piece of garbage while we are at it. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun's group is cruising down the highway. Shi Kwan is sitting at the wheel, utterly confused about why he is driving them around. Why am I the one driving them? And seriously, what is with this incredibly insane car? Sitting shotgun with his arms crossed, Kang Hyun asks Dong Khan, Hey, that drug the Jung Jin Guild is using, is it really called Monster Force? Dong Khan quickly nods, confirming it comes in a pill. Kang Hyun pulls out his phone with a grin, typing away while Dong Khan continues to stress. Are we seriously just barging in like this with only 5 people? Kang Hyun replies without looking up, boasting that he actually has some pretty major connections. Dong Khan's eyes immediately light up with hope. I knew you would have a trick up your sleeve. Right on cue, a phone buzzes. Tae Gil, the leader of the 8 Aces, gets a call from Kang Hyun. Picking up, he asks what is going on. Kang Hyun enthusiastically greets him, immediately cutting straight to the chase. Do you know anything about a drug called Monster Force? Tae Gil frowns, clearly having no clue about it, and asks him to explain. Yo, why are you suddenly bringing that up? Some kind of energy drink. Kang Hyun keeps a total poker face, just grinning. You seriously don't know? It's like a drug that buffs a hunter's power. Kang Hyun keeps pressing him for answers. You heard about the Jung Jin Guild lately? Word on the street is, they turned into a straight-up drug den. Hearing that name, Tae Gil suddenly remembers, admitting he heard those exact same rumors. Kang Hyun locks onto the main point and gets super hyped, telling him that's perfect. We're currently there, so send some backup. Hearing him ask for backup, the guy is completely lost and asks what he just said. Kang Hyun immediately claps back with a sharp argument. You're gonna take them down sooner or later anyway, and I'm helping, so how many guys can you send? Tae Gil's head is spinning, telling him to stop talking absolute nonsense. He literally holds his head in frustration, face turning bright red from Kang Hyun's trolling as he tries to stay calm, telling him there is a strict process. He tries to talk some sense into him, explaining that they absolutely can't send backup right now because most of their guys are stuck dealing with a major dungeon terror attack. Kang Hyun finally stops joking, just muttering, "Is that so?" Tae Gil keeps nagging, telling him they are supposed to cooperate soon, so he better not cause any trouble until then. Since he didn't get what he wanted, he just hangs straight up. This option is totally dead. But then another call rings out. It is Kang. Hyun, why are you here? He starts his usual greeting, asking Dong-gu if he is doing well. The other guy is super slow to reply, muttering, well, After hearing the explanation, Kang Hyun's face completely drops. This new guy is giving him the exact same energy as Tae-gil, saying he knows about the beef between Jung Jin and Hae Sunday. While the car speeds down the road, the guy on the phone continues his massive essay of excuses, saying that due to the alliance structure, they can't directly interfere in disputes between guilds. Kang Hyun decides not to push him anymore, just saying he gets it. The guy on the line sounds pretty guilty, apologizing over and over, saying that the alliance has their own political stance to maintain, his voice rambling through the speaker. But if you ever need anything else, I will help out, just call. Yu-sung, playing games in the back, immediately starts talking trash, asking if that is all. You said you had tons of connections, right? Kang Hyun just sighs, leaving Dong-gu surprised. Still, he doesn't give up and starts scrolling through his phone again. Actually, I've destroyed a whole guild before. Hearing that, the kid is completely stunned, like what? He remembers his past actions, knowing exactly how to handle this. It is Kang Hyun turning around to eagerly flex his master plan. You know he's up to no good when he says to raid their dungeon first, cutting to this creepy, boarded-up gate. It is an E-rank dungeon called the Village of the Dead. Kang Hyun targeted it because zombie dungeons are usually super unpopular since they barely drop any good loot. But sometimes, the monsters here drop rare precious metals, making this trashy place one of the main cash cows for the Jungjin Guild. That is exactly why he decided to head out to this creepy, desolate wasteland. The entire Village of the Dead looks completely abandoned. Thick fog covers everything, making it look super spooky. Inside a nearby tent, Jungjin grunts are getting blasted by their boss, yelling, "Is this all?" He asks if they got lazy from being pampered lately. The grunts just hang their heads in silence while he rants that this garbage loot won't even pay for their food. He screams that they must hit their quotas, his voice echoing outside, telling them to get out right now and bring more, or they get 0 drugs today. The underlings walk out furious, complaining that they need the damn drugs to even hunt properly. Everyone is mad, knowing that greedy bastard is just making up cheap excuses. They grumble that he's hoarding all the good stuff for himself, even though he only became manager because of those drugs. Meanwhile, sketchy shadows start creeping out from the forest. Inside the tent, the manager is casually smoking, completely clueless about the danger. He just keeps whining that none of his guys are worth a damn. Annoyed, he throws his lighter to the ground, cursing that even his trash lighter is broken. He steps outside the tent, yelling if anyone has a light, but the campsite is completely empty. He stands there totally dazed, wondering where everyone went and where the hell his guards are. Suddenly, a weird sound rustles. The noise comes straight from the bushes, startling the manager. He warily draws his sword, looking around and whispering, "What the absolute hell is that?" The eerie silence has him sweating bullets, and honestly, we'd be terrified too. He has no clue he's being watched from above. Is it a monster? It's just an owl chilling on a branch. But then, the rustling erupts again, surrounding him from all sides. He's so terrified he literally starts laughing out loud. Cursing at himself for being scared, his mind starts slipping. He tries to shake off the panic, wildly swinging his sword around like a madman. "It's just an E-rank dungeon, come at me, you bastards." But then, another creepy sound echoes and he completely loses his remaining sanity. Suddenly, the area drops into a dead, terrifying silence. His eyes wide with terror, he spots a weird glowing light in the distance. But there is absolutely nothing there. Losing his mind, he whips his head to the side, only to find a creepy, pale face grinning wide, glued right to his nose, whispering, "Nothing is here." The manager screams bloody murder, scaring every bird in the forest into flight. Soon enough, this entire crazy situation is reported straight to Chae-rin, leaving her completely baffled as to what the hell is going on. On her floor lies a pile of her own grunts, shivering like crazy. All of them were stationed back at that Village of the Dead. Every guy is clutching his head, begging for mercy. The manager is so traumatized, he's literally stuffing his hand in his mouth. Her assistant tries to explain the situation. As you can see, they clearly went through something horrific, and they're too broken to even speak. Chae-rin turns to her, completely speechless. "Wait, isn't this an E-rank dungeon? How bad can an E-rank possibly be?" The assistant stammers, nervously handing over a crumpled piece of paper they insisted she read. They kept crying that she had to see this. Chae-rin takes the note and opens it, complaining about the absolutely trash handwriting. "Your dungeon now belongs to the 8 Evils Guild. If you ever want it back, hand over Sung-chan and all your resources, or else we take everything. We will take over your dungeons one by one. Reading this, she stands there completely speechless before absolutely losing her mind in pure rage. What kind of crazy thugs scream like that in the dead of night? Kang Hyun's crew is just chilling in their room, everyone doing their own thing without a single care. After picking a massive fight with a powerhouse guild like Chung Jin, their leader is acting like nothing even happened. He chugs beer while Dongguan and Siguan stare in utter shock. Wiping his mouth, he asks if he should learn ice magic, while Sung-ah, mouth stuffed with food, looks up. She promises to bring an icebox next time. Honestly, their ridiculously chill attitude is making the two outsiders turn pale with absolute anxiety. They cannot help but wonder if these crazy guys ever feel stressed. This heavy, silent dread makes Dongguan break. He asks if just sitting around like this is really okay, especially the longer they wait. But Kang Hyun shrugs it off, insisting that everything is perfectly fine. Right as noise echoes outside, he adds that they even sent a polite, formal invitation letter, so what is there to worry about? He reminds them that he has done this before, just as a dark, shadowy figure slowly emerges at the entrance of their camp. He jokes that he can never play the gentleman. Suddenly, the curtain gets ripped open as someone holding a bright torch peers inside, dragging a limp, heavily bruised body in a dark cloak. The hostage is totally battered, clearly having lost any ability to put up a fight. The bloody body gets tossed onto the floor, groaning in pain. Dongguan freaks out at the horrific sight and screams out for Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun stands up, narrowing his eyes at this brutal gift. Did they forget something? Keeping his head down, the guy who dragged Sung-chan in gets asked where the drugs are. He slowly mutters that it is right inside his pocket. Kang Hyun keeps his guard up as he bends down to search Sung-chan. Sure enough, his fingers find a small stash of pills hidden inside. But Kang Hyun is far from happy with this tiny amount. He asks if they have a death wish for not bringing everything, but a sudden scream cuts him off. "Shut up with that nonsense!" The torchbearer barks right in his face. "Do you know how crazy expensive those drugs are? Or who you are even talking to?" He boasts that the guy is from their elite guild, but wait, watch his face freeze when he actually recognizes who he is holding. The proud thug starts trembling, calling out in pure disbelief for Vice Leader Jin Hung. Hearing this name, Kang Hyun finally turns his gaze to the beaten man. Kang Hyun asks his favorite question, casually wondering if they have crossed paths before. Jin Hung desperately tries to tell himself not to be scared, but it is not working at all. The brutal memory of getting completely thrashed by Kang Hyun flashes in his mind, feeling just as terrifying as the day it actually happened. Jin Hung desperately tells himself that as the vice leader of Chung Jin, he has nothing to fear, yet his eyes are too swollen to even open. He just keeps muttering that everything is fine, finally ending his pathetic little pep talk. Jin Hung screams at the top of his lungs, ordering his men to surround them. But Kang Hyun merely stands there, totally unfazed by the sudden threat. He draws his sword, smooth. Morning light hits the massive Chung Jin guild building, but inside, a furious voice echoes. The manager nervously reports that their highly anticipated raid was a total disaster. All 50 members, including Vice Leader Jin Hung, are completely broken and unable to fight. Cheon can only stare in utter disbelief at the report. Every single one of them is severely injured, some barely clinging to life. A stunned Cheon demands to know how this is even possible. The manager tries to explain, but Cheon cuts her off, screaming about how they got defeated so easily. Her expression turns downright psychotic. Bloodshot eyes filled with rage make the manager turn pale with sheer terror. When asked for her thoughts, she can only stammer as Cheon releases a suffocating aura. The useless stammering only drives her mad. Muttering an apology, the terrified manager shrinks back as Cheon snaps, unleashing her weapon with a violent swing. She completely obliterates her solid desk in an instant. Shards of glass fly everywhere as she screams that she literally gave them everything they wanted. Losing her mind in pure fury, she screams why over and over again. Looking terrifying, she demands that the manager tell her the truth. The manager backs away to keep a safe distance, silently realizing that this insane rage is definitely a side effect of that special drug. Ever since taking those pills, everyone has completely changed. You can feel the madness. They are completely gone. Suffocated by her own violent, furious aura, she is clearly losing her last shred of sanity. She coldly calls out for Manager Kim. Swallowing her fear, the manager quickly replies. Cheon snaps back, ordering her to empty the guild vault and buy up every pill they can find. Manager Kim hesitates, but before she can even protest, those bloodshot eyes lock onto her. Cheon barks out a cold, final order to just do it. There is only war left now. Not daring to argue, Manager Kim quickly excuses herself to carry out the order. Left completely alone in the wrecked room, Cheon stands in the silence, her eyes wide and hollow. She slowly mutters his name, desperately trying to figure out what Kang Hyun is actually after. Staring through the shattered doorway at the morning sun, she finds his behavior completely illogical. Sure, demanding they release Sung Chan makes sense, but why create all this chaos in the debris? But threatening them to steal all the drugs and make a massive mess? Cheon frowns, knowing he must have some hidden motive behind it. Looking out into the far distance, she hates that she cannot find any of the answers she wants. Endless questions flood her mind, driving her completely crazy with uncertainty. She cannot calm down, absolutely frustrated that she cannot read his moves. What is happening? She has no clue what his next move will be. Is starting an all-out war even the right call? She keeps questioning herself, wondering if this entire conflict is actually just part of his grand plan. Ultimately, she has zero answers. They desperately need to figure out his true motive, because if they fail to uncover it, fury flares up inside her again. But deep down, she realizes a terrifying truth. They might be the ones getting swallowed whole. The scene shifts to the busy city hospital, where medical staff are quickly checking a patient's vitals, confirming that his blood pressure is completely normal. They left, leaving him in peace. This afternoon, he's got another treatment session with a recovery mage coming up. Shin Hung just lay there, his face completely beaten to a pulp. Staring up at the clean ceiling, he couldn't help but think, now I finally get what Kang Hyun was aiming for. Every single punch from back then still terrifies him. Absolutely unchanged, Shin Hung shivered as he remembered. His punches are still heavy as hell. What? Of course that's a compliment. Is that guy trying to pick a fight or what? He looked so pathetic he almost cried. What the hell are you doing? I just complimented you. Why aren't you smiling? That bastard really just wants to start trouble. Everything went down exactly as Kang Hyun hoped. President Hong Chae-ran of the Jungjin Guild was absolutely losing it. Furious over the Eight Spades provocation, she was completely pushed over the edge. Before long, she gathered all her guild members, declared an all-out war, and just like that, the fuse was lit. The clash between the two guilds finally exploded, an epic showdown that should have gone down in Korea's dungeon history. But here's the catch, things didn't exactly go as expected. Actually, it never even started. Can you believe these guys? Kang Hyun and his crew were just casually chilling, living their best lives like nothing happened. Lounging on the sofa, he stared at some random item in his hand, wondering what the hell it was. E-rank item, durability, 10 out of 10, described as an Easter egg. Created by a prankster, it triggers when destroyed. Not bothering to overthink it, he simply shrugged and pulled up his status window to check his stats. This definitely has some connection to that sketchy admin guy. He tossed it into his inventory, muttering that he'd probably find a use for it someday. Just then, Yusong walked over, looking completely bored out of his mind. It's already been 2 weeks since you trashed the Jungjin Guild, so what's the plan? And yet, still absolutely zero action from their side. Kang Hyun just kept his eyes closed, calmly dropping his theory like it was no big deal. Oh? Them? They're probably on the brink of total collapse by now. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Tae-woo was holding his head in pure despair, asking why he got called in so urgently. Kang Hyun just shrugged, acting like it was just another Tuesday. Tae-woo sighed, looking at the troublemaker, and cut straight to the point. Do you actually have any proof? Kang Hyun just casually plops onto the chair, dropping a couple of those monster pills right onto the table, telling Tae-gil he's donating them to the association for free. Tae-gil stares at them, pretty suspicious. Is this really the source of that monster strength? He reaches out to bag them, saying thanks for the tip, but Kang Hyun is way too fast, snatching them back. He demands a trade that completely stuns Tae-gil. The government has to do a little favor for him too. Next thing you know, the national news explodes with reports of this monster drug-boosting hunter stats. But a full investigation is already underway, especially since it makes users totally hyper-aggressive. Even Yo Sung looks pretty shocked watching the broadcast. Turns out, this sketchy stuff has already spread to some of the biggest elite guilds. Naturally, the Special Hunter Task Force dives straight into a massive investigation. Only now does the guy actually believe he pulled it off. Yo Sung just sits there, crossing his legs like, wow, you really did it. But wait, didn't that government suit say they were too busy with terror stuff to help? Kang Hyun shifts, sitting up a bit more seriously to reply. He scoffed if they can't even handle a tiny thing like this, then they're just a bunch of idiots. He brags, pointing a finger with pride. I've got the skills to take down those junkies and deliver the proof myself. Yo-sung sighs, kind of underwhelmed. Wait, did you think this would start a war or what? Kang Hyun just sneers at his ignorance. A war? Come on, man, do you think networking is just some joke? All it takes is one quick phone call. Why waste energy? But as they're chatting, Yo-sung suddenly senses something is incredibly off. Yo-sung slowly stands up, pushing off his knees. We need to go outside. Kang Hyun has no clue why he's saying this, totally ignoring behind him. Wait, look behind him. A blinding light is charging forward, and a massive fireball is about to smash through their door. Boom! The explosion completely tears the place apart. Concrete chunks fly everywhere as their cozy office gets blasted into a literal post-apocalyptic wasteland. Out of the smoking rubble, the ground shakes as Kang Hyun crawls out. He's got absolutely zero clothes left on, standing there stark naked, spitting out some debris. He curses out loud. What the hell was that? Yo-sung kicks open the bent door, sighing. I had a bad feeling about this, and I was right. Seeing him completely unharmed just makes Kang Hyun even more furious. Did you really ditch me like a coward? Yo-sung shrugs. Hey, I told you we had to go. He dusts himself off, totally pissed. Kang Hyun glares at the wreckage, cursing under his breath. The blast was so loud it drew a massive crowd of pedestrians downstairs, all gossiping about what just happened. Who the hell would pull a stunt like this? Both of them peer down from the destroyed balcony. That's when Yo-sung looks over and sighs. Hey, maybe cover yourself up a bit, Kang Hyun? Suddenly realizing he's stark naked, he quickly covers his goods. Yo-sung casually mumbles, well, at least nobody got hurt. But that comment only makes Kang Hyun extremely annoyed. Am I a joke to you, you jerk? They keep bickering, completely blind to the fact that something in the rubble, but look closely right here, something is moving under the rubble. They have absolutely no clue they left someone behind. Look, just put some pants on first. You look ridiculous. They keep bickering, with Kang Hyun complaining about his wallet burning up too. Man, this really hurts. Neither of them notices Chae-moon buried alive and gasping for air. Help me, I said, save me, you absolute bastards. It takes quite a while before he's finally rushed out. Move, we've got an emergency here, out of the way. Chae-moon lies on the stretcher, eyes wide open, ignoring the paramedics yelling to see if he's conscious. He's only got one dark thought repeating in his head. Those bastards, I'm gonna slaughter every last one of them. Back at the messy office, Tae-gil just stands there speechless. He stares at the two guys still hanging around, utterly lost. But what actually leaves Tae-gil completely speechless isn't the wrecked office, it's the horrific, eye-burning outfit Kang Hyun is wearing. Why do you look like that? Kang Hyun angrily points at the culprit standing nearby. It's this idiot's fault. I only asked him to grab me some clothes. Yo-sung totally ignores the blame and just happily waves to Tae-gil. Hey Tae-gil, long time no see, government guy. Look cool? Tae-gil rubs his temples and groans. So who caused all this? Kang Hyun, with dark circles under his eyes, has no clue. I was just standing here when it blew up. Tae-gil speculates, can't you even guess? You know, like some enemy you recently pissed off? Kang Hyun actually tries to think about it. Grudges? Tae-gil just sighs, watching this clueless guy. Tae-gil is seriously stressed out. I can't even begin to imagine what kind of insane hatred would drive someone to blow up a whole building. Kang Hyun holds up a hand, stopping him. Hold on, let me finish counting first. He actually starts ticking off fingers, leaving Tae-gil frozen. 19, 20, 21, damn. There are way too many to count. Yo-sung pats his shoulder, telling him to stop joking and look outside. A helicopter is soaring right past their blown-up office, dumping a massive wave of red leaflets that flutter all over the place. They drift down into the ruined room. Kang Hyun snatches one out of the air, and as he reads the message, his blood instantly boils. Veins pop all over his head. These punks are seriously trying to provoke him with paper. Meanwhile, deep in a forest, heavy panting echoes as a pair of high heels comes to a stop. Chae-won stands there, catching her breath. The guy standing opposite her smirks at her pathetic state, mocking her for being so busy. She looks up in shock as he keeps talking. Min-chun just chuckles at her messy look, asking why she even dragged him into the middle of this disaster. As sunset hits the wrecked building, the day comes to a close. Staring at the ruined headquarters, Tae-gil looks at their backs and asks where they are going. By now, Kang Hyun has finally changed into something way less ridiculous. He turns around to face Tae-gil with a smug grin. Why even ask? Kang Hyun holds up the red leaflet, his anger totally gone. Instead, he looks hyped to finally have a real challenge. We gotta move now since we even got an official invite, and Tae-gil is already face-palming so hard his forehead is gonna break into a million wrinkles. Looks like things have officially hit rock bottom at this point. He drops some friendly advice. Hit me up if you need any backup, and I will do whatever I can to help. Kang Hyun is totally thrown off by this sudden shift. Like, wait, why the sudden change of heart? Before, you were whining about being way too busy to help out. He is super suspicious. Suddenly you have free time? Tae-gil grabs his head in frustration. Did I seriously not tell you about those punks spreading monster energy? Now watch this. He drops a theory that wipes the smirk right off Kang Hyun's face. They are the same dungeon terrorists. Tae-gil keeps laying out his logic. Hey, Kang Hyun, you remember that terrorist guy you handed over to us? The guys who are always hiding under those creepy black hooded cloaks? While tracking his background, we dug up some major indirect evidence that we absolutely cannot afford to ignore. Their numbers are easily 50 to 100, and despite being such a massive group, they hide their tracks incredibly well. But Kang Hyun is just casually picking his nose, grossing out Ju-song. Ju-song is totally disgusted by his attitude. But Tae-gil stays serious. Your clues are actually massive, Kang Hyun. That is when our main guy suddenly remembers a specific face he beat up. Yeah, the guy he thrashed so hard his own mom wouldn't recognize him. Oh, right. Those lowlifes from back then, right? Of course, he does not take it seriously and totally butchers the name. What was that guy called again? Kim Then Si? Tae-gil is already used to this. He is totally used to this terrible memory, so he calmly corrects him. It is Jang On-sik. He gets dead serious. We are closing in on their top brass, so there is no way I am sitting this out. Kang Hyun just scratches his chin, thinking hard. Wait, the Young-chi brass already spilled the beans? Kang Hyun is trying so hard to remember a specific name. What did they call their leader again? Choi-min. Chun, right? Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Min-chun is meeting up with Ji-seon. He asks her why she is calling him when he is so incredibly busy. She is gasping for air, screaming on the inside. How is this even possible? Her body is in absolute ruins, and she can barely even stand straight. She can't stand. How did things end up this bad? Ji-seon looks back to when she completely lost her mind and wrecked his base, endlessly questioning her own stupid decisions. Why did I do that? Her entire body is shaking violently. There is no turning back now. The grand empire she built, every single thing, including that fancy office she used to own, she trashed it all with her own hands. Ji-seon tries to force herself to calm down. This is definitely not why she started her guild. She remembers those early days, packed with fiery passion. She just wanted to conquer more monsters and grow. She wanted her guild to be the strongest, thinking it would save humanity. But that pure dream slowly rotted away after endless bloody dungeon battles. I just wanted more power, she cries silently, her trembling hand reaching out to grab her signature battle axe. How did it all go so wrong? Min-chun looks down, noticing her strange movements, but he has no clue what is actually going on inside her head. But Ji-seon knows exactly who dragged them into this mess. Choi Min-chun, it is all because of you, bastard. Min-chun just lets out a mocking laugh. Oh boy. He stays totally chill. You are doing something you are going to regret big time. He laughs like an innocent child. How pathetic. The moment he finishes talking, her men charge straight at him. They rush in to take him out. Min-chun sneers savagely. You worthless insects really do not know your place, do you? You see that? His terrifying aura just explodes outward, and those creepy red energy ropes bind the attackers, squeezing their necks so they cannot even breathe. Another massive red tendril whips across the field, slamming directly into Ji-seon. Being the commander, she takes a brutal hit and instantly coughs up fresh blood. She gets blasted far away. Shin-hung turns around, yelling out in panic, Guildmaster! Min-chun's eyes glow red as the bloody tentacle chokes Shin-hung even tighter. The rest of her crew is in the exact same death grip, struggling wildly. By the time the tentacles finally let go, they do not even have the strength to fight back. An entire army just drops to the dirt like useless puppets. Ji-seon is heavily wounded, barely propping herself up against a tree trunk as Min-chun slowly walks over. He pulls something out of his pocket and stops a few steps away. He tosses down the exact pills she used to take, commanding her like the Grim Reaper himself, take it. Ji-seon trembles, looking up in shock. He just stares down with pure disgust. You guys are completely useless now, but your deaths will still serve a purpose. At least your corpse will provide good research data. Go ahead and die nobly for the sake of humanity. By the time Kang Hyun's squad catches up, their jaws drop. He stands before the complete ruins and asks, "Is this seriously the Zhengqi Guild?" Siwon steps inside right behind him, looks like they wiped all evidence and ran. Plus, there are reports of a massive battle going down here. Kang Hyun suddenly notices people who are definitely not from their guild. But wait, why are you guys even here? Put on the spot. The officer totally panics and starts making up another dumb excuse. He claims he is the temporary leader of the Guardian Guild to protect humanity. Amazingly, Kang Hyun completely buys it. Oh, right. Keep up the good work then. He and the squad head inside to investigate. Man, this place is completely destroyed. Hope there is some clue left behind. Suddenly, Sung-a spots something in the rubble. "Hey, Kang Hyun, look over there." She points right at a door with the words Guildmaster's Office written on it. The Guildmaster's Office? Kang Hyun reacts instantly, grabbing the doorknob and slamming the door open with zero hesitation. Inside, the lights are still burning, accompanied by a violent, painful cough. Kang Hyun stands in the doorway, frowning deeply at the broken figure inside. The once proud Ji-seon is now bloody, gasping for her final breaths. She looks up and whispers Kang Hyun. A rush of old memories of her glory days flashes before her eyes. The tutorial on Earth, when her battle axe ripped through everything alongside her squad, clearing fields and becoming awakened. Back then, Ji-seon was so bright and full of confidence, like a fresh flower in the morning sun. She had the talent to clear stage 4, but honestly, she never wanted to take any of this seriously. Her memories drift back to when she was just a totally normal office worker, just an ordinary desk worker who had a very different kind of friend. Yes, her friend Ji-hee was completely different. She fondly remembers her brave friend wearing a firefighter uniform, standing tall years ago. Ji-hee was a real firefighter who just wanted to save lives. But life has a cruel way of tearing everything apart, until she lost her entire family in a monster wave. A white flower left forgotten on the floor, accompanied by a quiet, heavy sigh. They literally had to drag that funeral wreath through a tiny, narrow door. Is this really the final one, or are there way more left? Cheon sat silently on the bench, listening to them talk. Her heart broke for her late friend, who never even got a proper grave. She clenched her fists so hard, drowning in regret. Cheon cried her eyes out, hating herself for getting mad at her friend instead of saving her. Ji-hee could not even save herself before she died, leaving her beautiful youth behind. She died because she was weak, and back then, Cheon silently picked up that abandoned white chrysanthemum. That was when she made her choice. Remembering Ji-hee's dying wish, Cheon decided to carry on her legacy, stepping onto a deeply isolated and lonely path. She swore to get stronger, no matter what. But reality slapped her hard in the face when Kang Hyun dropped a brutally cold truth. "I do not care at all," he said. Cheon stared in shock at his retracted hand. Honestly, Kang Hyun was just totally bored and complained. "Why are you suddenly telling a story?" They waited in dead silence. Cheon clutched her steaming forehead and muttered, "There is no excuse for what I did." A sudden cough cut her off. "I am sorry, Kang Hyun. I did not mean to," she gasped, coughing up blood. "I had no idea about the medicine. I really did not know it had such terrible side effects." He stood there, watching her sink into despair, but his goldfish memory ruined the mood. He completely lost his train of thought, leaving Cheon totally speechless. "Wait, who even are you? Do I know you?" She froze, forgetting her pain. Kang Hyun turned to Yoo-sung behind him, asking if he knew. Yoo-sung shrugged helplessly, having absolutely no clue either. Isn't he with the Rebirth Guild? They kept chatting away, wondering if some random homeless guy was just squatting here. Meanwhile, the only outsider, Sequan, stood there in utter shock. His face went pale as he realized who was sitting there. "You idiots, that is the Rebirth Guild leader." Cheon was losing her mind. You have to see her reaction here. She literally burst out laughing, completely ruining the serious, intense vibe. Once she finally calmed down, Cheon looked down, shaking her head. "Seriously? I actually lost to a bunch of idiots like these guys? But honestly, that is exactly why they are so dangerous." She looked at Kang Hyun. "Look, there is something you need to hear about Choi Min-chun. He is the mastermind pulling all the strings." By the time night fell and the city lights flickered into the ruined room, her tale ended. "That is everything I know," Cheon said, giving him one last warning. "Seriously, you need to watch out because that guy is unbelievably strong." She compared him to the top rankers to make it clear. Is he as strong as Han Seo-jun or Choi Dong-gu? No, even together they stand zero chance. They would still lose, she added. He is actually a tutorial survivor. Hearing that, Kang Hyun's frown deepened, sensing the real danger here. A tutorial survivor who never registered with the government? What is his game? What is he planning with all these twisted, evil schemes? While he was lost in thought, Cheon's eyes snapped open. Her pupils flared with a creepy purple light, and her chest suddenly tightened up. Her heart pounded wildly as the purple veins spread across her skin from the drug's side effects. Clutching her chest, she gasped weakly. "My time is up, Kang Hyun. Just one last favor, I beg you." She smiled miserably, looking up at him with tears streaming down. "Kill me." Blood and tears mixed together, pouring from her bloodshot eyes. "Pavlov Adwase, take down Choi Min-chun. Avenge me and my entire guild." He slowly pulled his legendary sword out of his dimensional inventory. "Let us see about that," he murmured, as Cheon completely lost control of her own body. She lunged at him like a wild, rabid beast. Granting her final wish, Kang Hyun swung his blade in one swift, clean motion, ending it. He did not even look back, whispering in your next life, "Be both kind and strong, you addict." Cheon smiled peacefully as she faded away. "You are still as crazy as ever," she thought. Her dimensional inventory shattered, scattering weapons and gems that slowly dissolved into nothing. Kang Hyun stood over the fallen, once glorious guild leader. He picked up his phone. "Yeah, send a cleanup crew over here right now." Another day rolls around. Kang Hyun let out a massive yawn as the three of them sat together, watching the new dawn break. "Sunrise. That was way less dramatic than I expected," he sighed. "It all leads back to Choi Min-chun." He looked at Yu-sung. "What now? Should we head back to the office and grab some beers?" Yu-sung laughed weakly. Bro, our entire office literally blew up, remember?" As the sun rose higher, blinding them, Kang Hyun grinned. "Hey, at least I got some decent loot out of this," he said, showing it off. I mean, she was a guild leader, so her gear is top tier. Take this B-rank. Charlie's ring durability is 500 out of 500. It belonged to a legendary female warrior who trained her entire life. It carries her sheer willpower. But wait, the skill name is kind of trash. I mean, just look at this ridiculous skill. Mad Dog level 3. Once activated, you bite and never let go until the target dies. Kang Hyun was not thrilled. "This is so weird." Yu-sung smirked. "Honestly, it fits you perfectly." Sung-ah chimed in, saying she totally agreed. He was about to snap at them. "Do you guys have zero manners?" Meanwhile, Sequan watched silently, thinking the name actually matched Kang Hyun quite well. "What a bunch of absolute psychopaths," he muttered to himself. He was pretty terrified of them. No matter how you looked, they were totally insane, but there was no denying their overwhelming strength. Suddenly, Sequan realized something. What the Guardian Guild truly needs is not belief or justice. He clenched his fist tightly, making his ultimate decision. They just need power, absolute, crushing power. In his mind, a warning from the past replayed. He had seen people greedily chase power way beyond their limits, only to completely destroy themselves. He had witnessed it twice already. Sequan reached his final conclusion. No matter what, it has to be him. His answer was crystal clear. He is the only true leader. So this guy Sequan decides to pitch their Guardian Guild. He slams his foot down and stands dead straight right in front of Kang Hyun. "Pavlov Aduase, take our Guardian Guild in," he yells. His super serious voice actually stops Dusong and Sung-ae from joking around. "Pavlov Aduase, let us join your evil hunter guild." Kang Hyun just stands there looking completely dumbfounded. Like, what is this guy doing? But Sequan keeps pitching his guild, literally clinging to him like glue. "We used to rank second in national popularity, and we were only 13% behind number one. But our main character just hits him with a brutal, short reply. He says he does not care, but Sequan is pretty stubborn, following him and hyping up his crew. Our members are cracked. We just lost focus without our leader." He refuses to give up. No way. He claims they never lost their spot as a top 10 guild. He keeps rambling until Kang Hyun finally snaps. Hyun yells right in his face that he does not care. But Sequan is way too thick-skinned, going on about what if the evil hunters just takes them in. Kang Hyun is absolutely boiling at this point. Gritting his teeth, he slowly growls out every single word to make sure it sinks in. "Damn it, you are annoying." I said no. "Are you deaf?" he asks. But this insanely stubborn guy still clings tighter than a leech, muttering about how their guild has potential. Kang Hyun turns red and raises his fist, asking if he wants to get beaten up. Only then does the talkative guy shut up and squeak out an apology. As Sequan leaves all depressed, Sung-ah rests her chin on her hand. She sighs, wondering if that Guardian Guild guy actually has water for brains because he is pretty clueless. She asks if they should restrict office access. Dusong has to remind her that they do not even have an office left to ban people from. Having finally kicked the nuisance out, Kang Hyun scratches his head. He mentions Tae-gil is probably handling their new office, but mid-sentence, something crazy suddenly rushes toward them. Just as he says to head home, that clueless Si-kwon comes sprinting back, looking totally pale as a ghost. Just look at this madness. A massive swarm of red-eyed freaks is chasing him down like actual monsters, leaving Kang Hyun totally stunned. Like, what the hell is even happening here? Right on cue, the news starts broadcasting emergency reports about insane citizens suddenly losing all control. These rabid people are attacking everyone, and the military is mobilizing to stop them. In just 2 hours, hundreds of cases have popped up nationwide. The government suspects monsters or awakeners are behind this, preparing a response while the crazed mobs keep growling and rushing forward. They do not even care about the guns pointed at them. They completely ignore the soldiers yelling at them to step back or get shot. The soldiers are pretty confused, wondering if these are just normal civilians. Like, do they actually have to pull the trigger on them? Meanwhile, these drooling freaks are snarling and lunging directly at the troops. The two soldiers who were just talking can only freeze up in terror. They start screaming hysterically when a sudden flash of light slices right through the monsters. Kang Hyun spins around, stepping in to save them. He asks the screaming soldier if he is the leader here. When the guy stammers yes, Kang Hyun grabs his collar and barks at him to wake up. He snaps them back to reality, pointing out that these things have normal human bodies with zero defense. They can easily take them down with guns. The soldier stammers that they are just civilians. But Kang Hyun coldly asks so what, demanding if he still does not understand the situation yet. He gives him a quick reality check. Thousands of these crazed things are running wild, and he has got to go eat grilled beef. He says he is out of time, letting go of the idiot as the soldier frantically nods and promises to remember. He runs off, leaving them with a final warning to stay sharp. This mysterious outbreak quickly leaves the entire country in absolute chaotic ruin. After exactly 1 day, the chaos finally starts to settle down. 2 days pass, and we cut to a quiet corner in Seoul. Kang Hoon's crew has scored a temporary new office as a hideout. He is just chilling on the sofa, scrolling through the latest news. People online are asking if it is safe to go out. The situation varies, but most areas seem pretty much under control for now. Others claim they still hear gunshots, warning that crowded districts are still pretty chaotic. If you are in a major city, just stay inside. Martial law is still in effect and might last a while. Meanwhile, an anonymous video of Kang Hyun drops, and everyone is talking about it. Some call him a legend, while others call him a total psycho. The comment section under the post is getting pretty wild. People admit it is pretty violent, but agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. We really cannot afford to be picky right now. Some keyboard warriors try to act righteous, complaining about how terrifying his face looks, while other people are just pretty annoyed by the constant ads pop-ups. But the comment that really catches Kang Hoon's eye is a pretty insulting one, straight up calling his face absolutely terrifying to look at. You have to love his petty response. He quickly types back that he knows Kang Hyun and he is actually super handsome. Then Dusong pops in. Dusong asks what he is doing, making Kang Hyun jump up in total panic. I'm not doing anything, he claims, while Sung-ae inspects the place. She comments that the place is pretty nice, asking if this is their new base. He explains they are just borrowing it while waiting on Tae-gil. Tae-gil promised to find them a real office eventually. Kang Hyun wonders if he should thank him, while Dusong looks around looking pretty bored. Dusong says gratitude does not suit him at all. Just then, he calls Tae-gil, who answers in a pretty rushed tone, asking what he wants. Kang Hyun jokingly warns him that talking like that makes it look like he is just bored. Tae-gil is pretty grumpy, asking if that is not true. Tae-gil is typing on his keyboard while talking. He is not wrong, since he is currently buried under a massive mountain of work. He has to process a ton of emergency data while Kang Hyun is just rambling on. But still, Kang Hyun finally says thanks. Thanks for the hideout, but I've got one more thing to ask. Tae-gil cuts him off, telling him to make it quick since he's super busy. Yo, Tae-gil, I need some info because this case might be tied to monster powers. You probably know that already. Kang Hyun guessed it too. Yeah, I figured. Fine, let's keep it short. Can you get me some kind of poison? This weird request completely throws Tae-gil off. Say what? Kang Hyun just keeps going, asking for something that literally rots the guts, a deadly toxic substance, lethal enough to guarantee absolute despair. Tae-gil finds the request way too sudden and sketchy, but Kang Hyun reassures him, don't worry, I'm not planning to murder anyone. And do you have any info on a poison-resistant skill book? Tae-gil stops working and looks up, surprised he even knows about that. Are you searching for poison just for that, Kang? Hyun plays it vague. Yes. But he won't give a straight answer, just asking again if he has it. Taegil takes a second of his precious time to check. I will look, but even if I find it, it is going to cost a fortune. Hearing that, Kang Hyun panics. How much? I actually have some cash. The answer comes back at least tens of billions, but Kang Hyun already hung up on him. Dusong sits back with his arms crossed, acting completely chill. Heard that? We need money, tons of it. Really? Kang Hyun orders them to start brainstorming. Sung-ae sighs, saying it's not that simple. But then, she raises her hand with a crazy idea. Looking right at Kang Hyun, let's make merch for our guild. Both guys stare at her, completely stunned. Check this out, cut to a dark, stormy night where someone is furiously typing away, shattering the quiet. A bunch of bizarre search queries pop up on his screen. How to beat up your boss. How to attack your employer without getting caught by the government. How to strike an awakened person. This absolute garbage guild. Jae-moon is typing like a madman, desperately praying he can find a way to escape this madness. Just then, Kang Hyun's smiling face pops into his head. You heard me right, Jae-moon? Talk about cruel, especially since he is still covered in painful injuries. Yet, he gets slapped with a brand new mission plan, a merch sales event with these guys. Jae-moon slams the keyboard in pure rage as Kang Hyun's words echo in his mind. One day should be enough. Have it ready by tomorrow. Jae-moon curses his absolute bastard of a boss, muttering angrily under his breath while working. Seriously, why is he such a demon? Suddenly, the bell rings. Who is that? Kang Hyun wonders, so Sung-ae gets up to check. Who is visiting now? Dusong sits back, wondering if it is the government. Sung-ah walks over. Let me go out and see. Sung-ae speaks through the intercom, asking who it is. Han Si-kwan's rain-soaked face pops up on the screen, his voice coming through the speaker with a polite hello, and echoes inside. I am Han Si-kwan from the Guardian Guild. Inside, Kang Hyun groans upon hearing that name. Seriously, not him again. How did they even track us down? Dusong stands up, totally annoyed. He really doesn't want visitors right now, so he tells Sung-ah not to open up. They probably want to join our guild, Sung-ae says, looking at Kang Hyun. Dusong is a bit confused. Why not let them in? Expanding our guild sounds like a win. Kang Hyun wonders if those righteous guys would actually fit in with their crew. He thinks about it for a second, then nods. Yeah, true. The doorbell starts ringing like crazy, completely annoying Kang Hyun. Man, they are persistent as hell. Hey Dusong, go outside and smash that guy. Dusong is practically beaming at the chance to use his weapon. Finally, my specialty. What should I break first? His legs? His head? You idiot. I meant break the doorbell. Sung-ah cuts in, asking Kang Hyun if she can say one more thing before she finally drops the real news. Turns out, there are 3 people waiting outside in the pouring rain, and get this with Kang Hyun's attitude. Who knows how long they'll be stuck there? Finally, they pour some ice-cold beers. Sorry, we don't really have anything else to offer. He sets down 3 full cups of barley smoothie. The 3 sharply dressed guys just stare blankly at their drinks. Wait, this is just straight up beer, right? Is this a joke? Yep, real beer. Sitting there are Han Si-kwan from the Guardian Guild, plus Cho Dong-gon and Cho Sung-chan from the Heesun Guild. Ignoring their utter confusion, Kang Hyun just wants to deal with them quickly. By the way, how did you even find this hidden place? This was supposed to be a top-secret government safe house. The 3 visitors start explaining, with Si-kwan going first. I heard it from Captain Taegil. Then Dong-gon chimes in, saying Si-kwan told him. Finally, Sung-chan admits he just followed his younger brother here. Hearing this ridiculous chain of events, Kang Hyun can only let out a heavy sigh at their security. Man, our security is absolutely trash. He seriouses up. Fine, since you are already here, spit it out. What do you guys actually want? Si-kwan speaks up first, calling him guild leader. Actually, it is not me, it's him. He points to the guy sitting at the end. Despite the visible bruises on his face, Sung-chan calmly greets them, saying he is glad to meet them. He introduces himself properly. I am Chu Sung-chan from the Heesun Guild, and I came here to officially introduce myself to you, Kang Hyun. He bows deeply and sincerely. Things were way too chaotic last time, so I never got to thank you properly. Thank you so much for saving my little brother. He survived because of you. He adds in total awe that his brother told him how Kang Hyun single-handedly crushed the Jungjin Guild. Kang Hyun shrugs, saying it was just luck. So, what is the real reason you are here? Sung-chan brightens up. This might sound sudden, but would you let the Heesun Guild join the Eight Evils Guild? Kang Hyun is seriously sick of this. Not you guys too. But Sung-chan just keeps on rambling. We can definitely be a useful asset, plus we have experience running a guild. Kang Hyun just crosses his arms, looking completely unimpressed. Why is everyone begging to join us? Is the job market really that terrible? He grumbles, wondering if they think his guild is some job placement agency. But then, Sung Chan pulls out a tray of premium, beautifully marbled Korean beef as a token of his gratitude. Instantly, Kang Hoon's entire attitude flips. He aggressively shakes Sung Chan's hand. All right, welcome to the Eight Evils Guild. Let's all get along nicely. Both brothers beam with joy and thank him repeatedly. Pavlov Aduase, look after us from now on. Only Sikwon stands there completely dazed, wondering if it was really that ridiculously easy. Suddenly, he jumps up with a proposal. Let's feast on Korean beef tonight, Sikwon yells out, promising to cover the entire bill with his premium food vouchers if they let his crew join too. The room goes dead silent. Kang Hyun just stares at him, then slowly raises a huge thumbs up. Sikwon is officially in, and he is absolutely ecstatic. He casually waves them off, telling them to go find Jae-moon to handle their official membership registration and paperwork. Meanwhile, poor Jae-moon just watches his massive workload pile up yet again. Stressed out of his mind, Chae-moon raises his hand to object. Guild leader, I have a request, he says with a stiff, nervous smile. Can we please hire some office help? We are drowning in merchandise work here. Kang Hyun just scratches his head. Really? No clue, but hey, you handle the hiring, okay? Boom. Promotion time. From now on, you are the team leader. Everyone else actually claps and congratulates him. Chae-moon stands frozen, hand still raised in pure shock. Inside his head, his search bar is already updating with wild queries like cost to hire an assassin, resignation templates, and how to take down a guy named Kang Hyun. After dumping all his work, Kang Hyun plops down and asks their levels. They report 46, 42, and 36. Our main character is totally stunned. Huh? Kang Hyun literally cannot believe his ears. How are you guys guild leaders with such trash stats? Do-song calmly replies that he is level 53. And you? 58, he replies bluntly. Then he turns to Sung-ah, who clenches her fists in pure embarrassment, admitting she is only 46. Well, at least you leveled up since we started, Kang Hyun sighs, leaning back. But the other members are even weaker, right? Man, what do we do? The other three just stare, thinking the exact same thing you guys are, the actual monsters here. Suddenly, Kang Hyun jumps up with a crazy idea. Kang Hyun suggests bringing every single guild member tomorrow. Sikwon is totally caught off guard but stammers out that he probably can. Since their issues are mostly resolved, they ask if it is for registration paperwork. But Kang Hyun is already busy dumping more work on them. Leave that to Chae-moon, he says, ignoring the poor guy. You already know what awakened hunters do when they get together, right? His next words leave the siblings completely blank. Obviously, we are raiding a dungeon. Sang-chun asks nervously, wait, are we really doing that? Kang Hyun just smirks at their naive ideas. When they suggest practicing some teamwork, he completely brushes it off. No need. If you fight until you are practically dying, your teamwork will magically click. The three of them turn absolutely pale at his terrifying mindset. Getting stronger is not even a big deal, he says. Thunder cracks outside like a bad omen. You just know they made a massive mistake. But it is way too late now. The very next day, a loud voice booms out under the bright morning sun. All right, everyone. Kang Hyun gathers all the members right outside the dungeon gate. Welcome to the Eight of Spades Guild. Our rules here are incredibly simple. First, no useless fighting. Second, he says, holding up two fingers, whether it is a kindness or a grudge, you pay it back in full. And third, become stronger than anyone else. Kang Hyun claps his hands loudly. Everyone got that? Good. But then, his creepy smile. It instantly twists into something wicked as the dungeon gate screeches open behind him. Orientation officially starts now. Back to last night. Hey, about those members you are bringing, how many did you say you had in total? Sikwon starts counting them up. We have about 10 people since our main headquarters was wrecked, so we could not gather everyone. But these 10 are the absolute elite of the elite, and I promise you they are super reliable teammates in battle. Kang Hyun listens, then shifts his gaze over to Sang-chun. What about you? Surprised, Sang-chun quickly speaks up. We only have 2 left since our guild completely fell apart. Trying to save some face, he adds that he might contact some old teammates. Kang Hyun thinks for a second, rubs his nose and mutters, only 10 people, huh? They probably won't die. Wait, what did you say? Sikwon sweats bullets, staring at him. Kang Hyun quickly plays it off, saying he just said welcome. He asks for more details. What is your team comp like? Do you have a healer? Sikwon nods quickly, saying they have just one. Getting the answer he wanted, Kang Hyun smirks. Perfect, you will see tomorrow. Cut to the actual orientation day, and everyone is sweating bullets, whispering about why they are doing orientation inside a literal dungeon. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun is hyped. All right, listen up, he yells out. From this moment on, we are going to fight inside this dungeon. You guys are probably sweating over this sudden raid, but do not worry. I brought a professional safety team to watch our backs, so do not be scared. He gives them a creepy smile and menacing look. Let's move in. The D-rank dungeon, Tomb of Olam, opens up. Right from the start, one guy gets slammed hard against the wall. Covered in blood with his eyes rolled back, he slowly slides down as his terrified teammates watch in absolute horror. Get up and keep fighting, Kang Hyun yells, refusing to let them rest. How do you plan to save humanity with zero courage? Move it! Sequan, pale as a ghost, begs him to let them rest. But Kang Hyun just shoots him a freezing, heartless glare. If they want to get stronger, shut up and watch. He yells again. Where is the healer when they stop moving? You have to keep pushing them forward. Sequan screams out, Wait, Kang Hyun, stop. He looks over at their female healer. Janha is on the ground with a nosebleed, pushing past her limits. She is completely out of mana, and she looks ready to collapse. She literally vomits blood. Sequan begs for mercy, yelling that she is only level 21. But Kang Hyun just looks back coldly. Have you ever completely run out of mana? Sequan is dazed. What? Kang Hyun turns around. With devilish eyes, he asks again. Have you ever truly bottomed out your mana? Sequan nervously stammers that the body usually warns you first. Exactly, Kang Hyun yells, turning fully to face him. He slowly drops each word. When your mana is completely, utterly empty, first, your vision narrows. He speaks from raw, brutal experience. Everything around you goes completely black. He remembers the pain perfectly. Every muscle starts seizing up. Your heart thumps wildly, and taking a breath feels impossible. Sequan is absolutely terrified. What are you saying? But look at him laugh, this guy is officially insane. It is the best state to force your stats to rise without leveling up. Sang-chun completely panics and cuts in. I have never heard of that. He begs alongside Sequan, saying that might work for strength, but Mana Kang Hyun rudely cuts him off, cause literally nobody else has the guts to do it. He looks at him, asking if he knows why healers level up so freaking slow. Since they never actually fight on the front lines, Kang Hyun is not backing down, his cold voice demanding they force their stats up by any means. The absolute fastest way to get strong is through pure pain. Kang Hyun learned this the hard way, constantly pushing himself right to the edge, between life and death. The others still cannot wrap their heads around it, arguing that they only have one life and cannot just risk it every single time. But while they are busy crying about it, a giant Olim crashes the party, lifting this massive boulder high over its head. One shielded teammate gets trapped right under its shadow, totally frozen in fear. But right then, a bare fist flies in out of nowhere. It is Kang Hyun. Hyun obliterates the Olim with a single strike, shattering it to pieces right in front of the kid. Don't sweat it, he says calmly. I told you so. Kang Hyun grabs the blue core stone from the monster's remains and crushes it like a soda can, reminding them they are not going to die. Suddenly, someone yells, Hey boss! Du Seong runs over grinning, shouting that he brought them, while Sung-ah is already sprinting ahead. She is running for her life in front, while he is cheerfully tagging along behind, leading a bunch of giant Olims right to them. This time, 2 squad members turn completely pale, shaking in fear. They are crying, not again, and one guy even begs to just be killed instead. Hyun just ignores their desperate cries like a boss. He commands everyone to get ready to fight, promising they will absolutely not die. So they better fight with everything they have. He smiles warmly, adding that he will just resurrect them anyway. Meanwhile, social media is absolutely blowing up. Yo, did you see the photos the 8 Aces posted? The comments are going wild. Rumor says the 8 Aces recruited a ton of new members, even posting on Insta. Anonymous 1 says he saw it. Anonymous 2 remarks they recruited a lot, and Anonymous 3 is like, wait, they have Insta? Seriously? Did you not know? Look at this. Everyone online is talking about the same thing. Did Guardian and 8 Aces actually merge? Word is, they took in Guardian members. Are they really top 10 now? Anonymous 1 complains they do not fit at all, and everyone sees a major issue in the video. But looking at their feed, they look so dead, like they just crawled out of a month-long dungeon crawl. The comments keep piling in, with someone laughing at how completely miserable their faces look. Anonymous 2 agrees, and Anonymous 3 calls it a masterpiece of people who clearly did not want to take a picture together at all. The newest 8 Aces post says, "Live decently." Everyone in the picture has crying eyes except the officer and Du Seong, giving netizens absolute gold to gossip about. Anonymous 1 notes they look like they just massacred people, not monsters, while Anonymous 2 wonders why everyone looks ready to commit a real crime. The smell of delicious barbecue fills the air, but some heavy vibe is keeping the whole room totally silent and tense. A quiet voice tries to calm things down, but the brown-haired guy slams his hands on the table, fiercely arguing against working with Kang. Hyun is a straight-up maniac with zero sense of justice or morals. The kid's face is bright red as he lets out all his anger. He complains that they did not switch guilds just to live like slaves. The officer silently picks up his chopsticks, telling him to watch his mouth. He reminds him he is no longer the vice leader, just a team captain now. Beside them, Yeonha is crying her eyes out, sob-whispering that she cannot take this anymore and that a disaster is bound to happen. The officer just stares blankly, completely out of words. The brown-haired guy raises his voice again, begging him to go back and rebuild the Guardian Guild, insisting they can make a comeback together. The officer stays completely silent, slamming his chopsticks down in frustration. Then, in a cold voice, he repeats the words, "Guild leader," reminding them who Kang is. Hyun is indeed a crazy leader, unpredictable and with a terrible attitude. Hearing this, the brown-haired guy gets excited, thinking the captain finally agrees. Exactly, right? But before he can even finish, the officer shuts him down, firmly stating that Kang Hyun is stronger than any hunter they have ever seen, by a landslide. The officer pauses, thinking back, and admits that they obviously cannot expect any noble morals or heroic beliefs from a guy like him. The sizzling meat keeps smelling amazing while the tension climbs. Under his command, there is absolutely zero room for their guardian ideals, which is just a cold, hard truth. But then, the officer slams his fist on the table. He looks at them, stating that there is only one thing they can be absolutely sure of: they will get strong. The officer thinks back to his past battles, especially the insane C-rank dungeon raid. Remember that absolute nightmare? Every single slash carved itself deep into his memory. He will never forget those scars. Clenching his fist, he tells them that to protect humanity, you do not just need a big heart. You need absolute power. Justice without strength to back it up is just a joke. He stops, letting the truth sink in. Getting his composure back, he stands up and says he is not going to force anyone. But then, he actually bows down deep. He begs them with total sincerity, asking if they can find it in themselves to trust him and follow his lead just one last time. His bow leaves the whole room stunned, even the angry brown-haired kid. After a tense silence, the guy sighs and finally nods in agreement. Fine, 1 week. He promises to endure it for 1 more week. Fast forward to a week later, inside an E-rank swamp goblin dungeon. The gray-haired guy walks ahead, complaining about how gross and damp this place is. The dark-skinned guy behind him explains that for E-rank dungeons, this is the most secure. Since there are just way too many mobs, that makes sense to Greyhair, who agrees that there is really no better place to farm mana stones than here. Plus, it is so massive they rarely run into other squads. He decides they should head that way, but right as the words leave his mouth, the gray-haired hunter freezes, spotting piles of dead goblins ahead. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing someone else is already on their path. They keep moving anyway. The dark-skinned hunter mutters that whoever did this has zero manners and did not even mark the trail. But the gray-haired guy slows down, looking closer. He stares at the goblin bodies in disbelief, shouting that all the valuable mana stones are still inside. His buddy looks completely baffled, asking what. He rushes over, yelling that it is actually true. Staring at the glowing loot, Greyhair is shocked. Can't help but lose his mind, wondering how much cash they are about to make. He starts scooping them up, yelling that they hit the jackpot. No idea who helped us, but thanks anyway. Suddenly, some crazy loud banging noises echo from nearby. The gray-haired guy freezes up, wondering what the hell is heading right toward them. Is there a fight going on nearby? The tanned kid glances over, seriously terrified those monsters might double back to reclaim their loot after getting exactly what they came for. Greyhair starts panicking, urging them to get moving and get the hell out of there. But they barely take a step before freezing dead in their tracks. A massive horde of goblins rushes out from the dark forest wielding all kinds of weapons. This terrifying sight makes both of them lose their absolute minds and scream out, "Goblins! Oh, you are not ready for this." A sudden flash of light cuts right through a goblin's head, accompanied by some crazy, chilling laughter. That loud laugh is downright terrifying, Junha and another guard crack up like total maniacs, yelling about how sweet the sound of crying is and demanding blood. Show me way more blood. He flexes his massive, jacked muscles and charges right into the goblin crowd, completely hyped as he yells for his next victim. The brown-haired guy and the rest of the crew rush in right behind. Watching this wild battle unfold, Kang Hyun laughs, saying this is how a real fight should be. But the guards immediately complain, calling it way too boring. Come on, bring us a real challenge with way stronger enemies. Hearing that just makes him smirk even harder as he claps back. Talk about cocky after a simple warm-up. Kang Hyun grins and says they are going to totally clear out every single D-rank dungeon today, letting out another crazy, creepy laugh. This whole scene makes gray hair and the tanned kids seriously question reality, staring at these guys who seem to be losing all of their humanity. Completely lost, they wonder what they just witnessed. Things have been pure chaos since the Baddest Guild expanded a week ago. Rumors are spreading fast among the awakened that Baddest is basically a giant playground for Kang Hyun to do whatever the hell he wants. 8 gold coins slam onto the table. Junha waves his hands, calling for another round of drinks. Bring us another bottle of rice wine. Right next to him, the other gray-haired guy is chugging like a madman, totally wasted, slurring about how sweet it tastes. The other guards are stuffing their faces and loudmouthing, leaving Sigwan totally exhausted. Drinking after a raid is the absolute best, but then he looks over at the brown-haired guy. Hey, didn't you guys promise last week that after 7 days he pauses mid-bite, playing dumb, asking what he is even talking about? Sigwan scratches his head, trying to steer the conversation. Look, we have got the leverage we need to get stronger now. I mean, shouldn't we? Shouldn't we go back to the Guardians instead of staying with Baddest? The brown-haired guy slams the table, sending food flying, asking what the hell is he saying. Boss, we are still missing so much. His face tenses up as he raises his voice, saying he finally gets it now. This is exactly what they wanted all along. We are currently protecting people at the highest tier. As he speaks, the other members crack up, loudly agreeing with him. Sigwan pulls out his wallet, sighing that he is just their team leader, not some big brother. But whatever, he just lets it go. Sigwan pulls out a black card to pay, walking out of the restaurant totally wiped. He still tells them to enjoy their meal though. Order more if you want, I have got some business to handle inside. Hearing that, the guys get hyped, shouting their thanks to their awesome boss. While they keep partying, Sigwan walks out into the night. He looks up at the starry sky, wondering if his late guildmaster is resting in peace up in heaven. Staring at the stars, he feels a lump in his throat. Even though the leader is gone and the Guardian Guild has completely fallen apart, but the Guardian spirit you left behind is still very much alive. Thinking back to the noisy restaurant, he whispers that the guild members are doing just fine. They are putting everything they have into keeping the faith. But as Sigwan says this, he suddenly freezes up, his eyes filled with pure doubt. But why does he feel this way? As the night gets darker, a heavy sense of dread washes over him. Deep down, he knows something has gone horribly wrong. What should I do? This is bad. Meanwhile, the guard members stand in front of a massive building, their eyes going completely wide with awe. Staring at the massive building, they start chatting excitedly, asking if this huge place is seriously their new guild headquarters. Baeksung-ah looks up, totally mesmerized by it. I saw it yesterday, but seeing it in broad daylight hits completely different. Next to her, Yu-sung grins, joking that it still looks pretty modest. Kang Hyun steps up as the voice of reason, warning the hyped-up crowd not to break stuff. He stands in front, telling them no destroying property and definitely no fires. And here is where it gets crazy. The entire squad ignores him and starts rushing inside like a chaotic mob. They shove each other in a chaotic mess, yelling to get out of the way. The sight leaves Sigwan completely speechless, while Dong-soo just watches blankly. Well, those warning rules sounded pretty weird anyway. The members gasp in pure shock as they explore, completely blown away by the size of the place. They shout in excitement, finding a private cafe just for guild members on the first floor. Moving upstairs, they spot a massive gym and training area on the second. A few of them head higher, throwing open the doors to the lounge. They step inside with pure excitement, pointing out a massive commercial-grade fridge. Someone else spots the drinks, yelling about the beer in the third-floor lounge. Standing behind them, Kang Hyun's eyes light up with pure satisfaction. Now this actually feels like a top-tier guild. Behind him, Yu-sung casually suggests they should add a cocktail bar next, but Kang Hyun's eyes suddenly narrow in sheer shock. Kang Hyun whips around, squinting at him. Wait a second, aren't you still a minor? Yu-sung raises an eyebrow, completely confused why he is suddenly asking that. He rubs the back of his neck, admitting that he is indeed underage. Kang Hyun panics, demanding to know if he was chugging beers earlier. Yu Sung sighs, explaining that it was only non-alcoholic beer. Hearing this, Kang Hyun completely freezes, frowning as a sudden memory of their crazy guild dinner flashes back, leaving him totally stunned. Kang Hyun squints suspiciously at Yu Sung, thinking to himself, "Wait, has this kid really only been drinking sodas this whole time? He looks so much like a wild rebel that I never even noticed." Gritting his teeth, he asks with a dark voice what he is playing at. Yu Sung just looks blank. "What are you even talking about?" Suddenly, Taejil calls on the phone, asking with a serious voice if Kang Hyun has finished checking out the building. Kang Hyun grins excitedly, saying, "Yeah, it arrived last night and the decor is sick," but Taejil just frowns in disbelief, wondering how they decorated anything in such a short time. He gives a dry laugh, hesitating before saying, "Well, we did something." But Taegil suddenly brushes it off and changes the subject, asking what that thing actually is. Kang Hyun. Hyun asks back, totally clueless that thing. He points straight to the merch. "Is that your idea, Kang Hyun?" Hyun laughs it off, saying, "Ah, the merch? It was definitely not my idea," Kang Hyun says, suddenly curious if it went live already. Taegil answers vaguely, saying it is currently a hot topic online. "Everyone is talking about it," he adds, "especially that figure." Kang Hyun freezes a figure. He drops his camera and spins around to look at Sung Ah and Yu Song. He stares at them with heavy suspicion. After a tense silence, Kang Hyun raises the phone, telling Taegil to hang on while he calls back later, then hangs up. He immediately demands to know what on earth is going on. Yu Song looks around shiftily, acting dumb and asking what is wrong with it. Sung Ah also avoids his gaze, playing innocent and saying she has no clue what he means. Kang Hyun stares, highly suspicious of their super sketchy vibes. He stops asking and decides to search it up. They threw away their chance to be honest, so let's see what this merch actually is. And oh boy, get ready. Kang Hyun completely freezes. There is his own familiar face looking wild and crazy on screen, listed for an absolutely ridiculous, astronomical price, especially his own smug face displayed at the corner of the screen, leaving him shattered. But wait, the comment section is even wilder. People are losing it, asking who would buy this joke of a figure. Kang Hyun is absolutely fuming, dragging his blade across the ground in pure rage. He gives them a terrifying dark glare and demands an explanation. Yusong quickly makes excuses, saying he left the merch production to someone else. Regular t-shirts or keychains are just too boring. Kang Hyun is not buying it, asking and then what? Yusong acts innocent, saying he is the face of their guild. He is their ultimate icon. But even with that explanation, Kang Hyun radiates a terrifying aura, shutting Yusong up. "And then what?" he presses. Yusong replies it seemed fun, so he did it. Right then, Kang Hyun swings his blade in sheer fury. Yusong quickly dodges the slash. He even teases him, asking why he is suddenly matching his mood, acting all embarrassed. That shameless face just makes Kang Hyun lose his mind even more. Veins pop on his forehead as Kang Hyun unleashes his fury, making Yusong scream for his life, begging his guild leader not to bring the whole building down. Later that night at a warehouse, Kang Hyun explains they are on a mission requested by team leader Shin Tae-gil. He reveals the actual plan. They are posing as buyers of monster power to get close to the seller. Thinking back to the earlier chaos, Kang Hyun shivers at the memory. Since the recent incident seems tied to this drug, the Special Ability Management team wants to take the initiative and make a move. Still annoyed about the figure, Kang Hyun asks if they can take it down. Next to him, Yusong calmly puts his hands in his pockets. "Why would we take it down?" Yusong shrugs, bragging that they already pre-sold 500 copies of that ridiculous, sketchy-looking item. He calmly adds that his own figure hit 6,000 pre-orders. Kang Hyun grinds his teeth, cursing under his breath until a voice crackles in his earpiece. It is a scout reporting that a car is arriving. He adds that his sensory ability detects 1, 2, 3, about 10 people heading their way. As soon as he speaks, the second gate swings open. A woman leads the way, followed by a squad of guards marching in formation. Yusong turns to him, casually asking if he ever mentioned that his only real ability is his gut intuition. Kang Hyun is caught off guard. Hyun looks at him, saying he never mentioned it. Yusong tells him to check out that girl. Hyun asks who she is. Yusong recalls their academy days during mock combat. She was the annoying girl whose hand he absolutely crushed into pieces. Hearing this, Kang Hyun finally gets it. He glances over, wondering how she ended up as a monster power dealer. Yusong just sighs to himself. He realized he should have trusted his gut from the start, muttering that he should have crushed her head back then. not just her hand. Gigi panics and says, "No, we should show the money first." The masked leader signals his buddy to open up the briefcase, revealing tons of fresh cash. He silently plots that they will easily locate their enemy's main base using the tracking device they hid inside the bag. Inside the bag, he thinks to himself that spending this much cash on a single op is totally insane. The government is pretty bold. Gigi asks if the amount is correct, and the masked guy says they can count it later. He demands that they show their goods now. Gigi carefully takes the briefcase from her partner and slowly opens it up. A strange, glowing light bursts out, shocking the masked gang as their leader stares inside the case in utter disbelief. Resting inside is a magic stone radiating pure energy. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light erupts from the case, shooting straight into the sky. Gigi sighs, muttering that ever since partnering with that skull guy, crazy things keep happening. She makes a quick mental note. Its only weakness is that it is a single-use item. Gigi looks back suspiciously, asking the special ability management team if they thought she would not notice. She turns to retreat, assuming they put a tracker on the cash, but instead they got totally played. Suddenly, a subordinate shouts for Gigi to look over there. Out of the thick smoke, a massive, muscular figure crashes down, sending shockwaves everywhere. Kang Hyun bitterly admits he got caught. He reminds his team that they still need to secure most of the funding from team leader Shin Tae-gil. Gigi gasps in shock at Kang Hyun. She asks if he is with the management team now. Kang Hyun smirks, bragging that he must be pretty famous if she recognized him instantly. She yells at her squad to watch out, warning them that these guys are not normal. She screams that they are actual psycho freaks. They even sell weird character figures. Then she freezes, wait, if this is Kang Hyun, who is the other guy? Do-song casually asks if they even know each other. His sudden appearance completely freezes her in place. Suddenly, Juji flashes back to a bloody, brutal maniac. She panics so hard she can only stutter and nod in agreement. Furious, Kang Hyun roars to ask Han Do-song what he is doing. Do-song calmly shrugs, saying he has a solid feeling about this. I figured something would fly our way, so I hid behind this sturdy bamboo. Kang Hyun glares, you really want to die, don't you? Looks like we are in for a brawl now. Do-song is totally down. But Juji, she grinds her teeth, eyes filled with rage. She screams the order to wipe them out. Right away, a knife-wielding thug lunges, aiming a lethal slash straight at Kang Hyun. But Kang Hyun blocks it instantly. In a flash, he swings his leg, planting a brutal kick right into the guy's face, sending him flying. That insane, bone-shattering kick unleashes a massive shockwave, blasting the enemy straight into the far wall. Meanwhile, Do-sung, wearing a wild smile, swings his heavy weapon too. His spiked mace flares with a purple aura as he charges into the crowd. An enemy slashes with a sword, but Do-sung barely even dodges it. He whips around, eyes sharp and dangerous. In a split second, Do-sung counters, swinging his mace to unleash a devastating trail of purple energy. Kang Hyun turns and bellows in frustration, "Hey, we are supposed to capture them alive. Why are you outright killing them?" Do-sung casually replies, "Come on, it is just one guy." Juji immediately charges up her magic staff, unleashing a massive blizzard skill. Freezing frost coats her blade. Too cold. But she notes they are holding up better than expected, then activates her freeze skill. Kang Hyun wonders if this trick even works. Juji reminds herself this magic stone is her trump card she cannot afford to hold back now. Knowing Kang Hyun's reputation, she won't play dumb and get blindsided. She whispers to finish Do-sung, but suddenly, a chilling voice speaks right behind her. They won't die from a weak spell like this, right? Looking from above, the entire floor is already encased in a thick sheet of ice. Panic sets in. Are they really dead this quickly? With a wild grin, Do-sung swings his weapon down to help out. His heavy strike completely shatters the surrounding frost. The massive ice block trapping Kang Hyun starts to crack and crumble into pieces. Kang Hyun walks out, joking about her being their refrigerator. Juji panics. "Monster," she screams, telling her team to swallow the new drugs immediately. He protests about the side effects, asking if she wants them dead. Juji just shrieks at them to swallow the strange red capsules immediately. Glowing with a faint purple aura, the pills take effect instantly. Their bodies mutate violently. Muscles swell, veins pop on their necks, and they grit their teeth to the point of bleeding from the sheer, painful rush of power. They mutate into massive, muscular giants. Pure terror. The overwhelming pressure completely dominates the battlefield. Kang Hyun sighs at these lunatics, but Do-sung stops him, telling him not to interfere. Kang Hyun looks back, totally confused. Dusong grins, saying they will be much stronger once they finish transforming. Kang Hyun can only curse at this absolute lunatic. Dusong jokes about some rule to never attack during a transformation. Shut up. Kang Hyun snaps, leaping high into the air with his blade raised. He aims to crush them mid-transformation, but their bodies are already mutating, muscles tearing and swelling with raw power. Their eyes glow blood red. A sudden blast of raw energy shatters the floor, sending debris flying as Kang Hyun lunges forward, only for his attack to be stopped cold. Kang Hyun gasps. No way. He is shocked they blocked his blade, but the massive thug is already coiling back to punch. The massive fist connects cleanly, slamming Kang Hyun straight into the dirt. The impact is so heavy it shatters the stone floor. The giant laughs, asking how that tasted. He points at Dusong, declaring him next. Dusong just blinks me? Oh, this is awesome. The thug sneers. But Dusong easily slips past a heavy overhead strike, wearing a half-serious, half-mocking smirk on his face. With glowing red eyes, he shows zero fear despite the cuts on his face. Dusong casually glides right past the charging crowd like it is nothing. The thug glares with bloodshot eyes, but Dusong drops from above, pinning him hard. Bones crack loudly as the guy gasps from the heavy impact. Holding him down, Dusong pulls out a sharp weapon and throws it straight at his target. A sinister red light flashes through the air. The projectile nearly pierces the enemy's eye. Dusong charges forward, swinging his blunt weapon hard. As debris flies, another attacker rushes in to help. Dusong reacts quickly, turning to guard. Juji screams that it is over for him, just as a massive, blinding flash of light explodes. Cutting right through the battlefield, a glowing pink energy arrow pierces the attacker. Sung-ah suddenly appears, hanging upside down with insane flexibility. Holding a massive bow with calm, cold eyes, Sung-ah playfully calls out, "Hey, that was a pretty nice shot." Juji gasps in absolute horror they have backups too. She quickly looks over at her last two remaining allies. Ordering one of them to deal with that pest, Juji raises her magic staff to cast another spell, but she freezes when she spots a menacing shadow stepping out from the dust. He is already activating his ultimate power. Activating his giant power, Kang Hyun roars in sheer frustration. "That actually hurt," he grunts, taking heavy, ground-shaking steps forward. "Come here, you bastards," he growls. Juji completely loses it, screaming at the top of her lungs for him to stay back. Dusong grins, asking if he can finally go all out now. Taegil just sighs, and honestly, can you blame him for being stressed? Dusong chuckles, saying they barely even fought. Kang Hyun sighs, wondering about their main target. You seriously did not leave a single soul alive? Kang Hyun just casually points to an empty field and says, "Yeah, the survivors are buried right over there." Taevyu's face goes pitch black. "What is this?" Kang Hyun calmly says it is just today's new scumbag, leaving him completely speechless. "No, that is not what I was asking." Taevyu sighs in exhaustion, but still tells him good job anyway, promising to contact him soon about the massive mission rewards. "Go get some rest now." Kang Hyun smiles, thanking him while making sure to remind him to make that reward massive. Dusong just laughs his head off. "Man, this is too much fun." The scene shifts outside the security office, where two guards watch a pretty dark hallway. The suits keep tight watch outside the interrogation room as Taevyu starts grilling Sun Juji, 26 years old, currently living over in the Mapo district. "Is that correct?" She stays dead silent. Taegil shrugs, saying if she wants to play the silence card, fine, and immediately starts grilling her with rapid-fire questions. "Who is Choi Min-jun? Is he the boss?" Taegil scratches his head, annoyed they do everything from dungeon terror to selling drugs. "Why on earth are you guys doing all this anyway?" Taegil presses hard, asking if it is just for money. He gets annoyed, demanding a straight answer. "Wasting both of our time is pretty pointless." Juji smirked, saying even if he heard the truth, he would never understand anyway. "Government dogs like you would never understand anyway." Her eyes roll back in pure, crazy fanaticism as she screams that only he can save this pathetic world. Taegil's face darkens. He crosses his arms, demanding to know who this he is, whether it is Choi Min-jun or someone else, asking if they are some kind of cult. Oh, things are about to get really ugly. Taegil picks up the interrogation tools and casually stuffs a gag in her mouth. Tool in hand, Taegil casually tells her that talking nicely makes things easy for everyone, and grabs her hand with a pretty terrifying threat in his eyes. "First, let us pull one out." Juji's eyes widen in pure rage as she releases a wave of absolute zero frost, grinding her teeth in total hatred. Outside the locked door, guards freeze. Inside, Taegil calmly says there are 9 more left, his cold voice sending shivers down her spine. Better talk before I keep going. Taegil coldly presses, delivering his final, heavy question. Tell me, what is the ultimate, true goal of your entire group? Wiped out? Minjun mutters in total shock. His assistant nervously confirms that yes, after checking, every single member is dead. They died even with the new medicine, she adds, reporting they captured Juji but lost her track. He falls silent. The nameless grunts or whatever, but Sun Juji was actually pretty useful. Minjun demands to know why they failed, asking if the management team deployed their top hunters. Did they send Choi Dong-gu? The assistant stammers, trying to find her words, before finally blurting out that Kang Hyun was the one who crashed the party. Kang Hyun and the Eight Evils Guild? Minjun is totally shocked, muttering that he cannot believe this kid stopped our plans. But he also managed to capture Chung Dong-shik. Minjun whispers to himself, his face darkening with exhaustion as he complains that this kid is becoming a major pain. Minjun orders her to take out Kang Hyun first, warning her to get it done. The terrified assistant nods as he demands they pack up and move their base immediately. Juji knows our location, so we will be found soon. The assistant bows, and he turns, hoping for good news next time. Minjun shoves his hands into his pockets, thinking about Kang Hyun. The guy is insanely strong on his own, and now he has gathered a squad we cannot ignore. Wait for it, look at that wicked smirk. Minjun just figured out a devious way to use this whole situation to his advantage. Minjun realizes he can totally use that guy. Meanwhile, back at the Eight Evils Guild base, Kang Hyun is chugging down a cold energy drink like a beast. He lets out a refreshed sigh, his face glowing with satisfaction, when suddenly, a fountain of liquid sprays straight out of his face. Water shoots out of his eyes and nose as Sung-ah screams in total panic, asking if he is okay, while Kang Hyun just coughs violently, begging for some tissues. Sung-ah quickly hands them over as Do-song asks what on earth he was doing, joking if he was drinking poison beer just to put on some weird show. He jokes, asking if Kang Hyun lost all his money in the stock market. Kang Hyun just explains he is testing a special item from his team leader. He got it from Taeview to build up his poison resistance. Do-song jokingly asks if he is from some poison clan, but Kang Hyun proudly boasts that the results are insane. He laughs, boasting that he even unlocked a poison resistance skill yesterday, giving him passive immunity that pretty much blocks out any toxic effects on his body. It reduces any toxic damage. Kang Hyun adds this poison is actually pretty brutal, since his body usually clears normal toxins instantly. He normally recovers before the poison even spreads, but this stuff is still making him numb. Do-song guesses it must be venom from a D-rank boss monster. Normal people would drop dead instantly. Sung-ah chimes in, saying she heard it is super rare and expensive, meaning the hunter management team is absolutely loaded. Well, they messed up big time with us, so I used the chance to extort them for a massive payday. Just then, a system notification pops up showing his poison resistance skill leveled up to rank E. It reduces any toxic damage. Kang Hyun hypes himself up, demanding the bartender to pour him another round, this time served on the rocks. Sung-ah enthusiastically gets to work, asking if he wants his lethal drink shaken or stirred. Kang Hyun immediately waves his hand, telling her definitely do not shake it, just stir it. Jae-moon is internally screaming, trying to convince himself everything is fine, but secretly wondering why these guys are still hanging out here. Do they not have their own private executive lounge to chill in? Kang Hyun just enjoys his drink, finding the sound of Jae-moon typing away on his keyboard oddly relaxing. Jae-moon lets out a heavy, stressed sigh. He is drowning in anxiety, crying inside about how hiring staff made his life harder. Instead, his workload has basically doubled, making him promise himself to quit the moment he hits 1 year. Suddenly, Kang Hyun blankly looks at his ringing phone. Hello? A very polite voice on the other end introduces himself as Sun Jun-ho from the powerful Hunter Alliance, leaving Kang Hyun wondering what this urgent call could be about. Are you that guy from the Awakened Union that Dong-gu talked about? He calmly says yes. They actually met once before. Jun-ho presses him. Do you seriously not remember? He hums, racking his brain, before asking if he gave him a business card back then. The guy calmly nods, yes, so Kang Hyun asks what the heck this is even about. Jun-ho straight up asks him to meet up to discuss union business today. But the guy hesitates, acting like today is super tight for his schedule. He claims he's pretty busy, saying official stuff should go through the guild. But then he drops an offer nobody can refuse free premium beef on him. Hearing that, Kang Hyun immediately loses his mind and screams into the phone, asking where he is. Jun-ho waves his hand with a huge smirk, saying he's already right here. Long time no see. he says, rambling about how long it's been since he had beef. Wait, no, since they met. Junho calmly leads the way. Let's go. We have to walk through these back alleys for a bit. Kang Hyun tags along, nodding, but suddenly freezes and asks Sun Junho a random question. Since you were at that big meeting, you must be a pretty high rank, right? But how come you weren't on the front line during the raid? Kang Hyun presses him about not fighting, and Junho awkwardly smiles, claiming he's only level 3 and totally hates violence, so he stayed back. Hey, fighting isn't the only gig around here. Just think of me as the guy handling all the boring chore stuff. Come on in, Junho says, gesturing toward the restaurant. This place is perfect for a quiet chat. Inside, fresh, marbled beef is already sizzling loudly on the grill. Junho waves his hand, insisting he'll do the grilling himself. Junho explains they've got some serious stuff to discuss. Smiling, he asks Kang Hyun if he's down for a quick drink. Kang Hyun excitedly throws up a thumbs up, demanding some ice-cold draft beer. He chugs the entire glass in one go, sighing in pure satisfaction. You're actually pretty good at grilling. So, what's this union business anyway? Is it really that heavy that we had to meet up face to face? Suddenly, Kang Hyun's eyes go wide with pure shock. He starts coughing violently, dropping his glass of beer as it shatters and slides off the table. Oh crap, look at this. He can't breathe as his throat burns, and Junho's friendly smile instantly vanishes. Now, his eyes are dead, cold, and completely gray. He just watches Kang Hyun collapse, writhing in absolute agony as two henchmen burst through the door. Dressed as waiters, they instantly drag Kang Hyun out. Junho whips out his phone, giving a creepy, evil report that he's successfully taken care of Kang Hyun. I'm gonna make sure he's finished, boss. Junho's face twists into a bizarre, creepy grin as he promises Choi Min-chun the job is done. I'll wrap this up nice and clean, sir. But right as he hangs up, the cleaning crew yells out, telling him to deal with the corpse himself. Junho turns around with a totally fake smile. Of course, he tells them. The cleanup crew gets hyped, asking if they can play around with the body first, but he just slams the door on them. Meet the cleanup crew of this shady group. Their combat stats are basically 0, but when it comes to covering up murders, these guys are elite pros. Junho let out a heavy sigh, but behind him, psycho laughter and stabbing sounds are already echoing. Those freaks literally treat dead bodies like their personal toys. He wants absolutely nothing to do with them, but as Junho walks away, a bloody hand suddenly grabs his shoulder. Hey, get your dirty hands off me. He freezes in shock. It's none other than Kang Hyun, casually holding a knife and telling him that beef was delicious, though the seasoning was a bit weird. Check this out, a system screen pops up showing Poison Resistance E rank unlocked, making him immune to toxic stuff. He drops the knife with a loud clang, challenging Junho to a direct showdown first. Meanwhile, the old man is completely frozen like a statue. Junho takes a massive punch right to the face, leaving him totally bruised up. Next thing you know, they're both sitting back at the grill like nothing happened. How the hell did you know? Junho asks, his eyes swollen shut. You faked being poisoned, which means you must have expected this whole thing from the start. Even with his face completely wrecked, he keeps trash-talking, claiming there's no way Kang Hyun is smart enough to pull off a fast move like that. You just aren't that smart, kid. Kang Hyun is totally losing his patience, wondering what this old geezer is babbling about. Junho asks when he actually figured it out. And how much do you know? Kang Hyun just grabs some meat, scoffing at his level 30 claim. That lie was so obvious only an idiot wouldn't notice. See, Junho didn't realize he was leaking insane bloodlust. Level 3? Yeah, right. Anyone can feel his power level is easily over 50. Kang Hyun eats a piece of meat, asking if he can actually sense it. If you don't believe me, take a sip. Suddenly, the old man shuts up completely. After a silent pause, the old man sighs and apologizes for baiting him like this, claiming his secret organization forced his hand. But before he can even finish his tragic speech, Kang Hyun cuts him straight off. Hold up, we can talk about your group later. Right now I just want to eat. But Junho won't quit, asking if he'd rather join their side instead. Honestly, that just starts getting on Kang Hyun's nerves. I told you to wait, Kang Hyun says, holding the tongs. Are you brain damaged or something? We don't negotiate with terrorists. Hearing that, Junho's voice drops low. Yeah, to kids like you, we're just terrorists, he mutters. But he truly believed Kang Hyun would understand. His calm facade completely cracking as his emotions spill out. If things keep going like this, humanity is toast in 5 years. We're the only ones trying to stop the end. Literally, only we can save everyone. Only us. But before he can finish, Kang Hyun slams the metal meat tongs straight into his face and kicks his chair back to stand up. Cut it out. you're totally ruining my dinner. Kang Hyun walks over to him, saying if he wants to talk so bad, he's listening. The old man gasps in relief. Grabbing a pair of scissors with a psycho smile, he tells him they aren't chatting. He presses the sharp blades right against Junho's fingers. He's going to spill everything. Kang Hyun starts interrogating, completely unaware that the old man is activating some weird blue capsule in his mouth. He casually asks if he should snip off the pinky or the thumb first. But everything goes south in a flash as Junho's body starts reacting violently. Kang Hyun freaks out and jumps back, yelling about what the hell is happening to him. Disgusting purple foam bubbles out of his mouth as he drops dead. The scissors clatter to the floor. Kang Hyun grunts that this guy was an absolute maniac. If this keeps up, humanity is doomed in 5 years. Walking out the door, those words haunt him as memories from 3 years ago flash in his mind. In 3 years, the nation faces total ruin. Kang Hyun falls deep into chaotic thoughts anyway. It is coming within 5 years. That recent vision hits him again. Tone-wise, it is not a countdown. Is humanity not staring straight at an apocalypse? For sure. Dungeon difficulty keeps skyrocketing. Even C-rank gates are brutal now. If higher ranks drop Kang Hyun snaps back to his carefree state. Worrying changes nothing. He pulls out his phone first to report to team leader Shin Tae-gil. The screen lights up with tons of notifications. Was it on silent? Why are there so many missed calls? He calls Shin Tae-gil back right away. Hello, the line answers. Hello, Kang Hyun. Shin Tae-gil sounds panicked. Why were you unreachable? He walks and replies, guess I missed the ringing. Shin Tae-gil's face looks pale with anxiety. Buddy, do not stress too much. Stop saying crazy things. Right now, get straight to the martial law command center. But Kang Hyun stays strangely calm. Martial law? Wasn't that abolished already? Shin Tae-gil roars in fury. Just check the news. Can you get here or not? They talk over each other. This isn't something to talk about over the phone, plus I don't even know where that place is and I need to change first, Shin Tae-gil says, quickly hanging up. I'll send the coordinates. I'll meet you there. Wait, hold on. At least explain first. Kang Hyun has absolutely no clue that literally everyone in the room is staring right at him. With all eyes locked on him, the phone in Shin Tae-gil's hand goes dead silent. Honestly, the look on his face is twisted into something pretty terrifying right now. He's already warned them 1,000,000 times that the regular military can't handle this. 2 days ago, after hunting them down relentlessly, the government finally located the terrorists' secret lair. They sent their most elite special forces team to wipe them out, but one single man stood in their way, a monstrous shadow radiating pure, raw, killing intent. Choi Min-jun completely annihilated them all. Meanwhile, Shin Tae-gil presses his thumb against a biometric scanner, sliding the heavy doors open. Man, this place is seriously high-tech. Kang Hyun looks around the room, asking if this is some classified base. Tae-gil basically says, yes, it's top secret, and if a leak happens, yeah, I get it. He's already getting annoyed, asking if he seriously looks like the type to blab. Tae-gil just ignores him, reaching out to grab the handle of the next door. Remember what I told you earlier? Tae-gil warns him, emphasizing that this is a critical meeting, so he absolutely, under any circumstances, cannot start any drama today. Kang Hyun squeezed his eyes shut, sighing that he already got the message. But there's a spark of excitement in his eyes. He's lived for moments like this. This is a man of massive power and status, the president of South Korea himself, Han Sung-hoon. Instantly, every heavy hitter in the room turns to lock eyes on them. As everyone stares, a condescending voice rings out, mocking them for bringing only one person when the entire awakened management team was ordered. Shin Tae-gil politely says they are busy, but the guy just scoffs sarcastically. My God. He keeps pushing, asking if they even have a real emergency summon system, while another official immediately chimes in to nag, complaining about loose discipline during a national crisis, until Han Sung-hoon finally speaks up, telling everyone to quiet down and reminding them that following military advice got them completely wiped out. It was an absolute disaster. Han Sung-hoon furrows his brow, pointing out that just like Captain Shin Tae-gil previously stated, things need to change. The awakened must take the lead. Han Sung-hoon, face blank, says times are changing and they have to adapt. Immediately, another member of the council agrees with him. Exactly, that is my point. We need to draft these awakened directly into the army. Hearing this, Shin Tae-gil's face completely twists with rage. Guilds are just a fancy label for private mercenaries anyway. You guys already botched this mission once and still haven't learned your lesson. That is exactly why I said we need to deploy real hunters immediately. All you old geezers did was buy Choi Min-jun more time to make his escape. The rest of the room whispers. Honestly, these guys don't care about the crisis at all. They're just desperate to claw back the power they lost to the awakened. Veins pop on Shin Tae-gyu's forehead. He can't believe these suits are playing politics when so many brave people just died in that failed operation. And you won't believe what happens next. Kang Hyun blurts out that this is utterly pathetic, catching every single person off guard. I can't listen to this garbage anymore, Kang Hyun snaps. Wait, what did you just say? He slams his fist onto the table, unleashing a wave of curses. Do you old farts think we're dogs? You order us to kneel and join the military? What total garbage is that? The three officials just stare, completely dumbfounded. I heard you guys threw a tantrum and ruined the entire mission, right? His rage is totally unstoppable now. Don't you feel any pity for the dead? How can you even call yourselves generals? If I were you, I'd be too embarrassed to wear that uniform. Kang Hyun stands tall, leaving even Han Sung-hoon stunned. Mr. President, you must have a miserable time babysitting these incompetent clowns. Kang Hyun turns around, telling him to fire them all before calling him next time. Even Shin Tae-gyu takes a moment to process what just happened. What is this? Why does he suddenly feel so incredibly good inside? Deep down, an incredibly satisfying wave of relief wells up inside him. Smiling, he lightly pushes the door open to leave. Having a mad dog on his side is surprisingly heartwarming, but just then, a voice calls out from inside. Kang Hyun pushes the door back open, grinning. Turns out you are still stuck inside. I actually have no idea how to get out, so show me the way. I'll walk him out and be right back. Even after they leave, the room remains suffocatingly quiet. Finally, one furious official stands up, yelling at the president that they absolutely cannot let this slide. They are throwing a massive fit, screaming about national honor and making a huge scene. But Han Sung-hoon is just barely holding back a laugh. The president bursts out laughing heartily, filling the entire room with his booming amusement. Yeah, it is safe to say this meeting is officially over for the day. Han Sung-hoon clasps his hands, dismissing the room so they can reschedule. The next day, over at the headquarters executive lounge, Kang Hyun makes a wild proposal. He wants to duel on Woo-sang. Woo-sang is totally caught off guard, asking what is wrong with him since he usually avoids him like the absolute plague. Kang Hyun isn't messing around at all. He suddenly says he needs to train a bit, out of nowhere, right? See, Choi Min-chun is a heavy hitter, probably some elite graduate from the training academy. To beat him, leveling up isn't enough. Sure, his stats are climbing, but raw numbers are too slow now. He needs real skills. Suddenly, the image of Dusong crushing that monster flashes back. Pure combat technique. Kang Hyun keeps begging for a fistfight, just raw basic skill, no flashy abilities allowed. Dusong spins around, instantly forget it. I'm out. He lazily scrolls his phone, muttering that without skills, Kang Hyun is basically nothing special. He keeps throwing shade, saying Kang Hyun couldn't touch him anyway. A guaranteed win is just boring. That definitely hits Kang Hyun's pride. Are you looking down on me, kid? Dusong just taunts him back, asking if he is scared of having his weaknesses exposed. He sits up and laughs, man. Even kids don't fall for cheap bait like that anymore. Then he throws out a deal. Try bribing me, because a boring match is a total waste of my time. Kang Hyun's finger freezes right in Dusong's face. Then Dusong smirks. How about a bet? If you win, we do it your way. I'll do whatever you want, within reason. A smug grin spreads across Dusong's face. But if I'm the one who wins, he wants that Season 2 Kang Hyun limited edition model. Leaning in close, he demands full production rights. Kang Hyun just mutters that he is completely insane. But Kang Hyun takes the bait anyway. Fine. Let's settle this once and for all. Cut to the S-rank Earth Eagle dungeon, where the monsters only hunt at night. So by day, this place runs a sweet side hustle, renting out the space to big guilds who need a spot for team training or destructive skill tests. It's incredibly popular. Usually, you've got to hit up the owner guild and pay a massive fee, but the Eight Evils Guild, they get it completely free. All thanks to some very polite negotiation. And by polite negotiation, I mean using raw muscle. Since dungeon ownership isn't legally protected anyway, they just took it. Now, Kang Hyun and Dusong lock eyes. The top two beasts of the Eight Evils Guild are about to clash. Kang Hyun's feet lift off the ground, light as a breeze. They charge. His fingers tighten around his hilt, launching a strike so insanely fast it's a blur. But Dusong? He still dodges it. Planting his hand on the dirt to pivot, he slips in a nasty kick. Kang Hyun is just a fraction too slow and takes the hit. Dusong backs off, teasing that he is too slow for his size. Then he lunges again, swinging his heavy mace down. Kang Hyun raises his arm to block. Bones snap instantly. A wave of blinding pain hits him. Like clockwork, Dusong just hops backward again. You didn't forget our deal about no healing, right? Kang Hyun shakes his broken arm, seriously pissed. He charges right back at him, but Dusong just sighs. He's completely chilled out. Do you even know what your real problem is? He doesn't even use his hands to counter, because Kang Hyun's moves are just way too predictable. With just a slight shift, he effortlessly dodges the blade. Even with only one hand on the ground, he's totally controlling the flow of this fight. You've got to read a step ahead. Dusong's mace glides right past the blade. You need to learn how to redirect the enemy's force. Just like this, he locks down Kang Hyun's sword. His feet kick into action, but the real threat is his gaze. Sharp, cold, just like a blade. You have to strike the openings. Spinning low in a flash, Dusong disarms him. The sword slips, slicing Kang Hyun's own skin as it falls. Dusong plants his foot right on the blade. Game over, he says, resting his mace on his shoulder. I win, right? Kang Hyun spits blood from his torn lip. Not even close, brat. Clenching his fists, he lunges forward. Dusong doesn't even flinch. He actually looks amused. You really think you can fight me barehanded? The mace slams hard into the dirt. His speed is unreal, completely catching Kang Hyun off guard. Dusong's eyes go cold. I'm bored now. Let's end this. Pure killing intent rolls off him as he delivers a brutal, low kick right to the groin. The sheer agony makes Kang Hyun scream inside. Clutching himself, his face completely pale, he groans in pain. Dusong just laughs, all right, I win, go ahead and heal now, you psycho. He sports that evil grin. From now on, I'm making the figure exactly how I want. True to their deal, Dusong strolls away, plotting to launch it online immediately. Meanwhile, the internet is already blowing up. As a car door slides open, someone mutters, I didn't expect him to fund and release it this fast. Kang Hyun steps out of the car. He stares at the gate ahead. Honestly, he really didn't want to resort to this. The C-Rank Knights practice arena. This place went viral because the monsters here possess insanely high-level swordsmanship. Kang Hyun hesitates. Still, they say there's no better spot to sharpen your skills. Fine, everything is cool, totally fine. But seriously, why did the monsters in this place have to be freaking goblins of all things? He pulls the heavy door open. To think he'd end up learning swordsmanship from a goblin. Inside, the deep, heavy echo of ocean waves resounds. Ahead lies a pitch-black tunnel. Standing guard inside is a proud goblin knight named Korzo. Hearing a sound, he snaps his eyes open. Later, he'd remember this exact second. Out of his entire monster life, if he had to pick his absolute worst nightmare, it would easily be the moment he crossed paths with this guy. What comes to your mind when you hear goblin? Sure, they look like dumb beasts, but they're actually highly intelligent and possess their own advanced civilization. The system screen pops up, Goblin Knight Korzo. No doubt about it, this monster is a legitimate master of the blade. In an instant, Kang Hyun feels a totally different kind of pain. Just as he expected, this creature's movements are elite. He's nothing like normal goblins. Kang Hyun slowly backs away. Stat-wise, he still holds the upper hand in raw strength and stamina. Overpowering him with raw force would be an easy win, but Kang Hyun frowns. That's not what he's here for. He needs to stop relying on stats and focus entirely on pure technique. As he retreats, Korzo matches him, suddenly ducking low with insane agility. Kang Hyun senses the danger too late. A vicious slash rips across his chest, drawing blood. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he stares at Korzo. Thick killing intent rolls off the goblin as he pants. Seeing Kang Hyun's state, he actually chuckles. Very interesting, Korzo mutters. Raising his blade, he promises a painless death. But the deep gash on Kang Hyun's chest is already starting to heal. Standing tall, he murmurs that he's finally starting to get the hang of this. Now, the real fight begins. Hey, let's go another round. Meanwhile, in another dungeon, the system alerts that Dusong is moving so insanely fast he's a total blur to the naked eye. He rushes the iron golems without hesitating, literally using their ugly metal faces as stepping stones to land. Dusong leaps up again and brings down a strike so brutally heavy it completely crushes the monster's head. He just stands there, totally chill, watching them crumble. No idea why, but this totally reminds me of Kang Hyun. Right then, the system pops up a magic arrow notification. That's Sung-Ae's magic arrow. Channeling mana into it makes it pretty powerful, but the drain is way too high, and these monsters are basically just mindless puppets. Against brainless hunks of metal, arrows are almost completely useless. Realizing this, she charges straight ahead, unleashing a pretty terrifying wave of pure killer intent. It is time for close combat. She leaps high, easily dodging its attack, her blade gleaming with deadly light. She drives the dagger straight into its chest, slips behind it in a flash, and sends its metal head rolling onto the ground. That was clean. Sung-ah celebrates her quick win, totally oblivious to the sneak attack coming from behind. Luckily, Dusong steps in and absolutely flattens the monster with his mace. That's a no-go, sis. Never mind Kang Hyun, but your role is strictly long-range support. Just like that, the smug grin on Sung-ae's face completely vanishes. Changing your combat style on a whim is incredibly risky. You get that, yeah, I get it, she mutters as the metal bodies crash to the ground. Dusong shoves his hands in his pockets, wondering where the heck Kang Hyun went and why he's taking so damn long. He only heard Kang Hyun was heading to the Eastern Demon region. Eastern Demon, wait, this is bad. That rocky cliff belongs to the Goblin Knight. That's the Goblin Knight's personal training ground. Meanwhile, Karo is losing his absolute mind because that crazy human doesn't have a single scratch on him. Even after getting his arms and legs sliced off, the guy just keeps standing back up. The only thing keeping the goblin's fractured sanity from breaking is his deep-rooted knightly pride. But even that pride is starting to crumble now. Right at that exact moment, the system spam starts. Intermediate swordsmanship has leveled up to advanced. This busted advanced skill lets you read the opponent's sword path and react with insane precision. You can swing however you want, but always stay humble. Yes, Kang Hyun is absolutely hyped, shouting out a massive thank you to his goblin buddy. He even casually introduces himself. I'm Kang Hyun, what's your name? Karo stays on guard, muttering something that sounds like Kang Keon. The goblin salutes with a hand to his chest. Kang Hyun smirks, waves goodbye, and tells him he'll see him tomorrow as he walks away. Karo waves back, totally happy. He doesn't understand human speech, he's just incredibly glad this absolute living nightmare is finally over. Of course, if he knew what see you tomorrow meant, he'd probably pass out on the spot. The next day, Kang Hyun challenges Dusong to a duel. Dusong doesn't even ask questions and just agrees. Kang Hyun is oozing confidence, claiming this time will be different, but Dusong is thinking about something else. Looks like he's about to unlock a new pose. Drop that trashy stance right now. Meanwhile, at another headquarters, a dark room holds a different secret. Shin Tae-il is locked in a dark room, fingers flying across the keyboard. He's tracking Choi Min-jun, the mastermind behind the dungeon terrorist group. This is the guy behind the massive wave of dungeon breaks since the start of the year. He's been distributing a highly illegal drug. Called Monster Power, it is causing nationwide chaos. The drug causes an insane, unnatural spike in an awakened user's physical strength, but the side effects are brutal, driving users into a pretty violent frenzy. Even worse, it hit the civilian market, turning normal people into mindless beasts. Shin Tae-il clearly remembers the filthy faces of those terrorist members, especially Dong Shik and Sun Yuji. They were completely unhinged. You idiots don't understand our noble cause, even Yuji said only their leader could save this rotten world. Absolute delusion. As he scrolls further, more dark data pops up. The outbreak is officially spilling over. Normal people are losing their minds. Those crazy cultists, Dong Shik on the left and Sun Yuji on the right, are leading this absolute madness. Acting like absolute fanatical cultists, they claim they're saving humanity. Seriously, who actually believes this trash? Shin Tae-il just scoffs at the whole thing. After causing dungeon breaks and distributing banned drugs, Choi Min-jun still acts like a savior. That guy is genuinely out of his mind. Constantly rambling about saving humanity, what is your real goal? Meanwhile, at the C-rank Goblin training ground, Kang Hyun tries to start a conversation. Sitting across from Kiro, he's deeply puzzled. Where did he go wrong? Is it his sword technique? The difference in skill level shouldn't be this massive. They both ramble back and forth, entirely in their own languages. Why do I keep losing like this? The more I look at you, the more my head hurts. Kang Hyun is totally lost in his thoughts. Is it raw reflexes, or is it just intellect? He starts bragging again, claiming he was called a pretty big genius back in school, even ranking third. Karo grunts back, basically telling him to get lost. Seriously, looking at your face makes me want to bleach my eyes, the goblin's expression clearly says. Kang Hyun grips his sword. Still, having someone to listen to my rants is pretty nice. He keeps talking, driving Karo crazy. All right, master, let's do this again today. The goblin's sword flares with terrifying intent as they clash again. You absolute lunatic. Stop playing around. A bit later, both Kang Hyun and Karo are sprawled on the ground, completely exhausted. He steals a glance. Losing to Dusong is one thing, but this goblin is also a monster. His mind goes blank, even with my passive skills active. I can't win. Karo grits his teeth, equally frustrated. I couldn't even win once. A sudden realization hits Kang Hyun. Wait, is this guy leveling up every time I get stronger? Is he seriously scaling with me? Kang Hyun waves goodbye, calling him master and promising to return tomorrow. Karo sits up the moment the human walks away. You are finally leaving, the goblin sighs. Kang Hyun glances back. I've got to go trash that jerk Dusong now. He casually walks away, hands in pockets. Karo rolls his eyes in pure exhaustion, wishing to never see his face again. Meanwhile, on the online hunter community, the hot topics are blowing up. Hater comments are flooding in left and right, trashing him over his slow-ass production speed and telling him to stick to making cheap monster models. They say he is so money-hungry he turned his guild into a trashy souvenir shop, where his sales pitch is way stronger than his actual combat skills. The facial details on these toys are so insanely realistic, it is borderline creepy, almost like high art, proving he is way more serious about merch than fighting. He is just a total show-off with a decent body but a trash personality, making Kang Hyun rage slam his phone down with a loud curse. He is incredibly salty that this jerk threw tons of cash into those throwing knives only to lose money, so why is he trying so hard? Wiping his damp hair, he tells himself to calm down and focus on what the real issue is here, before suddenly spiraling into a wave of intense self-blame. Could it be that I actually have zero talent for this? His thoughts grow heavier by the second, hating to admit he might just be a fraud. Carried entirely by cheap hacks, just like Dusong claimed, Kang Hyun flops onto his bed, telling himself to drop the nonsense and sleep. But peace does not last as the room gets noisy, with shout-outs to turn off the lights, while a massive goblin horde gathers deep inside the dungeon. Goblins are born to hate humans. It is an instinct hardwired into their genetic makeup, making Karo's friendly behavior with a human highly offensive to them. It deeply triggered the horde, forcing them to make a brutal call regarding this disgraced goblin knight who had lost all his self-respect. They attack, aiming to banish him forever, but they completely overlooked one crucial detail, because when pushed to the absolute brink of death, a true knight fights back. A fierce fire ignites inside Karo's eyes as he prepares to unleash his peak power, ready to shatter his limits and fight to the end. Get ready, because footsteps are suddenly echoing through the pitch-black dungeon, with flickering torches making the whole vibe feel completely cursed. The place is a total mess with skeletons littered in the corners, heaps of treasure piled up, and terrifying stone statues staring down with wide wings, while Kang Hyun stands with one hand on his sword, looking around at the chaos. Yet he keeps marching down the corridor, deeply confused about what is going on as he stares into the dark abyss. Why is it so dead silent in here, he wonders, before his eyes suddenly pop wide open in absolute shock as he spots something ahead. He rushes forward, sensing a massive wave of mana in the air, and calls out to Karo, whose body looks totally different, covered in deep scars and radiating insane raw power. Kang Hyun calls out to his turn back, I am over here. Karo spins around instantly to find Kang Hyun standing tall behind him, gritting his teeth with a low growl as his eyes lock onto him like prey. He looks completely devoid of any emotion, leaving Kang Hyun staring in absolute disbelief as he blurts out what is going on here. Seeing Karo reach for his hilt, Kang Hyun realizes he felt this pressure from afar, but now it is crystal clear as Karo draws his sword. The goblin slowly steps forward while Kang Hyun stands frozen in thought, realizing this monster's aura has shifted entirely as a red gleam flashes in Karo's eyes, locking onto his target and taking a lethal stance with his weapon. He swings his blade through the air with a vicious growl before launching himself forward like a rocket, kicking up a massive shockwave. Karo unleashes a devastating strike right at Kang Hyun, but luckily he gets his blade up just in time, gritting his teeth as he barely holds off the crushing impact. A system alert pops up showing his Bagan Greatsword durability dropped to 400 out of 500, right as Kang Hyun shoves Karo back. His sword actually vibrates in his hands as another warning flashes, showing durability has plummeted to 287, making Kang Hyun break into a sweat. Now look at this, his eyes pop in absolute shock, remembering how his durability barely budged in any of his previous life and death fights. One single clash just wiped out over 100 points. If this keeps up, his main weapon is toast. It will shatter before he can block even a few more strikes, forcing him to duck a sudden swing and quickly pivot his entire strategy. His best bet is to cut down on useless moves and just dodge, barely slipping past another brutal swing from Karo by sprinting straight ahead. The goblin's giant blade slams into the dirt with an explosive crash as Kero glares with bloodshot, murderous eyes, tracking Kang Hyun's every single movement. He moves like wind, dodging slashes by inches. Suddenly, Kero leaps high into the air, landing a clean scratch right across Kang Hyun's cheek. Kero demands to know how a mere human is this fast, feeling highly proud of himself. Kero boasts about the massive gap in their strength, while Kang Hyun realizes that if he hadn't trained against him daily, he would be dead. Kero's eyes glow as his blade grazes past, with Kang Hyun admitting to himself that he can barely even track the trajectory of these attacks. He backpedals to evade the relentless onslaught, knowing that against a master swordsman this fast, any slip-up will cost him his life. He will read my pattern in seconds and throw an unpredictable counter, making Kang Hyun grit his teeth, wondering how to survive. The goblin growls that the weak puppet from before is gone, his rising aura wrapping around him like a raging storm of energy. Gripping his sword, Kero declares that Kang Hyun will not disgrace his name any longer, putting every single ounce of his remaining power into one last, absolutely lethal blow. His bloodshot eyes pop wide open. Die, human. But Kang Hyun casually cuts him off. Hold on. The system instantly flashes as giant strength and Hun's secret tool activate, allowing Kang Hyun to land a massive, direct punch to Kero's face. Stop forcing that cringy deep voice. It is annoying. Kang Hyun then unleashes a brutal barrage of punches right onto his jaw. The relentless beating leaves Kero literally crying in frustration, as Kang Hyun snaps that he had been holding back to be nice. Did you honestly think I was some easy target? Leaving Kero to scream in sheer agony, as Kang Hyun's voice echoes all the way out of the dungeon. Give me a straight answer. Later, Koro, covered in bloody wounds, is forced to kneel on the cold stone, holding his sword high to take his punishment while a satisfied Kang Hyun looks down. Man, it has been forever since I felt this good, he growls. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun is totally locked in, dissecting the crazy new move his opponent just pulled off. Analyzing how Koro fought, Kang Hyun rubs his chin. It was raw mana, definitely not some basic system skill, he thinks. Standing up, he fires up his aura while the other guy just stares, totally lost. This energy flow is completely different from normal skill activations. Yeah, it has got to be like this. He reaches out one hand, grips his blade with the other, and starts muttering, channeling raw mana straight into the steel. A massive surge of pure power explodes from his body, wrapping around his blade in a wild current. He shouts out, I finally get it now. Koro! Nearby, Koro turns pale as a ghost, completely freaked out. The wounded fighter realizes Kang Hyun must have crossed the literal border of death to reach this insane level. Talk about a literal monster in human skin. Kang Hyun just quietly turns off his power and tosses out a quick thanks, standing proud. Hey, thanks to you. I can finally crush that kid now. But wait, his smug grin vanishes instantly when he sees the chat comments reminding everyone that he constantly gets clobbered by Anjuseong. The online forums are blowing up. Rumors say they are throwing hands at the Earth Basin again. Anonymous user 932 asks why these two guildmates are constantly fighting. Wait, doesn't Kang Hyun get totally wrecked every single time? Is his hype fake? Comment 654 drops a bomb, saying every time he loses, a new action figure drops. No way. It makes sense though. No wonder he is always hanging out there. Is this real life? That explains why his power-ups are getting ridiculously fast. I am dying. Talk about internet logic. Now check this out, back at the actual basin. A crowd is gathering. They are here, watching live. One guy clutching his popcorn grumbles, telling the crowd behind to stop pushing. Someone else asks who is taking the crown today. His buddy doesn't even hesitate. My money is obviously on Anju Seong. No contest. Wait, what? Are you calling our guild leader a joke? Kang Hyun is easily taking this. Meanwhile, Shi Quan is watching from the shadows, looking super stressed. Let's ignore the chat and get back to our main fighters. And Jusang has his giant club resting on his shoulder, grinning. Yo, the new figure draft just dropped. Want a sneak peek? I made this one extra detailed. Kang Hyun steps up, resting his massive sword on his shoulder. We are ending your stupid games today. And Ju Seong laughs like a madman, yelling that this model is hitting the shelves today. Boom! They clash, lighting up the arena in two contrasting colors of energy. And Ju Seong swings his massive club with wind-shattering force. On the flip side, Kang Hyun swiftly raises his blade, blocking the heavy strike as bright sparks fly everywhere. With a wild, confident grin and crazy eyes, Kang Hyun unleashes a brutal counter-slash that completely knocks the giant club out of the kid's hands. He thinks to himself that he can feel everything perfectly now, his smirk never fading for a single second. He is entirely confident in his current state. He is not just dumping mana into his sword anymore. It feels way more fluid, way freer, as he delivers another heavy strike. His sword crashes down, hard. He is flowing mana everywhere, forcing his opponent to desperately leap back. Wait, feel that? It is like a high-voltage current is literally buzzing and surging straight through Kang Hyun. Every single one of his senses is dialed up to 11. His whole body is burning up, starting from the micro-movements of his muscles into how his center of gravity shifts. He can track the exact trajectory of that massive club. Reading his enemy's moves makes his own counters highly precise. So this is what peak state feels like. Kang Hyun ducks under an attack easily. Meanwhile, Anju Seong has been swinging at thin air this whole time. Frustrated, he yells out that this is pure insanity. He puts everything into his next series of attacks. "Try blocking this one," he screams, raising his club high. He leaps into the air, prepping his final, absolute killer blow. He brings it down with lethal force, but Kang Hyun's blade effortlessly parries the massive strike. His eyes gleam. Pure pride. The weapons clash in a violent storm of sparks, and his opponent's club gets overwhelmed. It gets blasted straight out of his hands, flying high into the air. He stares in utter disbelief as the club spins and slams right into the dirt. At the same time, the kid collapses hard. Kang Hyun just rests his sword on his shoulder, watching him struggle to sit up through the clearing dust cloud. And Ju Seong wheezes out, asking if that was a system skill. Kang Hyun simply says, no, he doesn't believe it. Stop lying, that was totally a skill. Kang Hyun just laughs at him. What's wrong with you? And Ju Seong props himself up on his hands behind him. He looks up and clicks his tongue. Kang Hyun points out that someone at his level should easily know that wasn't some basic system skill. The sky is clear blue again, like nothing even happened. And Ju Seong sighs, asking where on earth he keeps learning these ridiculous moves. He calls him a literal monster. Right after, a marketplace screen pops up online. Pre-orders are open for a 1/6 scale action figure of Anju Seong. The Love Volume 2 is priced at 1,000,001 but discounted to 799,900. Down in the comments, people are losing it. He is insanely handsome. A top hunter with a face like that? Life is unfair. Seriously, please be gay. He doesn't even need filters. That vibe is pure model status. Even dressing like a total slacker, his visuals are blinding. Did you know he is incredibly young too? Rich and young, what a cheat. Is he some rookie idol debuting soon? No, wait, he is a hunter. He is actually an awakened hunter from the ADAT Guild. I thought he was a trainee somewhere. His vibe is immaculate. He is honestly so peak. How does a hunter look like that? Where did this guy even come from? He is gorgeous. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun is looking at his phone, completely speechless. He is reading these comments with a blank stare. Night falls, and he spends the whole night totally baffled by how the internet works. Why are the reactions to them so vastly different? Later, back at the office, Kang Hyun raises a beer to celebrate, totally ignoring Sunga and Anju Seong. Du Seong is still chilling next to him, leaning back and laughing while chugging beer. Winning seriously hits different, bro. Du Seong groans, scrolling on his phone and complaining that it has been a whole week and he is still bragging. Kang Hyun smirks, pointing right at him. While gripping his victory beer, Kang Hyun laughs. Glory lasts forever. Loser, what do you even know? Du Seong smirks right back, saying, wait, what did you just say? Bro, you literally lost to me 3 times. Kang Hyun just grins. The final survivor is the real winner here. Sung-ah, stuffing her face with bread, suddenly pipes up. By the way, Kang Hyun, are you not doing dungeons lately? She takes a massive bite, cheeks puffed, and mumbles, your vacation is getting way too long. Kang Hyun scratches his head, scowling. Honestly, I'm getting annoyed too. Captain Shin Tae-gyu told me to stand by. He explains that things are apparently getting pretty messy. Hearing this, Du Seong instantly stops scrolling and looks up. He looks up from his phone, suddenly dead serious. Wait, what? Is the martial law still active? On their messy table piled with food and empty beer cans, Kang Hyun's phone suddenly lights up, cutting him off. He was just about to say, not sure, but the captain said that is the main issue. But honestly, I do not get it either. The phone keeps buzzing like crazy. It is Shin Tae-gyu. What a drag. Kang Hyun picks up. Yeah, this is Kang Hyun. The voice on the other end speaks fast. Sorry for the sudden call, bro. Shin Tae-gyu cuts the small talk and gets straight to business. Are you free tomorrow at 10 a.m.? Kang Hyun pauses, thinking, well, not like I am booked and busy anyway. Yeah, I have got time. He asks, by the way, I was told to wait for orders. What is the deal? Shin Tae-gyu explains that they are holding a meeting for awakened ability users. I will explain the details tomorrow, but you already know the gist of it, right? The captain speaks cryptically. It is the exact same thing we have been talking about. Kang Hyun plays along like he totally gets it, but internally, his brain is completely empty. Wait, what was it again? I bet you also have no clue either. He just says he will text the address. See you tomorrow then. Next day, Korean Dungeon Management Bureau. Footsteps echo down the hall. Inside the meeting room, people are already buzzing. So, they are holding the meetings here now? Instead of the ministry? Man, you are moving up in the world, Shin Tae-gyu. Suddenly, the door flies open and someone bursts in looking frantic. It is Kang Hyun. He waves, panting but relieved he made it in time. Shin Tae-gyu looks completely done. Dude, I literally told you to be here 5 minutes early. He casually grabs a seat, completely ignoring his angry boss on the podium. There is still 1 minute left anyway. He starts joking around. Hear me out. My stomach suddenly exploded, so I had to hit the bathroom. Seriously, it was massive. That was not even a bathroom break. It felt like giving birth, I swear. Shin Tae-gyu's face goes completely dark. I did not ask for details. Just sit down already. Kang Hyun, still acting like a clown, sighs. Man, you are so uptight. He looks around the room and spots some people. Quite a few familiar faces. He sees a pretty girl sitting seriously across the table, and next to her is some dark-skinned dude, happily waving at him. He thinks to himself, those two are Dan Woo and Han So-hyun, plus Dong-gu from the Alliance. On top of that, Kang Hyun spots a guy with chestnut brown hair looking incredibly cold. That is Han, Myung-oh, leader of the Undying Guild. But when he sees the next guy, Kang Hyun points mockingly, making him absolutely lose his mind. No way. Park Ho-jun, you are here too? Did you not mess up so bad last time you literally fell off a cliff? Scratches his head, totally embarrassed by his own fail, but still tries to correct him. Pavlov Aduase, at least get my name right. It is Park Ho-jun. He grumbles. Our Fire Dragon Guild is not going down that easily. Kang Hyun just kicks back, hands behind his head, muttering, yeah, sure, whatever. But hey, at least you have chilled out a bit. Suddenly, he remembers something and starts scanning everyone in the room. By the way, Kang, Hun can actually see everyone's energy levels. Based on the mana he is sensing, they all look equal to or weaker than Han Sion. Kang. Hun figures that a management squad should be packed with top-tier players, but this looks like a totally average lineup. Suddenly, a sharp voice snaps him out of his thoughts. Tell me, you did not see this coming. Are you some kind of pervert, bro? She keeps nagging him. Why are you rudely scanning other people's mana? Are you a stalker? Kang Hyun can only stare, thinking, this girl. He realizes what is going on, but still acts like a jerk. Wait, she actually felt my mana scan? What is this girl's problem? Did some middle school kid even pass the newbie tutorial? Na just snaps, pointing right at him and screaming that she is an adult. Ignoring her loud mouth, Kang. Hun wonders how she did it, since he has never seen anyone else read mana. Then, remembering Du Seong's face, he thinks. Du Seong can do something similar, but that is only because of his special sixth sense. Suddenly, Kang Hun's eyes light up. He looks at her with extreme caution. Out of everyone in this room, she is a complete wild card. Meanwhile, Naje's loud yelling keeps ringing in his ears. Why does she look like a middle schooler anyway? You need to apologize to me right now. Kang Hyun ignores her completely, focusing on her mana. She is packing an insane amount of energy. Naje's furious yelling finally snaps him back, forcing him to look over. Hey, are you ignoring me? She is pushing it, making Kang Hyun's face darken with pure annoyance. Seriously, do you want to fight? I knew it. Ever since you started selling pizza, you narcissistic pervert. But honestly, let us be real here. He releases pure killing intent and stands up, making her flinch. If I stand up, what are you gonna do, huh? She backs away, completely terrified by his insane aura. Kang Hyun's eyes go wide, veins popping on his face as he grits his teeth. Looking at him, Naje realizes he does not look human anymore, more like a monster. Seeing their chaotic scene, everyone in the room starts whispering instantly. What, are they seriously about to throw hands? Seo-jun rubs her temples in pure exhaustion. Dong-soo helplessly shakes his head, and everyone else keeps gossiping about how insanely strong Kang Hyun really is. I heard his battle power easily eclipses both Han Seo-jun and Choi Dong-soo. Sitting across from them, Han Myung-oh crosses his arms and busts out laughing. That guy never changes, does he? Up on the stage, Shin Tae-gil is completely helpless, looking so utterly drained that his dark eye circles are basically pitch black. His cheeks are hollowed out as he groans internally, knowing this nonsense was bound to happen. Hey, Kang Hyun, Najae, knock it off right now. Kang Hyun just stares at her, totally clueless. Hearing Taegil, she backs down and slinks back to her spot, muttering that she really wanted a piece of him, but has to listen to the captain. But Najae is not letting it go, throwing in one last jab next time we meet. I am definitely teaching you a lesson. Kang Hyun scoffs and calls her garbage, instantly triggering her rage. What did you say? Taegil yells out, telling them that is enough. With a terrifying look, he warns them that it took forever to organize this meeting. Completely spooked, both of them immediately shut up and fall in line. Once everyone finally calms down, Taegil officially kicks off the meeting, getting straight to the point about what is going down next month. The World Dungeon Summit is hitting South Korea, bringing in heavy hitters from across the globe. Taegil drops the main mission he wants them on security, shocking Myung-oh completely. He thinks the army and police are enough, but Taegil explains that those who know the score know the truth. The terror threat is still real. Listening closely, one member asks if that mess was not already dealt with. He wonders why martial law got lifted, then realizes it is for the summit. Taegil nods, bragging about how their country's quick response makes them elite. They clear dungeons way better than most, and that safe reputation is exactly why South Korea is hosting this massive global summit. We are talking top-tier safety, absolute peak defense. Hearing this breakdown, Hodu immediately spots the real catch here. And here is the real kicker that Safe Image is actually cracking right now. They cannot cancel a summit they fought to secure. Myung-oh scoffs at the politics, while Taegil gets back to business. Because of that, they need them to handle the terror threats. Seojun scrapes her chair back, standing up to say she is out. She stares Taegil down, refusing to waste time on things that might not even happen while the projector hums behind her. Seojun clarifies that she will actively clear capital area dungeons instead, which is her way of preventing any real terror outbreaks. She bails, saying she has stuff to do. Kang Hyun wonders if she was always this cold, while Najae is still seething next to him. Watching Seojun leave, he notes she seems extra annoyed today, as others voice their agreement. Yeah, it is a bit awkward, and honestly, dungeon clearing is not even mandatory anyway, so why bother? One by one, they start heading for the exit, leaving Taegil holding his face in absolute defeat and disappointment. Kang Hyun complains about how selfish every single hunter is, and Taegil sighs, agreeing that he is totally right. If only they cooperated like you. Kang Hyun Taegil stops mid-sentence, a sudden realization hitting him while Kang Hyun casually relaxes. Wait, what did he mean? Is Taegil seriously calling Kang Hyun cooperative right now? Like, that actual guy? Taegil turns completely pale, realizing the terrifying truth the guy is not cooperative at all. Outside, someone loudly questions if the hunter management team really approved this, just as an announcement echoes through the halls. The meeting is finally over, and everyone heads out with heavy steps while Kang Hyun tiredly stuffs his hands in his pockets. Yawning as he walks, Kang Hyun notices Dong-soo suddenly freeze up ahead, making him stop in surprise as Dong-soo speaks up. Honestly, I feel pretty bad about what happened to Seo-jun, Dong-soo says, remembering that fake jerk as he looks at Kang Hyun. Who knew that guy was actually a spy for Choi Min-chun? He turns around to apologize, offering a peace offering. Let me treat you to a meal. Kang Hyun acts polite, scratching his head, but his eyes instantly light up with pure greed. Drooling over the thought of delicious beef, he volunteers to drive, but suddenly, he senses something off and instantly whips around. He felt a hostile surge of mana. Enemy alert, Dong-soo, he screams, leaving Dong-soo completely dazed and shouting what? Look at him acting his heart out here, damn it. What is that? Are they cloaked? I can't see them. Dong-soo watches him play around, but Najae is absolutely fuming. She knows this jerk felt everything through his mana, yet he still pretended not to notice. Kang Hyun just smiles awkwardly, acting shocked to see her, making up some dumb excuse. He claims he was in the restroom, making Najae explode as he calmly asks what she wants this time. Are you here to start a fight? She clenches her fist, pointing at him and screaming that she has zero business with him. She is here for Chairman Dong-soo, startling him. Kang Hyun raises an eyebrow, asking if she actually wants him. She snaps back that she has no interest in perverts selling nude statues, instantly triggering Kang Hyun to yell in defense. Calling her a piece of trash, he gets held back by a tired Dong-soo, who tries to calm them down. He tells Naja that Kang Hyun is actually an upright and respectable guy, while praising her too, but she completely ignores him. She points out the nude statues are still facts, sending Kang Hyun into a rage as he tries to explain. Finally, they talk real business. Dong-soo looks right at her. So Najee, about that thing you mentioned earlier, it was an invite to join us, right? She just stares, casual as ever. Sorry, but I gotta pass. Najee thinks it over and admits she just feels way better flying solo right now. He forced a laugh. Well, nothing we can do. But hey, if you ever change your mind, hit me up, Dong-soo tells her. You are always welcome. Najee walks away with a quick thanks. Watching her leave, Kang Hyun stands there, thinking to himself, looks like Choi Dong-soo tried to recruit her. Remembering how Najee was literally radiating insane power, he notes her mana sensing is definitely not normal. Not normal at all. Dong-soo snaps him out of his thoughts, telling him it is time to move, and Kang Hyun quickly agrees. Soon, they are chilling at a barbecue joint. On the table, juicy meat is sizzling on the grill, smelling absolutely incredibly good. Kang Hyun kicks off the chat. What is your next move? He asks while grilling the meat. Are you actually joining the defense squad? Dong-soo grabs his glass, muttering, probably. He is so ticked off his hand starts shaking, making the liquor ripple. Those terrorists, his eyes turn ice cold. His face tenses up, veins literally popping. Especially Choi Min-chun. That jerk still owes me, he says, staring into space as he lists his crimes. He dared to plant a spy in our alliance and even attacked you, Kang Hyun. Sick of hearing about it, Kang Hyun grabs some meat to cut and changes the subject. Putting that drama aside, his hands move fast, slicing the meat while he presses for answers. What is the deal with Junhee anyway? And honestly, you cannot blame him for being curious. If Kang Hyun is personally trying to recruit her, she is obviously no ordinary awakened. She is definitely no ordinary awakened. Keeping his eyes locked on the meat, he keeps talking to him. First off, her healing magic is straight up next level. After all, healers are super rare anyway. Dong-soo grins and nods, adding, but that is not all. There is another thing I am eyeing her actual combat ability. His intel leaves Kang Hyun completely stunned. She is strong enough to solo a D-rank dungeon by herself. On screen, we see Najee looking totally badass. She is a girl with crazy confidence and overwhelming power. Dong-soo breaks it down: offense, defense, healing, even buffing. Finally, he drops the ultimate verdict. Simply put, she is an all-rounder. Hearing this, he puts his tongs down, thinking, an all-rounder, huh? Suddenly, the scene shifts to a blood-red sky with a full moon. A mysterious figure stands tall on a cliff, looking down at a crowd of hooded followers. The wind howls eerily as that figure steps closer to the edge. It is none other than Charon, staring down blankly at the massive crowd below. Charon suddenly raises her voice, startling everyone. Right on cue, a terrifying monster with razor-sharp claws manifests right behind her. It opens its massive jaws, swallowing the Earth in a dark galaxy. Our world is fragile as a candle in the wind, and fighting together won't save us. The crowd looks up, hanging on every word Charon speaks from above. Yet, those fools blinded by temporary peace are totally clueless. They can't see the doom right in front of them, choosing blind optimism over reality. She suddenly screams out like she is losing her mind. Can you believe her audacity? With glowing red eyes, she asks, will you just watch this world burn? The crowd raises their hands in protest, chanting, no. Under the moonlight, Sharon's shadow looms over them, and she smiles with deep satisfaction. That is right. You have made your choice to save this world with me. The moon peeks through the clouds as Charon's voice echoes. Even if they call us terrorists right now, she spreads her arms, unleashing her power. In the end, we will be remembered as the heroes who saved this world. Charon smirks with cold, lifeless eyes that still radiate overwhelming authority. She lays out the plan 3 weeks until the World Dungeon Summit. On that day, we will change the world. A plane soars through the sky over heavy traffic below. The morning vibe is buzzing at the international airport, Incheon. A guy in dress shoes steps off the plane. Heard this was just a tiny country, says Aiden. Wearing shades with one hand in his pocket, carrying a bag, he casually notes that it is more developed than he thought. Ella, walking beside him with ultimate confidence, asks what era he is living in. She dryly adds that South Korea became a developed country a long time ago. Smirking with disbelief, he turns around and asks, seriously? Why host a global summit here? Isn't this country at war? Aiden adds that they just declared martial law too, but Ella has a different take. She rolls her eyes and explains that since the dungeon era started, martial law is pretty standard for any country. He playfully asks if she is a spokesperson for Korea since she is defending them so hard. She quickly shoots back, I am just stating facts. Aiden. Miller suddenly takes off his glasses, muttering, Korea, huh? He grins with pure excitement, wondering just how strong their awakened fighters really are. Just then, the system pops up to introduce Aiden Miller, guild leader of Quasar. As for the beautiful girl next to him, her name is Ella. She is Ella Evan, the vice leader of Quasar. Time flies, and a few days later, night falls over a Seoul convention center. Police are out patrolling the streets while Dong-soo and Jaemun sneak past carefully, trying not to make any noise. Jusong looks at Kang Hyun and asks if he can feel it. Looking around, he gives a nod. Kang Hyun cautiously scans the area, noting that since this is a global summit, he had some expectations. He figured only old politicians would show up. Suddenly, he spots a car and two guys standing nearby, but sensing them one by one, he gets a shock. He feels an incredibly powerful presence. Kang Hyun stares, his eyes filled with suspicion, especially at that blonde guy who is literally radiating a massive wave of energy. That blonde dude Aiden is definitely a high-tier powerhouse. His eyes seem to lock onto him and Jusong. A second later, Aiden walks over and waves. Kang Hyun awkwardly waves back and asks Jusong how he already knows them. He just chuckles, asking, "Wait, did you see them too?" Jusong's cheeks flush with pure embarrassment. "My sixth sense is tingling. One look and I knew they are the same breed as us." Hearing that, Kang Hyun is totally shocked. Shaking with an excited, nervous laugh, he adds, "I kind of want to fight them." Standing right next to him, Kang Hyun can only grimace in sheer disbelief. "Keep it low. Do not start any drama," Kang Hyun warns Jusong as they walk, asking if he cannot use his prophecy power to check. Like, seeing if terrorists are actually crashing the party today. Following behind, the kid scratches his head, grumbling that his gift does not work that way. Kang Hyun stops dead in his tracks, scoffing that his power is totally useless right when they need it. But before he can finish, a weird noise echoes behind them. He stares back into the dark, asking if Jusong heard that too. The kid just gives this super nervous, shaky laugh, whispering back that he definitely did. Yep, the bad guys are finally here. Meanwhile, over at Exhibition Hall number 1, some guy suddenly walks up to his captain, asking if he can go hit the restroom. "Go in pairs," the boss orders. Cut to the bathroom, where someone just shut off the faucet, leaving a few stray drops dripping slowly into the sink. Two soldiers are chatting inside, with one asking Sergeant Kim Tae-seech if there was really supposed to be some crazy terrorist threat today. Seriously, Tae-seech groans, complaining about getting stuck with a crappy, dangerous gig like this right when he is finally about to get discharged from the military. He washes his hands, muttering that with all the overpowered ability users packing the military, any sane terrorist would stay far away. Well, unless they are totally suicidal. His buddy agrees, then asks if he saw Kang Hyun earlier. Meeting that legendary guy in person is insane. Tae-seech just chuckles, looking up at the mirror. "Man, I really need a smoke," Tae-seech sighs. But suddenly he pauses, sensing the eerie silence outside. "Dude," he whispers, "does it feel way too quiet to you?" He immediately raises his gun, ordering his sniper, Buck Yunku, to watch their backs. Yunku nods. "On it, sir." Tae-seech slowly creeps up, taking cover against the wall. Now look at this. The very next second, he freezes. Right there on the ground lie the bodies of his entire squad. They rush over, desperately shaking one of them, asking if he is okay. But the man is stone cold, face totally pale. Jungkook gasps, freaking out he is dead. Tae-seech checks the pulse, completely shocked. Wait, was this guy literally choked to death? He frantically shakes the body, desperately calling out to see if anyone is alive. He grabs the radio from the dead sergeant, desperately trying to contact the base, but there is nothing but static. Damn it, is the comms network completely down? Suddenly, Jungkook starts shaking like a leaf, his face turning absolutely pale. Sergeant Kim, his voice trembles, pointing a shaky finger. There is something over there. Out of nowhere, a brutal strike hits Jungkook, wiping him out instantly. This sudden, bloody attack leaves Tae-seech completely frozen as he slowly turns his head in sheer horror. A figure slowly steps out of the shadows. Seeing Tae-seech still breathing, the guy chuckles, mocking him. "Oh, we got a survivor? No way. Seriously, no way. Getting caught this early would be such a pain," the killer sighs. Tae-seech looks up, jaw-dropping when he recognizes the face. "Wait, Choi Min-jin?" He quickly aims his rifle. The guy looks exactly like the target photo from their mission brief. But suddenly, Tae-seech's finger goes completely numb. He can't pull the trigger. His face turns pale. Why won't his finger move? Seeing Tae-seech still struggling to fight back, Choi Min-jun just lets out a creepy, amused laugh. Your reflexes are pretty decent, the villain sneers. If you actually had some powers, I might have recruited you. Honestly, what a waste. Hearing that smug talk makes Tae-Shich grit his teeth in pure rage. He fights through the pain, trying to force his hand to move against this weird, invisible hold. He manages to fire, but Choi Min-jun easily pops up a glowing shield, dropping the bullet harmlessly to the floor. Meanwhile, Tae-Shich's finger turns pitch black, burning with agony. An ability user, Tae-Shich gasps. Without another word, Choi Min-jun unleashes his power, wrapping an invisible grip right around the soldier's throat. Tae-Shich drops his gun, gasping for air. Choi Min-jun just chuckles, looking down on him like trash, asking what his name is. With a cruel grin, the killer lifts Tae-Shich high off the ground, asking why he doesn't just join his side. Choking in agony, Tae-Shich grunts out, "Screw off." Choi Min-jun just smirks, shaking his head. "What a shame," he says, smiling coldly. "Honestly, it has been a pretty long time since I met someone with actual guts. I like you." But suddenly, Kang Hyun crashes in, yelling, "Cut the crap!" He swings his sword, shattering the ground and breaking Choi Min-jun's hold. Standing tall amidst the rising smoke, Kang Hyun coldly calls out. "Finally found you," he sneers, gripping his blade with a smug look. "Choi Min-jun, this is our first time meeting face to face, right? I have heard your name way too much. Seriously, it feels like we are old buddies by now." The blow knocks the villain flat on the ground, his face flashing with panic. Kang Hyun just stands there, mocking him. "If you did not have that stupid shield, you would be a corpse already. What a shame." Instantly, an insane surge of raw power explodes. "Time to wrap this up today, you bastard," Kang Hyun growls. Absolutely furious, Choi Min-jun summons a massive wave of dark energy, screaming, "Die, you punk." The attack rushes straight at him, but Kang Hyun just smirks right before a mind-blowing explosion rips through the entire area. Oh, it gets worse. Nearby streets and buildings are totally up in flames as Ji Kwon desperately tries to shield himself. But things are looking pretty bad. "Damn it, I let my guard down," he groans. Looking around, he suddenly realizes something impossible. Did the terrorists actually pull this off? Somehow infiltrate our own security team? The battle is getting completely out of hand. Before he can even process it, one of the enemy thugs charges straight into the chaotic brawl, targeting John. John Ha and Chun Dong stare in utter shock. Sensing the danger, a glowing arrow suddenly flies through the air with a loud scream warning John Ha as the battlefield goes wild. Thick smoke and fire completely swallow the area, but right on cue, Sung-ae bursts onto the scene. Seeing her, John Ha gasps in pure relief. "Epic shot, Vice Guild leader," he cheers. But looking around, Sung-ae is incredibly stressed. The enemies are just multiplying by the second. If they are out here, the rest must have breached the main building. Sung-ae quickly scans the chaotic clashes around her, realizing they need to fall back immediately. "We need to find cover, fast," she tells herself. She spots a path and starts running like crazy, but a terrifying roar echoes from right behind her. "Found you," a voice sneers. Sniper Chae-moon steps out, blocking her path with a cocky grin, muttering that he has heard all the rumors about her. Apparently, the Eight Aces Guild has a pretty legendary archer. Walking up, he sneers that she is about to meet her end anyway, pointing at Sung-ae to kill her. He orders his goons to take her down. Instantly, a deadly sharp arrow flies right at her, but in this tight hallway, she is completely outnumbered and cornered. The battle gets extremely intense. Jae-moon easily dodges an incoming arrow, laughing mockingly and muttering that as long as he can predict the trajectory, before he can even finish his sentence, another arrow pierces right through his head. Jae-moon collapses instantly, completely helpless before Sung-ah. Sung-ah grabs more arrows, charging forward to drop another target and using the chaos to back away. Gripping the bowstring, she locks her eyes onto the remaining enemies. This time, she channels pure mana into her attack. Seeing this, the enemies immediately panic and run for their lives, cursing about getting hit yet again. Standing there, she realizes they are just as annoying as they were before. Without wasting another second, Sung-ah grips her weapon tightly and charges right back in. She fakes a retreat to lure them close, then swings her weapon, taking down another opponent. Right next to him, another guy draws his sword to strike back. Thanks to her incredibly sharp intuition, Sung-ah senses the danger and barely dodges that lethal, close-range slash. Her eyes flash with a deadly, focused glare once more. Sung-ah firmly grips her weapon, slashing forward as fresh blood splatters heavily across the floor. Just like that, she successfully puts both of those guys down. Exhaustion starts setting in as sweat rolls down her cheek, but right at that exact moment, the hand of the guy on the floor slowly begins to twitch. Blood drips from the corner of his mouth when Sung-ah suddenly senses something dangerous. She whips her head around only to see some random thug trying to charge him with a drawn sword. He glares and barks out, "It's a regeneration skill, you idiot." Sung-ae is completely caught off guard by this relentless onslaught, but right at the absolute worst second, a massive blow strikes. Coming from behind what? Regeneration? No way. This is way worse than Kang Hyun's. He walks up and asks if she is good, and Do-song grins and praises her. "Not bad, sis." Sung-ae gasps in absolute relief, calling out his name. She slowly walks over, asking what about Kang Hyun? "We were supposed to stick together." The kid sighs but smiles back. "You heard those gunshots earlier, right? He headed that way because they said the strongest mana is there." She goes totally serious. "What about you and Do-song?" He just shrugs with an indifferent look. "They told me to back you guys up here. I only let him pass on the condition that I get to throw some hands." Honestly, Kang Hyun is still locked in an intense battle with Min Chun, flashing around with lightning speed to block every incoming strike. Min Chun refuses to lose, pushing his energy to the absolute limit. Kang Hyun blocks it with his sword and smirks. Seeing his enemy struggle, he can't help but mock him. "Hey octopus, you're literally a cockroach." Min Chun turns red with absolute fury, vowing to end his life right here as he glares at Kang Hyun. Min Chun yells to bring it on, so our boy pushes power into his legs and moves fast. He carefully parries the blow, but a tiny crack suddenly appears on his blade. His sword cracks, then shatters completely. Kang Hyun freezes in absolute disbelief. This has got to be a joke. Damn it. Right now. Min Chun's attack slams directly into him, triggering a massive blast. I really hope he's okay. Once the smoke clears, Kang Hyun stands there with a sharp glare. Min Chun smirks, bragging that even a mere graze from his sword has that kind of devastating power. "Did you really take that hit directly?" The villain laughs out loud, mocking him as a tough guy. But hearing that weird tone makes Kang Hyun pause. Kang Hyun freezes. Tough guy? That's all he heard. Who is this dude? He tries to remember who he saw earlier. That foreigner he saw in the lobby earlier? No. Deal with that later. Why did the sword suddenly break? Right then, the system screen pops up with info. Greatsword durability is 400 out of 500. Then it clicks, of course. During sparring with Koro, the durability had already dropped. Kang Hyun immediately lets the broken half of his blade fall to the dirt. Running off, he is deeply annoyed, swearing he will deal with that idiot Koro once he gets back. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark tunnel, a monster cowers in sheer terror. A terrible feeling washes over it. Right in the city center, a massive explosion erupts as a blinding light radiates from a magic staff. Najee uses her staff to summon raw power, her eyes dead serious. She completely obliterates her enemies in an instant, but this chaotic battle is only getting wilder. Najee watches the chaos, shaking her head in frustration. "Damn it," she mutters, looking around as she realizes she's already burned through way too much mana. 8 enemies see her weakness and immediately rush in. Where are they even coming from? There's no backup in sight, and it seems like fights are breaking out everywhere at once. Hesitating for a moment, Najee freezes. One of the thugs tremblingly pulls out a pill, shoves it into his mouth, and forces himself to swallow it down. Seeing this, Najee's eyebrows knit together. The second these guys start losing, they pop some sketchy pills and charge right back. She struggles to defend against them, realizing something. Must be that monster strength. A guy lunges with an iron fist, cracking Najee's protective barrier with a heavy blow. Instantly, she gets blasted backward. A massive explosion tears through the street, engulfing everything in thick black smoke. Najee's magic staff still flickers with a faint light, still offering a tiny glimmer of hope. She has so many unhealed wounds, but she pushes herself to reach for the staff floating above. Am I really going to die here? Her eyes flash with pure defiance. Right at that moment, an arrow pierces clean through the thick smoke. It instantly takes down the enemy right in front of Najee, and Do-song appears just in time, swinging his weapon to slice through them. He grins like a total maniac, praising Sister Sung-ah for the epic shot. Najee freezes for a moment, thinking he is a handsome guy. But who on earth is that archer? She dug around and finally realized the 8 evils are here, while Aiden suddenly pops up to back up Kang Hyun, America's top ranker. Facing Min Chun, Aiden and Kang Hyun stay on guard. Things are getting pretty messy now, but the older dude just chuckles with excitement. "Hey, tough guy, let's jump him together," Aiden yells. Kang Hyun nods. No hesitation, but inside, he's wondering what this dude is saying. Must be some combo move. Just then, the system alerts that AO's D-rank giant hammer has 994 durability left out of 1,000. a heavy hammer used by Awa, a goblin with insane strength even among his kind. Min-chun watches them, absolutely fuming. He wants to trash both of them right here, but he has to stick to the master plan. Suddenly, his dark energy surges forward, catching Aiden completely off guard. Huh, an attack, Aiden gasps, while Kang Hyun quickly realizes those aren't tentacles. It's a smoke screen. He can't see a single thing through it. Mana is flooding the entire area, completely masking his presence. The moment the smoke clears, Kang Hyun freezes. Where the hell did he go? Both he and Aiden stand there, jaw dropped. Did that guy seriously just run away? Right then, an emergency siren blares outside, warning them of an active break-in. Outside, Ella keeps shouting for everyone to fall back and take defensive positions. Looking at the solid, unmoving wall in front of her, she grinds her teeth in pure frustration. Ella involuntarily backs away, looking for Aiden. He's gone. Dangerous attacks fly from all directions as the enemy quickly closes the gap. Should they force their way out? Suddenly, a massive blast shatters the ground, leaving them wondering if holding their ground is actually the smarter move. Hearing the rumble, the crowd behind quickly scrambles back. Through the thick, swirling black smoke, a familiar figure slowly emerges. It looks like Aiden. As he steps out, Min-chun smirks from the shadows. The villain summons his dark energy and launches a direct strike straight at them. Ella quickly reacts, throwing up a solid shield to block the blow. Seeing those creepy tentacle-like blasts targeting her squad, she snaps. "What the hell is going on?" she screams. Blood drips. Min-chun has pushed his mana way past the absolute limit. Time to fall back. A quick hit and run is his best bet now. But just as he prepares to bolt, he spots the man standing behind Ella. Canceling his spell, he grins, thinking heaven is finally on his side. He pools every ounce of his remaining energy for one lethal strike aimed directly at the US president. The deadly blast rushes straight at the president, but Min-chun's cold smirk fades when he senses a massive threat closing in from the side. Out of nowhere, Kang Hyun crashes down with his giant hammer, delivering a blow so heavy Min-chun can barely block it. The impact shakes the earth, sending debris flying everywhere. Let's rewind the clock 5 minutes. Can you believe how fast he escaped? Right after realizing Min-chun vanished, both of them were left completely stunned. Did he really run? Kang Hyun grunts, scowling with pure rage. Damn it, there's too much leftover mana in the air, messing up his senses. Where could he have gone? Just then, a wild idea flashes through his mind. Kang Hyun quickly turns to face Aiden. "Hey, follow me. I think I know where he went." Hearing this, the older dude is pretty confused, wondering if the guy really ran off that way. He has no clue what the kid is saying, but he feels like he's starting to vibe with this tough guy. After a quick pause, Aiden gives a knowing smirk. "All right, I get it, my friend," he chuckles excitedly, assuming they should split up and search. Before he can even finish, Aiden grabs his sword and darts off into the distance. Kang Hyun stares in complete confusion at how fast the guy moved, utterly baffled by the direction he chose. "If you didn't get it, just say so. Why the thumbs up? I thought you actually understood." Kang Hyun sighs in defeat. Whatever. He immediately speeds up to follow Aiden, deciding to back up the fight over there. Meanwhile, Yu-song is swinging his sword, completely hyped. With one massive swing, he takes down the enemy in front. Sung-ah is right there backing up Najee, gritting her teeth at the chaotic battlefield. This is pretty wild. It's our first time fighting together, but our coordination feels so natural, like we've been on the same squad forever. Realizing something, Najee suddenly freezes up. How is this even possible? It feels exactly like syncing up with someone who is totally unpredictable. Najee's intuition is insanely sharp. If she can fight like this, maybe joining a guild wouldn't be a bad idea. But the battle is still raging. Out of nowhere, Kang Hyun's face flashes in her mind. She immediately shakes her head, scolding herself for thinking about him right now. Meanwhile, Yu-song, he kicks a mob aside with absolute glee. Too easy. These guys are zero fun, they are just stubborn and annoying. "We really needed someone insanely strong like Kang Hyun earlier," he grumbles. Before he can finish, Najee quickly cuts in, yelling at the blonde guy nearby. "Hey, blonde guy, stop just watching and help us out," she shouts. Hearing her, Aiden pauses, while Yu-song quickly rushes over to join. "Sorry, my bad." Aiden stammers, totally caught off guard by her attitude. He was a bit distracted, wondering if Korea really has this many heavy hitters. Do they seriously have this many high-tier rankers here? Without wasting a second, the older dude dashes forward, yelling that he's on his way. Aiden swings his sword, easily clearing out the trapped enemies. Boom! A massive blast sends Min-chun flying back, slamming against the wall. Right then, someone calls out asking if he caught the guy. Kang Hyun proudly replies, "Of course. Our captain said to take them alive if possible, but honestly, leaving a snake like you breathing just feels like asking for a whole lot of trouble." His gaze turns dead serious. "Well, he did say if possible," he mutters, gripping his hammer tightly as he targets Min Chun. Guess this counts as an exception. He's got no choice. His giant hammer crashes down. The earth trembles. Debris flies everywhere. But once the dust settles, Kang Hyun freezes, looks down in surprise at the cratered ground and grunts, "Where did that bastard go?" Just then, an unexpected presence catches him off guard. He freezes, slowly turning around to see what is going on. A mysterious masked figure is standing there, holding Min Chun. Kang Hyun snaps, "Who the hell are you?" The stranger quietly sets Min Chun down. No words. Seeing this creepy figure slowly walk toward him, Kang Hyun gasps. With that heavy killing intent radiating off them, the young hero doesn't back down. "You want to go?" Kang Hyun challenges, raising his weapon. He grabs his sword, throwing down a smug challenge. "Come on, I will beat you first and ask questions later." Without a second thought, the mystery figure charges right at him. Kang Hyun blocks and counters the very first strike instantly. Seeing this, the opponent rushes in with another fast follow-up. The sheer speed of the attack makes him freeze up and stare in shock. What is this? Their speed matches Kang Hyun, and where did this level of crazy swordplay even come from? Seriously, another monster just popped up? As they clash, Kang Hyun suddenly realizes he is not ready to use this technique in a real fight. Yet, the mysterious figure remains dead, silent, completely unfazed. Suddenly, their blade glows with a strange golden light, setting up a massive clash of two insane forces. Both sides pour everything into the clash. Kang Hyun is slightly pushed back, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to hold on. The battle turns incredibly fierce, triggering a sudden explosion right next to where Ella is hiding. That swordplay is top tier. The mystery attacker charges once more, but Kang Hyun just stands there with a strange, confident smile. Watching from the sidelines, Ella is completely blown away by this overwhelming show of power. I heard Han Seo-jeon, one of the absolute strongest in Korea, is not even here today. Just how many insane monsters does this country actually have? Kang Hyun struggles to hold his ground against this mystery fighter. No way. How could someone with this insane level of power suddenly just pop out of nowhere? Almost impossible. But despite those bulky clothes, their movements and skeletal structure look distinctly feminine. And that overwhelming power is just crazy. She must be a high-tier graduate. Sensing that massive power, Ella notices Kang Hyun is actually being pushed back, his feet sliding across the ground. Wait, what? As they go head-to-head, he realizes in absolute shock, "Are you actually Han Se-jeon?" Hun watches Seo-jeon charging at him and busts out laughing with a wild glare. "Whatever," he says. "Once I capture you, I will find out soon enough." She swings her sword down with brutal force. Kang Hyun raises his blade to block it, but he is forced to retreat to dodge Seo-jeon's relentless combos, his own sword swinging wildly behind him. As her blade crashes down again, he quickly raises his sword to block. Sweat pours down as Kang Hyun sees his own weapon shaking, his hands desperately gripping the trembling hilt. Draining his mana fast, Kang Hyun grits his teeth in pure frustration. "Damn it, if only I did not have to fight Choi Min-jun earlier." She suddenly spins her sword and slashes upward. He tries to stay calm and grips his hilt, but Kang Hyun's arm suddenly freezes up right as it gets close to Seo-jeon's head. He grimaces, breaking into a cold sweat. Kang Hyun's entire body starts shaking as several tendrils of hot lava erupt from the ground, wrapping tightly around him. Jun-ho is on the ground, using his last bit of strength to restrain him. Kang Hyun grits his teeth in absolute rage, shouting, "You bastards." His head spins from the recent explosion, and oh my god, she actually slices off both of Kang Hyun's hands. His sword clatters to the ground in a pool of blood as thick smoke wraps around him. He is still alive. His mind is dizzy and fading, but he can still feel every single cell starting to heal. Inside his body, his regeneration is painfully slow. He is completely out of mana. Watching all of this, Ella carefully hides in a corner, observing the scene. Those absolute bastards. She breaks into a nervous sweat. Aren't they supposed to be the president's elite guards? Aren't they legendary powerhouses back in their own country? Kang Hyun's face turns blue as he struggles to breathe. And yet, is there really no one here who is going to step in and save him? She calmly sheathes her sword back at her hip. Even though his body cannot move an inch as they walk away, Kang Hyun's still. He wants to run. His eyes slowly close. Whatever, let it all go. I did my best. Kang Hyun weakly tells himself before blacking out. What is the worst that can happen? Death? Sometime later, he suddenly gasps and snaps his eyes open. Kang Hyun stares blankly, realizing he is lying in a hospital bed. He is completely shocked to hear Tae-young's report. Wait, you lost track of them? Clenching his fists, Tae-young reports in a quiet, apologetic voice, yes, I am truly sorry. After you collapsed, only my team was left in that room. A masked intruder captured Choi Min-jun and escaped the scene. He adds that the remaining hostile forces have also managed to slip away. Tae-hyung hesitates. We are hunting both groups right now, but Kang Hyun sits up in shock. What? With so many elites on site, you still let them slip? Honestly, without me, you guys cannot get a single thing done. Tae-young closes his eyes and shakes his head. I really have no excuse for that. Kang Hyun raises his voice, demanding, wasn't this supposed to be a major summit? Now that such a massive event is ruined, what are you guys going to do? He asks with worry, aren't you going to get fired over this, Tae-hyung? He nods in agreement. The damage is indeed severe, but Tae-hyung adds that it is officially being treated as an act of God. The United States president is confirmed alive. Actually, this became a perfect chance for everyone to reevaluate Korea's true power. Bowing deeply, he sincerely adds, this is all thanks to everyone here who worked to minimize the damage. Thank you once again. Tae-hyung lets out a dry, irritated chuckle. Oh, come on. Kang Hyun smirks playfully. We are close enough for that, aren't we? And please, stop talking to me so formally. He turns serious again. But wait, Kang Hyun asks, did we find anything on that masked guy? Looking down in embarrassment, Tae-hyung mutters, unfortunately, no. Tae-hyung believes he used some cognitive disruption item since he did not show up on any security cameras. Tae-hyung looks up and adds, however. Hyun nods, yeah, I knew it. Kang Hyun immediately presses him. You have a gut feeling, don't you? Tae-hyung nods in agreement. Yes, we do have a prime suspect, he reports carefully. No moves yet. We cannot act on suspicion alone. Let us keep this completely quiet until we get solid evidence. He lies back down, resting his arms behind his head with a sigh. Fine, do whatever you want. Staring at the ceiling, his voice is drowned out by a passing plane. Ella demands to know where on earth he went. Resting his chin on his hand, Eden tilts his head to reply. That is a dumb question. I was out fighting. He leans back lazily in his chair. I thought this was just some tiny country, but turns out they have some pretty interesting power users. Holding her head in frustration, Ella snaps Eden. Our actual mission is to escort the target, not to go around fighting off terrorists. Eden speaks up, his voice dripping with attitude as he rants on, asking if her brilliant plan was seriously just leaving that guy to fight all by himself until he ended up in that pathetic state. She smirks, asking what on earth he is even talking about and telling him he is totally misunderstanding things, while the idol's face tightens up as Ella keeps dropping facts. That was never a fight we could just jump into, she snaps, crossed arms as she glares out of the airplane window. The Eight of Spades Guild and that leader Kang Hyun, right? Ella wonders as her mind drifts into the sky, feeling this weird gut sensation that they are definitely going to cross paths again. Time flies, and the next day we cut to the meeting room where Kang Hyun speaks up with total confidence. Sitting right in the center with crossed arms, he asks if she seriously wants to join his guild, while Najee sits across from him with a super annoyed scowl and barks back a simple, yeah, that is right. Kang Hyun frowns, staring Najee down as she glares right back at him, but as his expression starts to shift, she breaks into a cold sweat under the crazy pressure. Coughing awkwardly to break the tension, Najee finally snaps and demands to know why he is staring so hard, but he just fires back with a highly annoyed tone. You are the one who started glaring first, he retorts, making her lose her patience, before adding that he is just amazed at how ugly someone can actually look. Kang Hyun stands up and bluntly declares she failed, leaving Najee completely stunned as she watches him walk away, yelling out if he has any clue how incredibly valuable she is. Tons of top guilds are literally begging to recruit me right now, but Kang Hyun calmly grabs the doorknob and tells her to go pick one of them, pointing her straight to the exit. Najee stands up in pure rage, warning him that he will regret this, but Kang Hyun just casually picks his nose as we cut to the hospital where Tae-gil shares some news. The government is stepping up to give you some massive backing, making him look pretty surprised at the sudden offer, but Tae-gil nods and explains the recent terror attack completely changed how the public views awakened humans, with some even calling for tighter controls since they are too dangerous. But at the same time, Tae-gil adds, everyone now realizes that every single awakened user is basically a massive strategic weapon. He adds that the president wants to fund awakened users heavily, while Kang Hyun just munches on fruit as he replies, But why me, when you still have Han So Young and Dusong? He asks, as Tae-gil looks him dead in the eye. Sure, the funding gets split fairly, but you are getting a much bigger slice, Tae-gil explains, leaving Kang Hyun to mumble through a mouthful of food, asking what the actual catch is. His hand freezes mid-bite as Tae-gil drops the real bomb, revealing that the government officially ranks his raw combat power as #1 in the entire nation. Now check this out, Tae-gil asks if he knows what all those big guild founders have in common, while Kang Hyun just takes a casual bite. He guesses that they probably just love showing off, and Tae-gil nods, saying that is only half correct before quickly shaking his head to set the record straight. Listening closely to his explanation, their real shared trait is huge ambition, so Kang Hyun turns and looks him straight in the eyes, asking if he thinks he is different because he lacks that drive. I never said that, Tae-gil replies seriously, explaining that people with massive ambitions eventually reach a point where they can no longer share the exact same path. They will inevitably clash, but Kang Hyun just shrugs and smiles, declaring that he has never been the type to play nice anyway and will only do whatever he wants. Tae-gil nods along with his selfish terms, telling him that is fine, but begs him to just keep growing so ridiculously strong that absolutely nobody in this country would ever dare mess with him, promising full government backing. While back in the meeting room, Kang Hyun is still digging for gold. He realizes that to truly pull this off, it is not just him who needs to level up, but his entire guild, so he yells out to stop. Najee halts in her tracks and snaps to ask what he wants, as he casually flicks his booger away and asks if she wants to take an entry test. Pass it, and you are in, he says, making her stop and demand to know what kind of test, as a sly smirk spreads across his face. A simple one-on-one duel with me, he grins, and soon, he and Najee are sitting in Jae-moon's car as it cruises down the highway. Sweating bullets, Jae-moon complains to his boss about why he is the one driving when they have other people, especially since his desk is piled high with paperwork. But Kang Hyun just tells him he is the smoothest driver, leaving Jae-moon gripping the wheel while secretly wishing to hit some speed bumps. At 60 kilometers per hour, he turns back to Najee in the rear seat, casually bringing up that he heard she fought alongside Sung-ah recently. And that On-do-song guy, right? So he presses further, asking if that is the real reason she suddenly wants in, while Najee stares out the window, muttering that team play is not bad. Hearing her response, Kang Hyun suddenly drops the name of Shin, Sung-ah, making Najee scowl and demand why he is bringing her up out of nowhere. And you are not ready for this. Her entire body freezes up the instant he mutters On-do-song, while Kang Hyun just flashes a wicked grin. You only want in because of his pretty face, he teases, sending her into a total fit as she denies it, but he just lazily rolls his eyes. Furious, she growls at him, but he just gives her a mocking smirk, while Jae-moon wonders if they are seriously about to throw down the second they park. Stepping out, Kang Hyun and Najee stand facing each other in an empty lot as the crowd gathers and whispers, wondering if this is another Do-song situation. Does anyone even know who she is? Is she just some middle school kid? Wait, is that her? Someone else chimes in, saying they heard about a insanely strong mage who dresses super weirdly, but Najee just stands with her hands on her hips, shouting that if he gets himself killed fighting like that, it is on him. He stands opposite her with a cocky nod, telling her to bring it, as Najee flares her magic and steps into a battle stance. He might be a total creep who literally flicks his own boogers, she thinks. But his raw power is no joke, apparently ranking as the #1 beast in the country. Gripping her staff, she channels her mana, knowing from the start that she probably cannot win. But as she conjures a magic circle and fires a blazing fireball, she thinks that since he is bare-handed, she should at least land a few decent hits to teach him a lesson, but Kang Hyun just calmly slaps her spell away like it is nothing, asking what she is even doing as she stares in absolute shock. Seeing him effortlessly deflect her attack, she quickly snaps out of it, gripping her staff and flaring her magical aura once more, telling herself that the first shot was just a little test. He calmly looks up at Najee's oncoming magic, but that's just the warm-up. The moment her attack slams into the ground, things get real. A massive explosion rips through the air as Najee desperately summons magic circles, firing non-stop blasts right where Kang Hyun is standing. But he steps out of the smoke completely fine. He has a few minor scratches, but he's just smiling. Are you kidding me? She shivers in pure terror as he speaks. Your attacks are too basic, he mutters. I heard you were on par with Song. Did his standards drop that low? Najee panics internally, wondering what kind of monster this is, staring blankly as his wounds start healing right before her eyes. Tanking all that damage and his wounds are already closing up? Kang Hyun stops right in front of Najee and speaks up clearly. Letting your opponent close the distance so easily is a massive mistake for a mage, he notes. Her hand trembles, barely holding her staff. Panic-stricken, Naji drops her staff. You think I only rely on magic? She pulls out a small dagger and desperately charges straight at him, but Kang Hyun catches the blade with his bare hands. Blood drips down, but Naji freezes in utter shock as he literally crushes the metal. With his free hand, he readies a flick. She turns pale. Wait! Hold on! He presses his fingers against Naje's forehead, making her scream in terror. Boom! An earth-shattering shockwave blasts out the second he flicks her forehead, burying the entire mountain valley under a thick cloud of black smoke. When the smoke clears, Naje opens her eyes to find Kang Hyun lightly slapping her cheeks. Hey, wake up already! She just stares in disbelief. He calls out to the onlookers. Anyone got some water? A guy raises his bottle, and Kang Hyun splashes it right onto Naje's face, waking her up instantly. Sitting up abruptly, she screams, "What is going on?" Kang Hyun sighs, telling her she got knocked out cold by a single hit. He spells out the harsh truth: you lost, kid. Naje blushes in frustration, trembling with rage as Kang Hyun squats down to look at her. Her face turns red as she bursts into tears, completely embarrassed. Instead of showing any sympathy, he just sits there laughing his head off. Are you seriously crying right now? Look, sorry, but you are just too weak to join our guild. Hearing this, she cries even louder. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that to me? Naje screams, asking if he has any idea how hard she worked. He rests his chin in his hand, casually telling her to get stronger if she is that mad. Fuming, she yells that she will definitely join. Let me in. Kang Hyun pauses, thinking back to her combat style. Her skills are a bit rough, but she could definitely be useful. Looking at her teary face, he admits he only teased her because her reactions were so entertaining. With a shrug, he finally nods in agreement. Fine, I will let you join, but on one condition. Naje stops crying, sniffling as Kang Hyun holds up one finger to set the terms. First, you must speak respectfully and call me guild leader. Raising a second finger, he adds second, you must follow my orders unconditionally. Now wait a minute, unconditional obedience? Naje breaks into a cold sweat, her mind immediately racing to the worst possible scenarios. Is she about to become some nude model for a total creep? Her imagination runs wild, picturing herself in some seriously messed up situations. Blushing furiously at her own wild 19-plus thoughts, she screams, "You psycho! I am calling the cops! You deserve the death penalty! What is wrong with you, you absolute creep?" But after an hour of non-stop arguing, she still ends up officially joining the guild. After signing the papers, the scene shifts. Years ago, on a scorching summer day at a kindergarten, a tiny praying mantis jumps onto some grass, only to be instantly snatched up by a young Dusong. A blonde kid grabs the teacher's shirt, pointing at him, "Teacher, and Dusong is bullying Bugs again." The teacher sighs, looking over in the direction the boy is pointing. She walks over to lecture him. "I told you, bugs are precious living things too, okay?" She holds her head in frustration. Just then, another teacher runs up, calling out. Leaning in, she whispers, "When I helped Dusong change earlier, I saw bruises all over his body. Shouldn't we report this to someone?" The head teacher just shakes her head. "Pretend you saw nothing. His father is." Fast forward to the present, Dusong strolls calmly through a park. Hands in his pockets, he spots a tiny mantis in the park. Suddenly, he stops dead, just staring. The bug flinches as his dark shadow looms over it. He gently picks it up, placing it safely on a blade of grass. You could get crushed out here, you know. So peaceful, he thinks. When did my boring life actually start getting this interesting? He looks back on his past. It probably started on that day. The day the suffocating pressure became too much to bear. The day I got my very first piercing and the system finally activated. Initiating tutorial. The cold system voice echoed as horrific, bloody memories flooded his mind: violence, slaughter, and endless death. Those dark memories are burned into his soul, leaving him with nothing but raw aggression and an insatiable desire to destroy everything. You can literally see the madness in his eyes. In that chaotic moment, he finally felt alive. Now, he stands quietly in front of a vending machine. A can drops as he slips in a coin. Taking a sip, he wonders when did those uncontrollable violent urges finally start fading away. Memories of himself and Kang Hyun covered in blood flash across his mind. He tosses the empty can into the trash, mumbling quietly. Still, that guy is one interesting older brother. He freezes as his phone suddenly rings in his pocket, a look of pure surprise crossing his face. Staring at the screen, he stands completely still. The caller ID is someone he definitely didn't expect, Secretary Kang. His eyes widen as he glares at the glowing display. Another morning arrives. Inside the corporate office, Chairman Musyok stares out at the city skyline while casually wiping the leaf of his plant. He listens to Secretary Kang report that Dusong actually did something useful. Then, Musyok's cold voice echoes the Kang Guild. Everything is going perfectly. The old man asks where the kid is, and Secretary Kang bows, saying he is down on the first floor. Musyok snaps. Get him up here. Secretary Kang bows, while Dusong steps into the massive office. He mutters a quiet greeting that he is here, father. Chairman An Mu-suk of the massive Haesong group just glares back and tells him to sit. The two sit face to face in dead silence. Mu-suk lights up a cigarette, finally breaking the quiet to say he heard his son join some guild lately. Now watch this, because the tension is about to hit the roof. The chairman demands his son bring Kang Hyun directly to him. The kid is completely stunned. What? Muso completely loses his temper and barks, "Did you not hear me? I said bring him here right now." He says he is curious to see what kind of guy this is, since he is making so much noise. Dusong breaks into a sweat, completely freaking out. He knows that even though Kang Hyun is reckless, he never hurts anyone without a good reason. All of Kang Hyun's past wild actions start replaying in his head, but Kang Hyun is definitely not the type to take insults lying down. If he faces this tyrannical father, a massive storm is going to break loose. He looks up at Musyok, knowing his father never lets anything slide. His eyes drift down to the ashtray no matter how strong Kang Hyun is. If he makes an enemy out of the massive Haesong group, he will not survive in this country. Mustering every bit of courage, he declares he cannot do it. The old man is completely stunned by this defiance, spitting out a shocked "what?" Scowling, the kid stands his ground, flat out refusing his father, before immediately turning on his heel and walking out. He slams the door hard on his way out, leaving the office dead silent and incredibly heavy. Musyok growls, calling for Secretary Kang immediately. She answers yes, Chairman, and he grits his teeth in pure rage, order his men to bring that guy Kang Hyun directly to him. As the sunset hits the parking lot outside the guild, Kang Hyun steps out of his car, teasingly asking if it was easier than she thought. Sung-ah nods, admitting it feels like just yesterday they were struggling for their lives inside that crazy Bernati forest. She never imagined just two people could clear a C-grade dungeon. Kang Hyun smirks, telling her that the Bernati forest was actually a pretty weird exception. Other spots are not nearly as tough as he expected, so maybe that forest was the absolute peak of C-grade dungeons. Walking along, he mentions hearing a rumor. A B-grade dungeon just popped up. Want in? Sung-ah hesitates. Shouldn't they be a bit more careful? Especially with a B-grade dungeon. Kang Hyun looks confused, asking what being careful even means. They both freeze when they spot Dusong standing ahead. Kang Hyun asks why he didn't answer his calls all morning. Where was he? The kid tries to smile it off, saying he was just home. But you can't trick Kang Hyun. He immediately spots his anxious look and steps closer. Dusong tries to play it cool, but Kang Hyun does not press him and just walks past, saying if it is nothing, then whatever. Turning to watch him walk away, Dusong calls out to go together. Later, inside a room, Kang Hyun cracks open a cold can of soda. He chugs the whole thing in one shot, drops dripping down his neck before letting out a satisfied sigh and raising the empty can high. This is exactly why he runs dungeons. This is the real life. Jae-moon slides the door open, calling out to the guild leader with a nod. He wants to talk about expanding the guild. And Kang Hyun remembers that indeed they did discuss it. Dusong is surprised, questioning the expansion. Kang Hyun explains that Chief Shin Tae-yu promised them massive backing, so he is going to scale up. Laughing, he asks how the recruitment is going so far. Jae-moon hesitates, staring at his tablet screen before reporting that they started recruiting new members, but had to close applications after just 2 days. There were just too many applicants. Kang Hyun curiously asks how many people actually signed up, and Jae-moon drops a number that completely shocks the entire room: 5,000 applicants. The guild staff freeze in total disbelief, screaming out in shock. Stroking his chin, Kang Hyun mutters that having too many is also a major headache. Sung-ah suggests holding interviews, while Dusong thinks they should just accept everyone. Doing that would make them the biggest guild in the country. But Kang Hyun mumbles the word interviews before snapping his fingers in instant agreement. That is brilliant. Meanwhile, over at the Athak Basin, dungeon ownership is not legally protected, but the exclusive rights to use it belong entirely to the Net Guild. This place is famous for renting out dungeon space, making it a goldmine for Net. Their guildmaster slams his hand on the desk in absolute fury. Hearing his subordinates report, he screams out, "What? You mean that Atline Guild is invading our territory again?" The secretary nods nervously and continues. Yes, they told us to get ready because they plan to use it 24/7 all of next week. The guildmaster is practically shaking with rage. How many times does this make? If they keep freeloading like this, how are we supposed to run a business? He clutches his head in fury. Aren't we fully booked for next week? The secretary trembles, confirming they are all VIP regulars. Guildmaster Net grits his teeth, absolutely losing his mind. He cannot stop himself from spitting out a curse. The secretary freezes in confusion, and the guildmaster's face turns red, veins popping. He growls that they must think he is a total pushover. Losing his mind, the guildmaster kicks a chair across the room, unable to hold back. He glares down angrily at the piles of paperwork on his desk. Even if he has to team up with their regular clients, they are teaching those punks a lesson. After all, their little guild is still tiny. Stuttering, the secretary asks if he should send cooperation requests. The guildmaster screams back in absolute rage, "Forget cooperation, just deploy everyone." The secretary is left utterly stunned. Guildmaster Net grits his teeth, whispering that he will not let Kang Hyun trick him again. Meanwhile, over at the Athak Basin, a massive crowd of fighters is already deployed, holding giant swords and taking up battle stances as soon as they hear the guildmaster's signal. Bellowing with a red face, he asks if everyone is ready. Their goal is to crush them with pure numbers, resolving this without a fight. But just as he says that, Kang Hyun suddenly appears right in front of them. The guildmaster points and screams, "They are here, weapons up, just scare them." The moment he stops talking, he spins around to see Kang Hyun. But it is not just him, there are dozens of other guys tagging along, looking ready for a massive brawl. President Net is sweating bullets as Kang Hyun stops right in front of him, hands on hips, demanding to know why they are all gathered here. The president just stammeringly stutters. Kang Hyun jogs over and slaps President Net on the shoulder, guessing these weak guilds are just hanging out. He calls out to his squad to keep moving, and they follow him right in. He holds his breath until the crew finally enters. Ned is absolutely drenched in sweat, only daring to steal a terrified glance backward. Like, what in the world is this? Inside, dozens of applicants stand dead straight as Kang Hyun speaks. He tells them he is stoked to meet everyone who applied, and the whole room goes dead silent just listening. No need for a boring speech. He claps his hands loud, his eyes glowing a menacing red as his voice rings out with crazy authority. Kang Hyun loudly announces the interview is officially starting. Holding up a sheet of paper, he asks the massive crowd if everyone has grabbed their number tags yet. He breaks down the rules. Group 1 is 1 to 100, Group 2 is 100 and 1 to 200. He is grouping them by hundreds, making everyone murmur. People whisper their numbers: 503, 504. Then Kang Hyun drops the bomb. The interview is a real combat test, group by group. Suddenly, some guy raises his hand, asking if a group battle means they are going out to hunt. He heard those monsters are night hunters and do not show up during the day. But Kang Hyun just laughs it off, telling them not to sweat it. No hunting. Step up. At his command, the first batch has to move. He calls for numbers 1 to 100 to get out there. Holding up 3 fingers, he tells them the test lasts 30 minutes. He goes on explaining what happens once those 30 minutes are up. Stay standing. That's the only rule to pass. Hearing this, the applicants turn completely pale, utterly terrified of what Kang Hyun is planning. Wait, is this a death game? The crowd starts panicking, asking if they have to take each other out. How could he be so brutal? Meanwhile, he just stands there, hands on hips. He points at his hair, laughing. But seriously, did they think he'd make them kill each other? He stomps his foot to clear things up. Fighting each other makes zero sense. He stretches his arms, hyping himself up. He says they just need to survive against him. A wicked smirk creeps onto his face. Bring it on, all at once. Meanwhile, Yu Seong is glued to his phone, his game screaming about a brutal killing spree. He is totally locked into his screen while the game screams unstoppable and battlefield dominator. Shiguan stands nearby, looking incredibly anxious and stammering. He nervously asks if things will really be okay. Yu Seong, still staring at his screen, just mutters back, asking what he is talking about. Shiguan presses on about the interview. The guy is fighting 1 versus 100, 50 times. He asks if Yu Seong is not worried at all while the game noises keep popping off. The game calls him a combat god. He shrugs it off, asking why he should care. If anyone ends up dying, it is just some random applicants. Shiguan turns pale with absolute horror. Hearing those ruthless words, he mutters that their deaths are exactly what they should be freaking out about. Sunga notices Shiguan stressing out, so she sits up to calm him. She smiles, saying she sent a healer along precisely because she knew he would worry. If the healer fails, then they are out of luck. She giggles, completely unfazed by the potential body count. Besides, if they die inside the dungeon, it leaves zero evidence. Shiguan is totally speechless at how cold-blooded these two are. Like, is hiding the evidence really the priority here? He looks down, feeling even more anxious. He decides to go check on the site. Yu Seong laughs, teasing him for being such a chicken and telling him to get going. The moment Shiguan arrives, he goes pale. Screams echo from inside, shouting to clear the way because they cannot squeeze in any more patients. Panicked screams and sirens echo as more ambulances rush in. Someone is yelling for blood bags. Honestly, you can't blame Shiguan for freezing at this total bloodbath. Taegil is waving his arms, barking orders to prioritize the critically injured for the healer, while telling the lightly wounded to move over. Sort them right, he begs. Shiguan awkwardly steps in, calling out to ask if he is indeed the captain of the awakened management team. He turns around and confirms he is. But Taegil quickly asks if he is not from the Sokong Guild, but from the Paris Guild instead. Shiguan tries to keep his cool. Yes, he is Han Shiguan from the Paris Guild. But Taegil's face suddenly darkens. Like, what in the world is actually going on here? Seeing his face, Shiguan gets it immediately. Taegil slumps forward, looking completely exhausted, and asks if Shiguan is here about the interviews. He nods in agreement. Shiguan adds that he was honestly just curious to see if everything was running smoothly. Face smashed in. They see a young guy like that the second they step inside. Taegil sighs, leading Shiguan through the crowd. Shiguan is speechless, watching these guys groaning on the floor. Taegil facepalms in pure despair while Shiguan stares at Kang Hyun. Did Kang Hyun really destroy all these applicants alone? Sensing someone's presence, Kang Hyun turns his head and looks right at Shiguan. Kang Hyun casually greets him, saying he arrived just as things wrapped up. Taegil completely loses his cool and stomps over, demanding to know what the hell this is. Too many ambulances. He asks if Kang Hyun knows how many they had to call, but the guy just shrugs it off. Didn't they say they would support him? Can't they even handle a simple task? Taegil stops right in front of him, dead serious, and says that is not the issue. Taegil sighs in frustration. Did he really have to go this far? Instead of answering, Kang Hyun asks him a question instead. Does Taegil even know their biggest issue right now? Taken completely aback, he gasps. Kang Hyun explains it is the awakened themselves. Doesn't he see that their levels and skills are completely stagnant? Taegil grimaces, frowning deeply, and argues that this level of strength is totally normal. It is only because Kang Hyun is surrounded by top-tier monsters that he thinks this way. Kang Hyun just points to his head. That exact mindset is the problem. He keeps lecturing, reminding him that not too long ago, a single low-tier dungeon. Even when those top guilds team up, they are still struggling pretty hard, Kang Hyun continues. Some countries failed, completely. He shakes his head, disappointed. And now B-rank dungeons are already popping up everywhere. But most hunters are still totally stuck. Kang Hyun notes that only the top-tier elites actually do anything. We can breeze through C-rank gates like it is nothing, while those other regular guys are still struggling down at D and E. He sighs, saying he gets the point and it is definitely a problem. But Taegil speaks up with his own thoughts. We cannot exactly change things, right? Not everyone is born with the exact same cheat-level talent to survive these dungeons. He points out that not everyone is ready to throw their life away in a death match. Taegil flinches. Taegil is stunned. Totally speechless. Exactly. Kang Hyun smirks. We cannot give them talent. Since talent is out of our hands, what are we supposed to do? He clenches his fist, and Kang Hyun just grins like a madman. Guts to look death right in the face. If they have that, I can make them insanely strong. Taegil is speechless hearing this crazy ideal, his eyes following Kang Hyun's pointing finger. I am looking for exactly those kinds of people. Check that out, we actually have one girl still standing tall, making him super proud even if her rank is trash. Some people just do not quit. Her hand is still gripping that sword, and Kang Hyun stares at this absolute beast of a recruit. He walks up to praise her, saying she passed and asking for her name. But then Kang Hyun freezes in shock. Looking closely at her, the entire area goes dead silent. The girl is still standing, but she is actually passed out cold. Later, that Baeko Guild interview gets hyped up as finding the second Kang Hyun. Our guy just gives a creepy, satisfied smile. It went way better than expected. He laughs out loud, loving the vibe. Meanwhile, a rookie squad steps out of an E-rank werewolf forest dungeon. One black-haired teen freezes. The black-haired kid stops dead in his tracks when a massive, earth-shaking scream rings out from deep inside the woods. He backs up, trembling and asking what the hell is going on. Behind him, his two teammates are also totally freaked out. They wonder if those are people screaming. The black-haired kid turns pale, saying he has never heard such a terrifying sound. Is some guild getting wiped out? He decides they should get out of there, clenching his fists to stay calm while hearing someone cry out for help. Sweating like crazy, he wonders, why did a doctor like him become awakened? Right to save lives. He looks back at his squad. Even though they are terrified, all three of them refuse to back down. They are teammates with one goal, so no one runs. He tells them to move out, but suddenly, they run into two guys who look pretty surprised to see them. The guy smoking a cigarette asks who they are. A brown-haired man steps up, holding out his hands to block them. Hold on, do not go any further, he warns. He asks if they are seriously heading that way, warning them not to. But our black-haired kid yells back, saying people are dying and they must help them. It is a straight-up massacre, but get this, it is actually just Baco. The kid is shocked, asking if those screams are really from them. The smoking guy explains those screams are just from the Baco rookie training camp. The whole squad freezes, listening to the agonizing noises. The kid is completely dumbfounded by this insane training method. Meanwhile, over at a peaceful city park, Dusong is sitting by some bushes, watching a bunch of ants. My dad is definitely going to force a meeting with Kang Hyun. He thinks watching the ants drag a dead mantis away. He is the type who never stops until he gets what he wants. Just then, a curious little girl walks up, asking if he is watching ants. He corrects her, saying he is an older brother, not a mister. But she refuses, and Dusong just gives up with a sigh. Well, I guess I do look old. The little girl asks why a grown-up is just sitting around watching bugs, and he replies, I am just waiting for them to go home so I can wipe out the whole nest. Suddenly, Kang Hyun's voice behind him makes Dusong jump. What are you saying to a child? Dusong looks up to greet him, but Kang Hyun warns him that is terrible for a kid's education. Kang Hyun grins, saying kids should only hear nice things. The little girl turns pale, trembling at his terrifying expression. Soon after, a police officer arrives, asking if he was trying to kidnap her. Kang Hyun goes totally red in the face and yells back, who would even kidnap someone in broad daylight? The cop asks if he does it at night instead, which Kang Hyun loudly denies. I do not do it at all, day or night. The cop just nods, saying he gets it for now. Dusong watches the cop car drive off, laughing that so much wild stuff keeps happening. Honestly, the real problem is just your scary face, bro. He tells him to calm down, but Kang Hyun fires back, asking why he was sitting there looking so pathetic. Dusong denies it completely. Dusong keeps insisting he was not, but Kang Hyun promises to buy him another model kit if he just spills the truth. He admits his dad is a super bossy chairman who wanted to meet Kang Hyun. Dusong tried to stop him, but the old man is stubborn. He was worried his dad would just contact him directly. Hearing this, Kang Hyun frowns, thinking he worried over absolutely nothing. He says he thought it was something serious, revealing the old man already came by a few times. Dusong is totally shocked. He asks what Kang Hyun did to him. Our guy just casually picks his nose, saying the old man was annoying so he punched his lights out. Hyun explains they stopped showing up after about 3 visits, leaving Dusong totally dazed and pretty stressed over what he should do now. He immediately thinks of his dad, knowing the old man won't let this slide. Seeing Dusong's pretty weird expression, Hyun speaks up. Why the long face? Hyun frowns, saying it doesn't suit him at all, while the kid holds his head in pure frustration. Whatever, Hyun says he will go meet the guy. Dusong is totally shocked, but Hyun just stares into the distance, noting the old man wants him that badly. Since it's a guild member's family, that changes things, Hyun says, walking off while Dusong stands there stunned. No big deal, he adds. Dusong stays quiet, lost in thought, before suddenly calling out to Hyun. He stops and turns, only to see Dusong smiling and thanking him. Hyun bites his lip, trying not to laugh at this sentimental garbage. He chuckles, telling him to stop acting weird because it is super cringe. Cut to another bright day at the Young building. Hyun steps into the elevator, watching the floor numbers climb higher and higher with no end in sight. Hyun sighs, wondering why powerful elites are so obsessed with high floors, just as a mechanical chime rings out and the elevator doors slide open. He kicks open Musok's office doors with a casual greeting, but even Hyun cannot help looking a bit surprised by what is waiting inside. Quite a fancy setup, Hyun remarks, asking if they wanted to intimidate him right off the bat, while the old man flashes a fake corporate smile. Not at all. They are just security, Musok says, extending his hand and introducing himself, while Hun stares at his palm in complete disbelief. The old man mentions he heard plenty about the famous kid shaking up the country, so Hun reaches out to shake his hand back. Shaking it, Hun replies it is pretty cool meeting a television celebrity, though they would have met sooner if the invitation was actually polite. Musak coldly warns him to watch his mouth and attitude, but Hun just shrugs and nods, saying of course he will behave. Hun suggests skipping the boring small talk since they are both busy, so Musak gets straight to business, offering to make Hun's guild the strongest on Earth if he joins his side. Asked for his thoughts, Hun ignores him entirely and turns to Dusong. He shamelessly asks if Dusong's dad is mentally challenged, making the old man turn completely red with fury at such a savage insult. Wait, did he really just say that? The entire room drops dead silent, while Dusong stares at Hun with a face full of sheer horror. Even the elite Gang Shin soldiers are trembling in shock and anxiety, watching the scene unfold while Musak starts shaking with pure rage. His face turns scarlet as he lets out a low, threatening growl, but Hun just keeps his cool, staring right back at him. Hun playfully wonders if the old man is also hard of hearing, which sends Musak's blood pressure through the roof as he stutters out a furious threat. Our boy just casually blows some dust off his fingers, slowly looking up to lock eyes with Musak, whose voice turns incredibly cold. You have crossed the line, the old man warns, but Hun just smirks right back, telling him he is the one crossing boundaries here. I traveled all this way just for you to spit this garbage, Hun thinks, while Musak stares at him, completely lost in his thoughts. Outside, the burning sun reflects off the glass skyscraper, while the old man reflects on the kind of monster he is dealing with. Starting from absolute zero, this legendary tycoon built the massive Young group, yet here he is, facing a teenager who does not care. Even for a veteran of the business world like him, a wild card like Hun is something he has never encountered in his entire life. Musak speaks up again, gesturing to the rows of heavily armed guards lining the room, prompting Hun and Dusong to glance at them. Do you even know who is standing right behind you? The old man asks, but Hun just sneezes, completely unfazed by the threat. Just a bunch of nameless extras, Hun tells them, making the elite guards gasp in absolute shock while he casually turns to laugh about it with Dusong, totally ignoring Musak's rage. He laughs and says he was only kidding, noting they have been radiating scary bloodlust this whole time and he only wanted to lighten the heavy mood. So who actually are these guys? Hun asks, sending Chundong into a total rage as his face flushes red from being mocked. He growls that they are the Gang Shin Guild, ranked 6th in the country, while Musak proudly looks at his elite force. And soon they will crush everyone to become number 1, the old man claims. But Hun just nods along, totally unimpressed by his bragging. I am pretty curious, Musak sneers, asking if Hun honestly thinks he can survive against a powerful guild backed by the massive Jung group. Hun casually shrugs and offers a wager. And honestly, we all know his ridiculous confidence is about to break the old man's mind completely. With a smirk, Hun asks if he knows about that new Tier B dungeon, as the image of its flaming core floating in the air flashes on screen. Hun lays out the terms, proposing that whichever guild manages to grab the Tier B core first will be crowned the winner. If I lose, I will work under you, or literally crawl around like a dog, Hun offers, prompting a pretty wicked smile from Musak, who absolutely loves the kid's confidence. So what exactly do we get if we win? The old man asks, prompting Hun to take a slow step forward with a cocky grin. It is simple, Hun says, miming a massive forehead flick before demanding a single flick to the old man's head, leaving Musak completely stunned. Just let me flick your forehead once and I promise to go pretty easy on you. Hun laughs, sending Dusong into absolute hysterics in the back as he clutches his stomach, loving his partner's insanely disrespectful condition. That is a real badass move right there, Dusong cheers, while the old man grits his teeth in pure fury, watching Hun casually walk right past him toward the tea table. Oh, and by the way, Hun says, casually raising his finger before giving the heavy glass tea table a simple flick, instantly shattering it into a million floating pieces. The sharp shards hover in the air, leaving Musak completely terrified of the monster standing before him. The two elite guards quickly shield their faces, desperately trying to protect themselves from the razor-sharp glass raining down. Splinters of wood fly. Debris drops onto the ruined coffee table, which now has a massive hole blown straight through the center. That single finger flick completely wrecked the place. Then, Kang Hyun's voice drops incredibly low, touch my people just because I annoy you, and you are done. Glaring daggers. Kang Hyun looks back, his eyes sharp as he throws out one final, freezing threat. I am absolutely not letting this slide. Stopped at a red light. Dusong breaks the silence, asking if he is really going to be fine. Kang Hyun just chuckles and replies, walking out of the gate with Dusong trailing close behind. Dusong sighs, bro, your dad is seriously a massive pain in the neck. But his money and power are the real deal, Dusong warns. Making an enemy of him gets us nothing. Kang Hyun just scoffs, turning his head back, please. He is not the only one with cash and clout. I have my own massive backer too. Dusong looks at him, totally skeptical. You mean yourself, bro? Kang Hyun just scrolls through his phone and smirks, of course not. I mean a backer who is actually super reliable. Thinking about it, I probably should give them a quick ring right now. Meanwhile, over in another office, a desk phone suddenly starts vibrating. A real deal gangster inside. Tae-gil grabs the phone immediately, answering the call. Yeah, this is Shin Tae-gil speaking. What is up? Kang Hyun's voice cracks through the speaker. Hey, it is Kang Hyun. I have got something to report. Tae-gil blinks, completely caught off guard. A report? You just know a massive cleanup is coming next. A little while later, inside a dead, silent office, light filters onto a potted plant on the shelf. Kang Hyun's voice breaks the quiet over the speaker, so yeah, that is basically the gist. Clean up this mess for me. Tae-gil's face goes completely dark. He clutches his head in pure frustration, phone still gripped in his hand as the call disconnects. And then, he just snaps. He screams at the top of his lungs, "Are you out of your mind?" Meanwhile, outside Musok's company, a nervous voice asks what they should do. Inside the office, guards are busy cleaning up the absolute disaster Kang Hyun left behind. Secretary Kang stands by the desk, bowing politely to Musok. She speaks up, "If you give the word, Chairman, we will make our move right now." The old man just stares blankly out the window. After a long silence, he calls out for Secretary Kang. She quickly responds, "Yes, Chairman." But the old man keeps his eyes glued to the city skyline, asking how the investigation on that incident is going. She bows deeply. "You mean the team that wiped out the ballet guild, sir?" "Yes, we finished it." Flashbacks of the wild brawl between Kang Hyun, Dusong, and the ballet guild play out as Secretary Kang continues her report. The strategy team says the cops wrote it off as cold, but the evidence makes it crystal clear that Kang Hyun and young master Dusong handled the entire guild all by themselves. Musok looks back silently, his mind racing. I knew the kid was strong, but this is different. He watches the broken glass being swept away, staring at the deep dent left on the desk by Kang Hyun's finger flick. That kind of destructive power is definitely not normal. Suddenly, he recalls the look on the boy's face from earlier, glaring directly at him with that fierce threat, "I will not let it slide." And that absolute boldness of his? A twisted, sinister smirk spreads across Musok's face. And honestly, can we even blame the old man? He realizes Kang Hyun is built different, and now he wants him bad. His eyes glow with pure, twisted excitement. It has been ages since he wanted a piece of someone this badly. Secretary Kang notices his creepy expression. Musok warns her directly, do not touch him yet. He is not the type of guy we can easily tame. Warm sunlight pours through the glass, making the water on the plants look beautiful. But inside, the old man's chilling voice cuts through the cozy vibe as he lays out the plan. Focus on the bet for now. Put all our resources into backing the Gangshin Guild. Secretary Kang bows, understood, sir. Meanwhile, out on the bustling, crowded city streets, a voice complains from inside a black car. Kang Hyun keeps his eyes on the road, suddenly asking back there, "Did your gut tell you anything? Did you not feel a thing?" Dusong calmly asks if he means a sixth sense, and Kang Hyun nods, "Yeah, something like that." Dusong looks over and asks why he is bringing it up. Kang Hyun keeps driving, muttering, "Those idiots we just ran into." Kang Hyun remembers the Gangshin goons standing by the door, surrounded by an absolute mountain of dark magical energy. They are not just regular mages, man. Their average magic pool is insanely, abnormally high. Kang Hyun thinks back to Chundong letting loose that massive, terrifying burst of pure rage, adding and their guild leader is on a whole different level. Still gripping the wheel, his tone turns deadly serious, and that unstable magic they have, I swear I have seen it somewhere before. Dusong looks at him sideways, wondering what he means. Suddenly, images of that creepy red pill and those crazed people flash in his mind. "Monster strength," Dusong whispers. He turns his head toward Kang Hyun, his voice trembling slightly. "Is it possible my dad is mixed up in this mess?" Kang Hyun keeps driving, shrugs, and casually says, "No clue, bro." But then he says something that shocks Dusong. "Don't lose sleep over it." If things hit the fan, Kang Hyun's face hardens with absolute seriousness. "I will personally put your old man in his place. Speaking of weapons, the legendary sword was completely shattered during that massive terrorist attack. The cleanup crew recovered all those broken shards, promising they would find a way to forge it back together. Tae-gil behind the wheel rolls his eyes and snaps "Put your seatbelt on." Kang Hyun quickly scrambles to click it in. "My bad, bro." Kang Hyun chuckles, joking that a crash wouldn't actually kill him anyway. Tae-gil just gives a cold nod. Imagining Kang Hyun flying through the glass like a rocket, Tae-gil deadpans, "I know. I'm just worried about my windshield getting ruined. If that glass shatters, we are looking at real casualties." Kang Hyun raises his brows. "Wait, casualties?" He quickly snaps his belt in, curious. "So where exactly are we heading?" Skillfully weaving through traffic, Tae-gil drops the name of their destination, the research lab in Odi. The director there is apparently a huge deal in this field. Minutes later, they pull up right outside the facility and jump out of the car. Walking right into the Subin Institute, this director chick rushes over and introduces herself as Subin. Kang Hyun shakes her hand to play it cool. "I am Kang Hyun," he says. She flashes this radiant smile and happily adds she always wanted to meet him. An honor, sure, but he is secretly doubting her. Is she really the director? Kang Hyun quietly eyes her up, absolutely shocked inside. She is way younger than he thought. But then, he spots the shelf behind her packed with muscular models of himself. His face instantly goes pale as a ghost. His mind is absolutely screaming, a complete collection. Subin has no idea he is dying inside and starts acting professional. She asks if he wants a repair and if they can check the item first. Tae-gil nods beside him and quickly pops the sword case open. Seobin freezes the second she sees it. Staring at the shattered sword inside the box, she frowns and complains that a B-grade weapon should survive almost any hit. "How on earth did you use this?" she asks. Kang Hyun is stunned, realizing she is an awakened user. She does not hide it, lifting a broken piece and admitting that without powers, she could never research this field. He looks at the wreckage and asks in a flat voice, "So, can you actually fix it?" After inspecting the pieces, Seobin nods and says it is possible. But the catch is they need a B-grade magic stone or higher. She sighs, complaining they are fresh out. Kang Hyun confidently takes on the task. "I will handle that," he says. "Any other issues?" Subin bites her lip, hesitantly warning him that it costs a pretty penny. He just waves it off. "Cash? How much?" "Our guild is loaded," he boasts. She pinches her brows, calculating before slowly dropping a massive bomb at least 500 million. Just look at his face. Kang Hyun, who was talking so big, freezes. 500 million? Sobin leads them over, explaining this field is insanely pricey. She kindly advises him that the efficiency is not great yet, so if he waits a few months, the cost might drop. He just sighs, totally annoyed. After a brutal mental struggle, Kang Hyun goes back to his flex mode. "You should not cheap out on gear like this," he says. "I will pay the 500 million. Seobin is absolutely thrilled, promising he will not regret it. Scoring this massive order, she goes all out, telling him he can also modify his gear. "You can even add or change its elements. Do you have any specific attributes in mind?" He blankly stares. "You can actually do that?" Seobin nods with total confidence. Of course, it is worth every single penny. Kang Hyun does not hold back, immediately throwing a laundry list of demands. "Keep the current attributes, but make it heavier and way more durable. Can you make it handle maximum force?" She takes a sip of water, calmly accepting. "No problem," she says. He pumps his fist in pure excitement, practically drooling. "Sweet, so we are all done, right? Let us grab some beef." But Tae-gil, sitting right next to him, throws a bucket of ice water on his parade. There is still one more thing. Kang Hyun freezes. "What?" He lowers his voice, promising to explain later. Hearing this, Seobin politely leads them to a restricted area, asking him to follow her. She leads the way, her eyes flashing behind her glasses. They arrive, and Kang Hyun stares at the display case, completely baffled. What is all this? He glares at the machinery and gears inside. Shoving his hands in his pockets, Kang Hyun looks pretty annoyed and mutters under his breath. It is literally just a bunch of random junk. Subin softly suggests he pick one out himself. He steps forward and grabs a burger. A notification instantly pops up. Tasteless S-grade hamburger, durability 1 out of 1. A burger made from magic stones that recovers some mana when eaten. After reading this wild description, Kang Hyun cannot hide his sheer shock. He bites his lip, thinking, "Wait, food counts as an item now?" She nods and asks what he thinks. "This is the absolute peak tech of our institute," Sobin says, before leaning in to drop some crazy news. "This is what we are building." Kang Hyun stands there in shock. Mind you, this isn't just cool, It is a literal revolution for the BA. Guild focuses on fast clears, so they travel light. But normal dungeon raids last for days, forcing teams to bring porters. In dangerous dungeons where anything can happen, heavy baggage is a death sentence. Yet if you pack too light and run out of luck, starving to death is pretty common. A sudden thought sparks in his mind. If this thing goes mainstream, he thinks, staring blankly back at the item description with wide eyes. Tasteless S-grade hamburger, durability 1 out of 1. A burger made from magic stones that restores a small bit of mana. His heart races with pure hype. Risk? Gone. He bites his lip, totally lost in thought. Imagine a world with 0 inventory weight limits. But right then, Subin quickly cuts in, warning him to wait because that thing costs 1,000,000 won. You really should not eat it. Kang Hyun is dumbfounded. What? She chuckles, adding that is just the raw material cost. Research is way higher. He gets it now, and it is honestly suffocating. This is absolute madness. Kang Hyun quickly puts the burger back, asking why on earth she is showing him this anyway. Sobin shuts the display case, her fingers clenching as she hesitates to speak. As you can see, item research is pretty expensive. She confesses the Hasao group originally funded this project, but they recently cut the funding. Hearing this, he cannot help but ask why they would stop. Does this technology have some bad side effects? Seobin lets out a massive sigh, shaking her head. No, their heir got tangled up in a terrorist attack, and now their stock is absolutely crashing. Kang Hyun nods, getting the picture now. But then he looks confused, still not getting her point, and asks why she is telling him all this. Sure, we make cash, but our guild only recently started turning a real profit, so we cannot afford to invest. Hearing his worried reply, Seobin covers her mouth and giggles. Looks like you got it wrong, she says, raising an eyebrow. I do not want an investment, I want a partnership. Kang Hyun blankly repeats. Partnership? Seobin nods, slowly dropping her first demand. I need you to supply magic stones at a cheap price, since that is where most of our budget goes. He scratches his head, exhausted. Hey, do you realize 5 to 10% of our guild income comes from selling magic stones? She whispers back, smiling. Actually, that number is pretty low. Most guilds get over 70%. Kang Hyun immediately corrects her, saying they focus on cores, not magic stones. We will supply the tech and gear to BA. Then she thoughtfully adds that, yeah, obviously this stuff is not free, but we will waive the mana stone fees and sell at cost, while splitting some future profits with you, Kang. Kang Hyun strokes his chin, quickly doing the math. Wait, so his income gets cut in half and he still has to buy the items? But he thinks about other perks. But these items can sell for literally any price. Right away, a crazy auction scenario pops into his head. 10 minutes left. That is all he has to bid on this itemized burger if he does not want to starve. He sighs. Deciding is a total nightmare for him. Seeing his completely constipated face, Seo Bin giggles and tries to comfort him. Why not hear the second rule first? He nods, telling her to go ahead. She does not beat around the bush at all. She goes straight to the point. The second term is dead simple. I want your guild to promote my babies. Oh wait, I mean promote my items. But Kang Hyun is quick to catch her slip about babies. Frowning, he asks in confusion now, I really do not get why you chose our guild of all places. Like, there are way richer guilds with a much better rep than us. For example, Kang Hyun pauses for a second, then slowly drops the name Dan. Seo Bin is surprised, but she quickly smirks. This might sound a bit rude, but they lack real awareness. As actual awakened ability users, while he stares at her in shock, she slowly continues her breakdown about how ability users work. Our warriors stepping onto the battlefield, risking their lives to fight monsters. Seo Bin bites her lip, her voice firm and intense. So, hunters need to radiate the beauty of a true warrior, a special kind of vibe. Hearing this whole speech, Kang Hyun grits his teeth. With his face twitching weirdly, Kang Hyun finally agrees to partner up. He decides to leave the contract negotiations to Rim Moon. But deep down, he cannot help but worry. Why does he feel a bad vibe about this? Since they have a deal, Seo Bin happily bows to send him off. I will be in your hands then. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he confidently promises to give her research center the most epic promo ever. But then, he suddenly stops. Right? He murmurs. He politely asks if he can make a quick request. She gets startled, her heart racing as she wonders if he is about to ask for some crazy high-tier gear. Kang Hyun reads her mind and scratches his head to calm her down. It is not an item, so do not stress. He is a bit awkward, but asks anyway. Can your lab actually make a prosthetic arm? Seo Bin is stunned, repeating a prosthetic arm? Kang Hyun nods, quickly raising his own hand to measure. Yeah, around this size. I want it to be about this long. Over on the side, Tae-gil is completely shook. It all starts clicking for him. Come to think of it, word is that Kang Hyun's dad actually lost an arm during that massive dungeon outbreak back in Anbi district. Hearing this, Seo-bin sighs in relief and rubs her chin. A prosthetic arm? Designing a custom one is a little bit complicated. But making it move exactly how the user wants? Honestly, that is not hard at all. She laughs warmly. They can even throw in some buffing functions. This is a piece of cake. Kang Hyun gets hyped. Seo-bin confidently says, yes, of course. But then she pauses, her voice turning hesitant. But wait, is that really all you want? Hearing this, he stares back in utter confusion. Behind her glasses, her eyes start to gleam. Looking mischievous yet friendly, she reminds him, since we are making a prosthetic anyway, we definitely need to pack it with some major features. Get this. She actually suggests a rocket punch, shaking the three worlds with this wild idea, and Kang is totally speechless. Hun listens, his eyes instantly lighting up as he nods like crazy. That sounds so sick. Let us discuss the details. They finish talking. He heads straight back to headquarters and gasps. Wait, O-tube? Sung-ah nods excitedly, breaking down the details. Yes, O-tube. I am going to make an official channel for our guild and upload videos. I think it is an epic idea. She blushes and adds that she cannot wait. I have been waiting forever. Sitting in his leader chair with crossed arms, Kang Hyun silently judges her as an attention seeker. Sung-ah quickly whips out a tablet to show him. Here are all the plans I have come up with so far. The screen is packed with bold text. This is our guild O2 bucket list. Is every single square meter really worth billions? Also, cool guild bonding trips and teaching bad guys a massive lesson. Giving the villains a lesson they will never forget. Reviewing items to flex the bow Lord Kang Hyun gave me, and inviting famous hunters. Lord Kang. Hyun has tons of connections. And a monster mukbang, comparing the taste to normal animals. That is bound to be epic, like keika and normal meat. After reading through the list, Kang Hyun stares in utter disbelief. Did you actually plan all this garbage? Sung-ah quietly nods. He gets dead serious. Hold up, monsters are literally poisonous so you cannot eat them. She pouts with blind faith, saying she knows he can do it. Hun can handle it. The officer sitting opposite breaks into a cold sweat, interrupting. Sung-ah, even if that is true, that is still way too much. Kang Hyun nods. Even if I have a poison resistance skill. But then he hesitates, looking completely tempted. Wait, is it actually going to be fine? The officer stares at him, catches his face and panics, asking what on earth the leader is thinking. Finally, Kang Hyun crosses his arms and approves it. I am actually planning an item review myself anyway. Sung-ah gets so hyped she slams the table, screaming, really? She pulls out her bow, shyly asking him to review it, but before she can even finish, he coldly shuts her down, saying absolutely not. The officer raises an eyebrow, asking if he already has another item in mind. Kang Hyun just smirks proudly and raises his chin. Of course I do. He strokes his chin, figuring out how to put it. That item is actually you. Hearing this, the officer jumps up in absolute shock. Can human beings really be stuffed into the inventory bag? Is that even physically possible? Sung Chan is just as shocked, totally unable to keep quiet. No way. Electronics that actually work inside a dungeon? He secretly pouted, thinking he only heard about the US developing this tech, but who knew they already had it here too? Turns out our country's tech is already on that level. Sitting in the leader's chair, Kang Hyun slowly added that he heard they're even working on communication devices next. Pretty insane, right? He cleared his throat to wrap up, saying, anyway, we still have to promote these items. Plus, there's another task we need to handle. Juseong quickly turned around, asking what it was. Kang Hyun raised a finger with a mysterious look and dropped two words, teaching. Hearing this, Juseong's face went completely blank, asking, teach what? Shrugging, he casually laid it out again. This is a direct request from team leader Shin Tae-gyu. He wants me to teach monster hunting, insane survival rates, and dungeon conquest guides, branding me as the ultimate star instructor. Kang Hyun of the Eight Evils Guild. He sighed, sounding completely drained as he added that the government wants to use this as official educational material. And among those newly developed items, there's actually a camera that works inside dungeons. Feeling intrigued, Juseong rested his chin on his hand, chiming in. Up until now, recording inside a dungeon was impossible, so they had zero footage to work with. He snorted in total disdain. Why are you even asking? Folded arms. Chin up, Kang Hyun confidently announced. Of course the star instructor is going to be me. Hearing that, he got pretty excited, wondering if Kang Hyun was really going to teach monster hunting. Ju Seong clicked his pen, picturing the scene, caught between excitement and anxiety. How could normal people even copy his insane style? Is this actually safe? Thinking about this, he smirked and glanced over, before nodding in agreement anyway. But honestly, it sounds super fun. I approve. Resting his chin on his hand with a huge grin, he flattered him, saying no one's better for this than you. Smugly, Kang Hyun held his head high, right? Quickly getting his serious face back on, he continued the meeting. All right, moving to the next agenda. I've brought this up before, right? We're going to conquer a B-rank dungeon. Kang Hyun narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice if they had the recon report ready, so Chae-moon quickly clicked the screen to report. Yes, a total of 9 B-rank dungeons have appeared in the country, and 3 of them have already been cleared by the Jangun and Immortal guilds. Pointing to the map, he slowly marked each spot, leaving 6 remaining. Wetting his lips, Chae-moon added that since other guilds cleared those, they have plenty of info on regular cores. So, which dungeon is the perfect fit for us? Kang Hyun watched closely, resting his chin on his hand. To conquer? He quickly clicked to show another slide. Right here, the Bamboo Screen Labyrinth, a notorious undead dungeon. It's gained a brutal reputation despite appearing only recently, mostly because there's absolutely zero food to forage inside this undead hellhole. Normally, explorers pack an insane amount of food beforehand. But here's the crazy part. This Bamboo Screen Labyrinth completely toys with anyone who dares enter. It features a structure so mind-bogglingly complex that even a half-month trek won't get you out, no matter how strictly you ration your food. At the end of the day, there's only so much weight one person can carry, even if you pack absolutely nothing but food in your bags. You're guaranteed to run out of all supplies halfway through. Because of that, not a single raiding party has ever survived going deep into the Bamboo Screen Labyrinth before. Staring at the screen, his eyes went wide with shock. A closed-off maze structure? And on top of that, it's the only dungeon where not a single regular core has been cleared yet? Instantly annoyed, Kang Hyun snapped at Chae-moon, asking why on earth he picked such a troublesome spot. Are you secretly praying for my downfall every night or something? In his head, Chae-moon rolled his eyes, thinking, wait, how'd he know? No, that's not it. That's not it at all. Chae-moon quickly defended himself, explaining that he didn't pick it on purpose. It was recommended by leader Shin Tae-gyu himself. Hearing that, he got even more irritated, grumbling that this guy was definitely just dumping all his trash problems onto him. Without a second thought, Kang Hyun waved his hand in refusal. No way, I'm out. Besides, didn't you say there's a bet on the line this time? Eyes closed, he firmly argued they should stick to quick in-and-out dungeons first. Chae-moon, looking totally disbelief, decided to double-check. Are you sure, even with a massive reward of 4 billion? Nodding along out of habit, Kang Hyun replied, yeah, even for 4 billion. Wait. He froze on the spot, screaming, wait, did you just say 4 billion? He frantically started flipping through the papers to check. Exactly. Since no one has cleared it in forever, the reward has gone way up. Chae-moon cleared his throat, seriously emphasizing that each regular core is worth 1 billion, and the main core is 4 billion. Watch how fast he flips his stance, immediately changing his mind. The next day, back at the Eight Evils headquarters, Kang Hyun stood tall, strictly laying down the plan. We are going to raid this dungeon with a small, super elite squad like this. Thinking things through, Kang Hyun warned them to get along well. Suddenly, Naja cut in, her eyes bulging in pure panic. Hysterical, she screamed. Are you out of your mind? I thought you said this is an uncleared B-rank dungeon, and only 4 of us are going in? Frowning, he glared at her, warning her to watch her mouth. Immediately shut down, Naja quickly corrected herself, saying, yes, sir. Kang Hyun nodded, satisfied. Flipping through the documents, he explained that since it's just a B-rank dungeon, the 4 of us are plenty. If anything happens, we can handle it. Slamming her hands on the table, she refused. No way, I said I'm not going. How can I dive into a B-rank dungeon right after joining the guild? He frowned again, giving her a sharp look to watch her mouth. Instantly losing all her confidence, Naja whimpered, understood. Right then, Ju Seong, sitting across from her, started hyping her up. Isn't it because you're just too strong, Naja? Leaning forward with an admiring look, he said her skills are more than enough. Her ego instantly inflated. Really? Is that true? Completely won over. Naja covered her mouth, giggling at Kang Hyun. Looks like you actually know how to judge talent. Hearing this, He secretly let out a sigh of relief, glad he had told Juseong to say exactly that. Kang Hyun raised the documents again. All right, focus up. In 3 days, we are stepping into the B-rank bamboo screen labyrinth. He paused for a brief moment. Lowering his voice, he dropped some serious news. Rumor has it this maze dungeon is crawling with freaking immortal monsters. Kang Hyun immediately starts frantically flipping through the files to check. Finally, he slams the papers right on the table, announcing they are just gonna rush straight to the core room. That is it. Chae-moon just sits there completely brain dead, watching him toss the files aside. His face goes totally twisted, eyes popping out as he literally screams in rage. If that is the case, why did he make us write a report in the first place? 1 week later, inside a B-rank maze dungeon, the Gumsu guild leader stands there looking at papers and lets out a loud curse. He clutches his forehead, completely stressed out, muttering about where the hell the exit is. Right then, some furious teammate charges up and grabs him by the collar, yelling that it is all his fault. Gumsu scowls as the guy just unloads a massive wave of anger, ranting that they should have never stepped foot into a messed up dungeon like this. It is all on you, your stupid mistake. But Gumsu is not backing down. He shoves him right back. You think I was wrong, he says. I was legit half right. But the guy keeps yelling back, arguing they should have turned back the second things started looking sketchy. The guy grabs his head and screams, asking who the hell said to keep going because stopping would be a waste. His face is practically purple from stress. Oh man, we are totally doomed. He groans in absolute despair, muttering that they will starve to death here. But right at that moment, a massive, deafening crash echoes through the cave, making everyone jump. One of the guys asks in a shaking voice if anyone else heard that. Gumsu frowns, totally confused, but the guy just stutters hoarsely to explain. Wait, do you hear that? Out of nowhere, the nearby wall gets absolutely blasted by a massive force, cracking wide open. While everyone just stands there completely jaw-dropped, the wall completely shatters. Out of the thick, dusty smoke, a mysterious figure slowly walks out, coughing his lungs out. It is Kang Hyun. He steps in, spots the trapped guild, and lets out a loud, smug laugh, shouting, "See, what did I tell you? I told you guys there were people here." Gumsu just stutters, recognizing him. Flashback to 30 minutes ago, Kang Hyun was staring at a camera, hyped that this thing actually worked. Najae, who is stuck holding the camera, rolls her eyes and complains that this tech has been around in America forever. She asks why she is the one carrying it, but Kang Hyun just shrugs shamelessly, telling her they are the frontline squad. So, filming is obviously her job. But Najae is not having it, complaining loudly that all he has to do is literally press a single button. He completely ignores her and turns away. Anyway, he says, from now on, we are officially recording the very first video for our new channel. Badass. Kang Hyun gets super hyped, inviting everyone to kick off their ultimate dungeon lecture, telling them all to clap their hands. Jusung looks pretty worried, hesitantly asking if he has ever actually beaten a maze dungeon before. Our guy confidently shakes his head and says, nope. Why do you ask? Jusung pouts, bluntly calling him out on why he is lecturing people then. But Kang Hyun is way too thick-skinned, shrugging it off and saying they just need to wing it. He asks if anyone can actually explain a maze dungeon. Seeing Sung-ah raise her hand, he proudly calls on her. Keeping her hand up, the smart girl slowly explains that a maze dungeon is exactly what it sounds like, a dungeon with a totally tangled, confusing layout. The walls here are basically indestructible, and they can self-heal. So even if you leave marks to find your way back, they disappear, making these dungeons a total nightmare to clear. In her head, she imagines some rookie proudly carving marks on the wall with a knife, thinking they are so smart for not getting lost. She firmly states that the standard pro strat is to draw a map as you go. Kang Hyun immediately throws his hands up, shouting that she is spot on. Jusung gives a smug grin and calls him out, saying he totally did not know. Caught red-handed, Kang Hyun tells him to shut up and quickly marches over. He taps the wall, feeling around. He claims he can feel the core energy coming straight from this direction, mockingly asking if they cannot feel it. He says it is because they simply do not have his genius talent. He confidently declares he is going to show them how to walk straight through. Jusung just stares, asking how. Didn't you hear her? Jusung asks. The walls are indestructible, but right then, Kang Hyun pulls out a massive hammer if they cannot be broken. Check this out. System alerts start flashing as he activates his giant strength skill, raising that massive hammer high. Then it is just because we do not have enough muscle. Back in reality, Gumsu is completely stunned after hearing this, stuttering in absolute disbelief. Are you telling me you actually smashed through the walls to get here? Gumsoo asks. Kang Hyun just shrugs, and Gumsoo shakes his head, completely speechless. But then, he suddenly stops. A sudden thought flashes in his mind. Wait, if they broke a path from the entrance, does that mean the way out is wide open? His voice starts trembling with joy. So we can finally get out? He asks, but Kang Hyun immediately shuts him down, pointing at the wall and telling him that it is not going to happen. The wall is already closing. It is a harsh reality. It heals instantly. Kang Hyun then looks at them, asking if they are all starving. Gumsoo is totally lost, but Kang Hyun gets straight to business, offering a deal. If you guys help us film, I will hook you up with food. Plus, I will get you out of this place. Overjoyed, Gumsoo asks if he is for real, immediately nodding his head and agreeing to do literally anything to escape. We will do interviews, anything. But Kang Hyun shakes his head and cuts him off. He points and tells Najee to start filming this exact spot right now. Najee snaps back, telling him to stop calling her that dumb nickname. Gumsoo is just standing there completely frozen, having no idea what is going on. Inventory cheat code. Kang Hyun pulls a fresh hamburger straight out of his inventory space, pointing at it and introducing it to the camera. He exaggerates with a super hyped face, saying this is no ordinary burger. Since it fits in the inventory, you do not have to carry heavy luggage. Plus, it stays fresh forever. He goes full salesman mode, praising the burger and hyping up how insanely good the taste is. It tastes just like it was freshly made. He playfully glances at Gumsoo, asking if he wants a bite. Everyone knows that normal electronics absolutely do not work inside these dungeons, right? Well, he laughs out loud, bragging to the camera that they are filming this thanks to his special cabin item research institute. He shoves the burger into Gumsoo's hands, telling him to take a big bite and make sure he gives a legendary reaction. Gumsoo just nods blankly, taking a bite of the burger, but the second he chews, his face instantly goes pale and he starts grimacing hard. What is this absolute garbage flavor? He mumbles, covering his mouth. Sorry, Kang Hyun, but this taste is pretty cursed. Though seeing Kang Hyun's terrifying face, Gumsoo instantly changes his tune, saying it is actually so bussing. While Kang Hyun's scary death stare slowly fades into a satisfied grin, our squad's first paid promo officially kicks off right here, as Kang Hyun pulls out a giant hamburger. He takes a massive bite, chewing and hyping it up like a professional influencer, dropping a whole essay about how insanely juicy this grilled patty is. The fresh lettuce, tomatoes, and pickles create perfect harmony, all wrapped in a super soft bun. Gumsoo just stands there, totally pale and shell-shocked, watching Kang Hyun aggressively hype up eating this kind of premium tier meal right inside a dangerous dungeon. I do not even call this a meal. It is a straight-up revolution, he yells, getting insanely hyped while waving his hands around. Support Youngseo Bin Item Lab, guys, while Yu Sung watches from the side, pretty suspicious if his leader got some totally different, better food. It looks so good, but Sung-ah shakes her head, saying it is likely all the same, while Naja just sighs, respecting the hustle. Kang Hyun is seriously a money-hungry beast, over there licking his fingers and shouting that this burger is straight-up bon appetit, making Yu Sung snort. Yu Sung kindly corrects him, saying he meant delicious, since bon appetit means enjoy your meal, while Sung-ah literally cracks up, telling him to stop flexing words he doesn't know. Hearing this, Kang Hyun's face goes dark, making Najae Jun shake, while our leader just waves his hand in annoyance. Whatever, give me the camera. Kang Hyun snatches it and shoves it to Gumsoo, brushing his hands and announcing without beating around the bush. We are starting the dungeon sweep again, moving fast, so keep up and film carefully, leaving Gumsoo with a pretty heavy task. He nods seriously, while Kang Hyun pulls out his hammer to check the core energy, aiming directly at a specific spot. With a smirk, he raises his hammer high and smashes it down, shouting that this is the way, let's go. Stepping inside, he instantly switches back to his professional host persona, explaining to the camera, okay guys, what is the #1 thing to watch out for in a maze dungeon? Yep, traps, he says, taking a step back mysteriously. And the best way to handle them is, but right then, he steps on a plate, sending a fire arrow straight at his head. Instantly, the fire arrow explodes, completely engulfing Kang Hyun's body in massive, roaring flames. At the same time, the ground opens into a deep pit. Gumsoo watches in horror as his leader plunges onto sharp spikes. Look at this crazy twist. Kang Hyun crawls back up, bloody and battered, but still flashing a bright, professional smile, saying, actually, the most effective way is just ignoring the damage. Easy, right? And Gumsoo is absolutely terrified, asking if he is okay, but our leader is already worrying about something else entirely. Did you capture all of that? He asks, and Gyum-soo nods, though he is sweating bullets on the inside. Can we even upload this without getting banned? He wonders, but Kang Hyun just brushes it off and tells them to keep moving. He confidently tells them to follow closely, but suddenly, a pack of growling skeletons rushes them, though he does not even blink. Instead, he coldly swings his fists, while Yu Sung, Sung-ah, and Naja calmly charge in to wreck these monsters. Gyum-soo, filming from the sidelines, is totally amazed, realizing that even though their squad is pretty small, they are straight-up top-tier elites. He gasps, realizing they are on another level, while Kang Hyun dusts off his hands, complaining about how weak these skeletons are, making Sung-ah totally agree, which boosts his confidence even more. Staring at the massive door ahead, Kang Hyun gets hyped, saying the boss inside must be crazy strong, before turning back to Gyum-soo with a serious look. Dropping a massive truth bomb, he warns him they are entering the boss room, so he needs to stay back and film properly. You can handle that, right? Making Gyum-soo stutter in agreement, before Kang Hyun confidently pushes open the boss room doors. The heavy doors slowly swing open, revealing a massive throne room inside. And check this out, someone is straight up sitting on the throne. Hands in his pockets, Kang Hyun swaggeringly walks in, mocking the boss's goofy pose and asking if he is some dark knight. Suddenly, the monster speaks up, introducing himself as Vio, the Dark Knight, completely catching Kang Hyun off guard as he slowly stands. Drawing his sword, the boss smirks that they can never leave, while Gyum-soo is literally shaking, terrified that a monster actually spoke. Kang Hyun purses his lips, deep in thought, since encountering a speaking monster instantly reminds him of something pretty suspicious from his past. Remembering that talking skeleton in the AR station lab, he realizes this boss might be the exact same type, so he straight up asks if he is just another talking skeleton, and Vio nods, saying even in death he remains an undead guardian. Kang Hyun rolls his eyes, pulling out his weapon while mocking the boss for having such a detailed backstory for a monster. Bring it, I'll smash you, but Yu-sung grabs his shoulder, saying, Hold up, bro, let me handle this guy. Glaring, Kang Hyun asks why, while Yu-sung calmly explains they must test the boss first, knowing nothing about him. But seeing Yu-sung's wildly excited grin, Kang Hyun realizes, wait, you just want to fight, don't you? But without answering, Yu-sung already dashes forward like the wind. Yelling after that crazy bastard, Kang Hyun can only watch as Yu-sung charges straight ahead while opening his inventory to pull out his gear. Kang Hyun just stares, completely speechless, shouting, Wait, what happened to your wooden club? Drawing a sword, Yu-sung laughs, explaining his skill is a rank weapon mastery, and he only used the club because it felt pretty satisfying. Du-song does not give a single care about this crazy genius kid whining. He is just locking his eyes onto Vio. One look at his stance with that sword tells the whole story. Grinning with pure hype, he is dead sure this opponent is at least master level. He needs to stay sharp to handle whatever crazy wildcards this guy throws at him. Right after, Du-song charges straight in, swinging his blade like an absolute boss. Honestly, using a real sword is way better than swinging some cheap wooden bat. Two swords clash with an absolute bang, making him hiss in pain. Du-song's face quickly goes dead serious as he realizes this fight is going to be hell. This freak is as strong as Kang Hyun. Ducking quickly to dodge a lethal strike, he pulls a crooked grin. His sword skills are definitely top tier too, no cap. He is basically a buffed version of Kang Hyun. Du-song shakes his head to clear those annoying thoughts, refocusing all his energy on his next heavy swing. He needs to lock in. Pointing his blade forward with a wild, bloodthirsty glare, he knows he has gotten way stronger than when he was sparring with Kang Hyun. On the other side, Vio does not show a sliver of fear. He just bares his teeth, raises his sword, and unleashes a massive strike. A savage slash that feels like it could shatter 3 whole realms. Du-song barely blocks it, only to get a brutal kick straight to his chest. Bro gets blasted straight into the brick wall. Coughing, he instantly regrets not bringing a better weapon. Meanwhile, the crowd outside starts screaming his name in absolute panic. Kang Hyun quickly waves his hand, ordering the 8 aces to deploy their battle formation. Getting back up, Du-song grins and grips his sword tight. Na-dae holds her weapon with a pale, terrified face. Wait, what formation? I never learned that stuff. Kang Hyun rushes over, frantically telling her to execute the first form of 8 aces. 3 fighters charge ahead at Kang Hyun's roar to jump the guy. But poor Na-dae just stands there, her face twitching because she has zero clue what is going on. Vio sees them all rushing him at once. Instead of backing down, he just laughs like a maniac, telling them all to bring it on with pure bloodlust in his eyes. Instantly, Vio swings his blade, unleashing a barrage of brutal slashes. Kang Hyun and Dusong take the full hit, collapsing to the ground with zero strength left. Right after, a sharp arrow flies straight at him from the back. Vio remains completely chill, casually swinging his sword to slice the arrow clean in half. Now check this out. As Veo glares at the rest with thick killing intent, a huge weapon is raised, glowing with a crazy surge of power. Nade is ready. Standing at the very back, she raises her weapon to summon an insanely high-energy magic circle. Eyes wide and mouth open, she screams out for him to die. Nade slams her weapon down, unleashing a devastating blast from the sky right onto Vio. Dust explodes everywhere. Kang Hyun, kneeling on the ground, suddenly flinches like he sees something wild. Seeing the guy still standing tall after that massive hit, he clicks his tongue. This dude is like a leech. Standing nearby, Dusong agrees, calling him an upgraded version of Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun grinds his teeth in pure annoyance. Annoying as hell, but you are right. Still, this makes me incredibly mad. Having said his piece, he launches back in. He flies forward with his sword. Gumsu, watching from behind, whispers how epic it is. The guy next to him is completely stunned, praising their teamwork. While Kang Hyun and his team clash violently, those two just casually chat, noting how four of them are fighting one monster with insane coordination. They do not get in each other's way at all. Na-Dae slams her weapon down again, yelling to die. But her massive blast of energy flies straight toward Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun gets a massive jump scare. Dodging the blast, he turns around, absolutely fuming, and screams at her. "Hey, you almost killed us." Knowing she messed up, she quietly mutters that humans make mistakes sometimes. But Gumsu and his buddies are just staring in disbelief. Yeah, or maybe not. As the brutal fight drags on, Kang Hyun grips the ground, sighing heavily. This is the first time he has ever faced someone this insanely overpowered. Watching Dusong clash like a wild beast with Vio, he realizes that even with everyone jumping him at once, the guy does not budge. It is basically impossible to find a single opening in his defense. Kang Hyun's eyes flash with a cold light. He tells himself that they are only going to get one single shot. Staring intensely at the boss, his mind is racing. This monster still has absolutely no idea about his cheat-like recovery skill. Watch closely, the second Dusong gets blasted away. Kang Hyun grips his sword and dashes in. Vio does not even hesitate, swinging his brutal blade to meet him. The swing cuts clean through his body, spraying blood absolutely everywhere. But instead of crying out, Kang Hyun just pulls a savage grin like everything is going exactly to plan. He lunges close, grabbing Vio's shoulders to lock him in place. Using that grip, Kang Hyun pulls his head way back for maximum momentum. Holding on tight, he delivers an absolute nuke of a headbutt straight to Vio's forehead. The impact is so insane that the monster's face literally begins to shatter. Vio is completely stunned. What on earth is this? Suddenly, an item description pops up. Kame's ring. Durability 500 out of 500. A ring worn by Kame, the greatest female martial artist. This ring was with her through all her grueling training, carrying her raw determination and obsession. Blood sprays all over Kang Hyun's face as he goes wild. Bro is completely unhinged now, screaming like a lunatic. A system alert pops up the Mad Dog. Active skill increases his stamina by 8. Mad Dogs never let go. Once they bite, they chew until the target is dead. Eyes loaded with lethal intent, Kang Hyun lunges forward and bites Vio. What happens when you go full beast mode? Vio's face twists in pure shock. What is this humiliating crap? This is supposed to be a sacred duel. But Kang Hyun keeps biting down like a maniac, ignoring everything else. Kang Hyun gets annoyed when his bite does not do enough damage. This guy's skin is too tough, my teeth are going to break. Then, a genius idea hits him. Mana. Instantly, Kang Hyun channels his mana, biting chunk after chunk out of Vio's body. Watching this insane scene, Dusong bursts out laughing while Sunga cheers him on. Sunga pumps her fist in excitement while Nade goes pale with horror. Finally, with one brutal rip, Veo's head is completely torn off and rolls onto the ground. Satisfied, he lets go, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Kang Hyun's body rapidly regenerates as he grins and wipes the gore off his face. It is like it was nothing. The two girls are completely traumatized. Dusong just lets out an awkward laugh, nervously calling out to his senior. "Hey, look at your pants!" Kang Hyun is still spacey, wiping his face, but then he looks down and realizes. Over in the corner, Nade is screaming. Blushing hard, she covers her eyes and cries out that her vision is ruined forever. He quickly spins around, yelling back that nobody told her to look. While he scrambles to pull up his pants, Vio's severed head grumbles from the dirt. Even in defeat, the monster's head is still trash-talking them for being cheap. Call yourself a warrior after a cheap stunt like that? Kang Hyun snorts. He steps up without a second thought and stomps that head to mush. Talkative loser, he mutters. He glances at his screen and freezes his new skill. Kang Hyun's reckless combat has just unlocked on the notification board. In life or death battles, his bloodlust and survival instincts sharpen like crazy. This description sounds like a major buff to his combat style. It is a gift from a mysterious force to Kang Hyun, the savage who literally ripped a B-rank zombie boss apart with his bare teeth. His close combat has reached a new tier. Among the wall of text, one bold phrase stands out, becoming sharper. Kang Hyun just stares, completely stunned, while cursing that annoying system administrator in his head. Just you wait, he growls. I will get my payback one day. Right then, Sung-ah slowly walks over and points out some dropped loot. Kang Hyun snaps out of his anger and looks up, totally surprised. Huh, there is loot? He rushes over to pick up a C-rank weapon, Veo's longsword. Its durability is 328 out of 500. This sword belonged to Princess Lin's bodyguard. This was the ultimate weapon of a knight who dedicated his entire life to shielding the princess, and it still carries his absolute, unbreakable will. Its special skills are Calm and Guardian. Calm stabilizes the mind, while Guardian boosts the user's stats during intense battles when protecting someone precious to them. He inspects the sword, his face instantly turning into a picture of pure disappointment. What even is this? This piece of junk is weaker than Bevan's sword. The master tier sword that leader Taegil lent me is way better. Without hesitation, Kang Hyun tosses it to Dusok, calling it pure garbage and telling him to keep it. Duseok catches the blade, raising an eyebrow. Wait, didn't you just say this was trash? Kang Hyun shrugs, already reaching for another piece of dropped gear. Better than nothing, right? Now check this out. He pulls up Veo's B-rank armor next, with 2,389 durability out of 2,500. Since Veo always moved around to guard Princess Lin from behind, this armor is designed for maximum utility rather than just looking fancy. It has boosted durability and an ultra-lightweight trait. The durability boost increases the armor's toughness, preventing it from wearing down too quickly. The lightweight feature drops its weight. Kang Hyun looks it over and nods. Not bad, he thinks, quickly sliding it into his inventory while still complaining out loud. Still not as good as Donao's armor, he mutters, but I will save it for someone later. Next up, more loot drops, including Lin's C+ rank ring with 79 durability. This ring was worn by the princess. Since she was physically fragile, it grants a +6 stamina boost and unlocks a defensive skill called Mana Shield. This S-rank shield can be cast once a day. Kang Hyun looks at the ring, wondering who should get it, when Najee suddenly raises her hand. I think it matches me perfectly, she argues. He nods slowly, agreeing that it makes sense. She smiles, thinking she won. But of course, Kang Hyun is a troll. He blankly tosses it into his inventory, teasing her that he is keeping it just because it suits her. Najee immediately flips out while he plays dumb. What? I can't hear you, he laughs. Pocketing the ring, he steps forward and picks up a glowing skill book radiating with pure energy. Finally, the real highlight of today's haul. The description screen pops up Veo's S-rank swordsmanship, a book that can teach the user his master-tier swordplay. This style was crafted by Veo, a legendary knight. Even if he never reached the absolute peak, his skills were highly respected by all aspiring warriors. He reads the description and narrows his eyes in deep suspicion. Is this actually legit? Even Dusok smiles, looking a bit doubtful about it. Honestly, this skill looks kind of trash, Duseok notes. Kang Hyun purses his lips but tightly grips the book anyway. Well, learning it won't hurt, right? Just learn it already, Duseok groans. Instantly, notifications explode on screen. Veo's swordsmanship has been successfully created and merged with his C-rank advanced swordsmanship. After fusing with the S-rank skill, his newly acquired Veo's swordsmanship rises to rank D. Kang Hyun rubs his chin as he carefully reads the system alert. Veo's swordsmanship, huh? Staring at the D-rank upgrade, he lets out a quiet sigh and wonders if this is actually a downgrade. Going down a rank feels weird, but it shouldn't be weaker. He rests his chin on his hand, muttering that the overall stats must be better. Duseok locks his hands behind his head, chuckling that it's going to be pretty interesting. Kang Hyun cold shoulders him, waving his hand to dismiss the comment. He then glances at Sung-ah with a slightly apologetic look. Come to think of it, we didn't really get any good gear for you this run. Veo's heavy armor is way too bulky for her. Generously, he promises to make it up to her with a massive cash bonus. She gasps, touched. The bow you gave me before is more than enough, she replies softly. Naja immediately whines, jealous that nobody got anything for her. Kang Hyun rolls his eyes, reaching into his pocket dimension. Stop crying. He pulls out Princess Lin's ring and tosses it directly to her. Najee catches it, cheering in pure joy, while Kang Hyun just pouts and complains. Fate really loves playing jokes, he grumbles. With the loot divided, he turns his attention back to the glowing stone resting right by his boots. He mutters under his breath, wondering if this B-rank magic stone is the exact item he was supposed to retrieve. He quickly picks it up to inspect it. Feeling the heavy mana radiating from it, he realizes it is more than enough to repair his gear. Just then, a blue system window slowly appears. The dungeon core is destroyed. Kang Hyun nods, satisfied with securing a B-rank core. All right, let us pack up and get out. The robotic voice announces the exit portal is now open. As soon as they return, they upload their dungeon raid video, and the comments immediately explode with shock. How did they clear a B-rank dungeon so incredibly fast? The chat is going wild. People are questioning if they really just broke through the walls like that. Did they seriously smash the walls down? Yep, completely wrecked. Viewers are hyped, spamming their keyboards while asking if anyone saw that final boss fight. Seriously, who thinks of chewing on a boss's bones like that? Did his teeth break? Now I'm craving pork ribs. It is too blurry to see clearly. Wait, did the boss actually get sliced in half? How does anyone recover from that? Maybe it is just the camera angle. What was that burger about? Another comment joins in with massive praise. Turning actual food into a stat-boosting item? Goodbye to eating those tasteless, dried-up meat rations forever. There it is, right? The comment section is already blowing up with everyone losing their minds because that thing costs a whopping 2 million won. 2 million! Must be dollars, right? Since this is America. But wait, maybe it is in Korean won. 2 million won for a burger is insane. Once they mass produce it, the price drops. If it is around 100 gems, I will cop it. Damn, are they loaded? Kang Hyun reads a bit and asks, "What do you think, bro?" He shoves his phone forward with a smug grin on his face, bragging about how their media hype is absolutely top tier, right, Seobin? Seobin smiles wide and nods. Totally spot on, she laughs, her voice full of happiness, saying orders from all over are rolling in. They are flooding in from across the country. Even international orders are piling up. He immediately takes the chance to remind her to fix his weapon perfectly. All right, Seobin? She waves it off with a laugh. Of course. Then gets professional. Where is that magic crystal you grabbed? Kang Hyun slides a suitcase forward, saying right here. Seobin gently picks up the crystal, inspecting it. She slowly stands up, praising its nice color, saying, "Let us measure its mana levels and see." He is shocked, his eyes wide. You can actually measure that? Seobin chuckles and nods. Obviously. The whole world is obsessed with studying this. She quickly places the crystal into the machine, adding that even though it is not public yet, this field is already super advanced. The machine quickly flashes a number that makes Seobin gasp. Oh! She stares at the chart for a while, then reaches a conclusion. The growth rate of this thing looks totally insane. Let me tell you, even Kang Hyun gets curious, stepping closer to take a look, asking, is it really that crazy? Seobin rubs her chin in shock, wondering how this is possible. Having absolutely no clue what is happening, he asks what is wrong. She looks at the screen showing 33,700, gasping in complete disbelief. Even Kang Hyun scratches his head, commenting on how high it is. Seobin beams with excitement, adding that, yeah, it almost touched the highest recognized world record ever. He asks, looking a bit worried, if the repairs will still be fine. She pushes up her glasses like a pro, saying, of course. Just hang tight for a few days. Seobin cackles with pure excitement, confidently boasting that the results will blow his mind. And just like that, time flies by like crazy. As sunset wraps over the city, Moo-suk sits in his office, putting out his cigarette. He asks Chun-dong, sitting across from him, if he has heard the news yet. Chun-dong raises an eyebrow, asking what news he is talking about. Frowning deeply, the old man replies, it is about the top guild clearing that B-rank dungeon. Moo-suk looks even more pissed off, stressing that they did not just clear it, they wrapped the whole thing up in a single day. Chun-dong calmly sips his tea, totally unfazed, and nods. Ah, yeah, I heard. The whole country is practically going wild over it right now. How could I possibly miss it? Hearing this, the old man slams the table in a rage, roaring at how he can still squeeze out a smile right now. Moo-suk is absolutely boiling, his face bright red as he rants. I ordered you to clear that B rank ages ago, so why has your side not moved a single inch? Do you think I threw my money in here just to play house? Taking a sharp, angry breath, the old man threatens him that if they lose the bet like this, he is dead meat. Meanwhile, Chun-dong calmly tries to soothe him. Pavlov Aduase, calm down, Mr. Chairman. Chun-dong mockingly chuckles, adding that if his blood pressure spikes and he collapses, it would be bad. Moo-suk gets highly suspicious of his relaxed attitude. What on earth is this punk planning? Doubts swirl in the old man's head, remembering how normally, by this time, Chun-dong would already be bowing and apologizing. Right at that moment, Chun-dong sets down his teacup. Just as he says, Chairman, a group of guys suddenly bursts in from outside. He casually adds, by the way, would you mind coming with us? As those guys drag Moo-suk away, he screams in a blind rage. You bastards, where are my guards? Where are those damn guards? Chun-dong shrugs, dropping some crazy news for us. Those sketchy bodyguards of yours, they are probably taking a very long, peaceful nap right now. A cold glare flashes in his eyes as he sneers. No matter how chaotic this world gets, pulling out actual guns in Korea is just crossing the line. I made sure they will never do any bad deeds again, so do not worry. Moo-suk freezes under that terrifying gaze, staring at this kid in pure shock. That look in his eyes. Moo-suk panics, wondering if he is drunk or high on drugs. Still, the old man yells out, trying to sound threatening. Do you think you will survive after pulling a stunt like this? Do you even know whose territory you are on, trying to act all tough here? Moo-suk, screaming to let him go, gradually fades away. Standing behind the door, Chun-dong speaks in a low voice, ordering them to treat their guest nicely, because he is an important guest. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tae-gil is driving, complaining that he told him to slam the door gently, but Kang Hyun stubbornly argues back. It is not broken, so what is the big deal? Sitting comfortably, he asks if everything back there was settled. Tae-gil nods, driving off, saying it is all thanks to him. Slumping into his seat like he has no bones, Kang Hyun asks in a teasing voice, wait, are you not the big boss of management? Why are you picking me up yourself instead of sending someone else? Tae-gil silently rolls his eyes, sarcastically thinking how he would ever dare leave him. How could I ever trust anyone else with Kang Hyun? He then frowns, seriously muttering that nobody knows what kind of crazy stuff might happen on the road. He snorts, mocking him back, saying it is like he is some dangerous cargo that needs an armed escort. Tae-gil stops at a red light, praising him. I watched your video. The amount of engagement you pulled is honestly no joke. He then purses his lips, speaking hesitantly, but using it as a tutorial. As an educational video, Tae-gil remembers how Kang Hyun boldly lectured in the video, saying if the dungeon does not collapse, maybe you are just too weak. He makes a face, grumbling that making a normal video would not kill anyone. But Kang Hyun keeps a straight face, defending his ultimate strategy. It is our debut video, so clickbait is the top priority. Kang Hyun excitedly adds that his next content is going to be super chill. Tae-gil instantly gets a bad feeling, wondering what it is. Sure enough, he raises a finger, announcing they are going to smash some goblins. Tae-gil focuses on driving, asking why on earth he hates goblins so much. What kind of deep grudge do you even have against them anyway? Just then, Kang Hyun's phone rings. Hold up, bro, he says, pulling it out. Seeing Sung-ah calling, he wonders what could be going on. Kang Hyun quickly picks up, greeting her, but the voice on the other end is extremely frantic. Sung-ah gasps out that everything is ruined and they are in deep trouble. Her next words instantly make his eyes widen in pure shock. Meanwhile, Chairman Moo-suk is speeding down the road, shouting into his phone to ask Secretary Kang if the tracker is still working. As he turns, the secretary replies, yeah, looks like those scumbags haven't noticed a thing yet. Dusong rushes to check. Does that device track vitals? How is he holding up? He leaps right up straight onto his green motorcycle. On the line, Secretary Kang says his dad's heart rate is kind of high, but stable. Still, nobody knows what kind of crazy stuff goes down next. Dusong kicks up the kickstand. He cuts her off mid-sentence. I'm heading there myself. Just ping me the location right now. She wants to say more, her voice still buzzing through his speaker. Young master, they have way too many guys on their side. At least take some guards. But Dusong cannot wait. He hangs up, totally stressed out. Damn it, what the hell am I even doing right now? Memories of his childhood flash back. His dad was a total monster who only used violence and control, not a single memory of actually being loved. Dusong grabs his helmet, pulling it over his blank face. Does a terrible dad like that even deserve saving? Didn't he wish 100 times that the old man would just disappear forever? And yet, his hands move on pure instinct as he grabs the throttle, Dusong lets out a loud curse and revs it hard. The bike zooms off. Meanwhile, three black sedans are absolutely flying down the main highway. Tied up in the back seat, Musok is still physically fine, but his mouth will not shut. Where are you punks taking me anyway? Chun-dong is sitting shotgun and gets completely annoyed. Shut up, Mr. President. I really do not want to get violent with you. Musuk grinds his teeth in pure rage, yelling back at him. Before he can finish cursing, a hand slams right onto his face, choking him. Chun-dong snaps back. I already told you to shut your mouth. He glares back like a total demon. Did you not hear me? Musik is furious, but he is smart enough to shut his trap. See, if these punks wanted him dead, they would have done it already. Connecting the dots, he realizes something. They wanted to do this quietly, yet they made a huge scene. It proves they have got some other sick plan. That is why this old guy is still acting pretty cocky, thinking they will not kill him just yet. So he keeps talking trash. Where are we going? Speak up. Chun-dong glares at him. This old geezer really will not learn until he hits rock bottom. Oh, wait. He grabs Musik by the arm, ripping his sleeve down to expose a glowing tracker strapped to his wrist. Were you really relying on this little toy? Chun-dong laughs coldly. Did you actually think we did not notice this tracking device? He easily crushes it right in front of Musik. We just wanted to see that stupid, helpless look on your face. Chun-dong fires off his final warning. If you do not want to meet the Grim Reaper early, keep your mouth shut. Understood? Suddenly, the driver interrupts their little chat boss. We have definitely got a tail behind us. Chun-dong spins around to look through the glass. What is that? A bright, neon motorcycle is riding right on their tail. Hearing that, Musik gasps in shock. A motorcycle? Did Dusong seriously catch up already? Right behind the car, kidnapping his own father, Dusong locks his eyes on his target. Found you. Chun-dong barks orders to his two guys in the back. What are you waiting for? Take him out. One guy immediately unleashes his magic skill, launching a massive, twisting fireball right out of the car. It flies straight at Dusong, but he swerves and dodges it easily. Oh, so we are playing dirty now, are we? He instantly senses another threat as a bullet grazes right past his head. The escort cars around Chun-dong actually pulled out real guns and started spraying bullets. That is when he realizes all these surrounding cars are in on it too. They are literally awakened users, yet they are resorting to shooting guns like amateurs. He even jokes to himself doing this in the middle of South Korea is pretty gutsy. He stops holding back, switches to combat mode, and activates Magic Shield. Now look at this. Those escort cars crash hard, leaving Chun-dong totally shocked. What just happened? Was that a freaking Magic Shield? He looks down on Dusong's skill, but he cannot deny his combat power. How can someone do this much with such a trash ability? It makes no sense. Dusong easily bypasses the barrier and shakes off the extra cars. Chun-dong is left speechless once again. Panicking, he turns and yells at the driver, step on the gas. Speed up, right now. The driver can only scramble to obey. Dusong spots his opening. He steps onto his bike seat, launches himself high, and swings his mace. The car is right within his reach. Inside, Musek looks back through the glass, totally terrified. Dusong locks eyes with his dad, but the car suddenly accelerates. His strike hits empty asphalt while the car speeds away. Dusong looks up, whispering to himself, did you really think I would lose you? Out in the dark suburbs, Dusong finally brings his bike to a halt. He stands completely alone, facing a small army guarding a dungeon portal. As expected, a dungeon. He asks them quite politely, I am kind of busy here, mind stepping aside? But the leader is not having it keep dreaming. Dusong sighs and takes off his helmet. Knew it. He immediately throws up a glowing magic shield. He does not waste any more time. He chucks his helmet straight at the leader, sending the guy flying backward. His body slams hard against the magic shield. Dusong smirks and steps forward. I wanted to test this skill out anyway. With Kang Hyun becoming a literal monster, I cannot just sit around doing nothing. He pulls out his spiked mace with a cold grin. The guy gets absolutely wrecked. Blood splatters across Dusong's shirt and half his face, but he just laughs like a psychopath. Next up, he starts counting down as the guards begin to panic. They try to hype themselves up, stay calm. There is only one of him. We have got him outnumbered. Charge! They rush him all at once. Dusong just gives a self-deprecating laugh, standing his ground as they close in. As they reach him, he sighs, look, I would love to play with you guys, but I am in a bit of a rush. No more wasting time. He goes all out to end this quickly. Dusong unleashes his magic shield, completely throwing the guards off guard. He steps right onto his magic shields, using them as stepping stones to reach the gate. He coldly raises his mace and swings, shattering the entrance. The quiet night erupts into total chaos with a massive blast and screams of pain. Dusong lands calmly on the ground. Behind him, those guys are never getting up again. So, I am heading out first. He looks back with a smug little smirk and mutters, "Peace out." Meanwhile, on the highway, a car is tearing down the road while the radio blasts a breaking update about a place looking straight up like a war zone, the Seoul Expressway. Right by the bridge, a reporter drone voices that a pack of awakened high tiers is currently staging a wild, high-speed car chase across the city. 4 cars are completely totaled with massive casualties. Kang Hyun sits there, scowling like crazy. Damn it, where on earth did those punks run off to anyway? He glances at Taehyun, who is steering with a totally blank face. Yo, can you not step on the gas any harder? Taehyun just keeps his eyes locked on the road. I am already flooring it here, dude. What the absolute hell is even going on? Meanwhile, the radio keeps blaring updates, identifying the rogue group as members of the Gangshin Guild. They are a pretty famous local crew of Awakened. Turns out they just snatched Chairman and Musuk of the Hee-sung group. Taehyun frowns. Wait, if it is Gangshin, are not they the ones Hee-sung was investing in? Kang Hyun shrugs casually. Yup, I actually just met them. Hearing this, Taehyun practically screams out in utter shock. Wait, you did what? Kang Hyun cannot stand that judging stare and snaps. What is with that look? Why are you staring at me like I just caused another massive disaster? I did not even do anything. He quickly deflects Taehyun's eyes back to their immediate crisis, shouting, "Watch the road! Look straight ahead, man!" Taehyun swerves hard, barely missing the car in front. Before they can even catch their breath, Sung-ah leans forward from the back seat with big news. She pops up, screaming that Ho-sung just sent a text. Kang Hyun immediately reacts, "Wait, seriously? What did he say?" He is absolutely thrilled. Apparently, they are at Mount Seol in Yangpyeong. Kang Hyun gets totally hyped, screaming, "All right, you heard her." He urges him on as the car plunges into a dark tunnel. Let's go. Meanwhile, Dusong has already infiltrated the E-rank Goblin Fortress dungeon. Inside, Chundong's gang is busy trying to brainwash Musuk. The boss complains, "How long do we have to drag this out?" He barks at Alexei, a high-ranking officer of the Liberated Hunter Alliance. Alexei unleashes his skill, telling him to shut up and wait. He presses 2 fingers against Musuk's forehead, making the old man's eyes roll back as he groans. You think mind control is some walk in the park? He curses internally. Damn it. This old geezer isn't even an awakened, just a regular human. Why is his mental defense so ridiculously stubborn? Even now, Musuk is struggling, muttering, "Just kill me already." Alexei roars at him to shut his mouth. Alexei pushes his power to the absolute limit, telling himself he is almost there. He grins, thinking, just a little more, and Musuk and the entire Hee-sung group will be in my pocket. Once that happens, my rank in the alliance is going straight to the top. He keeps pouring energy into Musuk's mind, plotting. Soon, I will brainwash the leader himself and swallow this whole alliance alive. Suddenly, blood drips from the old man's nose. Alexei panics and swiftly chops the back of Musuk's neck, knocking him. He curses out loud, "You stubborn old bastard." He stands up, breathing heavily, annoyed that the old guy fought back till the very end. Chundong is getting anxious behind him, asking if it is done. Alexei steps on the unconscious old man's head, claiming they successfully captured their 3rd global tycoon. Alexei turns to the crew, grinning. Now we can manipulate the global economy however we want. He looks down at the shriveled old man on the floor. Just as Alexei is gloating about the alliance never having to worry about money again, a blood-soaked mace suddenly flies straight at his face. His head gets absolutely crushed, sending him collapsing right on top of Musuk's unconscious body. The other 3 guys just stand there, completely frozen in shock. Wait, look at this. Blood literally starts dripping from the ceiling right onto Chundong's head. High above, Dusong is chilling on his magical shield. He is just sitting there, casually messing around above their heads. It takes Chundong a solid second to realize someone is up there. When he finally looks up, Dusong is just smirking, resting his chin on his hand. Who the hell is this brat? Finally, we get to see it in action. Dusong stands up, asking how they like his brand new technique. He proudly boasts about the name he gave it. The skill is called Staff of the God. Chundong gets impatient, snapping at his remaining 2 goons. What are you doing just standing there listening to his garbage? Go take him out, he orders. Meanwhile, Dusong easily leaps into the air. The other 2 guys look absolutely terrified and tense. They carefully watch his every move. Suddenly, 2 massive fireballs are hurled at him simultaneously, but Dusong does not take a single scratch from the blast. His eyes are cold enough to freeze bone. The next wave of fireballs is instantly blocked by his magic shield. It acts like a barricade against a gun. It is like a gun backfiring on them. The fire mage gets scorched instantly, screaming in agony while Chundong just stands there, calling his own men useless trash. But get this, before he can even finish yelling, Dusong is already closing in, mocking them for thinking they actually have time to chat. He freezes, shocked by how insanely fast the kid closed the distance. His ugly face goes completely blank as Dusong gets right in his face. Then, boom, the entire area explodes as his massive sword rips the floor to pieces. A massive crater is left behind. As the heavy dust finally clears, Chundong looks around at the absolute destruction. Right next to him, he realizes it is actually Dusong. Meanwhile, our boy is just shaking his sore hand, muttering to himself. Man, how does Kang Hyun even pull off these insane moves without hurting himself? He is a total monster. With a sigh, Dusong finally puts away his giant sword. This definitely does not suit me. Before Chundong can figure out his next move, a weak, trembling voice calls out from the rubble. Boss. The scorched mage begs for help, completely wrecked. But Chundong just stares at him with zero sympathy, cursing him as a useless idiot in his mind. In his mind, he finally understands everything that went down. The devastating explosion that fried his own guy happened in a split second, right when that fireball was originally launched. He blocked the attack with his magic shield, causing it to detonate right in his face. Chundong glares over at Dusong, who is busy checking on the old man. Ever since that highway incident, the kid has had this weird talent for using basic, trashy skills in super creative ways. Dusong squats down, muttering, "All right, up we go." He lifts the bloody mace, thinking everyone has their own style. Dusong swings it around, muttering, "Listen up. I rarely say things like this, but you guys are in trouble. Can we just settle this peacefully from now on?" Chundong stares at him like, "What?" Our boy is casually negotiating because he is pretty lazy and hates fighting while protecting people. Scratching his neck, Yusong says he does not care why they kidnapped his dad, but this is far enough. Just hand him over nicely, all right? Chundong completely loses his mind at this absolute nonsense, screaming, "Hey Brad, do you even know what you just did? Big mistake, kid." Chundong keeps yelling, completely unaware of how outclassed he actually is, throwing empty threats. How am I supposed to explain this to the association president after you killed Alexi C? Of course, none of this trash talk even registers with Yusong. One-on-one? Let's go. Yusong laughs directly in his face, unleashing a crazy wild energy that mirrors Kang Hyun's manic vibe. But Chundong still thinks he is the boss. Ready to show off, he sneers about Yusong having real guts as a sharp dagger appears. Unleashing his murderous aura, Chundong charges. Yusong freezes for a split second, but not because of the guy's power, he is just eyeing that cool weapon. Now watch this. Chundong strikes first while Yusong is distracted by the blade, thinking, "I knew you were going to be a tough fight." He swings his blade in a pretty clean arc, aiming straight for Yusong's throat, but our main character casually dodges it without breaking a single sweat. Flipping his hand, Yusong unleashes a soft blue light, summoning multiple magic shields. Chundong clicks his tongue, calling it a cheap trick. The guy actually has skills, shattering those shields in one blow. Backing away, Yusong rubs his neck and realizes those magic shields are pretty useless against real physical attacks. No wonder nobody uses them. Everything happens for a reason, so these shields are useless here. Yusong watches him charge, thinking, wait, is this guy some kind of mana-bursting monster? How has his energy not run dry yet? Chundong shatters the floorboards, sending a heavy mana slash that leaves a deep cut on Yusong's shoulder. Insane clash. Both sides are completely evenly matched as Yusong gets hyped, his face flushing red from this bizarre masochistic joy. Isn't this getting fun? But as Chundong shifts his stance, Yusong keeps his cool, refusing to let the thrill of battle completely blind his judgment. He needs to create some space first, so he throws a dagger. Chundong easily blocks it, snapping the blade in half with a loud yell. Charging forward, the villain mocks him, thinking backing away will save him. But Yusong remains dead calm. Leaping aside to dodge the next slash, Yusong claims he has no real strategy behind retreating. He lightly frowns, but then his eyes focus. Too predictable. Yusong stops dodging and waits for Chundong to close in, teasing that he knew the guy would rush straight over. "Hey man, I've been watching you. Is all that crazy mana really your own actual power? Your stats look huge, but you keep using the exact same basic slash over and over." Chundong stumbles slightly as Yusong lectures him, saying he probably just brute forces his way through weaker opponents without gaining any real battle experience. Getting his weakness exposed like that makes Chundong turn pale. "That is why you fell for my petty provocation and left yourself wide open." Boom. He never expects the next brutal move. A devastating knee strikes straight to his vitals that turns Chundong's face completely gray, knocked out cold. Smirking, Yusong kicks him away, leaving Chundong face down on the floor completely unconscious. Oh my god, he's literally grinning like a demon. While they were fighting like beasts, poor Musak was still fast asleep. It takes some time, but the loud noises finally wake the old man up. Squinting, his blurry vision barely registers two figures clashing. What on earth is happening? Piece by piece, Musak remembers what happened before he blacked out. It was definitely that Russian guy. Alexei's smug, smiling face remains fresh in his mind. Clutching his throbbing head, Musak forces himself to sit up. How long has he been out? The moment he is fully awake, something absolutely terrifying catches his attention. Lying right across his lap is the massive, lifeless body of the Russian who tried to mind control him. Utterly horrified, Musak quickly turns his head toward the loud sounds of clashing steel nearby. What actually happened here? While Yusong and Chundong are still trading blows, the old man remembers the guy who kidnapped him. Wait, what? He finally figures out who is actually risking his life to save him from this dungeon. It is Yusong. Did this kid really come to rescue me? Watching their intense clash, he is genuinely impressed. The guy was overshadowed by Kang Hyun, but reports say his combat skills are top tier, and right now, Yusong is thoroughly enjoying himself. Those files did not lie. Pivoting, Yusong lands a brutal knee strike that leaves Musak speechless. His style is pretty wild, but a win is a win. Catching his breath, Yusong looks slightly exhausted, but he keeps grinning. Down he goes! Suddenly, he falls backward with a grin still on his face, making Musak panic and jump up. False alarm. He is just extremely exhausted, sitting on the ground to catch his breath while staring blankly at Musak. Realizing he overreacted, the old man freezes awkwardly, still holding his hands up. Yusong quickly clears the air, explaining he is just tired. Ah, I see, Musak stammers, feeling pretty embarrassed. So, did you actually come to save me? Yusong politely nods. Yeah, basically. The conversation completely dies, leaving them in awkward silence with absolutely nothing to say. In their minds, both father and son are screaming about how insanely awkward this is. The entire dungeon falls into a strangely deep silence. This tense quietness drags on until Kang Hyun's group finally arrives. Spotting some familiar faces, Yusong happily breaks the ice. Hey, you guys are super late. Kang Hyun and the other two run in, completely frozen in shock at the absolute chaos. Kang Hyun asks, did you seriously take them all out alone? Meanwhile, Tae-gil rushes to Musak, shouting, President, are you all right? Seeing him, Musak calms down immediately. Seong-ah quietly mutters that it looks like they already knew each other. Hun watched them, thinking he is a total master diplomat. Then he asked Du-song, who was literally sitting on Chundong, so, what is that pile on the floor? Du-song smirked at her human chair, saying, oh this? It is the president of the Kang Shin Guild. Kang Hyun bluntly asked if he is dead. Du-song grabbed his finger, saying, probably not. Chundong, who was unconscious, got jolted by sudden pain. Shooting from his fingertip, waking him up to scream like crazy, Du-song, proud she had not killed him yet, looked up at Kang Hyun, saying, see? Still kicking. We have to keep him alive to interrogate him. He scoffed, mocking her. Wow, what a smart decision for once. But right after his praise, Du-song revealed her twisted, kinda sadistic goal. Well, I just wanted to see how it feels to yank out fingernails and interrogate him about their secret base. Kang Hyun instantly lost his temper, muttering, I knew it. Nearby, Tae-gil finished checking on his chairman, face-palming, totally speechless at Du-song's wild way of thinking. Look, and Du-song, even if the law has gotten pretty loose since Awakeners showed up, that is a completely different story. He was utterly exhausted, saying, I usually turn a blind eye to your antics, but do not just blurt it out like that. Right in front of my face. Du-song stared blankly, playing innocent, saying, oh really? I thought you uncles from the government were pretty expert at this kind of stuff. Tae-gil's face darkened, snapping, what? No way, absolutely not. Du-song just whistled, acting completely innocent. Whatever, then. But suddenly, both of them heard a voice coming from right under her butt, cutting them off. Go ahead. Torture me all you want. Chundong woke up with a smug, challenging laugh, saying, do you really think that will make me talk? Kang Hyun stared at him, thinking all criminals are exactly this confident at first. That invisible guy from last time talked big too, but spilled everything after a quick beating. Tae-gil completely agreed with Kang Hyun this time. Juji said the same thing too. Then, both of them suddenly shared the same thought and went quiet. Dusong quickly caught the main point. She instantly glared at him, saying, "See?" Taegil quickly cleared his throat to save face, adding, "Anyway, I have got some clues." He had gathered quite a bit of info. Lately, awakened criminal syndicates have been rising globally, with the most active one in Asia being the Chinese Alliance, or something similar. He kept sharing his leads, mentioning groups like the Awakened Liberation Alliance. Suddenly, Mu Suk, who had been dead silent this whole time, finally spoke up. "Wait a minute." The old man recalled what he had overheard during his captivity, saying, "I heard them loud and clear. They literally said the name, the Awakened Liberation Alliance." Caught red-handed by the old man, Chundong gasped in absolute shock. "How did you know that?" Mu Suk gave a smug grin. And here is where his flexing begins, as he mocked them for thinking he did not understand Russian. Showcasing his superior education, he bragged about being fluent in 6 different languages. Hearing him boast, Kang Hyun was pretty amazed, thinking this old man only knew how to act like a grumpy elder. Dusong rested her chin on her hand, looking at her dad, muttering, "Well, he is still a big-time chairman after all." Exposed and cornered, Chundong still tried to talk tough, saying, "Since you already know, let me tell you something." He then proudly bragged, "Our alliance is way bigger than you guys can ever fathom. Did you really think having a tiny bit of power in this small corner makes you hot stuff?" His loud, booming voice made Kang Hun's ears ring. "Once our leader acts, your golden age ends right here." Walking up to him, Kang Hun muttered, "So noisy. But you know what?" He curled his finger, placing it right against Chundong's forehead. Kang Hun smirked, saying, "Even if your leader's grandpa shows up, he still would not survive a single punch from me." With a loud flick, the impact shocked Du Song, who was still sitting right on top of Chundong. She stared at him, finally speaking her mind. "I did all the hard work, so why are you the one showing off?" And thus, a pretty chaotic day ended. After handing over all the cleanup duty to Kang Shin and Tae Gil, we headed back to our headquarters before dispersing and heading home. 3 days later at the headquarters, Kang Hun pushed the office door open, completely taken aback. "What is going on here?" He looked around for Dusong, wondering where she went. Sunga paused her flying sword training, replying, she said she was going to the hospital to look after her dad. Kang Hun opened the fridge, feeling quite puzzled. Is he still in the hospital? He popped open a cold beer, complaining he barely has any serious injuries, yet he is totally overreacting. Sunga, still holding her 2 daggers, refused to put them down, replying, apparently, he plans to stay there for a pretty long time to prevent any mental trauma side effects that might come from being mind-controlled. Kang Hun tilted his head back, chugging his drink, so that is why. He crushed the empty can and tossed it into the trash. Still complaining, he muttered, "Wow, so she actually knows how to take care of a sick person. I thought her relationship with her dad was always pretty tense." Sunga inspected her weapons, calmly pointing out, well, to be fair, no matter how badly they clash, they are still family, bound by blood. Kang Hun grabbed another beer, whispering to himself, family. He realized it had been a pretty long time since he visited his parents. Just as he made a decision, his phone vibrated in his pocket. I should probably go home for a meal in a few days, he thought. Answering the call, he said, "Hello, who is this?" The caller spoke quickly. "Is this Kang Hun?" Seobin from the Research Institute cheerfully told him, "That item you ordered earlier is finally ready." Kang Hun was quite surprised by her quick speed. That fast? Seriously impressive speed. He instantly brightened up, asking, "So, how is the repair on my sword coming along?" She replied right away, "Regarding the sword, you will have to be a bit patient." Seobin smiled, explaining things a little further to him. "The magic crystal block you sent has pretty unique properties, so I need more time to process it with the utmost care." Kang Hoon did not push her. "Yeah, I get it." After talking a bit more, she asked when he could come pick up his item. Quite eager, he immediately started moving, saying, "I will head over to your place right now." The call ended, leaving Kang Hoon smiling. The timing was perfect. Walking down the street, stepping on dry leaves, he suddenly started shivering, crying out, "Man, it is freezing today." He was quite annoyed by the chilly weather, muttering, "Looks like I will have to dig out my thick winter jacket." They both opened the car doors and climbed inside. Weather's changing so fast there is literally zero autumn vibes, but some huge box on the passenger seat is totally hogging all of her space. She glares at him like, "What is this, anyway?" Kang Hoon just smirks at his masterpiece and tells Ah-hoon to dump it in the back. "Just put it in the back seat," he says. Ah-hoon is still dying of curiosity because this thing is heavy as hell, and she is desperate to know what it is. but he keeps his lips sealed. When she asks again, he just drops one tiny teaser. It is a special gift he got for their dad. At their parents' house in Gangneung, the whole family gathers around and pops the lid. Inside is a glowing, high-tech robotic arm. His dad is absolutely stunned. What on earth is this thing, son? Kang Hyun runs over, grabs the parts, and starts explaining. What else would it be, Dad? This is a state-of-the-art prosthetic arm. I got this custom-made for you, Dad. I even matched the skin tone perfectly, so absolutely nobody will ever notice it is actually a fake arm. His dad is amazed, and Kang Hyun's mom suddenly remembers. Wait, so that girl who came over to measure your arm was sent by Kang Hyun? Before she can even finish her sentence, Kang Hyun has already finished assembling the left arm on his dad. Suddenly, the robotic arm boots up and hums to life. His dad is completely blown away as the fingers flex and move around with insane precision. This thing can actually move, just like his actual real arm did. Has modern tech seriously gotten this insanely advanced? Kang Hyun just shrugs and boasts standard science could never build something this next level. He grins as his family stares in disbelief. This thing was made using top-tier dungeon technology, he explains. It is basically powered by magic. Literally real magic. Hearing this, his dad can barely process it. Oh my god. Kang Hyun then kicks off his presentation of all its crazy features. This is a premium, high-quality build. But wait, there is more. Every single finger has its own built-in tool. His dad immediately raises his thumb to test it, and a bright flame shoots out. What the heck? The thumb is literally a lighter. Kang Hyun continues his flex. The index finger is an electric screwdriver, the middle finger is a wine bottle opener, and the ring finger acts as a Type-C charging cable. As for the pinky, it is a built-in ear pick. But right after showing off all these crazy tools, he gets chewed out immediately. Why would you cram all these weird gadgets in there, you lunatic? Yet, his dad is still deeply fascinated by his son's bizarre but awesome invention. You have got to see this. He saved the absolute best for last. This arm has one ultimate, mind-blowing feature. His dad looks up. An ultimate feature? Kang Hyun puts on a super serious, dramatic face. All you have to do is scream out rocket punch, and the entire metal fist launches straight ahead. His dad gasps in terror. Hun? Kang Hyun just smirks, yes, Dad? His dad fires up the thumb lighter again, looking totally obsessed. This is peak class. Before the sun finally sets that evening, the family has a wonderful dinner together. But as they eat, Kang Hyun's mind wanders. With awakened people getting stronger every day, Min Chun's face pops into his head. The villains out there are becoming way more dangerous too. The more he thinks about it, the more he worries. He is already deep in this blood feud. He has crossed paths with some major high-profile targets, and those beefs will only grow over time. Right in front of him, his parents are laughing happily. They are messing around with the new arm, but Kang Hyun is still secretly stressing out. Even with the association's security teams backing them up, he can never fully guarantee his family's safety forever. He calculates his options. If things are this risky, the safest place for them is right by his side. So, he decides to lay it all out. Mom, Dad, he says, and they both stop laughing to look at him. Why don't you guys join my guild? His dad looks up in total shock. What? His mom stares at her son in disbelief. What on earth are you babbling about, Kang Hyun? But instead of answering, he straight up starts assigning them their new corporate roles, including his sister, Ah-hoon. Mom and Dad can manage the restaurant side, and Ah-hoon running the cafe is literally the perfect setup. She is not vibing with this sudden serious pivot. We were having a nice dinner, and now you are killing the mood with this random talk? Ah-hoon is super annoyed at her brother. You want me to quit my job just to run some coffee shop? What about my actual future and career, huh? His mom hesitates too. I don't know, this seems pretty sketchy. His dad thinks it over and adds, Hun, we have been doing our jobs for decades. Changing everything so suddenly feels wrong. But then, Kang Hyun drops a salary number that instantly shuts them up. Watch how fast they fold. A fixed salary of 200 million won a year, he says. Ah-hoon completely freezes. She pulls a lightning-fast 180 on him. I swear my absolute loyalty to the company, boss. His mom immediately jumps on the bandwagon. Can I start working tomorrow, son? And just like that, the Eight Evils Guild successfully recruits 3 new family members. The next day, over at another massive mansion, a huge argument is breaking out. What kind of nonsense are you spitting, Yeonju? She snaps back. I already told you my stance. I am absolutely becoming an awakened hunter. Her dad sits there, desperately trying to get some sense into her. Why are you so stubborn about this? Throwing yourself into such a dangerous life? Do you even grasp how lethal this path is? That is Samho Group Chairman, Choi Kang-guk, speaking. But Yeonju has no plans of stopping. Didn't you say it yourself, Dad? You literally called Heesung Group president, An Mushik, a complete idiot. She raises her voice, arguing back he abandoned his own family just to pour money into some trashy, useless guild. And what happened? He got stabbed in the back. But if your own daughter becomes a super strong hunter, you get all the glory, Dad. His face turns incredibly sour at her words. Their family mess has absolutely nothing to do with you. Yeonju just crosses her arms and scoffs. No matter what, I am getting powers. With her eyes shining